At the end of February, the Bay Area was ablaze with the sun, causing even the air to shimmer with heat. This prolonged summer had persisted for 7 years, long enough for all memories and warnings of the bitter winter to gradually fade from the hearts of the people. Traveling south along the picturesque Rose Avenue until its intersection with the coastal road, one would behold the most exquisite city in Westeros, Highgarden, perched upon a hill by the banks of the Mander River. Within the castle, constructed of white marble, exquisite sculptures, unique fountains, and blooming flowers adorned every corner. Among them, the golden roses, the emblem of the Tyrant family, flourished abundantly, for they were the lords of this castle. As the melodious chimes resonated, 3 figures traversed the winding corridor and entered the knight's hall. The sigils emblazoned upon their chests were not the golden roses but rather that of a striding hunter drawing a bow, representing House Tarly. Leading the group was a man in his 40s, with a stern visage and an unyielding demeanor. His short, coarse beard framed his face, and he was clad in a deep green silk gown adorned with white fur trim, a heavy 2-handed sword hanging at his waist. This man was Lord of Hornhill, Lord Randall Tarly. Following closely were his 2 sons, the elder, Samwell Tarly, and the younger, Dickon Tarly. Both had inherited their father's dark hair, gray eyes, and imposing stature, though Samwell's corpulence diminished the commanding presence typically associated with House Tarly's strong features. Due to the oppressive heat, Samwell found his noble attire constricting, nearly rendering him breathless. Yet, he dared not unfasten the collar, enduring the discomfort in silence. The trio stood in the center of the knight's hall, awaiting the proceedings. As time trickled by, Dickon appeared increasingly impatient. Casting a glance at his brother, who seemed lost in thought, he could not restrain himself from whispering, "What are you looking at?" Samwell replied absently, "The stone pillars." "What's so interesting about the stone pillars?" Dickon inquired. "These are no ordinary pillars," Samwell began, intending to elaborate on the intricate carvings, but a playful whim overtook him, and he jested, "These are the stone pillars from a poem by Wang Wei." "Wang Wei? Which tavern in Highgarden does he sing at? Come now, brother, did you sneak out for a drink last night?" Silence. Lord Randall Tarly shot a glare at his 2 sons, prompting Dickon to close his mouth. Samwell lowered his gaze, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. Having arrived in this world 3 months prior, his sense of solitude had only intensified. However, upon realizing he was in Westeros and had become the eldest son of House Tarly, he could not afford to wallow in self-pity. Despite being the heir, Samwell Tarly was despised by his own father. As one of the finest generals in Westeros, Lord Randall Tarly had a myriad of illustrious achievements, the most renowned being his victory over Robert Baratheon, the founder of House Baratheon, at the Battle of the Blackwater during the War of Usurpation, ensuring that the valiant king tasted the bitter flavor of defeat for the only time in his storied career. Such a proud and martial lord could hardly tolerate the notion that his heir was a timid and feeble-minded fat boy. Although Samwell was not devoid of Mareve-possessed intelligence, extensive knowledge, and a compassionate heart, Count Randor firmly believed that the scion of his lineage must embody the valor of a warrior rather than the wisdom of a scholar. Samwell was acutely aware that, according to the original narrative, he would soon be coerced by Count Randor to venture to the Wall, where he would serve as a night's watchman sworn to a life devoid of marriage, progeny, and land, thus relinquishing his claim to the family legacy in favor of his father's favored younger brother. Naturally, he harbored no desire to be sent to that forsaken place. Upon his arrival in this world, Samwell had endeavored to alter his fate. He began to regulate his diet, diligently trained in swordsmanship and horsemanship, striving to redeem his standing in his father's eyes. However, just as shedding his excess weight was not a matter of mere days, transforming Count Randor's deeply entrenched perceptions was not an instantaneous endeavor. Before Samwell could make significant progress, his efforts were abruptly interrupted by a fall from his horse. Fortuitously, Samwell was not riding at a swift pace, and his ample girth provided a degree of cushioning. Thus, the incident did not claim his life, although it did confine him to bed for over a month. The family's equestrian instructor deemed it an unfortunate accident. Yet, Samwell harbored suspicions that someone had tampered with his saddle. It was evident that certain individuals did not wish to witness the Tarly family's ineffectual eldest son regain his footing. While Samwell remained oblivious to the identity of his assailant, he had a reasonable conjecture. Count Randor, dismissive of underhanded tactics, would confront his son directly should he wish to compel him to renounce his inheritance. His brother, Dickon, was merely a 13-year-old boy. If he possessed such cunning, malevolence, and theatrical prowess at this tender age, he might aspire to contend for the Iron Throne in the future rather than fade into obscurity as depicted in the tale. Though it was improbable that his brother had plotted against him, it was likely orchestrated by those in Dickon's circle. Samwell had languished in ineptitude for far too long, leading not only Count Randor to forsake him but also many within the family to regard Dickon as the future lord. Thus, unlike the unnoticed and isolated Samwell, Dickon was enmeshed in numerous interests, already surrounded by a cadre of loyal followers. If Samuel continued in his state of ineffectiveness, he might live until his father compelled him to join the Night's Watch. However, should he aspire to rise anew and contest for the inheritance of Horn Hill, he would be met with relentless setbacks and even assassination attempts. Following this incident, Samuel finally recognized that he had irrevocably lost the initiative in the contest for succession. To attempt to reverse the tide was now an exercise in futility, fraught with peril. Under such circumstances, surrender was the most prudent course of action. Moreover, armed with his knowledge of the plot, he possessed the most significant leverage in the impending game of power. Why ensnare himself in the already disadvantageous battlefield of Horn Hill, engaging in a battle devoid of hope? Certainly, even in relinquishing his claim, he sought to maintain control, seizing the opportunity to procure a just reward rather than reverting to his previous timid demeanor, passively awaiting the day his father would compel him to the desolate Great Wall of Despair. Thus, upon his recovery, Samuel took the initiative to approach his father, requesting that he advocate on his behalf to the governor of River Bay, Duke Mace, for a charter of exploration. When Earl Landau first heard his eldest son's request, he momentarily believed he had misheard. He had never envisioned that his timid, rotund son possessed such audacity and valor. However, after a moment of contemplation, the Earl acquiesced. For if Samuel were to venture into new territories, it would signify a voluntary renunciation of his claim to the inheritance of Jiaoling, a development the Earl had long wished to see. Naturally, he held no illusions about his son's ability to establish a new domain. Yet, this was of little consequence. Even if this son were to perish in the pursuit of exploration, he would feel no grief. Rather, he would find solace in the belief that this was the rightful fate of a man from the Tully family. Thus, the stage was set for this notable journey to the high court for the father and his two sons. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed. Samuel turned to see a vibrant figure clad in red entering the knight's hall. Before him stood a charming young lady with brown eyes reminiscent of a fawn, dressed in a red silk gown that accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Her soft brown curls cascaded over her smooth shoulders, enhancing her already fair complexion. With her exquisite and alluring features, she possessed an unforgettable allure. She was none other than the daughter of Duke Mace, the Rose of the High Court, Marjorie Tyrell. Apologies, Lord Tully, Sam, and Daikon, for keeping you waiting. Margaret lifted her skirt slightly and performed a gentle curtsy, her radiant smile illuminating the entire night hall. Samuel cast a fleeting glance before lowering his gaze once more. The beauty before him was beyond his reach, at least for now. Meanwhile, his brother Daikon stared at the exquisite rose before him, completely oblivious to the rudeness of his behavior. Count Landau cleared his throat, awakening his dazed younger son, and then inquired of Margaret, "Might I ask when the Duke will arrive?" Margaret's expression turned apologetic. "I regret to inform you that my father is unwell today and unable to attend." Count Landau frowned slightly. "In that case, we should reschedule." However, Margaret shook her head, retrieving a scroll from behind her and smiling. "There is no need for rescheduling. My father has already signed the decree for the expansion and has entrusted me to deliver it. But what of the investiture?" she continued. "I shall also perform the investiture on behalf of my father." At this declaration, the night hall fell into an abrupt silence. Daikon remained oblivious. Yet both Count Landau and Samuel comprehended that Duke Mace was intentionally fabricating an excuse to avoid attending. This was not entirely unexpected. The River Bay, after years of development, contained little unclaimed land. If expansion were to occur, it would necessitate venturing into the barren territories bordering the fringes, like the Crimson Mountains. However, those lands were truly inhospitable, fraught with bandits and brigands. Even disregarding their potential for cultivation, the mere establishment of a domain, there was a challenge few would dare to undertake. The reputation of Tully's inept eldest son was no secret among the nobility of River Bay. No one believed Samuel possessed the qualifications or capability to forge new territories. Clearly, Duke Mace was reluctant to grant an expansion decree to such a perceived failure. Had it not been for Count Landau, one of the most important vassals of the Tully family, personally beseeching him, Duke Mace would not have budged. Yet, granting the expansion decree implied that Samuel would become a vassal of Duke Mace. Thus it was expected that the Duke himself would officiate the investiture of Samuel Tully as a Knight of Expansion. However, the Duke evidently wished to avoid making the well-known failure of River Bay one of his knights. Hence, he feigned illness to send his daughter in his stead for the investiture and the expansion decree. Count Landau could understand Duke Mace's predicament. Had the Duke sent his eldest son, the heir of Highgarden, Velis Tilly, to perform this duty, Count Landau would have accepted it begrudgingly. Yet Margaret, what qualifications did she possess to invest a knight? Such an affront, even if Count Landau despised his eldest son, was difficult to accept. He glared at Margaret with a cold, unmasked fury. Margaret, however, maintained her delicate, innocent smile, seemingly oblivious to the source of Count Landau's ire. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Samwell unexpectedly broke the silence, saying, "In that case, I shall rely on you, Miss Margaret." Faced with humiliation, Samwell felt a surge of anger, yet he understood that the wrath of the weak was inconsequential. Moreover, he was keenly aware of his primary objective, to obtain the expansion decree. He had no intention of sacrificing something of true importance for the sake of foolish pride. The trials he had endured in his past life had taught him the value of patience when necessary. However, patience did not equate to forgetfulness. Only the anticipation of a fitting moment for an explosion of emotion. Upon hearing his words, Margaret glanced at Samwell with surprise, then smiled. "Very well, let us proceed." Count Landau shot a disapproving look at his son, as if to say, "You actually wish to accept an investiture from a woman?" Yet with Samwell's agreement, he felt he could say no more. Margaret ascended the steps at the front of the hall, while Samwell knelt on one knee before her. A beam of light streamed through the stained glass skylight, enveloping them both and imparting a sacred atmosphere to the impending ceremony. Samwell drew his longsword and raised it high above his head with both hands. Just as Margaret reached out to take it, Count Landau interjected. "The blood of House Tully should be invested with this blade, Heartbreaker." With that, Count Landau unsheathed his massive sword, forged from Valyrian steel, and instead of handing it to Margaret, he tossed it toward her. The enormous sword, which had been passed down through House Tully for over 5 centuries and weighed more than 30 pounds, was a challenge for any average person to wield, let alone to use in combat. As the sword flew through the air, propelled by inertia, it soared toward Margaret with an imposing force. Fortunately, it was the hilt that faced forward. Otherwise, bystanders might have thought Count Landau intended to assassinate Miss Margaret. Evidently, Count Landau sought to humiliate the Highgarden Rose, venting his frustration. However, rather than retreating, Margaret stood her ground, seizing the hilt of the massive sword with her delicate, fair hands at the opportune moment. Her body rotating with the momentum. With a swift motion, she drew a circle on the marble floor, sparks flying. Her crimson silk gown blossomed like a blooming rose. After completing the circle, Margaret released the force of Count Landau's throw, taking a breath and proudly lifting her chin, casting a playful glance at the Count. He scoffed, but refrained from further comment. Margaret then composed herself and placed Heartbreaker upon Samwell's shoulder, her melodious voice resonating throughout the night hall. "I, Margaret Tilly, daughter of Mace Tilly, in the name of the Governor of River Bay, Protector of the South, and Duke of Highgarden, hereby invest Samwell." She suddenly paused mid-sentence. "Oh dear, I forgot to ask, have you decided on your new family name?" Upon becoming a Lord of Expansion, Samwell indeed had the option to adopt a new family name to signify his separation from the Tully family of Casterly Rock. However, he currently possessed no territory, making the matter of a name change premature. Logically, as the Duke's daughter, Margaret ought to understand this. Moreover, it was inappropriate to interrupt such a solemn night investiture ceremony. Yet, the glint of mischief in her eyes suggested she intended to tease Samwell a little, as retribution for Count Landau's earlier act with the sword. Samwell, upon hearing her words, hesitated to respond. He kept his head lowered, his body trembling slightly. Observing this, Margaret initially assumed he was angry and felt a pang of guilt, questioning whether her actions had gone too far. In truth, Samwell was not angry. Rather, he trembled from excitement. For he had seen the familiar block letters after 3 long months. These characters, not belonging to this other world, appeared in the lower right corner of his vision following the commencement of the investiture ceremony. Requiring focus to decipher, Samwell Tully title, Knight of Expansion Territory, none vassals, none strength, 0. 78 agility, 0. 52 spirit, 1. 12 What is this? Could it be an attribute panel? An immense joy surged within Samwell, akin to a boulder crashing down, shattering the restraint he had maintained since his arrival in this world. In that moment, the long-suppressed emotions of anger, fear, humiliation, and worry roiled violently within his chest, coalescing into a mysterious feeling, as if it were about to burst forth. Previously, he had merely aspired to navigate the intricate web of power dynamics with the familiarity of the plot, perhaps hoping to cling to a mighty ally for support. However, now, a fierce ambition surged within him, a yearning for that twisted, grotesque iron throne, forged from countless swords, adorned with sharp spikes and edges. He had devised a new family name. Samwell raised his head anew, his gaze locking onto Marjorie's doe-like brown eyes, and declared in a resonant voice, "Caesar. From this day forth, I shall be known as Samwell Caesar." Marjorie was momentarily taken aback. For a fleeting instant, she perceived a flicker of flame dancing in the depths of the man before her. Yet, she swiftly composed herself, offering Samwell a gentle smile, her tone turning grave. "I, Marjorie Tyrell, daughter of Mace Tyrell, in the name of the Governor of the Reach, Protector of the South, and Duke of Highgarden, hereby appoint Samwell Caesar as a Knight of the Vanguard. All unclaimed lands of the Reach may be explored by you, and all those without lords may seek your protection. May the Father grant you integrity. May the mother bestow upon you compassion. May the warrior endow you with courage. May the crone impart wisdom. And may the stranger grant you the strength to conquer all foes. I, Samuel Caesar, in the presence of the seven, vow upon the sacred spirit of my ancestor, Greenhand Garce, to pledge my loyalty to the great Duke Mace. From this day forth, your will shall be my guiding principle, and wherever your sword points shall be the path I tread. I shall guard this honor with my very life. As the coronation ceremony concluded, Marjorie gracefully departed. Daikon was also sent away by his father. In the vast, empty halls of the knightly chamber, only Earl Blunt and Samuel Caesar remained. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence as the father and son faced each other. Eager to delve into his attributes, Samuel broke the silence. "Father, have you retained me for any further instructions?" "You hate me," Earl Blunt suddenly stated, regarding his eldest son. Before Samuel could respond, he continued, "There is no need for your defense, as I am indifferent to it." Samuel felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and fell silent. Earl Blunt observed this somewhat unfamiliar son and felt an inexplicable emotion rising within him, yet his tone remained as icy as ever. If a hunter returns empty-handed, his family will starve. If a lord suffers defeat, his castle shall be reduced to ashes. For countless centuries, many families in Westeros have vanished into the annals of time, all due to a cowardly and inept heir. The Tarly family, stationed on the frontier, requires a lord capable of wielding Heartsbane against enemies, and you do not even possess the right to touch it. Therefore, regardless of your feelings toward me, I shall not entrust the fate of our lineage to your hands." Samuel listened quietly, harboring little resentment within. For the original owner truly fell short of Earl Blunt's expectations for an heir. Although he had attempted to change after his arrival, it was too late. Nonetheless, those days were behind him. After the coronation, he had taken on the name Caesar, severing all ties to the Tarly family. At that moment, Earl Blunt suddenly tossed something to his son. Samuel caught it instinctively, looking down to find it was a large pouch brimming with golden dragons. "Since you have willingly renounced your claim to the inheritance, this is your rightful share," Earl Blunt explained with a placid expression. "Thank you, father." Samuel would certainly not refuse, as he was in dire need of funds for his ventures. "Moreover, prior to your departure, I personally dealt with your riding instructor, James." Samuel was taken aback, but soon realized that this James must have been the mastermind behind his recent riding accident. His father had discovered the truth and had eliminated him. "No matter your shortcomings, you are still the eldest son of House Tarly. If a judgment must be rendered, it is my duty to carry it out personally," Earl Blunt declared with commanding authority. Samuel felt a tumult of emotions within, lowering his head in silence. Regardless, his father had avenged him in a sense. After a moment of silence, Earl Blunt spoke again. "Sam, do you remember our family motto?" Samuel nodded. "I am the first in battle." As the words left his lips, he understood why Earl Blunt was so adamant about changing the heir. The original owner was clearly unfit to embody the Tarly family motto. Earl Blunt's expression softened slightly. "Though you no longer bear the Tarly name, I still hope you will remember this phrase. Conspiracy and deceit may win political victories, but when it comes to dominance on the battlefield, the Tarly family has the most authority. Your acceptance of the exploration decree demonstrates that our blood still courses through your veins. Remember this adage, for in the arduous endeavor of land expansion, it is far more valuable than gold." Samuel nodded earnestly, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Yet, Earl Blunt's next words fell upon him like icy water. "But should you fail in your endeavors, do not return to Hornhill. Otherwise, I shall personally sever your head from your shoulders." With that, Earl Blunt turned and departed, leaving Samuel gazing at his father's retreating silhouette, momentarily speechless. In a flower-filled courtyard, Samuel wielded a silver longsword, diligently practicing thrusts against a target crafted from ironwood. Unfortunately, his corpulent figure was far from graceful, severely hindering his agility. Before long, his steps became a chaotic display. Nevertheless, Samuel persevered, clumsily continuing his practice. As the sun dipped below the horizon and his clothes became thoroughly soaked, he finally ceased his efforts. Exhausted, he moved to sit upon the steps, taking several deep gulps from a water cup. Once he regained his breath, he focused intently on his attributes panel. Noting that the figures had scarcely changed, he observed that only his agility had increased from 0.52 to 0.53. It appeared his speculation had been correct. Training could indeed alter attribute values. Yet, the change felt insubstantial. After an afternoon of thrust practice, his agility had only risen by 0.01, while strength and spirit remained unchanged. Perhaps the changes were subtle and thus not easily discernible in numerical form, as the panel's precision extended only to 2 decimal places. The significant increase in agility likely stemmed from its initially low value, making it easier to improve. Samuel surmised that an ordinary adult's 3 attributes should hover around 1, while his own agility was notably lower due to his obesity. The only value surpassing the norm was his spirit, which stood at 1.12. He believed this might relate to the original owner's innate intelligence and love of reading. The three attributes, strength and agility, were easily comprehensible, yet the spirit attribute left Samuel uncertain. He harbored a suspicion that this aspect might be connected to the long-lost magic spoken of in legends. After all, this was a magical world, populated by dragons, White Walkers, children of the forest, wizards, and both old and new gods. Although these magical beings had either perished or faded into myth, and miracles had long been absent from the continent of Westeros. With the long summer drawing to a close and winter approaching, the Game of Thrones would soon resume, heralding the gradual resurgence of these mystical entities. Perhaps, once his spirit attribute reached a certain threshold, he might unlock the doors to the arcane, allowing him to explore the mysteries within. Yet therein lay the dilemma. Samuel had yet to uncover a method to allocate his points. Through the training methods of the knights, he could indeed enhance his strength and agility attributes, yet his speed remained painfully sluggish. Moreover, as these two attributes improved, his speed would further diminish, increasing the challenge he faced. As for methods to elevate his mental prowess, surely it wouldn't entail reading books? Nevertheless, Samuel did not feel disheartened. Although this attribute panel could not directly allocate points, merely quantifying his three attributes proved immensely beneficial. By experimenting with various techniques, he could observe fluctuations in his attribute values, thereby devising a personalized path to self-improvement. For instance, the swordsmanship he practiced, inherited from the Tully family, allowed him to refine and perfect his technique based on the feedback from his attribute values. Furthermore, although he could not allocate points at present, the future might hold different possibilities. Samuel speculated that once he established a domain and conferred titles upon vassals, the attribute panel would likely undergo a transformation, perhaps enabling him to allocate points then. As he entertained such lofty thoughts, footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Turning around, Samuel saw a maid approaching, who respectfully announced, "Sir Caesar, the steward has sent me to remind you that the banquet will commence at 6 o'clock in the main hall of the castle." "Very well," Samuel replied, rising and instructing. "Please prepare hot water for my bath." "Yes, my lord." When Samuel entered the banquet hall, the last rays of the setting sun had begun to fade. Thousands of fragrant candles illuminated the hall as if it were midday, and the floor was covered with a thick woolen carpet, soft and comfortable beneath his feet, reminiscent of walking on clouds. In the spacious hall, rows of long wooden tables adorned with dark blue tablecloths and decorated with an array of fresh roses stood prominently. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Well-dressed attendants led Samuel to his seat at the table, pouring him a glass of golden wine from the Isle of Qingting. Although there was still some time before the banquet began, many guests had already arrived, engaged in hushed conversations. Count Lando and his brother Deacon were also present, but they were not seated beside Samuel. The count seemed oblivious to his eldest son's arrival, sipping his drink with his head bowed, while Deacon waved to his brother, seemingly eager to speak. However, upon glancing at their stern father, he refrained from rising. Before long, the master of the castle made his entrance. The Duke of Mice appeared to be in his 50s, his curly brown hair, a hallmark of the Tillier family, showing signs of gray. He was robustly built and somewhat portly, earning him the nickname Inflatable Fish among many. Yet, the Duke's complexion was rosy, his voice resonant, and his steps firm, betraying no hint of ill health. Does he not even bother to disguise it? Samuel mused silently. Yet he stood to bow along with the others as the Duke took his place at the head of the table, marking the official commencement of the banquet. Young and beautiful maidens flitted between the long tables like butterflies, presenting an array of delectable dishes: salmon salad, roasted venison, pan-seared lamprey, creamy chestnut soup, honey pine nut cake, freshly picked strawberries, and even the rare golden shrimp, seldom seen on noble tables, which made Samuel's mouth water. This banquet was ostensibly held to celebrate Samuel's ascension to the ranks of the pioneering knights. Yet the Duke did not conceal his disdain for the eldest son of the Tully family. After a cursory introduction of Samuel, he swiftly diverted the conversation elsewhere. Naturally, the attendees understood that Samuel's elevation to the rank of pioneering knight was merely Count Lando seeking a new heir. No one believed this infamous wastrel of the riverbend could truly establish a new territory. Some even whispered and chuckled, spreading rumors about a knight bestowed by a woman. Samuel resolutely chose to ignore such idle chatter and focused on his meal. However, as he cracked open a golden shrimp and savored the succulent meat, he suddenly froze in astonishment. He realized his strength attribute had increased by 0.01. Eating could enhance attributes? What a fortuitous discovery! Excited, he quickly devoured the remaining food. Yet, his attributes did not continue to rise. Taking a sip of wine and pondering for a moment, Samuel formed a hypothesis. He summoned the maid behind him and requested, "Could I trouble you for another serving of golden shrimp?" The maid, stifling a laugh at the sight of the portly knight, nodded. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." When the second serving of golden shrimp was presented before him, Samuel eagerly took it and consumed it. Indeed, his strength increased by another 0.01. It appeared that the golden shrimp truly possessed the ability to augment his strength attribute. Overjoyed, Samuel called for the maid again, disregarding the scornful glances from the surrounding guests, and ordered yet another serving. He knew this golden shrimp was an exceedingly rare delicacy. Once he left the Duke's estate, obtaining more would require a substantial expenditure, and he might not even find it again. Thus, he saw no need to adhere to banquet etiquette or concern himself with noble decorum, especially considering he had little dignity left in the noble circles of Riverbend. However, as Samuel devoured his third golden shrimp and seemed poised to request a fourth, even Duke Mice could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Samuel, is the golden shrimp truly that delectable?" Without missing a beat, Samuel dabbed his mouth with a napkin, rose, and bowed, replying, "Indeed, my lord, this is the most exquisite dish I have ever tasted. I beg your pardon for my momentary lapse in decorum." Faced with Samuel's audacity and flattery, Duke Mice found himself at a loss for words, lest he appear overly stingy as the host. "Very well, indulge yourself. But do not overindulge, lest I worry you cannot mount a horse tomorrow." He chuckled, seemingly pleased with his jest, resembling a pumpkin at a harvest feast. Laughter erupted among the guests, filling the banquet hall with a joyous atmosphere. Samuel remained oblivious to the laughter, loudly expressing his gratitude for the Duke's generosity, then turned to the maid and said, "Another serving of golden shrimp, please. After all, I have already been the subject of your laughter. It would be a loss not to partake." Just then, the steward approached with an apologetic expression, stating, "I am terribly sorry, my lord, but we have run out of golden shrimp." Samuel suspected the steward was merely unwilling to provide him more, yet he shrugged in resignation, acquiescing. Suddenly, Duke Mice chuckled again. "Samuel, the kitchen should still have plenty of venison. Would you care for some? Who craves venison?" Samuel was about to politely decline when the Duke's mother, the Thorn Queen, Olenna Redwine, interjected, "I have never cared for shellfish, Samuel. If you do not mind, you may have my portion." Samuel looked up in surprise at the silver-haired, diminutive woman. Puzzled by the unexpected kindness from the notoriously sharp-tongued Thorn Queen, he questioned what she could possibly seek from him, as he was hardly a paragon of youth and valor. Of course, outwardly, he maintained an expression of gratitude, smiling as he bowed. "I would never dare to disdain the gift from Lady Olenna." "Very well," Olenna beamed. "A good knight must possess a hearty appetite. Take it." As the maid prepared to approach, Olenna discreetly signaled her granddaughter Marjorie. Marjorie instantly understood, and to Olenna's surprise, she personally lifted the golden shrimp from in front of her grandmother and walked over to Samuel. Though puzzled by her grandmother's unusual deference towards Samuel, the astute young lady suppressed her curiosity, cooperating with her grandmother to forge this alliance. Samuel, taken aback by the attention, quickly rose to express his gratitude. "You are a knight I have personally appointed. There is no need for such formality." Marjorie placed the silver platter before Samuel, offering a gentle smile, her demeanor exuding grace. Clad in a flowing gown of pure white satin, the Duke's daughter showcased her exquisite figure, the fitted dress accentuating every curve and weaving an enchanting silhouette. The intricate golden headpiece, the sapphire necklace adorning her décolletage, and the cascading layers of silk chiffon all radiated the opulence unique to the highest echelons of nobility. A mere glance was enough to evoke a profound sense of social stratification, leaving one feeling unworthy. Yet, in that moment, the most beautiful rose of the court personally served a dish to a man like Samuel. This spectacle rendered the onlookers speechless, particularly the young male guests, whose gazes burned with an intensity that could almost scorch Samuel. Nevertheless, confronted with such intimacy from a beauty, a wave of wariness surged within him. On the surface, Samuel maintained the nervousness and trepidation expected of a timid youth in the presence of a duke's daughter, desperately masking his astonishment. Observing Samuel's flustered reaction to her granddaughter's charm, Olenna smirked slightly and inquired, "Sam, where do you intend to venture? Do you have a goal in mind?" "Esteemed Lady Olenna, I have not yet decided. Since you are still without a target, I have a suggestion." At this, Samuel immediately grew alert. It was said that the gifts of fate often came with hidden costs, and it was evident that the Thorn Queen's offerings would not be given freely. However, having already accepted the golden shrimp and being within her domain, Samuel dared not decline and replied, "Please, do share." Olenna shook her head, teasingly withholding her proposition. "We shall not discuss serious matters at the banquet. Come find me tomorrow, and we shall converse in detail." "Very well, my lady." The following morning, at the gates of Highgarden, Count Blunt intercepted his eldest son. Samuel halted, smiling. "Father, brother, travel safely." Dyken stepped forward to embrace Samuel tightly, saying, "Brother, remember to visit me at Hornhill." Recalling his father's warning against returning, Samuel's lips twitched, and he could only nod perfunctorily at his brother. Count Blunt allowed Daikon and the guards to depart first, remaining behind. Realizing his father had more to say, Samuel waited in silence. After a moment's pause, Count Blunt cautioned, "Be wary of the women of House Tyrell." Samuel was taken aback by the remark. Before he could respond, Count Blunt continued, "They are clever, yet often fail to recognize their true position." With that, Count Blunt offered no further explanation and turned to leave. Watching his father's retreating figure, Samuel pondered. In his previous viewings of the series, he had not paid much attention to Count Blunt, only recalling his prowess in battle. However, after this encounter, Samuel began to see that the Lord of Hornhill was far more complex than he appeared. He had no taste for cunning schemes and did not engage in the struggle for the Iron Throne, seemingly merely a loyal and formidable enforcer for House Tyrell. Yet, upon reflection, Samuel recalled that this unassuming Count Blunt later entered the cabinet without a sound, becoming the kingdom's Minister of Justice. Such a man could not merely be a simple warrior. His recent warning undoubtedly stemmed from Olena's words at the banquet. Although Count Blunt had seemingly given up on his eldest son, he still wished to protect him from being exploited by the women of House Tyrell. Samuel, already aware of the political mediocrity of the Tyrell men, understood that the women, particularly Olena and her granddaughter Marjorie, were high-stakes players in this power game. Their interest in him must surely be strategic. However, Samuel felt little concern. After all, he was well-versed in the narrative's progression and had a clear understanding of the Tyrell women's temperaments and ambitions. Conversely, they underestimated him as nothing more than a timid, unwanted son. This disparity in knowledge was his opportunity. With this thought, Samuel composed himself and returned to the castle, guided by a maid. He arrived at a courtyard where Olena awaited him. Upon entering, he noticed Marjorie standing among the rose bushes, her delicate hand holding a freshly cut golden rose, which she was placing into a nearly completed bouquet. At that moment, Marjorie's focused expression, her elegant nose, and slightly pursed lips exuded a tranquil beauty that made her the true centerpiece of the garden, even in the corner she occupied. Hearing Samuel's footsteps, Marjorie turned and smiled brightly, then approached him with the bouquet. "Sam, what do you think of the arrangement I made?" Samuel placed a hand over his heart and bowed. "As beautiful as you are. Then it is yours, my knight." Samuel eagerly accepted it, lowering his gaze as if unworthy to meet her eyes. Following Marjorie, he entered the gazebo where Olena was sipping honeyed flower tea, her gaze warm as she beckoned. "Please, sit, young knight." Samuel approached, bowed, and then took a seat opposite Olena. "Esteemed Lady Olena, I wonder what you wish to discuss with me? It is, of course, about your direction for expansion. If you have not yet established a goal, I would be glad to offer my guidance. Please, go ahead." Olena unfurled a pre-prepared map, spreading it across the table, and circled a certain area, saying, "I suggest you consider expanding here." Samuel leaned in, observing the location Olena indicated, which lay to the south of the reach, at the western foothills of the Red Mountains, near the mouth of the Torrent River by the Summer Sea. "This place." Samuel stroked his chin, humbly inquiring, "My lady, why do you recommend I expand here?" Olena took a delicate sip of her tea and replied with a smile. "The uncharted territories within the reach primarily reside in the Red Mountains. The area I pointed out is near the mouth of the Torrent River, facilitating future maritime trade." Samuel nodded but seemed hesitant. "However, my lady, the Red Mountains are filled with steep terrain. It may be impractical to establish a castle there." Olena smiled gently. "Have you forgotten where Castle Black and Eagle's Nest were built? While constructing in the mountains is challenging, once established, it provides excellent defense. Moreover, the Red Mountains are home to many free folk who harbor animosity towards the nobility of the Reach and refuse to become our subjects. If you can earn their loyalty, you need not worry about the population of your territory." Samuel understood that the free folk spoken of by Lady Olena were, in fact, the wild men inhabiting the Red Mountains. They were descendants of the Undulls and the First Men, characterized by their darker skin and shorter stature, rejecting the dominion of lords. They took refuge in the vast expanse of the Red Mountains, forming primitive tribes that subsisted through foraging and hunting, often descending to raid nearby villages and towns. The lords of the Riverlands had made several attempts to eradicate these savages, but to no avail. The sheer size of the Red Mountains allowed the wild men to vanish from sight, and once the lords' armies departed, they returned to their plundering ways, a persistent nuisance. These hostile wild men posed one of the greatest obstacles for Samuel in his expansion efforts. However, according to Lady Olena, if Samuel could subdue these wild men, they would become a significant source of population for the new territory. Samuel awkwardly scratched the back of his head, feigning timidity. "But, my lady, I fear that if I venture there, I might be violently torn apart by those fierce wild men before I even find my footing. The Tarley family had always produced exceptional warriors, and I am certain you will not disappoint me." Before Samuel could object, Olena promptly added, "Do not worry. The Tyrell family has long wished to manage those wild men. If you accept my proposal, I will select 100 soldiers from the family guard to accompany you in your endeavors." Samuel's eyes brightened instantly, swallowing his initial refusal. In fact, upon seeing the location Olenna pointed out, he had begun to form a preliminary suspicion of the Thorn Queen's intentions. She sought to utilize him, to control him, yet Samuel, too, hoped to leverage the Tyrell family's power for territorial expansion. 100 soldiers were invaluable to him at this moment. Naturally, a few more would be even better. Thus, Samuel continued to shrink back, hesitantly suggesting, "My lady, 100 soldiers. Might that be a bit insufficient?" "Insufficient?" Olenna replied, somewhat impatiently. In the distant age of heroes, young Grifgars arrived at the High Garden with not even 100 men. Marjorie, witnessing this exchange, chimed in with a smile, "Sam, I believe in your capabilities. You will surely carve out a territory here. How about this? I can contribute some of my savings to support you." With that, Marjorie produced a deep green pouch and pressed it into Samuel's embrace. Feeling the weight of the pouch, Samuel's demeanor instantly shifted to one of invigorated determination as he pledged he would not disappoint Lady Olenna or Miss Marjorie. Satisfied, Olenna smiled and, in her delight, instructed the steward to prepare 5 golden prawns for Samuel to take with him. Naturally, Samuel accepted the offering without hesitation. After his departure, Marjorie settled beside her grandmother, affectionately wrapping her arm around her, and inquired, "Grandmother, why do you wish for Sam to venture there? If you were unaware of my intentions, why did you contribute your own savings?" Marjorie playfully shook her grandmother's arm. "Isn't it my duty to assist you in executing your plans? The specifics of those plans are of little consequence. Following your lead is certainly the right choice. You little sly one." Olenna laughed, playfully tapping her granddaughter's nose. "Now, why don't you try to guess my intentions?" Marjorie scanned the map before her. "It must be for Dorne?" "Clever," Olenna acknowledged with a nod of approval. "But why not send a valiant knight to undertake the expansion? Why someone like Samuel Tarly? It is indeed a crucial position. But it also lies in a barren land with little yield, compounded by the threat of wild men and its proximity to Dorne. Conventional methods of expansion would struggle to establish a territory there. Thus, I need to employ the name of this Tarly outcast to take some less than glorious measures." Olenna explained somewhat vaguely. Marjorie frowned. "But, grandmother, wouldn't it be unseemly to exploit a member of House Tarly? What is unseemly about it? This discarded wretch. If not for our support, do you truly believe he could achieve any success on his own? Of course, our support is not without cost. But that is the price he must pay." Olenna gazed out at the lush garden beyond the pavilion, sighing after a moment. "The more beautiful the rose, the sharper its thorns. Some matters I cannot undertake. Should I rely on your foolish father to do so? Recruitment, esteemed Lord Caesar. I, Todd Flowers, serve you at the behest of Lady Olenna." Samuel gazed at the knight bowing before him, accompanied by 100 soldiers from House Tyrell, his astonishment evident. He had initially assumed that the 100 soldiers Olenna mentioned would merely be a ragtag band of farmers turned soldiers. However, observing their synchronized movements and fierce demeanor, it was clear they were the regular army of House Tyrell, equipped with leather armor, longswords, shields, polearms, and bows. This fully armed elite infantry would have no trouble sweeping through a small lordship in a desolate land. Had Olenna truly entrusted such a force to him? Samuel suddenly realized he had likely underestimated the Thorn Queen's resolve and ambition. Of course, she had also underestimated him. He was no easily controlled puppet. As he regarded the elite soldiers of House Tyrell before him, a fervor ignited in Samuel's eyes. He intended to demonstrate to the women of House Tyrell what it truly meant to be underestimated. Regaining his composure, Samuel scrutinized the leader of this band, Sir Todd Flowers. The man appeared to be in his 30s, tall and weathered, with a striking scar that extended from his left ear to the corner of his mouth. However, what captured Samuel's attention was the surname Flowers. In the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, each region had its own customary names for bastards. For example, Snow in the north, Rivers in the Riverlands, and Sand in Dorne. In the Riverlands, bastards of noble blood typically bore the surname Flowers. In Westeros, bastards were not always condemned to a life of inferiority. With a decree from the king, they could be legitimized, gaining inheritance rights just below those of legitimate children. Indeed, there were bastards who influenced the fate of the entire continent, such as the former Blackbird Duke Brynden Rivers and Jon Snow, who would soon become a central figure in the unfolding narrative. Consequently, Samuel was intrigued by which noble of the Riverlands this Todd Flowers might be the illegitimate son. Seeing that Samuel had not responded for some time, Todd raised his head and inquired, "Lord Caesar, we are prepared. Shall we depart immediately?" Samuel smiled and replied, "Not so fast. I still need to recruit a few more hands." Todd furrowed his brow. "You wish to recruit more?" "Indeed." Samuel feigned trepidation. "The Red Mountains are rife with beasts and those unruly wild men. I certainly need to bring more people along." Todd inwardly cursed the Tarly family's wasteful eldest son, but could only follow him resignedly as they made their way into the city. After walking for a while, Todd began to sense something was amiss and asked, "My lord, are we not heading to the mercenary camp?" "No," Samuel replied curtly, continuing forward without further explanation. Not long after, a group of individuals arrived at the dock by the Mand River. It was midday, the heat was oppressive, and most of the dock workers were resting in the shade. Samuel turned to Todd beside him and instructed, "Send someone to inform these laborers that I, Samuel Caesar, am here on the Duke of Maze's orders to venture into the Crimson Mountains. Those who wish to join me may come here to enlist. I will provide them with food and drink, including a daily meat ration and a monthly pay of 3 silver deer. In the unfortunate event of death in battle, their families will receive a compensation of 1 golden dragon." Todd hesitated for a moment before reminding, "My lord, are you not being a bit too generous with these people?" Samuel waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of affluence. "A generous lord can summon capable soldiers. Just carry out my orders." "As you wish, my lord." Soon, the news of Samuel's recruitment for the expedition to the Crimson Mountains spread throughout the dock. Every day their SA meat ration? 3 silver deer a month. And a golden dragon for death? Is this for real? Are you sure you heard right? Of course, the word has spread all over the dock. Could it be a scam? Gavin furrowed his brows. Which family does Caesar belong to? I've never heard of them. Do you recognize every lord in the riverbend? A companion scoffed. And how could it be a scam? Hundreds of formidable soldiers stand right there. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Gavin immediately ceased his hesitation and ran toward the crowd. Before long, nearly all the dockworkers had come to inquire. Clearly, such favorable conditions had driven these lowly folk into a frenzy. They would dare to traverse even the most perilous paths. Samuel stood atop a rise, surveying the throng before him, and called out in a commanding voice, "I am Samuel Caesar, recently appointed as a knight of exploration by the Duke of Maze. Today, I seek to recruit a contingent of soldiers to accompany me to the Crimson Mountains to establish new territories. However, not everyone will be accepted. I have certain requirements. First, I only require those aged between 18 and 35. Upon hearing this, many faces fell in disappointment, and they began to depart. The crowd thinned somewhat, yet still numbered in the thousands. Samuel then pointed towards a distant lighthouse and declared, "Now, run at your fastest pace to that lighthouse and return." Many stood frozen in place, but the more astute understood this was a means of selection and immediately took off running. Samuel observed quietly, and once the first group of the swiftest returned, he instructed Todd to inform the remaining participants that they had been eliminated. After estimating the number of those still present, Samuel realized it was still rather excessive. He could not afford to maintain too many soldiers, especially since these people were subjects of the title family. Ideally, he should have sought the Duke of Maze's permission before enlisting. However, he had no desire to face that pompous lord who clearly held him in disdain, fearing a rejection. Thus, he resolved to recruit around 100 able-bodied men, a number so small that even if the Duke learned of it, he would likely not pursue the matter. Consequently, Samuel ascended to a prominent position before the crowd, raised his sword before him, and commanded the remaining laborers to line up and pass beneath the blade. As he observed those who bowed and passed through, he would say, "You are hereby enlisted." For those who stood straight and could not reach the sword, he would shake his head and say, "I'm sorry, you have been eliminated." Gavin watched from the side and quickly grasped that the Lord intended to use height as a criterion for selection, causing his heart to pound anxiously. Once the last of the front line had passed, he steeled himself to step forward. As the sword drew nearer, despair began to settle in Gavin's heart. He realized he was indeed not tall enough. Yet, as he approached the sword, Gavin suddenly rose onto his toes and closed his eyes. Even knowing that his little trick might be discovered, he could not bring himself to give up. He was unwilling to surrender. Born in a slum, he had long aspired to become a squire to a knight, but how could a noble lord ever look upon a commoner without a surname? Hearing of a knight's call to explore had reignited his hopes. He understood that while the endeavor would be arduous, success would lead to the emergence of new nobility. He did not dare to dream of becoming a noble himself. He merely hoped to be noticed by a newly minted knight and serve as their squire. Yet now, that dream appeared to be slipping away. Gavin held his breath, awaiting the judgment of fate. Strangely, the knight's voice remained silent, not daring to turn his head. Yet unwilling to concede, he remained poised on his toes. Time passed slowly. Gavin's legs began to tremble, his face flushed, and beads of sweat continuously dripped down. Yet he stubbornly refused to relent. Samuel, of course, noticed the boy's attempt at deceit but chose not to eliminate him, seemingly curious to see just how long he could maintain his stance. The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, evaporating the sweat that had barely touched the ground. Samuel began to feel his own legs ache from merely standing, yet the young man before him persisted. He trembled, on the verge of collapse, as if he might fall at any moment, yet he remained upright. Just as Gavin felt his consciousness begin to fade, a voice as sweet as the melodies of the heavens finally rang out, "All right, you are enlisted." With a thud, Gavin collapsed to the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Then he saw the knight squatting before him, his round face beaming with warmth. Young man, what is your name? I, my lord, I am called Gavin. Very well, Gavin, from this day forth, you shall tend to my horse. Gavin's eyes filled with tears instantly. Yes, my lord. Dear Miss Marjorie Tidal, I should not intrude upon you with such trivial matters, but considering you are the benefactor of this expedition, I feel obliged to inform you of the latest developments. After we parted ways that day, I met with Sir Todd Flora and 100 soldiers from the Tidal family, each an exceptional warrior. Please convey my gratitude to Lady Alina. Additionally, I have personally recruited 108 dock workers, who I believe will prove invaluable in this endeavor. After spending a day at High Court preparing provisions and equipment, we set out along the Rose Road. Approximately a month later, we arrived near the Hive City, where we planned to rest before continuing southward along the Rose Road. However, we have encountered some difficulties. It is somewhat difficult to admit, but this is indeed my oversight. I did not anticipate the substantial resources required to sustain an army of over 200, especially with the newly enlisted soldiers. I had promised them a daily meat ration. Thus, I fear I may go bankrupt before we even reach the Crimson Mountains. After much deliberation, I have decided to be forthright with you and seek your assistance. Of course, I know this request is quite unreasonable, so even if you decline, I will harbor no ill will. I am merely concerned that this expedition may come to an untimely end. Your most loyal knight, Samuel Caesar. In the rose-filled courtyard, Marjorie sat in a swing chair, swaying gently, her brown curls dancing in the breeze. However, her delicate features were slightly furrowed as she read the letter, making her appear particularly endearing. What is it? Which knight's letter has our little princess so concerned? Seated in a wheelchair is a young man with a thin face and a well-groomed beard, exuding a serene demeanor. He is none other than Varys Targaryen, the eldest son of House Targaryen and the heir to the High Garden. It's not what you think, brother, Marjorie exclaimed as she leaped from the swing, handing a letter to Varys while pouting her rosy lips. It's that Samuel from House Tarly. He has the audacity to write to me asking for money. And it took him this long to reach Honeycomb City. Was he sightseeing along the way? Samuel? Ah, I recall that lad, Varys remarked, a smirk creeping onto his face. The knight with a penchant for golden shrimp. You actually supported him? Only to appease grandmother, Marjorie shrugged. Varys furrowed his brow slightly and continued. I haven't inquired until now, but why has grandmother dispatched Sir Todd and 100 soldiers from our family guard to assist this lad in claiming territory? What is her grand design? Marjorie sighed. I'm not entirely certain of grandmother's specific plans, but I know it pertains to dealing with Dorne. Dorne. Varys instinctively lowered his gaze to his own withered leg. Dorne lies at the southernmost tip of Westeros, separated from the Reach by the Red Mountains. Historically, neighboring regions have been rife with conflict, and the strife between Dorne and the Reach has endured for millennia. It is said that the Red Mountains were once green but were stained crimson by the blood of fallen warriors over centuries of war. Varys' leg was broken by Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne during a tournament, further intensifying the animosity between House Targaryen and House Martell. Noticing her brother's somber mood, Marjorie rushed to take his hand, offering comfort. Do not worry, brother. We shall ensure that the Martells pay dearly for their actions. Yet, Varys smiled gently and shook his head. In truth, I do not harbor hatred for him. Truly, he bested me honorably in the tournament, and I bear no resentment. You might find it hard to believe, but we have maintained correspondence. Just the other day, Oberyn shared a delightful recipe for cooking horse meat with me. Ah. I shall inform the kitchen to try this new method tonight, haha. Varys returned the letter to his sister and added, as for the request from this night, you may decide whether to continue your support. If funds are insufficient, simply let me know. Marjorie was unsure whether her brother's ease was genuine or merely a facade, but she chose not to pursue the topic further. Accepting the letter, she sighed. Alas, we must continue the support. We cannot allow him to return in disgrace so soon. How much do you require? 500. No, 300 golden dragons, Varys replied. This time, I shall write to that portly fellow and urge him to be more frugal. Frugal? Do you think I'm in need of coin? Samuel, brimming with confidence, countered. However, Gavin, with a furrowed brow, lamented, but my lord, the funds you previously allocated for procurement are nearly exhausted. Already? Samuel expressed surprise, though his demeanor remained composed. As Gavin noted the lack of panic on Samuel's part, he felt a bit more reassured but still urged, my lord, you truly need not be so generous to us. While you promised us a meal of meat daily, we would be content with broth. Your provision of 20 pounds of meat each day is indeed extravagant. How can one train without sufficient meat to sustain them? Samuel retorted, and worry not about the finances. I am not lacking in wealth. Gavin, though exasperated, felt a warmth in his heart. My lord, you are the most generous knight I have ever encountered. Samuel, unburdened by guilt, accepted Gavin's praise with a smile and handed him some golden dragons. Now, go to the market and procure supplies. Be sure to look for ingredients we have yet to purchase, regardless of the cost. Yes, my lord. In truth, Samwell's generosity was no facade. Although his funds for expansion were dwindling, he firmly believed that House Targaryen would not let him return empty-handed. After all, 100 elite soldiers had been dispatched. Surely they would not hesitate to invest a little more. Samwell was well aware of Lady Olenna's ulterior motives. Yet he understood that using and being used was a mutual affair. Until the other party achieved their goal, he was, in fact, in the position of power. After dismissing Gavin, Samwell stood before the camp and commanded, "All right, today as military training begins." He then sounded the assembly horn. In an instant, over 100 newly recruited soldiers emerged from the tents, forming neat ranks in the open field. To be honest, Samwell had no clear notion of how to train troops. His sole relevant experience stemmed from military training during his college days in his previous life. The original host had indeed undergone considerable military education under his father's insistence. But those memories were not his own. Although they had been inherited, they could not seamlessly coalesce, much like scattered shells on a beach, requiring effort to collect and organize. Thus, since deciding to venture forth, Samwell began to sift through the military knowledge contained within the original host's memories, merging it with the fragmented modern military theories gleaned from various films and novels, as well as his own experience managing dozens of employees in business, and continuously optimizing and adjusting in practice. Gradually, he developed a training methodology of his own. As for the results, Samwell was uncertain, as they had yet to be tested in real combat. However, at least the new recruits could comprehend commands now, and their formations, marching, and basic combat maneuvers were executed with newfound order, shedding the previous disarray and resembling a proper unit. Unbeknownst to Samwell, his self-devised training methods would leave Todd Florent, who was observing from the sidelines, quite astounded. Initially, when Todd learned that Samwell was recruiting new soldiers, he had anticipated watching a farce unfold. He had assumed that with Samwell, the renowned waste of House Tarly, training the troops, it would not be long before the 100 recruits fled the scene. However, the reality diverged entirely from his expectations. Not only did none of the recruits flee, but they also became increasingly orderly, and within a mere month, they had taken on an appearance that could easily be mistaken for a regular army. Todd, who had initially dismissed the situation, gradually began to take it seriously. Each time Samwell conducted training, he observed closely from a distance. The peculiar training methods both astonished and instilled a measure of fear within him. Was this truly the wasteful eldest son of House Tarly? If Lord Randall Tarly deemed such a son unworthy, just how exceptional must the heir he truly favored be? Todd discerned that while Samwell began somewhat ineptly, he quickly grew more adept and confident. Over time, the demeanor and appearance of the recruits had undergone a remarkable transformation. Of course, Todd was also aware that this new contingent was merely a facade. Their combat effectiveness was nowhere near that of a regular army. Nonetheless, it was a framework constructed by Samwell in a mere month, a feat Todd knew he was incapable of achieving. After all, they are merely well-fed, Todd remarked, turning to his attendant, Carter, who had been watching with a hint of envy. Given ample meat and a month's time, could you train 100 dockworkers to this extent? Todd inquired, to which Carter hesitated, unable to provide a definitive answer. He had also trained the newly recruited soldiers, and naturally understood the difficulties involved. Yet, a moment later, Carter defiantly declared, "So what? They are still utterly fragile. Give me 6 or 7 brothers, and with just one charge, I can shatter this group of recruits." Todd, however, found no inclination to refute such statements. He distinctly recalled when Samwell had initially summoned this group of recruits, Carter had scoffed, claiming that with his sword and armor, he alone could scatter 100 men. Yet, merely a month later, he now required the assistance of 6 or 7 brothers. It was uncertain how many regular troops Carter would need to lead in order to confidently defeat this band of new soldiers when they reached the Crimson Mountains. To be honest, Todd wished to consult Samwell on the methods of training soldiers, but he feared that this might be a closely guarded secret of House Tarly. So he could only observe from the sidelines. While clandestinely learning, Todd also noted something remarkable. It seemed that Samwell's physical capabilities were improving at an extraordinary rate. When they had departed from Highgarden, Samwell had struggled to mount a horse, yet a month later, although still quite heavy, he was no longer as cumbersome as before. During the initial military training, Samwell had mostly been in a supervisory role, occasionally participating in the drills, but he had quickly become exhausted. Now, however, he astonishingly managed to endure the entire training alongside the recruits, a progress that could only be described as astounding. This further solidified Todd's belief that the moniker of waste that Samwell bore was merely a fade, and that his excess weight had been intentionally cultivated. He was simply undergoing a recovery regimen, thus explaining his rapid advancement. As he pondered this, Todd's expression darkened further. The training for the recruits concluded only by noon. This had become the customary marching routine established by Samuel, a half-day of training in the morning, followed by a 2-hour break for lunch, and then a leisurely departure. Setting camp after dark, eating well, and resting briefly before continuing night training. It was precisely for this reason that, after a month, they had covered barely half of their intended journey. Todd had suggested several times to accelerate their pace, but Samuel had consistently refused. This timid pioneer knight insisted on training these recruits into competent warriors, asserting that they would not enter the Crimson Mountains until that was accomplished. I see he is simply too afraid to venture forth, which is why we are dawdling along, Carter once again complained to Todd. When he runs out of money, he will have an excuse to abandon this endeavor. Truly, the cowardice of House Tarley is appalling. Todd remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Carter could not help but add, "My lord Todd, will you truly just stand by and watch?" Todd retorted curtly, "What else can I do? Shall I threaten him with my sword to make him move?" Carter lowered his voice. "That may not be a bad idea." Todd turned his head, narrowing his eyes at his squire. Carter cleared his throat and explained, "What I mean is, we could intimidate that rotund fellow into compliance." Todd averted his gaze, bowing his head in silence. He neither affirmed nor denied his squire's suggestion. Smoke began to rise from the camp, accompanied by an enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. The newly trained recruits sat cross-legged on the ground, their exhaustion evident. Yet their faces were adorned with smiles. After all, there was meat to eat, which certainly brought happiness. In truth, the experiences of the past month had rendered their journey somewhat surreal. What they had anticipated to be an arduous expedition had instead become one of the most joyous segments of their lives. Undoubtedly, the daily training was rigorous. But as former dockworkers, they were accustomed to hard labor. Moreover, the daily meat supply made the effort worthwhile. They increasingly felt that following Lord Caesar into the wild was one of the wisest decisions of their lives. Little did they know, however, that Lord Caesar was presently troubled. Samuel's worries did not stem from monetary issues, though his funds for the expedition were indeed dwindling. He believed that House Tully would not idly witness his venture end in failure. Having dispatched 100 elite soldiers, they would surely not be reluctant to part with a few gold dragons. What truly troubled Samuel was his attribute panel. Over the course of a month, it had undergone significant alterations. Samuel Caesar title, Pioneer Knight territory, none vassals, none strength. 1, 0, 2 agility, 0, 73 spirit, 1. 12 Both strength and agility had seen considerable improvement, particularly strength, which had escalated rapidly with the aid of golden shrimp. Of course, this had also consumed a significant amount of funds. His financial troubles arose partly from the daily meat rations for the recruits, but equally due to his own indulgences. As for the golden shrimp, he purchased them regardless of price. Furthermore, upon arriving at each town, he instructed Gavin to procure various foods, hoping to discover items akin to golden shrimp that could enhance his attributes. Alas, he found nothing. Samuel had sampled an array of peculiar foods along the way, enduring even the most repugnant dishes, snails, lizards, silkworm pupae, and other culinary oddities, but to no avail. To make matters worse, he discovered that once his strength attribute exceeded 1.00, the effects of the golden shrimp were halved. He vividly recalled that after consuming his first golden shrimp upon reaching a strength attribute of 1.00, there was no reaction until he ingested a second, which raised it to 1.01. The additional 0.01 in strength was merely the result of 3 days of grueling military training. This revelation deeply disheartened Samuel, and it was reasonable to predict that as his strength continued to grow, the enhancement effects of golden shrimp would diminish further. Conversely, his agility, while lacking any special food, had increased quite rapidly. This was likely due to the low starting point making it easier to improve, along with the presumed side effect of increased strength. After all, logically speaking, greater strength would naturally correlate with improved speed. Additionally, as he was experiencing success in his weight loss efforts, his movements were undoubtedly becoming more agile. However, as his agility approached 1.00, he anticipated that its enhancement would soon become as challenging as that of strength. As for the spirit attribute, there had been no changes over the past month. Nevertheless, Samuel was not particularly anxious to elevate his spirit at this moment. After all, Daenerys's 3 dragons had yet to hatch, and the mysterious aspects of this world remained dormant. Enhancing his spirit seemed unlikely to yield any immediate benefits. For now, the improvements in strength and agility were far more advantageous for augmenting his combat prowess. With this in mind, Samuel repeated to himself that he was a relentless eating machine, numbly shoving the various bizarre foods procured by Gavin into his mouth. As the strange flavors swirled and surged within him, his expression grew increasingly despondent. Yet, before long, his eyes suddenly brightened. "Gavin, my lord, you called for me? What is this plant?" Samuel exclaimed, holding a silvery white wild herb, urgency lacing his tone, for he had just discovered that consuming this herb had increased his spirit attribute by 0.01. Although it was not the strength or agility he had most eagerly sought, Finding food that could enhance his spirit was not something Samuel would overlook. My lord, this is called ghost grass. Are we not departing yet, my lord? Wait. I have dispatched Gavin to the town to buy supplies. But he just went this morning. He did not bring enough money, hence the need for another trip. Samuel casually replied and continued to gaze in the direction where Gavin had departed, filled with anticipation. Todd sighed in resignation and turned to leave. As his back was turned to Samuel, a cold glint suddenly flashed in the eyes of this illegitimate son. It was not until dusk that Gavin returned. My lord, I scoured the entire market and managed to procure the last 2 sprigs of ghost grass, but that wretched vendor extorted 20 silver bucks from me. As long as you acquired them. Samuel quickly took the ghost grass without concern for the cost and asked, did you inquire about the origin of this herb? I did. The vendor claimed that ghost grass only grows in the Crimson Mountains and is quite rare, making it difficult to find. He bought these from an adventurer. I even sought out that adventurer, who told me he obtained these sprigs after slaying a savage from the Crow tribe. Crimson Mountains. Crow tribe. Samuel murmured these 2 terms, forcefully suppressing the surging desire within him. He then mounted his horse and commanded, let us depart. As night fell, the camp of the expedition team was enveloped in silence. Samuel, deep in slumber, suddenly felt a chill on his face, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found a figure standing within his tent. Sure, Lord Caesar, if you wish to avoid having your throat inadvertently severed by this sword, please refrain from shouting. Samuel took a few deep breaths, striving to calm himself. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he finally recognized the face before him. It was Todd's squire, Carter. Carter. What do you want? Carter chuckled and replied, Lord Caesar, I merely wish to discuss something with you. Speak. Our pace is far too slow. At this rate, when shall we reach the Crimson Mountains? Therefore, starting tomorrow, I hope you will cease wasting time training those worthless recruits and march swiftly towards the Crimson Mountains. Once there, you need not worry about savages or beasts. Our band of over 100 brothers will ensure your safety. Samuel's expression darkened as he inquired, did Todd Florence send you? Carter did not answer but instead tapped the blade of his sword against Samuel's face and said, My lord, do you agree with my proposal? Samuel retorted coldly. Do you understand the penalty for a commoner threatening a noble with a sword? Noble? Ah, all I know is that you are a discarded waste of your family. Yet I still possess noble blood. I am a knight of exploration bestowed by Duke Mace. Do you dare to kill me? Sir Knight, have you forgotten? We are not in a castle, but in the wilderness. If I were to kill you and claim you were slain by a savage in the Crimson Mountains, would the Tally family even bother to investigate? Samuel fell silent. After a moment, he seemed to relent and muttered, Fine, there will be no more training starting tomorrow. We will advance at full speed. That's more like it. Carter smiled as he sheathed his sword. I have noticed that you are not as foolish as the rumors suggest, so you should understand that we are your safeguard here. As for those recruits, should things turn sour, they would be unable to withstand our charge. Therefore, it is in your best interest to comply so we can coexist more harmoniously. Samuel lowered his head, remaining silent, his expression obscured in the dark. Carter paid no mind, bowing slightly as he said, Well then, good night, esteemed knight. With that, he turned and exited the tent, leaving Samuel sitting in silence, unable to fall back asleep. The following day, indeed, Samuel did not conduct military training but ordered a swift march southward at dawn. Although the recruits were puzzled, they dared not question his command. The same occurred on the 3rd day. Over the course of 3 consecutive days, the expedition team's pace accelerated significantly, reaching the upper reaches of the Mead River. On the 4th night, everyone in the camp was asleep, except for Carter, who was on watch with 3 soldiers under his command. At this pace, we should reach our destination soon, right? Yes, in about 2 to 3 weeks, Carter replied, sitting on a large stone at the camp's perimeter, chewing on a blade of grass. If it weren't for that cowardly fat man wasting time, we would have been fishing on the shores of the summer sea by now. Why has that fat knight suddenly stopped training the recruits? Does he think a month of training is sufficient? One subordinate asked, bewildered by the sudden change in the team's dynamics. Carter rolled his eyes, unwilling to divulge the truth. He was not foolish enough to disclose the threat he wielded against a noble. Why do you care so much? We'll arrive sooner. Carter's words were abruptly interrupted as he noticed a shift in the woods. Did you hear that? It sounds like something is moving in the trees. Yes, I heard it too. Let us check it out. Carter stood and led his men into the woods, following the sound. After walking for a while, he suddenly halted and instructed one of his men, Jamie, you go back alone. If we don't return in 10 minutes, wake Lord Todd immediately. Understood. With that, Carter continued deeper into the woods with the remaining 2 soldiers. After advancing a bit further, he again paused, his demeanor turning cautious. Stop. I suspect they are trying to lure us. Sir, should we return to wake Lord Todd? No, it could just be passing bandits who won't dare approach seeing our numbers. We should guard our position and see if they... Before he could finish, the underbrush nearby rustled violently, as if something had dashed through it. Quick as a flash, Carter hurled his sword. Whoosh. Got it. Carter confidently clapped his hands, relaxing his body, believing it to be merely a rabbit. He walked over, preparing to retrieve his sword and the spoils. However, just a few steps in, Carter suddenly felt a tremendous tug on his right foot. Swish. Before the two soldiers could react, they turned to see their commander hanging upside down from a tree. They snapped to attention, hastily drawing their recently sheathed swords, only to find a dozen figures emerging from the darkness, surrounding them. Carter struggled and shouted, "You two fools, come help me cut this rope." Before they could act, a voice echoed from the shadows, "Drop your weapons, or die." "Samuel Caesar." Carter instantly recognized the familiar voice and called out, "What do you want?" Samuel stepped forward, smiling. "I merely wish for you to answer my question." "What question?" "The question I posed 4 days ago." Grasping Carter's hair, Samuel pressed the sword against his throat. What punishment does a commoner face for threatening a noble with a sword? Feeling the cold steel, Carter finally tempered his bravado, preparing to back down. "My lord, I was just joking." "A joke?" "The laws of the kingdom are no jest." Seeing the unmasked murderous intent in Samuel's eyes, Carter finally panicked. Just then, a voice called from afar, "Lord Caesar, please show mercy." "Lord Todd." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Carter's heart surged with hope. "Quickly save me." "Todd Florin." Samuel looked cheerfully towards the shadow rushing from the darkness, as if greeting a dear friend. However, at the same moment, his right hand suddenly yanked downwards. The cold blade ruthlessly severed Carter's throat. The forest fell into an eerie silence. Carter's agonizing gasps became strikingly clear, reminiscent of someone attempting to sip the ocean dry through a slender straw. Soon, Carter's futile struggles ceased in despair, leaving only the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. In the next moment, Todd's furious voice echoed once more. "My Lord Caesar, do you know what you are doing?" Gavin and the others hastily stepped forward, ready to restrain Todd. Observing Todd's fierce demeanor, Samuel understood that he could not show weakness at this moment. Thus, he advanced rather than retreating, rebuking Todd Floor. "What do you intend to do? Do you dare draw your sword against me?" Todd, who had just unsheathed half of his long sword, froze immediately. Seeing this, Samuel took another step forward, inquiring, "Are you truly unaware of what Carter has done?" Todd's lips moved, but before he could utter a word, Samuel pressed on. "Do you not comprehend why I would kill Carter? Can you swear to the 7 gods that you are completely oblivious to his actions? Lady Olenna has commanded your service to me, and this is how you respond? Come on, draw your sword. Let us fight to the death tonight." Faced with Samuel's relentless advance, Todd's initial bravado diminished, and his long sword seemed stuck in its sheath, never to be drawn. Realizing this, Samuel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that the most perilous moment of the night had passed. Since Todd had failed to draw his sword, he would likely never do so again. As he relaxed, Samuel became acutely aware of his racing heartbeat and the turmoil in his stomach. He concealed his trembling hands behind his back, striving to maintain his composure. Despite the inherent danger, Carter had to die. Otherwise, he would lose control over his expedition and even his own life, something he could not tolerate. Todd, too, regained his composure. Yet upon gazing at the lifeless Carter, an uncontrollable fury welled within him, accompanied by a fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. After a month of interaction, Todd had come to realize that the rumored useless eldest son of House Tarley was far from inept. Yet, he had not anticipated the man's ruthless decisiveness. Todd inhaled deeply, releasing his grip on the sword's hilt, and said somberly, "My Lord Caesar, even if Carter was at fault, you should not have killed him. This will incite my soldiers' wrath, and an enraged force may be reluctant to assist you in expanding your territory. Some irrational individuals might even seek trouble with you. Remember, we are in the wilderness, not in a castle." Samuel, however, responded with a light tone, "What is so difficult about it? Simply say that Carter fell victim to the bandits' trap and met an unfortunate end, and that will suffice." Todd scoffed softly, saying, "My lord, as a knight, you ought to understand that honesty is a virtue." "Is it?" Samuel replied with a smirk. "Then, honest knight Todd, do enlighten me. What was Lady Olenna's true purpose in sending you here?" Todd fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Samuel continued with a smile, "Actually, even without your response, I can surmise it." Todd shot a skeptical glance at Samuel, whose eyes sparkled with insight. Samuel leaned closer and whispered a single word, "Pirates." Upon witnessing Todd's eyes widen and his breath quicken, Samuel knew he had struck true. "Would you like to know how I deduced that?" Todd fixed his gaze on Samuel, his silence betraying his curiosity. "You must be the illegitimate son of House Redwine, am I correct?" "Indeed," Todd finally spoke, "my father is Sir Desmond." This was no secret, nor difficult to guess. After all, Lady Olenna hailed from the Redwine family of the Arbor, and it was reasonable for her to send a family illegitimate son to assist in the expansion. Samuel chuckled. "When Lady Olenna first tasked me with this venture, I harbored a significant doubt. Upon what will this new territory subsist?" Todd seemed to grasp the implications. Samuel continued, The land around the Red Mountains is barren and cannot sustain agriculture or livestock, unlike Castle Kalen, which has gold mines beneath its foundation. So, what will the people of this new territory rely upon for sustenance? Lady Olenna had claimed that the region was coastal and could engage in trade. But that was a ruse to deceive me. What would I trade? Stones? I then noted that the territory Lady Olenna had designated for me was situated near the mouth of the torrential river. The three territories upstream, Starfall, Highgarden, and Brightwater Keep, belong to the Dornish. Furthermore, it is near the southern end of the Redwine Strait, where the busiest maritime trade routes to Dorne pass through. Thus, I surmised that Lady Olenna's intentions were clear, with Dornish merchant ships visible in abundance, both on the sea and the river. At this point, Todd could no longer conceal his alarm. Samwell continued unabated. Moreover, I had already anticipated your lineage from House Redwine of the Arbor, a family renowned for its ships and sailors. I believe this is one of the significant reasons Lady Olenna sent you to accompany me in this endeavor. Even more cleverly, should this matter come to light, it would be I, the Lord of the territory, who bears the blame, sparing the reputations of both House Tyrell and House Redwine. Truly a masterstroke. Todd lowered his head, seemingly unable to meet the penetrating gaze of Samwell. With a sigh, Samwell patted Todd's shoulder and lowered his voice. But have you considered? If this matter were to be exposed, as a knight accompanying me in this venture, even if you are not the primary culprit, you may escape execution, but would you not still bear an ill reputation? Todd remained silent. Samwell spoke again, adopting a grave tone. I am the discarded waste of my family. You are the disregarded bastard. We are indeed two of a kind. Lady Olenna's scheme risks our reputations and futures. Tell me, are you truly willing to remain a mere puppet in her hands? Finally, Todd looked up, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied. Do we have any other choice? Without taking a gamble, how can I rise above? And you? Do you truly believe you can accomplish this expansion without the aid of House Tyrell? We must work together. Samwell attempted to place his hand on Todd's shoulder, but Todd evaded him. We are already cooperating, he said flatly, in the endeavor of expanding the new territory. You know that is not what I mean. I know, but we have no alternatives. A flicker of pain crossed Todd's face. As you analyzed previously, in such a barren land, apart from following Lady Olenna's directives, do we have any other way out? Of course we do. Todd suddenly lifted his head, fixing a piercing gaze on Samwell. What alternative? A legitimate and rightful alternative. Samwell smiled mysteriously. If you wish to know, you must first pledge your loyalty to me. Todd snorted lightly, but remained unmoved. Samwell shrugged, feeling no surprise. If Todd had truly bowed down, he would have questioned the other's loyalty. After all, he was merely a pioneering knight without even a territory. And expecting a few words to compel the illegitimate son of Qingding Island to pledge allegiance was indeed a fanciful notion. The words he spoke, along with his previous act of slaying Carter, seemed intended to intimidate and win over Todd, but in truth, they were performed for the benefit of the elderly lady behind Todd. Thus, seeing Todd unmoved, Samwell felt no embarrassment and continued to smile, saying, Consider well. Will you gamble your reputation and future on illegal dealings, or will you earnestly join me in pioneering and making profits? After uttering these words, Samwell returned to the camp with his subordinates, leaving Todd standing in place, lost in thought. Carter's death did not cause much of a stir, as Samwell suggested. Todd claimed that Carter had been murdered by passing bandits. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers of the Tiller family clamored for vengeance, and reluctantly, Todd led a group to scour the area. They indeed managed to capture several bandits wandering nearby. In a fervor, these bandits were mistakenly blamed for Samwell's actions, and all were executed in tribute to Carter. Well, it could be regarded as a service to the people. Samwell then commenced military training for the new recruits, and the pioneering team resumed their previously slow pace. One midday after finishing training, Samwell sat by the campfire roasting a leg of deer when he spotted a lone rider approaching from the distant road. Upon seeing the pioneering team, the rider surprisingly turned his horse towards them. Gavin promptly went to greet him. After some inquiry, they discovered that the individual was a messenger from the High Court, bringing back a letter from Marjorie, along with a large bag of gold dragons. Elated, Samwell instructed Gavin to treat the messenger well, while he opened Marjorie's letter. The specially crafted ink on the parchment emitted a faint fragrance. However, its contents were rather curt. Marjorie expressed her dissatisfaction with Samwell's extravagant spending, demanding that he accelerate the pace of his march. Samwell chose to ignore such demands. Of course, upon receiving the bag of gold coins, he sincerely thanked the Duke's daughter far away in the High Court. He then began to contemplate what reason he should provide next time he requested funds from her. At that moment, a commotion arose again on the road near the camp, and this time, it was considerable, a procession of over 100 people and dozens of carts. Gavin and a few others went to investigate and soon returned with a report. My lord, it is a merchant convoy from Old Town, heading towards Highland City. Samwell nodded. Having recognized the convoy's banner, a white tower in a step-like structure, burning with flames against an ash-gray background. This was the heraldry of the Hightower family, the Lords of Old Town. Initially, Samuel had no intention of engaging with the convoy. But then he reconsidered and instructed Gavin, "Reveal my identity," and asked the convoy steward to come over. "Yes, my lord." Before long, a short middle-aged man hurried over, following Gavin. "Esteemed Sir Caesar, I am Jess, the steward of the Hightower family's merchant convoy. Please allow me to extend greetings on behalf of Lord Count Layton." "Mr. Jess, what are you transporting?" "A shipment of weapons and armor destined for Highland City." "Weapons and armor? May I take a look?" "Certainly." Jess led Samuel into the convoy, showcasing various weapons and armor: longswords, steel knives, bows, spears, and armor. When Samuel saw a cart filled with leather armor, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but pick one up for closer inspection. Noticing Samuel's interest, Jess smiled and explained, "My lord, this leather armor is made from gray lizard skin. It is sturdy and durable, providing great comfort when worn. Would you like to try it on?" Samuel did not wear it himself, but called Gavin over to try it on instead. Seeing Samuel's interest, Jess eagerly began to promote, "My lord, if you are satisfied with this, I can immediately send someone back to Old Town to have the leatherworkers craft a badge for you at a very reasonable price." Samuel stroked his chin in contemplation and asked, "Do you have any other types of armor?" "Yes, we have some chainmail as well. Would you like to take a look?" "What about plate armor?" Jess smiled wryly and shook his head. "I apologize, my lord, but the production cycle for plate armor is lengthy and costly. Our blacksmith shop in Riverbend is among the best, yet they can only produce 3 or 4 suits each year, and they are usually pre-ordered by various noble families." Samuel was not surprised by this. Plate armor, as the highest level of protection during the age of cold weapons, was both difficult to produce and expensive. A finely crafted suit of plate armor could be passed down as a family heirloom among many lesser nobles. Given that he was the long-abandoned firstborn son, Earl Landau would certainly not prepare armor for Samuel. When leaving the high court, he had considered the considerable expenses of conscription, and not wanting to be burdened by weight loss, he had opted not to purchase armor. Now, having just received a handsome sum from the roses of the high court, Samuel could not resist the urge to upgrade his own equipment and that of the newly summoned recruits. It is well known that the presence of armor significantly impacts combat effectiveness. "Then show me your chainmail." "Certainly, this way please." Jess led Samuel to another wagon, retrieving a piece of chainmail that was relatively well-fitted. "Would you like to try it on?" "Yes." Jess cheerfully helped Samuel don the chainmail, explaining, "My lord, this is made by the best blacksmith in Old Town, taking 3 months to complete with over 1,000 iron rings linked together. It weighs approximately 35 pounds and effectively protects against blades, swords, and spears. Do you find it to your liking?" Samuel, moving his arms and legs in the chainmail, found it satisfactory and asked, "If I were to purchase this chainmail, along with 108 of those leather armors, how much would it cost?" Jess's eyes brightened, revealing his delight at encountering a significant customer, and he quickly replied, "My lord, the total comes to 735 gold dragons. If you are certain, I can send someone back to Old Town." Samuel raised his hand to interrupt. "The price is acceptable, but I want the stock immediately, right now." "This." Jess appeared troubled, "But my lord, these have already been ordered by the Mulendal family." Samuel shrugged. "I understand your predicament, but this team is headed to the Crimson Mountains for pioneering, and we urgently require this equipment. Therefore, if I cannot obtain it promptly, I would rather purchase elsewhere." Jess hesitated, but recalling that the Mulendal family were vassals of his own lord, he decided to take a risk. "Very well, my lord. I will allocate this batch to you. As for the Mulendal family, I will send someone back to have them produce another batch." "Now that is commendable." Samuel beamed with joy, pulling out the recently received, still warm gold dragons, and combining it with some funds from his generous father to complete the payment to Jess. He then instructed Gavin to gather the leather armor and distribute it to the new recruits. Gavin, clutching the leather armor, was overwhelmed with excitement yet couldn't help but express his concern. "My lord, you are truly too generous to us. However, I find myself concerned about such extravagant spending." "There is no need for worry." Samuel dismissively waved his hand. "Have I not told you? I am not short of funds. Dear Miss Marjorie, I apologize for intruding upon you once more, but I must confess that I am once again devoid of money. This time, it is not due to reckless spending, but rather for a justifiable reason. You are undoubtedly aware that I am not my father's favorite son. He has bequeathed to me only a long sword and a war horse, leaving me with nothing else. With the Crimson Mountains looming ahead, I find it imperative to enhance my equipment in preparation for the impending battle. Furthermore, as a knight, how could I possibly venture into battle without armor? Should word of this spread, others might believe that the Tyrell family treats their vassals with disdain. Fortuitously, we encountered a merchant caravan from House Hightower near the Vale, and they possessed exactly what I required. Thus, I generously parted with my funds. Rest assured, I have heeded your previous admonitions and specifically opted for affordable chainmail over the costly plate armor. Additionally, I purchased leather armor for each of the new recruits. I am aware that this action may provoke your ire. However, these brave and valiant citizens of the Reach have traveled great distances alongside me to conquer the Crimson Mountains, and I cannot bear to see them enter battle unprotected. I trust that the beautiful and kind Miss Marjorie shares my sentiments. Marjorie crumpled the letter into a ball. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, in the next moment, she burst into laughter, as if recalling something amusing. What is it? Inquired Lady Olenna, observing her granddaughter's conflicting emotions of anger and mirth. It is that Samuel once again wrote to me requesting money. Then give it to him. Marjorie's eyes widened at Lady Olenna's nonchalant response. But grandmother, this is the second time he has asked for money. I suspect he is deliberately squandering it. If we grant him funds again, he will surely deplete them in no time. Are we in need of money? Lady Olenna interrupted with a smile. Marjorie shook her head but remained indignant. Though we are not lacking in funds, we cannot allow him to demand money with such impunity. No, this is extortion. Then do not give it to him. Have Todd bring our soldiers back as well. Huh? Marjorie, who had been fuming moments earlier, hesitated at her grandmother's words. But, grandmother, if we do that, how will Samuel successfully conquer the land? Moreover, were you not planning to utilize him against Dorne? Can we truly abandon that plan? Lady Olenna chuckled. Now you comprehend why he dares to extort you so brazenly. With a sigh, Marjorie approached and wrapped her arms around Lady Olenna's, seeking guidance. Grandmother, please teach me how I should handle this situation. Lady Olenna affectionately patted her granddaughter's hand but did not answer her question. Instead, she countered. What do you think of Samuel Tarly? I find him rather different from the rumors, well, aside from being quite rotund. While they say he is cowardly and timid, I perceive him to possess considerable courage, daring to extort the Tyrell family. Not only does he possess the audacity to extort, but he also killed Todd Florent's squire, Carter. What? Marjorie exclaimed in astonishment. You heard me correctly, Lady Olenna elucidated. I have recently received a letter from Todd Florent, stating that Samuel killed Carter under the pretense of threatening a noble with a sword. How could he dare to kill Carter? Did Todd not intervene? And does he not fear the soldiers harboring resentment? Lady Olenna produced a letter from her sleeve and handed it to Marjorie. This is Todd's letter. Read it for yourself. Marjorie took the letter, scanning its contents in disbelief. This rotund fellow possesses quite a cunning mind, and he is remarkably decisive. It seems the rumors are indeed unreliable. Lady Olenna's gaze deepened as she added, what astonishes me most is Samuel's ability to train soldiers. Indeed, in just over a month, he has transformed a group of dockworkers into disciplined soldiers. It is simply incredible. Lord Tarly must be an excellent teacher, Lady Olenna mused, her expression turning contemplative. Courageous, decisive, cunning, and possessing remarkable military skills, Samuel embodies all the qualities of a true heir. Yet, why would Lord Tarly be so dissatisfied with such a remarkable son as to strip him of his inheritance? Perhaps it is because he finds Samuel too corpulent. Your father is also quite a rotund inflated fish, yet that has not hindered him from becoming the warden of the South. That is different. Though accustomed to her grandmother's sharp tongue, Marjorie felt a twinge of embarrassment at the insult directed toward her father. The house motto of House Tarly is "We stand as one," which is why Lord Tarly yearns for an heir capable of leading the charge on the battlefield. Do you believe Lord Tarly to be a mindless brute? Certainly not. Lord Tarly is one of the finest generals in the Reach. How could he lack intelligence? I merely believe he prefers the glory of battle to the intrigues of scheming. You still perceive Lord Tarly as a mindless brute. Lady Olenna unflinchingly pierced Marjorie's facade before continuing. Does Lord Tarly not engage in schemes? During the War of the Usurper, when Robert Baratheon rebelled against the Targaryens, he achieved 3 victories in a single day at Summerhall. Yet he was ultimately defeated by Lord Tarly at the Battle of the Weeping Woods. I recall it lasted over a year. Indeed, over a year. Yet, they ultimately failed to capture it. Lady Olenna gazed into Marjorie's brown eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. Do you remember the reason why their siege ultimately faltered? Marjorie nodded. It was due to Davos Seaworth successfully sneaking his smuggling ship laden with onions into the port of Storm's End, alleviating the city's food crisis until Duke Ed arrived with reinforcements. For this, Davos was knighted by Stannis. A mocking smile crept onto Lady Olenna's face as she inquired, have you ever pondered how, with over 200 ships from the Storm's End fleet surrounding the port, that Onion Knight managed to slip his smuggling vessel inside? Can he fly? Marjorie furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing something. Lady Olenna's gaze deepened as she said, let me share a secret with you. During the siege, Lord Tarly wrote to me, stating that the food supplies within Storm's End had run out. Marjorie paused, her confusion evident. But grandmother, you were not present on the battlefield. Why would Lord Tarly take the trouble to inform you, so far away in Highgarden? Yet, recalling the Onion Knight, she suddenly understood. Lady Olenna observed her granddaughter's reaction with satisfaction. Indeed, upon receiving Lord Tarly's letter, I promptly wrote to Lord Paxter. It turns out that it was indeed the Earl of Pike's deliberate action. Lady Olenna confirmed her granddaughter's speculation and continued, recalling that during the prolonged siege of Wind's End, Lando Tully had advised your father to leave a small contingent of troops to continue the siege while leading the bulk of the Riverlands army north to unite with the royal forces to jointly combat the rebels. However, the foolish Lord Inflatable Fish either harbored an overconfidence in the royal army or was reluctant to let his troops confront the rebels directly, stubbornly continuing to engage in a futile struggle against that accursed Wind's End. Not long after, news arrived that Prince Rhaegar had been struck down by Robert, which turned the tide of the entire war. At this juncture, your father still failed to realize the gravity of the situation, persisting in his attacks on Wind's End. Lando, left with no choice, penned that seemingly inexplicable letter to me. Had it not been for that letter, Robert's 2 brothers might have starved to death within Wind's End. If that were the case, do you think Robert Baratheon would have so readily accepted the surrender of the Riverlands nobility, who once supported the royal cause? After successfully overthrowing the Targaryen dynasty, Marjorie nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Lando Tully had intended not to sever ties completely, leaving room for negotiation. Indeed, all the Riverlands nobility ought to be grateful to Lando Tully, for he was the one who maintained clarity throughout that conflict. Moreover, you should understand why Lando did not approach Pike himself but chose to write to me instead, correct? Marjorie nodded, comprehending that Lando acted out of caution, wishing to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence of collusion with the rebels. His seemingly nonsensical letter was a testament to his belief that Lady Olenna would grasp his intentions and perceive the situation clearly. Furthermore, Lady Olenna was both the aunt and mother-in-law of the fleet commander, the Earl of Pike. This dual relationship made it safer and more effective for her to persuade the Earl to show leniency towards the rebels. Do you still consider Lando Tully to be a mindless brute? Marjorie playfully stuck out her tongue, surprised to discover such hidden depths behind the siege of Wind's End. It seems that Lando Tully indeed possesses considerable political acumen. Lady Olenna reflected, expressing gratitude that the region of Horn Hill was not particularly prosperous, and that the Tully family lacked sufficient influence in the Riverlands, which is why Lando had never displayed any ambition. Had he been born into a family like the Hightowers or Florence, I would undoubtedly have advised your father to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Marjorie was startled by the cold gleam that flickered in her grandmother's eyes. However, Lady Olenna quickly resumed her benevolent demeanor. As if her previous words were nothing but a jest, Marjorie steadied herself and inquired, Grandmother, if that is the case, how could the Earl of Lando fail to see the merits of Samwell? Why would he seek to strip him of his inheritance? This is a perplexity I share. Perhaps it is after being cast aside by his family that Samwell may finally awaken to the reality of his situation, leading to a transformation in his character. Marjorie found herself amused by her grandmother's moment of confusion, unable to suppress a chuckle. After composing herself, she pointed at the letter in her hand and asked, Grandmother, you still have not told me how to handle that fellow Samwell. Should we continue to provide him with funds? Why not? Lady Olenna replied without hesitation. Besides the rose, the Tyrell family is not lacking in wealth. Such a fine son, and Lando does not cherish him. Why should we not bring him into our fold? Marjorie hesitated, recalling the death of the late Lord Cater. But Grandmother, are you not concerned that Samwell might slip from our grasp? Lady Olenna laughed at this, saying, A wandering knight without a fief, no matter how he flails about, can he truly escape our control? Moreover, mastering the art of managing vassals, ensuring they willingly charge into battle for us, is a skill in itself. Since Samwell is a knight you have personally bestowed knighthood upon, it is up to you to hone your skills. I have no authority to knight anyone. I merely act on behalf of my father. Marjorie stammered, feeling somewhat guilty, then playfully shook Lady Olenna's arm, pleading, Grandmother, teach me how to handle it if Samwell successfully extorts us this time and becomes even more demanding. I cannot keep giving him money indefinitely, can I? Thus, you must establish the rules, rather than allowing him to lead you by the nose. How should I set the rules? The simplest approach is to give him a fixed amount each month, regardless of his demands. A more complex method involves setting up a system of rewards and penalties. For instance, if he makes progress in expanding his territory, reward him with monetary incentives. But if he falters, deduct funds. Ultimately, the initiative must remain in your hands, rather than responding to his every request for money. I understand, Marjorie nodded vigorously. Grandmother, what were your initial plans for Samwell? Initially, I believed Samwell to be a coward, manageable through forceful means. However, it seems that approach is no longer viable. Do not fret. Just as flowers and plants turn towards the sun, people will always gravitate towards their own interests. Master the thread of interest, and you can manipulate anyone, especially someone ambitious and clever like Samwell. Marjorie's eyes sparkled with anticipation, but amidst her excitement, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Grandmother, why did you send Samwell to expand in that region? I can only surmise it was to deal with Dorne, but I cannot grasp the specifics. Hence, I worry it may disrupt your plans. Have you not figured out how to deal with Dorn? Marjorie shook her head. Lady Olenna gently coaxed her. Then consider how the Iron Throne compelled Dorn to submit. It was through marriage alliances. A marriage is merely the outcome, not the cause. If marrying a woman could conquer a kingdom, what need would there be for an army? Without Aegon I capturing Sunspear and shattering the Dornish dream of independence. How could House Martell have willingly married Princess Miriam to King's Landing? Reflect on this. The conqueror Aegon I could not subdue Dorne even with 3 great dragons. Why? After the extinction of the dragons, did Aegon too achieve that remarkable feat? Marjorie fell into deep contemplation, and after a moment, she uncertainly suggested, the rivers? Precisely. With the Red Mountains creating an insurmountable barrier, conquering Dorne from the land is nearly impossible. It is the rivers that serve as the key to unlocking Dorne's gates. Marjorie seemed still puzzled. No wonder you suggested Samwell expand near the confluence of the tumbling river. But grandmother, how exactly should he proceed? Do not be hasty. A truly exceptional gardener's most vital quality is patience. Once the seeds are planted in the right conditions, simply water and fertilize them, and time will reveal the answers. Lady Olenna spoke leisurely, adding, moreover, Todd informed me that Samwell claimed he could conduct serious business in the barren lands of the Red Mountains. I eagerly await the surprise he may bring me. Highgarden crossing the tributaries of the Honeywine River, Samwell and his companions beheld a towering castle of gray limestone. The weathered walls, adorned with moss and climbing ivy, silently recounted the trials this ancient fortress had endured. A white banner fluttered atop the 100-foot castle spire. Emblazoned with a flurry of black and orange butterflies, the sigil of House Mullen, the Lords of Highgarden. Beyond the city, a short distance to the southwest, lay the Red Mountains. It was evident that should Samwell successfully establish a fief in the Red Mountains, the Mullen family would become his neighbors. In order to establish a cordial relationship with his neighbors, Samwell opted not to circumvent the city, but instead dispatched Gavin to Hydel to deliver a formal letter of introduction. In the castle, Lord Martin Mullenwald held the letter in his hand, a bemused smile gracing his face. Is this the so-called Knight of the Realm, appointed by a woman? Gavin slightly bowed, maintaining a respectful yet assertive tone. My lord, Sir Samwell Caesar is a Knight of the Realm, appointed by Miss Marjorie, daughter of Duke Mace, and is a sworn vassal of House Tyrell. Lord Martin curled his lip in disdain. So he is indeed a knight appointed by a woman. Gavin lowered his gaze, refraining from further comment. With a dismissive huff, Martin declared, very well, let him in. Gavin performed a courteous bow and quietly exited. Martin then instructed his steward. Prepare a dinner in the kitchen, nothing too lavish, just decent enough. As you wish, my lord, replied the steward. Father, is this the so-called worthless firstborn of House Tully? Asked Martin's eldest son, Mark Mullenwald. A tall figure, adorned with a scruffy beard, he had a monkey perched upon his shoulder, diligently cracking nuts. Indeed. Lando Tully is quite a character, but alas, he has spawned this worthless son. Now, he has finally resolved to strip Samwell of his inheritance. Though I never imagined he would do so in such a manner. To venture into the Red Mountains, he might as well send him to the wall. Mark shrugged. If I had a choice, I would certainly prefer to venture forth rather than be sent to that cursed wall. Martin shot his son a glance, chuckling. Do you think that embarking on such ventures is an easy task? Of course I understand the difficulties of exploration, but isn't the wall evidently worse? It's freezing cold. And I hear tales of the undead. The undead? Martin scoffed. Just a tale to frighten children. Who has seen such creatures in thousands of years? As for the cold, it is summer now. The wall is not particularly frigid. But winter will inevitably arrive. Who knows? This summer has lingered so long, perhaps it will extend even further. Only those worshipping the old gods of the north would incessantly declare, winter is coming. Mark appeared thoughtful, suddenly exclaiming, Father, could this be the eternal summer promised by the Seven? A time when winter shall cease to exist? The Seven said that eternal summer would arrive when the sins of mankind come to an end. Do you believe humanity's sins have ended? Mark shook his head, lost in contemplation, while the monkey on his shoulder mimicked his owner's pensive demeanor. At that moment, the sound of disciplined footsteps echoed outside the castle. Curiously, Mark stepped onto the balcony, and his eyes widened as he beheld a procession of over 200 men crossing the drawbridge into the castle. Father, come quickly. Hearing his son's call, Martin sauntered outside. What is it? Mark, astonished, pointed at the advancing group of explorers. Are you certain this Samwell is a discarded waste of flesh? Martin was taken aback as well. The sight of over 200 well-equipped soldiers was indeed startling. It was undeniable that Samwell's military training over the past 2 months had borne fruit. The newly recruited 100 soldiers appeared scarcely distinguishable from seasoned veterans. Of course, in a real confrontation, this inexperienced group would surely falter, having yet to endure the trials of bloodshed. However, Samwell's relentless investment in their equipment and sustenance had rendered them sufficiently imposing to most observers. Thus, Martin, once dismissive of the so-called worthless Samwell of the Bay, now found himself confronted with a formidable armed force that could not be easily disregarded. It was essential to note that Heidel's standing army comprised barely over 300 men. Certainly, the Mullenwald family boasted several vassal knights. And with the recruitment of another batch of peasant soldiers, Martin could amass an army of 3,000. He would not fear this 200-strong exploration party. Yet, he was the lord of Heidel, while his adversary was merely a knight without lands. Such a comparison, even in victory, would be a source of shame for Martin. Where did he acquire so many elite soldiers? Martin ground his teeth in frustration. His previous disdain for Samuel swiftly morphed into a jealousy and loathing he could scarcely articulate. Mark pondered, could it be that Count Lando provided them? How many regular troops does Cornerstone possess? Could they spare so many for a discarded waste of flesh to venture into the wild? Mark scratched his head, aware that while House Tully was superior to House Mullenwald, it was unlikely they could afford to send so many elite soldiers to support a worthless knight. Should these soldiers perish in the Red Mountains, House Tully would undoubtedly suffer a significant reduction in power. After a moment's thought, Mark added, could it be the Tyrells who granted him these troops? In his mind, only the wealthy and influential House Tyrell would be willing to squander such a fine army on a knight of little renown. Martin rolled his eyes. Duke Mace wouldn't even grant him a title. Do you think he would bestow such an army upon him? Mark, recognizing the validity of his father's words, began to fidget in thought, while the monkey on his shoulder seemed to sense his owner's distress, leaping around excitedly. Martin scrutinized the exploration party for a while longer, before descending the stairs in silence. Mark hurried after him. Father and son arrived at the castle gates, where the steward had just brought bread and salt. This was a sacred tradition of hospitality, a covenant that had endured for millennia in Westeros. When guests arrive under the roof of their host and accept the offered bread and salt, the rites of hospitality take effect, and neither party may harm the other. Transgressors would incur the wrath of the old and new gods alike. Samuel took a small piece of bread, dipped it in salt, and placed it in his mouth before placing a hand over his heart and bowing slightly to Lord Martin, saying, "Esteemed Lord Mullenwald, I thank you for your warm hospitality." Lord Martin beamed a genuinely sincere smile. "Sir Caesar, welcome to Heidel." As compared to the opulence of Highgarden, the Mullenwald family castle appeared rather modest. The thick walls, narrow windows, and dim candlelight rendered the banquet hall exceedingly cramped, even exuding a somewhat eerie atmosphere. The evening meal was not particularly lavish, consisting of roasted meat, sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes, and a vegetable salad. Samuel, however, held no complaints, relishing his meal while engaging Mark in conversation about his well-behaved monkey. Upon learning that the monkey originated from the Summer Isles, Samuel's interest piqued, prompting numerous inquiries about its location, trade vessels, culture, inhabitants, and specialties. Finding a kindred spirit in Samuel's enthusiasm for the Summer Isles, Mark eagerly recounted everything he knew, his words flowing with fervor. Watching his son bond so readily with Samuel, Martin couldn't help but furrow his brow in concern. He glanced at Todd Flower, who sat silently eating, and asked, "Sir Todd, are you a knight of House Tyrell?" Todd set down his knife and fork, responding, "Indeed, my Lord Viscount." The Viscount Martin nodded thoughtfully, preparing to inquire further when Samuel interjected, "Yes, my Lord Viscount. Sir Todd is indeed the noble bastard of Cheetion Island. He has been entrusted by Lady Olenna to lead the expedition to the Crimson Mountains." It truly was the army of House Tyrell. Viscount Martin was taken aback. He was unaware that Samuel had deliberately blurred the line between Tyrell soldiers and new recruits, believing instead that the expedition comprised solely of elite soldiers from House Tyrell. To think that the Duke holds you in such high regard, sending a force of such caliber to accompany you on this venture, he mused. Samuel chuckled, shaking his head. "My Lord Viscount, you're mistaken." "Oh? In what way am I mistaken? What merit do I possess that warrants the Duke's attention?" "The truth is, he is intent on claiming the new territory in the Crimson Mountains." Realization dawned on Viscount Martin, who evidently accepted this explanation, as he too doubted that the supposed waste was of such worth to warrant such a military escort from Duke Mace. Yet this brought forth another question. If Duke Mace valued the new territory so highly, why assign such a waste to oversee its expansion? Surely, House Tyrell had no shortage of knights. Naturally, such inquiries, even if Martin held a deep-seated disdain for Samuel, could not be posed directly, as doing so would be exceedingly impolite. To his surprise, Samuel articulated the very doubts that occupied the mind of the Lord of Highland City. "My Lord Viscount, are you curious as to why the Duke has sent me on this expedition?" Viscount Martin smiled slightly, maintaining his composure, and praised. "The Tarley family has always produced exceptional generals. No doubt the Duke recognizes your leadership abilities." This remark caused a blush to spread among the attendees. Even the black and white monkey squawking and waving its arms as if unable to tolerate the Viscount's blatant flattery. Samuel shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. "My Lord Viscount, I possess no such leadership talents. Otherwise I would not have been cast out by my father and stripped of my inheritance. The Duke has sent me on this expedition because I dare to undertake what others would not. What might that be? Martin inquired eagerly. However, Samuel merely smiled, surveying the surroundings, and fell silent. Understanding dawned on Martin. He recognized that Samuel preferred not to divulge this information publicly. After a brief hesitation, curiosity got the better of him. He set down his cutlery, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and invited Samuel. I have a collection of wines from Chintian Island. Sam, would you care to sample them? It would be my honor, Samuel replied, rising to follow Viscount Martin to a small adjoining room. Martin retrieved a bottle of wine from the rack and poured 2 glasses. The crisp aroma of the wine soon filled the small chamber. Samuel accepted the glass with thanks and took a delicate sip. It was indeed a fine vintage. However, the purpose of their rendezvous was not solely for wine tasting. My Lord Viscount, you must be eager to know why Duke Mace has dispatched me to the Crimson Mountains, Samuel began. Martin swirled the silver goblet in his hand. Remaining silent, his gaze fixed on Samuel, awaiting his explanation. Highland City lies at the base of the Crimson Mountains. So I trust you are aware that venturing further southwest leads not only to barren land and dense beasts, but also to marauding barbarian tribes. Even if one were to seize a territory, it would be exceedingly difficult to thrive there. This is why the Knights of Riverbend are reluctant to venture here. However, I am different. I am a castaway of my family, with no retreat available to me. Thus, I am willing to take the risk. Moreover, I possess a strategy to foster swift growth in the territory. Rating. Viscount Martin, having listened intently, burst into laughter at this unexpected answer. Sam, surely you do not intend to raid those barbarians? I must remind you, the most valuable possessions they have are likely their crude animal skin garments. Samuel shook his head, beginning to elaborate. My Lord Viscount, you misunderstand. My new territory will be established on the northern shore of the Summer Sea, near the mouth of the rushing river. Tell me, would I target the impoverished barbarians when there are so many affluent merchant vessels passing by? At this, Viscount Martin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young knight before him. Before speaking again, Lord Caesar, I trust one need not remind you of the severe penalties for piracy in Riverbend? I am quite aware. Samuel shrugged nonchalantly. My Lord Viscount, have you forgotten that House Tyrell has dispatched over 200 elite soldiers to accompany me on this expedition? And the leader among them hails from Chintian Island? The Viscount's expression grew serious, though disbelief lingered in his eyes. Samuel continued, Of course, Lady Olena's intention is for me to raid those Dornish merchant vessels, without indiscriminately attacking others. Even so, should this come to light, your reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and you could find yourself on the gallows. Samuel laughed heartily. What reputation do I have left? Besides, if I do not take such actions, how can I establish a new territory in such a place as the Crimson Mountains? Viscount Martin regarded Samuel thoughtfully. Sir Caesar, you are quite different from the rumors. Samuel swirled his wine glass, grinning. Rumors are unreliable, my Lord Viscount. Martin returned the smile. In that case, I wish you success in your endeavors. Yet Samuel suddenly leaned in closer. My Lord Viscount, are you not interested in reaping some profit as well? At this, Martin's guard went up. You do not think I would risk my family's honor to join you in piracy, do you? Of course not, Samuel replied with a benign smile. Such risks are for those of us with no other options. You need only invest. Even if things go awry, you will not be implicated. Invest? Martin echoed cautiously. Indeed. Samuel took a sip of his wine. House Tyrell has already invested in 200 elite soldiers, while the Redwin family of Chintian Island is set to invest in a fleet of ships and sailors. They will all reap significant rewards in the future. So, esteemed Viscount, would you care to partake in this investment? After all, the 2 most powerful families in Riverbend have already placed their bets. Such an opportunity is rare. Viscount Martin pondered this, but remained wary. What is it you seek from me? Artisans, Samuel replied succinctly. I have acquired soldiers and ships, but I urgently need a cadre of craftsmen to assist in constructing the territory and docks. Therefore, I hope you will send the artisans of Highland City with me for the expansion. I assure you, the returns will be 10-fold, even 100-fold. After a moment's contemplation, Martin nodded. Very well, I shall send 10 craftsmen with you. 10. Samuel interrupted without hesitation. My Lord Viscount, I have risked my reputation to be truthful with you, and you would treat me as a beggar? Suppressing his anger, Martin asked, How many do you require? All of them. All? Yes, I want all the craftsmen of Highland City. Samuel waved his hand with grandiosity, proclaiming that these artisans would be lent to him for a year, after which he would pay 10-fold the rent. This is impossible. Lord Martin immediately rejected the notion. What if your venture fails? Who will I seek for compensation then? I might even lose all the artisans. Do you think I am mad enough to agree to such a request? Failure? Samuel chuckled heartily. My lord, do you truly believe this expedition will falter? Every endeavor carries the risk of failure, especially one aimed at the Crimson Mountains. Lord Martin, with a measured tone, inquired, Oh, does the Tyrell family have other intentions? Certainly, Samuel replied. The River Bay and Dorne have been arch-enemies for millennia. Furthermore, with the Duke's eldest son, Velas Tyrell, recently injured by Prince Oberyn, how could the Tyrells not seek vengeance against Dorne? Revenge against Dorne? Lord Martin's expression was skeptical. Dorne is not easily invaded. You are correct. Dorne is indeed easy to defend but difficult to conquer. Yet, did not Aegon I conquer Dorne without the aid of dragons? While he claimed all the credit for that conquest, it was evident to discerning minds that the true turning point was Count Aelin Valerion's fleet capturing the town of Spicedown, thereby severing the communication between Dorne's major territories. You must understand, my expansion site has been personally chosen by Lady Olenna, located near the river mouth of the torrent. This location bears an uncanny resemblance to Spicedown on the Greenblood River. Once we control the river mouth, the 3 significant territories of Western Dorne will fall into the hands of River Bay. Do you think the Tyrell family would allow such an important endeavor to fail? Lord Martin fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Observing his silence, Samuel pressed on. As long as the Tyrells are resolute, I cannot fathom how this expedition could fail. Do you believe the savages in the Crimson Mountains could stand against the elite soldiers of the Tyrell family? Or do you think the Dornish will perceive River Bay's ambitions and take preemptive action to thwart this venture? Lord Martin shook his head. A disorganized band of savages is certainly no threat. As for the Dornish, should they initiate an attack and incite war, Duke Mace might awaken from his slumber with a smile. For in terms of population, resources, and military might, Dorne pales in comparison to River Bay. The prolonged conflict has been primarily due to the natural barrier of the Crimson Mountains and the desert's unique climate. If the Dornish were foolish enough to abandon their advantageous position in attack, they would undoubtedly be crushed by River Bay's forces. Moreover, with the primary obstacle to establishing a new territory, the financial backing, having been addressed by this audacious knight, Lord Martin pondered and concluded that the possibility of failure was indeed minimal. Yet, he hesitated to commit all the artisans of his family to the endeavor. Noticing his reluctance, Samuel ceased his persuasion, placing his goblet down on the table. My lord, please consider it further. I will be resting in Highgarden for a few days, procuring ample supplies for the journey into the mountains. Should you choose to invest, feel free to send someone to find me. With that, Samuel turned and exited the room. On the 3rd day of his stay in Highgarden, Samuel had yet to receive a reply from Lord Martin. It appeared the Lord was indeed quite cautious, not easily swayed by his flowery words. However, he did receive a response from Miss Marjorie. In her letter, she chastised Samuel for his extravagant behavior and urged him to expedite his march. Furthermore, the young lady had learned her lesson. She stipulated in the letter that henceforth, she would allocate only 100 golden dragons per month as funding for the expedition. Should he desire more, Samuel must present substantial achievements, such as progress in the development of the new territory and increases in population. It must be said that Marjorie had grown wise, effectively cutting off Samuel's avenues for undue exploitation. Samuel was not particularly surprised. The Tyrell family was not foolish enough to become a mere cash cow. However, such adept management of subordinates was likely not solely the product of that inexperienced young lady's own scheming, but rather influenced by the counsel of the Queen of Thorns. Yet, Samuel did not feel disheartened, for he had already profited handsomely from the Tyrell family, and this would bolster his stature enough to persuade other potential investors. After all, embarking on an expedition is akin to launching a venture. It necessitates the funds of investors. However, this Lord of Highgarden appeared to be a tough nut to crack. Samuel resolved to wait one final day. If Lord Martin did not respond by tomorrow, he would set forth to seek a new benefactor, investor. Meanwhile, the cautious Lord Martin discreetly sought out the messenger from the Vale, inquiring, "Who penned the letter you delivered to Samuel?" The messenger bowed politely, responding with measured decorum. "I regret to inform you, my lord, that I am unable to disclose that information." However, when Lord Martin slipped a golden dragon into the messenger's hand, a sycophantic smile immediately graced his face. The letter was written by Lady Marjorie, and it also included 300 golden dragons. "Is that so?" Lord Martin mused. "And what else?" "I also observed you meeting with Ser Toddflowers." That was a message from Lady Olenna to Ser Todd. The messenger hesitated at this juncture. Yet, as Lord Martin produced another golden dragon, the steadfast messenger quickly added, Lady Olenna instructed Ser Todd to comply with Lord Tyrell's arrangements. Upon hearing this, Lord Martin's expression shifted, and he remained motionless for a moment. "My lord, have you come to a decision?" Just as Samuel was preparing to leave Highgarden, Lord Martin finally dispatched a messenger to summon him back to the castle. In the drawing room, Lord Martin did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of red wine, smiling. "This is a vintage from Dorne. Care to give it a taste?" "Certainly." Samuel replied eagerly, taking the goblet and savoring a sip. It was robust and heavy, with strong tannins and a rich spiciness. Lord Martin also sampled it, exclaiming, "This is made from the Shiraz grapes of God's grace, much like the Dornish themselves. rough and unrefined. If it is your first time tasting it, be wary of choking. Samuel laughed heartily, downing the contents of his glass. I possess quite an appetite. No matter how potent the drink, it finds its way down. Lord Martin chuckled as well. I am increasingly skeptical of how you acquired that reputation for being inept. Ah, youthful folly. Samuel dismissed it casually, then steered the conversation back. My lord, you must have given thought to my previous proposal? Lord Martin's demeanor shifted. He became serious. I have contemplated it. This matter concerns the ancient enmity between River Bay and Dorne, and the Mullenhall family cannot remain indifferent. Therefore, I have decided to lend you all the artisans within my domain, including apprentices, totaling 275 individuals, for a period of 1 year. A look of uncontainable joy spread across Sam Will's face as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. My lord, you are indeed a generous lord and a sagacious investor. Trust me. This investment will yield bountiful returns. Not so fast. Lord Martin raised his right hand. To safeguard against any contingencies, I require collateral. Collateral? Indeed. Plundering merchant vessels is no trivial endeavor. Should you find yourself unable to repay your debts in the future, I shall seize the collateral as compensation. Samuel, with a glint in his eye, proposed, in that case, let us use the most vital asset within my future territory, the dock, as collateral. The dock? Naturally. The accompanying docking fees and taxes will also fall to you, replied Lord Martin after a moment's contemplation, nodding in agreement. In his view, both Samwell's piratical ambitions and the Tyrell family's grand designs for the western Dornish territories would hinge upon this crucial dock. Using it as collateral would ensure he suffered no loss. After solidifying their partnership, the two delved into further details, reaching a consensus and drafting a contract, which they both duly signed. To a fruitful collaboration, they toasted, marking the Merlindale family of Highgarden as one of Samwell's investors, to await the gathering of craftsmen from Highgarden. The expedition lingered for an additional 3 days before setting forth again. This time, the originally 200-strong pioneering team had swelled to over 400, exuding an even greater sense of vigor. As the leader of the group, Samwell could not help but feel a swell of pride. With such a robust foundation to support him, the arduous initial phase of colonization would undoubtedly be smoother. As for the debts incurred, he paid them little mind. Having once been a businessman in a previous life, Samwell understood all too well that those in debt hold a certain power. The more he owed, the less likely his creditors would allow him to fail in his endeavors. Indeed, he had already devised a plan. Once the construction of the new territory commenced, he would pen another letter to Lord Martin, requesting additional laborers under the pretense of insufficient manpower. He was confident that the generous Lord of Highgarden would not deny such a modest request from a partner. Otherwise, if the dock were not completed within a year, it would ultimately be the Merlindale family that suffered the losses. However, with an increase in personnel came a significant rise in the need for food and supplies. While he could still rely on the Tyrell family's aid to barely make ends meet, he would likely need to seek new investors in the future. Yet, this matter was not urgent. The immediate priority was to reach the colonization site. Having left Highgarden nearly 3 months prior, their leisurely pace had likely set a record for the slowest march in Westerosi history. Furthermore, as they ventured deeper into the Red Mountains, the path ahead promised to be even more treacherous, with the possibility of encountering wildlings. Thus, upon entering the mountains, Samwell ceased the customary military training, allowing his soldiers to conserve their strength for any unforeseen events. Unexpectedly, despite the arduous journey, they encountered no attacks. It seemed the wildlings displayed a modicum of sense. Upon seeing over 200 fully armed soldiers in their midst, they recognized the threat and chose to avoid confrontation. Instead, some unwitting beasts attacked the pioneering team, and their fates were uniformly dire, transformed into roasts over a fire. After nearly a month, the accelerated expedition finally caught sight of the summer sea. The briny, warm sea breeze swept over them, dissipating the mist of the forest and filling everyone with a profound sense of contentment. Samwell, too, felt a surge of joy and quickened his pace. As they journeyed southward, the rugged terrain gradually flattened, forming a rare valley that jutted out toward the sea. My Lord Caesar, this is Eagle's Nest, ideally suited to be your new territory, Todd Flower announced. Samwell surveyed the surroundings, inwardly nodding in approval. This location was indeed promising. Flanked by mountains, and with the summer sea as its backdrop, accessible only through a narrow valley to the northwest. The central flatland spanned over 10,000 acres. Although the rocky soil was unsuitable for farming, constructing a castle was certainly feasible, and the protruding headland was perfect for establishing a dock. Todd Flower's familiarity with the area indicated prior reconnaissance by the Tyrell family. However, the remoteness of this location within the depths of the Red Mountains, coupled with the lack of arable land, meant that establishing a territory would require external support. Clearly, the Tyrell family had hesitated to embark on colonization here until Samwell's arrival. Lady Olenna had likely intended for Todd Flower to keep this timid knight in check, raiding passing merchant ships in his name to sustain the territory's expenses. Yet, the Samuel of today would never acquiesce to such an arrangement. The life of a pirate, once exposed, would render him an outcast from noble society. He could only imagine a fate akin to Jorah Mormont, fleeing across the narrow sea to seek refuge with Daenerys. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind, a realization that this path might not be so bad after all. Samuel swiftly dismissed the foolish notion. Having assumed the name Caesar, he had no desire to be subordinate to any woman. To ascend amidst the impending turmoil, he must quickly secure his own domain and loyal military forces. The eagle's nest before him, along with the 400 pioneers, marked the beginning of this ambition. The castle stands as the quintessential edifice through which humanity asserts dominion over land, serving as the prerequisite for lords to proclaim sovereignty. In the realm of Westeros, the laws governing territorial expansion adhere to this principle. Only by erecting a castle that meets specific criteria on newly claimed land can a lord's ownership be recognized by the kingdom. Thus, upon reaching the colonization site, Samuel's primary objective was clear: to construct a castle of his own. Only then could he truly claim the title of lord. After finishing lunch, Samuel summoned the craftsmen from Highgarden to discuss the castle's construction. "My lord Caesar, we have conducted a preliminary assessment of the surroundings and formulated a rough plan, which we are eager to present to you," began a craftsman named Vito, a man over 50 with graying hair and a respected figure among the Highgarden artisans. Lord Martin had previously urged Samuel to safeguard this elder's well-being. "Please, Vito, do share," Samuel said, always respectful of capable individuals. Vito inclined his head slightly and spoke confidently. "My lord, we believe that to build a castle befitting your stature, the optimal location would be the northeast corner of this valley. The elevation there ensures that even during high tide, it remains unaffected, while being flanked by mountains saves on the need for 2 walls. The preliminary design for the castle encompasses approximately 5 acres, featuring a 6-story main keep with 38 rooms, 2 cellars, in addition to 3 outbuildings, a stable, a warehouse, 3 barracks, and 4 towers standing 90 feet high, equipped to house heavy crossbows and small catapults. The walls will rise about 80 feet, with a thickness of 12 feet, constructed from piled stone, plastered, and filled with gravel, making them exceedingly sturdy. A moat could be created by channeling seawater around the castle. Samuel listened intently, and once Vito had finished, he inquired, "What would be the cost of constructing such a castle?" Vito stroked his long beard thoughtfully before responding, "Approximately 70,000 gold dragons." Samuel's lips twitched slightly as he pressed on. "And how long would it take to complete?" "With the current workforce, it would take about 5 years. Samuel's expression soured further as he asked, "If I were to provide sufficient labor, how long then?" "At the very least, 6 months. However, in that scenario, the cost would undoubtedly exceed 70,000 gold dragons, likely multiplying several times over." "Understood." Samuel nodded, his spirits lifted somewhat. He certainly could not wait 5 years. By then, the White Walkers would have arrived, and there would be no point in playing games. He needed to secure his entry ticket before the power struggle officially commenced. Thus, the pressing question was how to amass such a substantial sum of money in a short time. Further investments were out of the question. Even if Westeros had a plethora of gullible souls, it was impossible for him to deceive them into providing such a fortune. However, Samuel remained unperturbed. His willingness to venture forth indicated he was prepared. He had previously mentioned to Todd that he could generate income for the territory through legitimate business, and he was not merely boasting. Yet, discussing this now would be premature. First, they needed to establish themselves. "Mr. Vito, since we cannot hasten the arrival of the castle, shall we construct a secure encampment? What do you suggest?" "My lord, I recommend erecting a simple wooden fortress. First, we can form a small hill using earth and stones near the valley's entrance and build a wooden tower upon it, complete with a signal fire platform. On either side, we could construct 3 or 4 shorter arrow towers, surrounded by a sturdy wooden fence for protection. A ditch can be dug outside the fence to enhance defense capabilities. Behind the tower, we can arrange buildings such as houses, stables, and a blacksmith shop, all constructed from wood. This rudimentary wooden fortress is cost-effective, easily sourced, and can be built swiftly, providing effective defense. Of course, its drawbacks are evident. It lacks sturdiness, is vulnerable to fire, and cannot be recognized as the territory's core by the kingdom. Nevertheless, it will suffice as a temporary encampment." Samuel smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well, Mr. Vito. I entrust this task to you." "Yes, my lord." Vito bowed and then inquired, "My lord, I also have a preliminary plan for the dock." "Let us not rush the dock," Samuel interjected, shaking his head. "Let us first concentrate our efforts on constructing the wooden fortress. Remember to build additional wooden shelters. It won't be long before we have new companions joining us." "Understood, my lord." After arranging for the craftsmen, Samuel turned his attention to the side, where Todd Flowers stood. "Sir Todd, What recommendations do you have regarding the camp's security? Although the two had previously experienced a rift due to Kat's demise, they had not severed ties. And Todd had consistently been diligent throughout their journey, particularly after delving into the Red Mountains. Without this seasoned knight, even in the absence of wildlings attacks, the expedition would not have reached the northern shores of the Summer Sea so smoothly. Thus, Samuel held Todd's opinions on security in high regard. Todd wasted no time in responding. My lord, I propose we clear all the trees near the valley's entrance to prevent enemies or beasts from using them for concealment. Additionally, although the wildlings have not attacked us thus far, they have been trailing us. So we must remain vigilant and assign personnel to patrol outside the valley daily to gather intelligence on the surrounding area. Agreed. Samuel nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, he added, however, regarding the wildlings, as long as they do not show any malicious intent, we shall refrain from aggression. If possible, I would like to ascertain the distribution of the wildling tribes and ideally meet with their leaders. My lord, the wildlings in the Red Mountains will not harbor any goodwill toward us. The only reason they have not attacked is that they see we possess sufficient soldiers. Do not underestimate them. Rest assured, I understand their peril. Yet, as the lord of this territory, if I can incorporate some wildlings as subjects, the development of our domain will surely proceed more smoothly. Todd offered no further counsel and promptly began to act according to Samuel's directives. The previously tranquil valley soon buzzed with activity. Samuel led his newly recruited soldiers to the seashore to catch fish and shrimp. Given that Eaglebeak was situated deep within the Red Mountains with inconvenient transportation, although they had brought some livestock and prepared some salted meats, they needed to be frugal with their rations. Fortunately, the recruits were primarily dock workers, most of whom had grown up along the banks of the Mander River and were well versed in procuring food from the water. In just one afternoon, the recruits amassed an impressive haul, with the seafood piled high like a small mountain. However, just as Samuel delighted in the prospect of enjoying a seafood barbecue feast that evening, Todd returned with a troubled expression, reporting, My lord, trouble has arisen. Our soldiers who were felling trees have been attacked by wildlings. 3 are injured, and of the 3 patrols sent out, only 2 have returned. As the sun dipped low, casting golden rays across the calm sea, a few seagulls swiftly skimmed the surface, disrupting the golden reflections. Yet, Samuel had no time to appreciate the beauty before him. Upon seeing Todd's return, he asked, Have we not located that patrol? Not yet, replied Todd, his expression grim. What of the wildlings who attacked us? Have we found any trace of them? None. They do not engage us directly. After their ambush, they retreat into the forest, and we are unfamiliar with the terrain, making pursuit impossible. Todd clenched his teeth and declared, I intend to take 10 more men and search further afield. At these words, Samuel fell silent. Todd assumed his reluctance was due to hesitation and felt a surge of anger. My lord, those patrols were sent by me. I must retrieve them. Otherwise, I do not wish to prevent your search, Samuel explained, but I want you to take more men with you. Todd's expression softened slightly, but he shook his head, saying, 10 men will suffice. Any more, and the safety of the camp may be compromised. With a slight smile, Samuel remarked, I want the wildlings to think the same way. What do you mean? Todd asked, momentarily taken aback. You were right before. I underestimated the malice of the wildlings. It seems they are unlikely to engage in friendly discourse with us. If that is the case, we must establish our authority first. With that, Samuel's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. You will take all the soldiers of House Tarley out, allowing the wildlings to presume the camp is defenseless and come to attack. I will lead my men to hold them off, and you can seize the moment to return with your troops, trapping them in the valley. Todd stared incredulously at the young knight before him, unable to believe what he had just heard. My lord, isn't this too risky? We do not even know how many wildlings have come. Samuel, undaunted, responded, What is there to fear from a group of sneaky wildlings? If they truly possess the strength to confront us openly, why would they resort to ambushes? Todd hesitated. Perhaps we should wait until we ascertain the number of wildlings before taking action. And how do you propose we gather that information? Samuel interjected bluntly. This is the Red Mountains, the wildlings' territory. Our men cannot even catch a glimpse of them here. Seeing Todd fall silent, Samuel's voice turned cold once more. Do not waver. This is our best opportunity. If we wait until the tower is completed and the fence is erected, even if we employ tactics to lure them, they may not dare to attack. By then, they will use their familiarity with the terrain to strike and retreat undetected, continually harassing us. We may find ourselves confined to this valley for safety. Prolonged inaction will severely hinder our territorial development, and the entire expedition could descend into panic. We might even find ourselves trapped in this valley. Therefore, we must seize the moment, deliberately expose a vulnerability, lure the wildlings into an attack, and deliver a decisive blow. Todd pondered for a moment, then resolutely nodded and declared, Very well. Since you, my lord, possess such courage and trust in me, I shall not disappoint you. With that, Todd emphatically struck his right hand against his chest, performing a knightly salute with utmost seriousness before turning to leave. Samuel turned to find his attendant, Gavin, and was about to issue instructions when he noticed Gavin's hesitance. He inquired, "What troubles you?" Gavin lowered his voice, "My lord, are you not concerned that Todd Fohua might abandon us in our time of need?" Samuel regarded his young attendant thoughtfully and replied with a smile, "Fear not. For Todd Fohua is a wise man. He would not commit the folly of inaction in the face of peril. Besides, with our supplies here, does he truly believe he can flee the Crimson Mountains with 100 soldiers lacking provisions? Even if he escapes, do you think the Tyrell family would grant him mercy?" Gavin hesitated but pressed on with his concerns, "My lord, while I doubt Todd would dare to abandon us, might he not intentionally delay, causing us to suffer heavy losses against the savages? Perhaps we should reconsider the arrangement, allowing Todd and his men to defend the valley while you lead the troops outside, returning to strike once the battle commences." Samuel shook his head. "You are all inexperienced soldiers, better suited to remain in the valley, relying on defensive fortifications for a stand-up fight. The strategy of feigning an exit only to return is best left to Todd and his seasoned veterans." Noticing Gavin was about to speak again, Samuel interjected, "Gavin, do you know what is most taboo on the battlefield?" "My lord, what is it?" "It is disunity and mutual suspicion." Samuel's expression turned grave. "Regardless of any disputes between Todd and me, we stand as comrades on the same front when facing the savages. Should I implement your proposed arrangement, Todd would immediately sense my distrust, and before the battle even begins, our morale would wane. Furthermore, even if we were to triumph, from that point forward, only wariness and suspicion would remain between us." "I understand, my lord," Gavin replied, lowering his head in silence. Samuel softened his tone, "Very well. Inform the men that there may be an imminent attack from the savages tonight. Advise them to eat and rest early, but not to remove their armor, keeping their weapons close at hand, and remain alert to the sound of the horn. Additionally, summon Vito." "Understood." Samuel's willingness to trust Todd was anchored in another significant reason. Margaret had warned him in her letter to refrain from unnecessary bloodshed, indicating that Todd Fohua would heed his directives moving forward. This revelation led Samuel to keenly perceive that Lady Alina's attitude toward him had likely shifted. If previously she regarded him as a puppet to be controlled, after his decisive actions, she seemed to have altered her strategy and was willing to grant him an opportunity. Thus, for now, Todd remained a figure of trust. Of course, if Samuel's performance in the forthcoming territorial expansion failed to meet her expectations, Todd might well emerge to contest the leadership of the expedition. Samuel had no doubt about this. After all, the Thorn Queen was not a woman of leniency. Therefore, this battle would prove crucial for him. Equally, it was of utmost importance for his new recruits. For over 4 months, Samuel had spared no expense in providing them with equipment, ensuring their daily meals included meat, and personally training them. Now, it was time to assess their mettle. Should they emerge victorious, these recruits would undergo a transformation, and Samuel would officially possess his first elite corps unit. Victory in this battle was imperative. Lost in these thoughts, Gavin approached with Vito. Samuel composed himself and shared his plans with Vito, then began discussing the layout for their defenses. There was no time to construct a tower, nor even to erect a palisade. Fortunately, during the afternoon, craftsmen had managed to create a small earthen mound at the valley's entrance. With some reinforcement and arrangement, it could serve as an adequate defensive position. The valley entrance was narrow, allowing only 6 or 7 men to walk side by side. When the time came, Samuel would position his forces atop the mound, gaining an advantageous height. After finalizing the plan, he instructed Vito to gather some boulders and logs to pile atop the mound. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Todd departed the camp with his men. The craftsmen began their diligent work on the defensive position, while Samuel and his soldiers retired early to rest and replenish their energy. Gazing at the vast, shimmering night sky, Samuel found sleep elusive. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed in his ears, and memories of his previous life flickered in his mind, though the distance of time felt surreal. As the night deepened, an unnameable anticipation seemed to brew in the air. Gathering momentum, the night raid commenced with a mournful blast of a horn, shattering the tranquil darkness. It startled Samuel, who had been unable to sleep. He sprang to his feet, bellowing, "Form ranks! Form ranks!" After a brief flurry of chaos, the new recruits swiftly assembled beside him. Discipline and order had been the cornerstone of Samuel's training over the past 4 months, instilled in the soldiers until it became second nature, akin to muscle memory. In the hazy moonlight, Samuel discerned shadowy figures emerging along the path into the valley. The wild men had indeed taken the bait. Upon hearing the horn, they realized they had been discovered and ceased their attempts at concealment, letting out eerie howls that echoed through the valley, rousing countless creatures from their slumber. The sight sent a wave of alarm through the camp. There were far too many wild men. In the cover of night, they could not ascertain the number, but judging by the cacophony and the sheer force, it was likely in the thousands. Could they withstand such overwhelming odds? Standing atop a small hill at the valley's mouth, Samuel gazed at the throng of dark figures charging toward him, his heart racing yet his mind unnervingly calm. This composure astonished even him. In moments of great significance, tranquility was vital, a state of mind he had longed for in his past life, yet found himself mastering inexplicably in this new existence. Previously, he had hesitated before making life and death decisions, feeling fear and revulsion after taking a life. Yet, when confronted with Carter's lifeless form, he had remained utterly composed. Even when Todd Furrow charged at him in fury, this time was no different. Before the battle, he had been riddled with doubts, fearing betrayal, misjudging the wild men's numbers, or that his months of military training might amount to nothing, leading to his demise on an inconspicuous hill. But as the dark horde bore down on him, all hesitation and fear evaporated, leaving only a singular resolve, to fight to the death. Release. At Samuel's command, the soldiers unleashed the boulders and logs they had prepared, sending them tumbling down the slope. The thunderous crash echoed as the projectiles struck the wild men rushing into the valley. In an instant, chaos erupted, with limbs and cries mingling in a gruesome spectacle. This initial assault dealt a significant blow to the wild men's arrogance and offered a momentary reprieve to the anxious new recruits. Shield up. Samuel's voice rang out once more. The frontline soldiers instinctively raised their large wooden shields, eyes filled with trepidation as they faced the oncoming wild men. The moonlight illuminated the grotesque features of their foes. Despite their fear, they stood firm, bolstered by the presence of their comrades and their lord behind them. Over the past 4 months, Samuel had refrained from teaching them complex combat techniques. Instead, he had focused on the repetition of the simplest, most fundamental movements. His sole requirement was unity, discipline, and obedience to commands. Through countless monotonous drills, the soldiers had developed muscle memory. Even in their heightened state of anxiety, they would instinctively execute the tactical maneuvers upon hearing the orders. Individually, the new recruits were fraught with flaws, rigid, uncoordinated, and lacking fluidity, but when arrayed in formation, they became a formidable machine of death. Perhaps even Samuel himself did not fully comprehend the significance of a disciplined and orderly force in the age of cold steel warfare. Tonight, this nascent army would reveal its bloody fangs deep within the Crimson Mountains. Thud, thud, thud. Many of the new recruits closed their eyes, their feet planted firmly on the ground as they braced against the wild men's initial charge. Fortunately, the wooden shields held firm. This was not entirely unexpected. While the wooden shields offered limited protection, the wild men wielded even more rudimentary weapons, lacking advanced metallurgy and possessing mostly stone hammers, wooden spears, and primitive tools fashioned from animal teeth. Moreover, they were attacking from below, which diminished their lethality. Samuel observed the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. Issuing a second command, "Pike." The soldiers hiding behind the shields thrust their long spears through the gaps in the wooden barriers. The sounds of steel piercing flesh rang out repeatedly. After several rounds of thrusting, the ranks of wild men that had surged into the valley thinned significantly. Draw blades. With his third command, the soldiers in the rear drew their long swords, slicing through the ranks of the still howling wild men. After a swift flurry of strikes, the swordsmen quickly retreated behind the shields, preparing for the next wave of assault. This cycle repeated itself, again and again. After several rounds, noticing the soldiers beginning to tire, Samuel commanded, "First group, fall back and let the second group advance." Given the narrow terrain at the valley's mouth, Samuel had already divided his soldiers into 3 groups, rotating them in and out of the fray. Each group employed identical tactics: shield up, thrust with pikes, draw blades. Monotonous, repetitive, and utterly unexciting, yet it proved immensely effective. Not long into the battle, the slope of the valley was littered with the corpses of the wild men. Even the new recruits, experiencing battle for the first time, were astonished by the carnage they had wrought. Naturally, they were prone to nerves and mistakes, but even so, the wild men struggled to inflict significant harm upon them, as the recruits were clad in leather armor for protection. With superior equipment, advantageous terrain, synchronized teamwork, and Samuel's calm command on the battlefield, the new recruits grew increasingly proficient and confident with each passing moment. Blood stained their bodies, washing away their naivety. The transition from novice to veteran was remarkably simple: endure a battle, slay an enemy, and survive. The over 100 new recruits summoned from the docks of the Mand River were undergoing this very transformation. As time progressed, their movements became more unified, more concise, and efficient. No matter how fiercely the wild men charged, they could not breach the seemingly fragile defense, leaving only a trail of bodies at the valley's entrance. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and under Samuel's guidance, the soldiers atop the hill coalesced into a machine born for slaughter. Life served as its fuel, blood as its lubricant, and the terror of the enemy its highest honor. Why have the warriors yet to breach the defenses? Outside the valley, a young savage inquired, his impatience evident. He possessed a horse-like visage, with dark skin and a robust physique, adorned with a necklace crafted from animal teeth. An experienced hunter would discern that these were all tiger fangs, a tradition of the renowned Tiger Fang tribe within the Crimson Mountains. In this tribe, warriors earn the highest honor by slaying tigers, subsequently crafting necklaces from the longest and sharpest fangs to showcase their valor. The young savage, who had just spoken, wore a necklace brimming with fangs, the longest exceeding 5 inches, suggesting the immense size of the tigers he had felled. Beside him stood 2 similarly featured young savages, their own necklaces equally impressive. These 3 were the illustrious sons of the Tiger Fang tribe's chieftain, known as the Fearless Three Brothers, the eldest, Kika, the second, Chimu, and the youngest, Chimon. Upon discovering the trail of the pioneering expedition, the brothers rallied warriors from nearby tribes, preparing to drive the intruding River Bay people from their territory. Although the tribes of the Crimson Mountains often contended amongst themselves, they formed a natural alliance against the River Bay invaders. However, upon realizing that the expedition comprised over 200 well-equipped and trained soldiers, the brothers refrained from hasty action, opting instead to follow discreetly while awaiting reinforcements. As the expedition arrived at their destination and commenced constructing a camp, Kika grew increasingly anxious. He recognized that the cunning River Bay people had chosen a strategically advantageous valley for defense. Should they establish a fortified camp, the wild tribes would lose control of the land permanently. At this juncture, bolstered by the Tiger Fang tribe's reputation, over 2,000 wild warriors had gathered around the brothers. Yet Kika hesitated to launch an attack. Despite their numerical superiority, wild tribesmen faced a significant disadvantage in weaponry and physical conditioning against the River Bay regulars. Unless they had a tenfold advantage, direct confrontation was unthinkable. Although their numbers had reached tenfold, the River Bay's positional advantage made Kika reluctant to act prematurely. As time passed, the River Bay people would fortify their defenses further, leaving Kika in a difficult position, unable to attack or retreat. In desperation, he dispatched scouts to harass and delay the construction of the camp while probing the enemy's combat capabilities, capturing 2 sentinels for reconnaissance. Unexpectedly, the River Bay's response was fierce, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. By evening, over 100 fully armed soldiers emerged from the valley, seeking their comrades. This unforeseen development filled Kika with unexpected elation, for he had learned from the captured sentinels that the expedition comprised over 200 soldiers, half of whom were elite troops from the Tillier family, while the other half consisted of newly recruited soldiers. Now, the most elite Tillier troops had vacated the camp. This presented a golden opportunity. As a skilled hunter, Kika never hesitated when his prey revealed vulnerability. Thus, upon confirming the distance of the Tillier soldiers, he decisively commanded an assault on the River Bay camp. In his view, over 100 new recruits and a knight deemed inept among the River Bay nobility could hardly withstand the onslaught of over 2,000 warriors, even with the advantage of terrain. However, as the battle commenced, the resistance proved unexpectedly fierce. The narrow, deep valley seemed to transform into an abyss, voraciously consuming the lives of the wild warriors. "We should have breached by now," Chimon remarked, his own impatience surfacing, though he attempted to reassure. "There are only over 100 new recruits in the camp. They must have sustained significant casualties by now. What of our warriors? After such prolonged engagement, what are our losses?" A tribal leader who had come to assist inquired, prompting a heavy silence among the gathered warriors. In the enveloping darkness, the casualty count remained uncertain, overshadowed by the cacophony of battle and the pungent scent of blood. Suddenly, Kika leapt to his feet, drawing his blade. "I shall lead the charge." Hearing this declaration, the crowd brightened, as if the mere presence of the Tiger Fang tribe's foremost warrior would cause the enemy to crumble. However, as Kika took a few steps, he felt a hand grasp him. "What is it, Chimon?" he asked, noticing his brother's anxious demeanor. "Brother, the more I contemplate this, the more I sense something amiss. This may very well be a trap set by the River Bay." Kika paused. "What kind of trap?" "Consider this. If we cannot breach the camp and the Tillier soldiers suddenly return, what then?" Kika's eyes widened, then narrowed in thought. He patted his brother's shoulder. "You make a valid point, but retreat is no longer an option. You and Chimu must watch our rear. Should the Tillier troops return, hold your ground. If I can penetrate the valley, victory shall be ours. Those River Bay invaders will perish." With that, Kika turned resolutely and strode away. Chimon sighed inwardly. Aware that his brother was correct, the moment for realization had passed. Most wild warriors were now trapped within the valley, and retreat would irreparably tarnish the Tiger Fang tribe's reputation. Thus, the 3 brothers had no choice but to advance, with no possibility of retreat. As Kika steeled himself, a savage suddenly rushed toward him, breathless and alarmed. "Not good. The River Bay troops that previously departed have returned." A chill ran down Chimon's spine. The trap had indeed been set. Yet, He knew panic was not an option, for the makeshift coalition of wild warriors could quickly disintegrate. Thus, facing the stunned crowd, Chimon donned a calm smile and declared, "What is there to fear? They are but 100 River Bay soldiers. I shall lead 300 warriors to hold them." Inspired by Chimon's courage, the warriors regained their composure and began praising the bravery of the Tiger Fong brothers. Recognizing the urgency, Chimon swiftly sought out his brother Chimo, assembling over 300 wild warriors to form a line outside the valley in anticipation of the approaching Tillier forces. As he beheld the formidable army before him, Chimon suppressed his inner turmoil, forcing himself to remain composed. Even if it were a trap, so what? As one of the Tiger Fong tribe's most distinguished warriors, he had danced on the precipice of life and death countless times. Yet, he had never once turned his back on an enemy. Brave warriors of the mountains, follow me. Charge. Defeat. Form shields. Thrust spears. Draw swords. On the hillock of Guko, Samuel's voice had grown hoarse, yet his expression grew increasingly relaxed. As the battle progressed, not only had the new recruits undergone a transformation through the baptism of blood, but Samuel also solidified his confidence in the military theories he had cultivated. On this battlefield dominated by cold weapons, orderly formations, strict discipline, and coherent organization proved to be the most formidable weapons. The corpses of the savages strewn across the slope served as the best testament to this theory. Samuel could sense the enemy's morale swiftly waning. Their momentum was faltering, and he believed it would not be long before the savages dared not launch another assault on the hill, even without Todd Floor's flanking attack. Samuel was confident in his ability to hold the valley with his new recruits. Gazing at the throng of dark-skinned savages in the valley, he found himself wishing for a few archers. A few volleys raining down upon the crowd would undoubtedly shatter their spirit. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Training competent archers was no simple task, and 4 months was hardly enough time, especially considering the significant costs associated with such troops. That would have to wait until the territory had expanded. Kill. A roar like thunder reverberated in his ears, jolting Samuel back to reality. He witnessed one of his shield bearers soar through the air like a kite with its string severed, tumbling several times before crashing down, his chest caved in, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. What was happening? Samuel was horrified to discover that a massive savage had breached the shield bearer's line, charging forth with an unstoppable momentum. Brandishing a long knife, the tiger tooth necklace around his neck glinting ominously with a sanguine light. Stop him. With a thunderous impact, Kika smashed another wooden shield to splinters, his blood-red eyes locking onto the figure on the hill, issuing commands. Die! Kika bellowed, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, lunging directly at Samuel. In an instant, Samuel found himself unable to evade, bracing himself to deflect the blow with his sword. Clang! The violent clash of metal sent Samuel's sword flying from his grasp, and he was sent reeling backward as though struck by a freight truck, the pain in his chest making it nearly impossible to breathe. Thankfully, his chainmail had protected him, or that fearsome savage would have surely split him open. Before Samuel could catch his breath, Kika erupted into laughter, swinging his blade down once more. The stench of blood that filled the air felt like the breath of death, nearly shattering Samuel's resolve. In a desperate bid for survival, he exerted every ounce of strength he had, crawling sideways on the ground like a large lizard. Thud! The steel blade struck the earth with tremendous force, sending clods of dirt and stone flying across Samuel's face, leaving several gashes. He had narrowly escaped decapitation. Attempting to rise, Samuel found his limbs heavy as lead, paralyzed and unable to move. Yet Kika was upon him again. Protect Lord Caesar. The soldiers finally reacted, managing to intercept Kika. Samuel gasped for air, realizing his mouth was filled with a metallic, sweet taste. What an intimidating savage. Such overwhelming strength. After days of arduous training and with the aid of the golden shrimp, his strength attribute had now surpassed that of an ordinary person, reaching 132. Yet in the presence of this terrifying savage, he felt utterly powerless. Samuel surmised that this savage's strength attribute must be around 3 or even higher. Second squad, advance. Steady the line. Third squad, encircle that savage. As Samuel caught his breath, he quickly issued commands. The advantage of having a reserve force became apparent as the breached line was swiftly stabilized once more. As for Kika, no matter how formidable he was, surrounded by dozens of spear and shield bearers, he could hardly make a significant impact. Individual valor holds limited sway in the grand tapestry of war. Nevertheless, Samuel could not deny how perilous the situation had been. The savage's combat prowess and timing were indeed formidable. Had he succeeded in slaying Samuel, he might have turned the tide of the battle. Alas, it was not to be. Now, Kika found himself cornered, struggling amidst the forest of long spears, desperately attempting to break free, sustaining numerous injuries. Like a beast trapped in a cage, Kika roared, his blood-red eyes flashing with a glint of malice as he hurled his steel knife towards Samuel. Die! Fortunately, Samuel had been vigilant. quickly seizing a wooden shield from a nearby soldier to shield himself. Thud. The knife, propelled by extraordinary force, pierced the shield. Yet Samuel's chainmail absorbed the brunt of the impact. The overwhelming strength of the savage forced Samuel back 3 steps, landing him squarely on the ground. Swallowing the blood that rose in his throat, Samuel struggled to rise once more, bellowing, "Kill him! Kill!" Seeing the savage disarmed, the soldiers surged forward. Roar! Kika let out a frenzied scream, charging once again toward Samuel. The soldiers quickly regrouped, prepared to defend their lord at all costs. However, to their astonishment, Kika suddenly pivoted and fled toward the valley's exit. Until now, the savage had been relentless, but this unexpected maneuver caught the soldiers off guard, allowing Kika to break through the encirclement. "Do not pursue. Hold the line," Samuel urgently commanded the soldiers attempting to chase after him. Though he longed to see that savage suffer, he understood the importance of maintaining their position. Besides, Kika was now severely injured and posed little threat. Though Kika's reckless charge had thrown the defenders into disarray, it ultimately proved to be a mere flicker of defiance. After that, the savages could no longer threaten the line on the hillock. Samuel could now hear the sounds of battle echoing from outside the valley. Clearly, Todd had finally returned with reinforcements. A wave of cheers erupted from the camp, lifting the soldiers' spirits even higher. Meanwhile, the savages opposite them appeared increasingly dispirited. Although they attempted several more assaults, the position on the modest hill stood resolute, akin to a fortress of iron, with their path blocked and their rear under siege. The savages, trapped in the valley, began to grow anxious and even panic. At that moment, the first rays of dawn pierced the deep darkness, illuminating the valley where the fierce battle raged, revealing a hellish scene to all. From the valley's mouth to the defensive line of the pioneering force, the slope was thickly carpeted with savage corpses. Among the dead, some still clung to life, their agonized cries echoing in search of release. The blood flowing from the fallen stained the ground a dark crimson, and the acrid scent of blood hung heavy in the air, nearly suffocating. This apocalyptic sight became the last straw for the savage horde, and they finally crumbled. They could no longer muster a coherent offensive. Some fled in a frenzy. Others wept inconsolably, while a few remained paralyzed on the ground, as if struck dumb by terror. Seizing the opportunity, Samuel proclaimed loudly to the savages, "Lay down your arms, surrender, and you shall not be harmed." The soldiers on the hillside began to advance their line, chanting as they moved, "Lay down your arms, surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Lay down your arms, surrender, and you shall not be harmed." The faint glimmer of dawn gradually pierced through the clouds, casting a soft golden hue upon the mountains. On the bloodstained earth, nameless wild grasses greedily absorbed the remnants left by the deceased, striving to grow taller and more robust. Several vultures circled in the sky, eagerly anticipating the moment to swoop down and indulge in this feast. Despite having gone a night without sleep, Samuel remained spirited, directing his subordinates to clear the battlefield and tend to the captives. At long last, victory had been secured, and it was a resounding triumph. Samuel understood that this victory held immense significance for him. Firstly, the newly recruited soldiers he had summoned had been transformed through this baptism of war. They were no longer mere facades, but a formidable force upon which he could rely. Secondly, he himself had garnered considerable prestige from this triumph. Once regarded as a notorious failure among the nobility of Riverbend, now, with the exception of those new recruits, no one looked down upon him. Instead, all gazes directed at him were filled with reverence and respect, as he had truly become a lord of expansion. Most importantly, after this battle, the newly acquired territory would no longer need to fear incursions from wild tribes. At least in this valley, no savage clan dared to threaten him any longer. At that moment, Todd approached, bowing respectfully to Samuel. "My lord, the preliminary results of the battle are in." Following this victory, the knight from House Tully displayed a noticeably more respectful demeanor in Samuel's presence. "What is the situation?" "We suffered the loss of 11 warriors, with 23 more severely injured. However, we managed to slay over 300 savages and captured nearly 1,000. As he spoke the final words, the seasoned knight could hardly believe the figures himself. He had participated in many battles, yet he had never witnessed such exaggerated results, particularly knowing that the force led by this pioneering knight consisted mostly of new recruits experiencing their first taste of battle. Even though the adversaries were poorly equipped and lacked organization, this glorious victory alone was enough to elevate the young knight into the ranks of esteemed commanders of Riverbend. Truly, the Tully family produced generals in abundance. At that moment, Todd no longer dared to associate Samuel with the epithet of failure. To him, it either represented a misunderstanding or was entangled in some sordid conspiracy within House Tully. "Very well, ensure the injured are properly cared for, and for the fallen warriors, distribute the compensation as I previously promised. You may request the funds from Gavin." "Yes, my lord." "Have we captured the chieftain of the savages?" "We have." The attack was initiated by a nearby tribe known as Tiger Tooth, organized by the 3 sons of the tribe's chieftain, all of whom have been captured. Good. Bring them before me. Yes. When the three brothers of Tiger Tooth were brought forth, Samuel recognized one of them as the fearsome savage who had posed a lethal threat to him on the battlefield the night before. We meet again. Samuel greeted with a smile. What is your name? Chica. The savage spat through clenched teeth, his blood-red eyes fixed on Samuel, as if ready to leap forth and sever his throat at any moment. Samuel, however, felt no fear of a vanquished foe, especially one whose hands and feet were bound. Chica, we bear no enmity, do we? I have not harmed any of your tribe, so why did you attack us? Chica scoffed, you riverbend folk encroach upon every land, carving out cities, felling forests, and hunting beasts. Yet all this is a gift from the gods. Now you have destroyed it, and still question why we would attack you? These resources for survival are not labeled. By what right do you claim them as divine gifts meant solely for you? Why can we not develop them together? Since you have one, this forest is naturally yours. Why waste words? If you wish to kill us, go ahead. Not a single warrior from Tiger Tooth fears death. Is that so? Samuel observed the fearless trio and suddenly conceived a plan. However, I never stated I intended to kill you. You do not wish to kill us? Chica furrowed his brow and inquired, are you planning to make us your slaves? Samuel shook his head once more. Enslaving others is an affront to the seven gods, and the laws of the kingdom explicitly prohibit the keeping of slaves. If we are not to be slaves, will you then release us? The second brother, Chimu, could not resist asking. To their astonishment, Samuel nodded. Humph, you are so benevolent? Chica was clearly skeptical. I never intended to be enemies with your kind, Samuel replied earnestly. However, you offered me no opportunity to extend goodwill. I mentioned before that nature's gifts are not for your sole possession. If you are willing, we can certainly become partners. Friends, even family. You riverbend nobles always speak so sweetly, Chica retorted disdainfully, yet you merely wish for us to submit to you. Samuel countered with a smile. Is it not natural to submit to the strong? Is that not how it is within your tribe? Chica found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, savages revered strength above all. But he quickly resumed his stony demeanor. Only the chieftain of Tiger Tooth, our father, can decide whether we submit to you. Thus, I wish to meet your father. Very well, but you must first release us, along with our kin. Samuel shook his head. Your attack inflicted significant losses upon us. So appropriate compensation is necessary. What compensation? The members of your tribe that we captured must remain to assist in constructing my castle. They may leave only once the work is completed. Isn't that merely making them your slaves? You just claimed you would not keep slaves. Clearly, you are a hypocritical noble. Chica scoffed. Samuel disregarded his comment and continued. Furthermore, you must pay a price for instigating this conflict. What punishment? Over 100 lives were lost because of you. And the penalty must be equivalent. Thus, it shall be death. Chica burst into laughter. So you do intend to kill us? Was everything you said before mere nonsense? Samuel shook his head again. No, I will only execute one of you. The other two will be released as a gesture of my willingness to reconcile with Tiger Tooth. The three brothers paused momentarily before almost simultaneously asking, which one will you kill? Samuel smiled mysteriously. Let's do it this way. You shall decide among yourselves who shall pay the price for the fallen. As Samuel's words hung in the air, the atmosphere shifted, growing palpably tense. The three brothers, once bold and ready to face death with valor, suddenly fell into silence. No one wished to meet their end, especially when there was a chance for survival. Had Samuel declared his intent to slay all three, they would have met their fate with fervor and dignity. However, when he proclaimed that only one would perish while the other two could live, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once valiant warriors bowed their heads in silence. Well, brave warriors, have you made your decision? Samuel urged. Yet, they remained mute. With a derisive smirk, he continued. How about this? Who was the first to suggest attacking the pioneers? Let that one bear the blame. An awkward silence lingered. What is this? Gentlemen, do you not dare to acknowledge the truth? Samuel threatened. If none of you speak, I shall choose one at random to meet their demise. It was Chimon who proposed it first. The second brother, Chimu, finally muttered. Samuel's lips curled into a slight smile as he asked, and which one is Chimon? Without needing a reply, he had already identified Chimon, who was glaring at his elder brother, demanding, Chimu, do you truly wish for my death? Avoiding his brother's gaze, Chimu stammered, it was indeed your plan first. Was it not agreed upon by all three of us? Why should I bear the burden alone? It's merely death. We could face it together. What is there to fear? Samuel interjected. Chimon, you are mistaken. How can all perish? One must ensure that your lineage continues. So, is it settled that Chimon shall die? Kika, as the eldest, speak up. Chimon turned to his elder brother, only to find him staring at the ground in silence. With a bitter smile, he pressed, Brother, do you wish for my death as well? Kika remained unresponsive. Silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Samuel drew his sword and approached Chimon. stating, "Since your brothers have decided to condemn you, then so be it." Ignoring the sword's ominous presence, Chimon fixed his gaze upon his brothers, striving to discern their true intentions. With a swift motion, the sword descended. Yet, instead of the anticipated pain, Chimon felt his bonds loosen. Turning around, he realized Samuel had severed his restraints. With a bemused expression, Samuel declared, "Oh, I've changed my mind. Only one of you shall survive." He then tossed the sword before the brothers. Had he acted thus initially, he would have only faced humiliation, for the brothers would not so easily turn upon one another. Yet now, the dynamic had drastically altered. The sword barely touched the ground when Chimu lunged for it. Betrayal, much like infidelity, exists in only two forms, none or many. However, bound as he was, Chimu could not match the speed of his now unshackled brother, Chimon. "Brother, please listen," Chimu implored, facing the sword aimed at his heart. "I was merely stating facts. The true villain is that cursed noble. This is all his trap, can you not see? He forced my hand, he forced me." Alas, the sword pierced through, and Chimu succumbed to his brother's hand. Samuel clapped, as if in appreciation or mockery, and gestured toward Kika, saying, "There remains one more." Chimon drew the sword and approached his elder brother, his voice raspy as if emerging from the depths of despair. "Brother, look at me." Yet Kika continued to avert his gaze. "Look at me," Chimon cried, his voice a wounded beast's roar. Finally, Kika lifted his gaze, but it was fixed upon Samuel. "You are a devil," Kika seethed through clenched teeth. Samuel smiled nonchalantly, retorting, "The devil resides within your own heart. I merely revealed it." All the valor of the so-called tiger-tooth warriors in the depths of brotherly love turned out to be mere fragile lies, easily shattered. You often criticize our nobility for hypocrisy while remaining blind to your own. "Look at me," Chimon insisted, unyielding. At last, Kika turned to face his brother, guilt evident in his eyes. "Did you wish for my death as well?" Chimon probed, locking eyes with his elder brother. Kika offered no reply but earnestly advised, "Brother, kill me, then flee as far as you can. Do not seek vengeance. He is a manipulator. You can never defeat him." Chimon, gritting his teeth, replied, "What right have you to instruct me?" Kika sighed, falling silent, tilting his head back to await his fate. Chimon's expression shifted through hesitation, sorrow, and rage, yet ultimately, he aimed the sword at his brother's heart and plunged it downwards. The hot blood gushed forth, splattering Chimon as he staggered back, rendered immobile, resembling a statue. Samuel's voice resounded once more. "Well done. I shall keep my promise. You are free now. Return to your father and convey that I am not one who revels in slaughter. I prefer submission over destruction. Thus, should he be willing to submit, let him come to me, and I shall accept the Tiger-Tooth tribe as my subjects. If not, well, I hope the Tiger-Tooth tribe possesses enough warriors to withstand my blade." Chimon stood motionless, as if oblivious to Samuel's words. "What? Do you fear returning to your tribe? Rest assured, as long as you do not oppose me again, I shall keep your fratricide a secret." Finally raising his head, Chimon, drenched in blood, appeared fearsome. Though his visage remained unchanged, his demeanor suggested he was an entirely different person. "My lord, you may find it difficult to gain my father's allegiance," Chimon rasped. "Oh?" Samuel raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why is that? Does the Tiger-Tooth tribe truly possess enough warriors?" Chimon shook his head. "No. The warriors of the tribe are either dead or have become your captives. The remaining ones are likely paralyzed with fear. Yet even so, my father will not submit to you, for that path leads to death." "Death?" Samuel mused. "Indeed, the Riverbend nobles will surely kill him." A realization dawned on him. "Has your father harmed a Riverbend noble in the past?" "Yes. In his youth, he raided and killed a member of the Hatter family." Samuel understood the implications. With the Hatter family's influence in Riverbend, he would likely be unable to protect the leader of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. "Why tell me this?" Samuel asked, regarding the wild man with keen interest. "Because I wish to convey that my father will not yield to you. However, I will." With that, Chimon suddenly knelt, crawling on the ground to Samuel's feet, pressing his forehead against the ground. "Noble and great knight, I, Chimon, hereby pledge my loyalty to you. I am willing to become your sword, clearing all obstacles from your path. Let the gods witness my vow. Should I betray this oath, let my blood run dry." Samuel gazed down at the wild man's nape with a playful glint in his eye. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I accept your loyalty." The settlement of the Tiger-Tooth tribe is situated approximately 20 miles northeast of Eagle Beak Island, established on an open space by the lakeside. It is encircled by a formidable double-layered iron oak fence, soaring 20 feet high, within which stand more than 10 towering watchtowers. Outside the fence, a man-made moat further transforms the settlement into a small island connected to the lake. While its defenses may not rival those of noble fortresses, it is undeniably robust. "Who goes there?" A wild man atop a watchtower, bow drawn, inquired cautiously of a figure before the gates. Since the return of the deserters from the battle at Eagle Beak Island, the atmosphere within the settlement had turned palpably tense. That devastating defeat had nearly obliterated half of the tribe's young warriors, a calamity of catastrophic proportions for them. "It is I, Chimon." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, the guard lowered his bow and hastily opened the gate. Chimon entered the settlement in silence and directly asked, "Where is my father?" The chieftain fell ill upon receiving news of our defeat. Nodding expressionlessly, Chimon replied, "Take me to him." At once, guided by a servant, Chimon arrived at a small cabin by the lake. Inside, a fire pit burned brightly as the tribe shaman cast a variety of peculiar plants into the flames, murmuring incantations. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chimon beheld his father lying on the bed, adorned with an array of beastly fangs. "Leave us." The shaman hesitated but eventually ushered the servants out of the cabin. Hearing the commotion, the elderly chieftain opened his eyes, gazing at his youngest son by the bedside, and weakly inquired, "Why are you alone? Where are Kika and Chimo?" "They have both perished," Chimon replied, his face devoid of emotion. The old chieftain closed his eyes in anguish, trembling slightly before managing to control his emotions. "You must immediately write to the 14 nearby tribes in my name, informing them that the River Bend people have invaded the sacred mountains bestowed upon us by the spirits. If they wish to avoid being driven from their ancestral lands, they must unite and—" "Father," Chimon interjected, "do you wish to see the warriors of our tribe continue to bleed?" The old chieftain glared at his son, indignantly retorting, "What? Has one defeat stripped you of your courage?" Unflinching, Chimon met his father's gaze, stating, "This is not a matter of courage. Father, you have encountered the River Bend people and fought against their forces. Are you not aware of the chasm that separates us from them? Are our warriors not brave enough? No. What we lack is not courage, but mountains of bread and jerky, finely crafted steel weapons, knights born for war, and impregnable fortresses. Without these, even if we gather countless wild men, we shall forever be unable to triumph over the River Bend people." Coughing violently, the old chieftain appeared deeply agitated by his son's words. "What do you propose then? Should we truly surrender to the River Bend people and become their slaves? Not slaves, but vassals." "Vassals? Huh. Have you ever seen the vassals under the rule of those noble lords? What distinguishes them from slaves?" Chimon retorted sharply. "And what of our tribesmen? Their lives are even worse than those so-called slaves you speak of." "What did you say?" The old chieftain sat up straight in anger, only to be overtaken by another fit of coughing. He coughed so violently that it seemed he might expel his very heart and lungs. Chimon coldly observed his father, devoid of any intention to assist, and even fueled the flames by saying, "Father, you have grown old. Your stubbornness will only plunge the tiger-toothed tribe into the depths of despair. Be silent." The old chieftain gasped, chastising him. "What? Do you wish to determine the fate of the tribe? Wait until I am dead too." Enough. Before the words could leave his lips, Chimon seized the tiger's skin from the bed and draped it over his father's head. The old chieftain struggled violently, but his strong son held him firmly down. The flames in the center of the cabin flickered wildly, casting the silhouettes of the father and son against the walls. At last, the old chieftain lay still. Chimon replaced the tiger skin over his father and rearranged the scattered wild animal teeth. After completing these tasks, he gazed at his father's face for a long moment, finally rubbing his stiff features and adopting a panicked expression, exclaiming, "Father, what has happened to you? Father, Saru." Hearing the cries, the shaman Saru rushed into the cabin. "Quick, look at my father. He just fainted." Saru checked the old chieftain's breath and was instantly struck with dread, turning to meet Chimon's icy stare. He seemed to comprehend the situation, quickly bowing his head and saying, "I am sorry, third young master, the chieftain, has returned to the embrace of the gods." "What? Father?" Chimon collapsed onto the bed, weeping bitterly over his father's lifeless body. "My lord, you should not accept the loyalty of someone like Chimon." On a high slope outside the Tiger-Tooth tribe settlement, Todd Fwahwa cautioned Samuel. Samuel, observing the activity within the settlement from a distance, asked, "What kind of person is Chimon?" "A parasite," Todd replied earnestly. "A person capable of killing their own kin is capable of anything." Pointing toward the distant settlement, Samuel inquired, "How many soldiers would it take to conquer this fort?" Todd paused for a moment, then deliberated, "Perhaps 500 men. What about casualties? The losses could be significant." Sighing, Samuel remarked, "Yet Chimon could allow us to seize this settlement without the loss of a single soldier." Todd furrowed his brow, questioning, "My lord, why must we take this settlement? After the previous battle, neither the Tiger-Tooth tribe nor the other wild tribes in these woods dare to invade us. So we could simply focus on developing our territory in peace." Samuel sighed inwardly. There were certain things he could not share with Todd. Stability in development was too slow, and chaos arrived too swiftly. He did not have the luxury of time. Thus, he must hasten the increase of his territory's population, and integrating wild men was the fastest means to achieve this. The Tiger-Tooth tribe, as the most powerful and prestigious wild tribe nearby, was crucial to subduing the wild men. At that moment, the gates of the settlement suddenly swung open, and 7 or 8 wild men emerged, making their way towards Samuel and his companions. As they approached, the leader among them was none other than Shimon. He knelt before Samuel, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed Lord Caesar, as the newly appointed chieftain of the Tiger-Tooth tribe, I represent all my people in pledging our fealty to you." Stepping forward, Samuel addressed him solemnly, "I, Samuel Caesar, in the presence of the gods, accept all the members of the Tiger-Tooth tribe as my vassals. From this day forth, I shall receive your tribute while providing you with protection." In the heart of the encampment, seated at the foremost position, Samuel inquired, "How many individuals remain within the tribe?" Below him gathered the newly appointed chieftain, shaman, and a host of tribal elders from the Tiger-Tooth tribe. "My lord, there are currently over 2,300 individuals in the tribe. However, the majority are women, the elderly, and children." Samuel discerned the underlying implication in Shimon's words and asked, "Are we facing a food shortage?" "At present, our food supply is sufficient, but due to the lack of able-bodied men, future hunting yields are expected to diminish significantly. It is likely that we will soon face scarcity," Shimon replied. Samuel, caressing the back of his chair, was well aware that most of the capable men from the Tiger-Tooth tribe had either perished at Eagle Beak Isle or had become his captives. He was reluctant to release these captives, as they were essential for the development of his territory. However, he could not neglect the women, children, and elderly of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Whether for humanitarian reasons or for the sake of garnering goodwill, Samuel felt compelled to provide for these individuals. Nonetheless, he faced challenges in supporting such a large number of people with the resources at hand. Yet, Samuel was not overly concerned. After all, having just emerged victorious from a fierce battle, was it unreasonable to seek additional investments from his backers? He considered himself a rare and honest individual compared to those entrepreneurs who dare to demand funds based solely on a PowerPoint presentation. After a moment of contemplation, Samuel addressed Shimon, "Please tally the number of elderly individuals over 60 and children under 10 within the encampment who lack caretakers. Additionally, include those who are disabled, ill, or otherwise unable to care for themselves. I intend to establish a welfare center at Eagle Beak Isle to provide for these people. Of course, entry into the welfare center will be voluntary. Those with family to care for them may choose not to go. You are truly a compassionate lord." Shimon and the tribal elders bowed deeply, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Samuel continued, "As for the women in the encampment, should they wish, they may marry my unmarried warriors. And for each tribal woman who marries at Eagle Beak Isle, I shall grant a reward of 5 silver deer as a wedding gift." "Thank you, Lord Caesar." Shimon bowed again, stating that marrying the strong warriors under Samuel's command would be the greatest honor for the women of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. "Since you have become my subjects, do refrain from referring to yourselves as the Tiger-Tooth tribe. From now on, this place shall be known as Tiger-Tooth Village. Shimon, I appoint you as the village chief, responsible for managing this settlement." Shimon promptly knelt before Samuel, respectfully acknowledging his appointment. "It is my honor." Samuel helped him to his feet, saying, "Considering that Tiger-Tooth Village has just endured a great battle, I shall exempt you from taxes for 3 months. However, should war arise, Tiger-Tooth Village must respond to my summons." "Yes, my lord. It is our honor to fight for you." Samuel instructed Shimon to write to the neighboring wild tribes, informing their leaders that he was willing to accept them as subjects with the same privileges as the former Tiger-Tooth tribe. "Yes, my lord." In truth, Samuel harbored little hope for the allegiance of other wild tribes. The Tiger-Tooth tribe had the advantage of Shimon's guidance, while the leaders of other tribes would likely be unwilling to accept an additional lord and pay more taxes. Nonetheless, it was essential to establish a facade of diplomacy. Eventually, he could conquer these wild tribes gradually. For the moment, his priority was to assimilate the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Subsequently, Samuel adopted a congenial demeanor and sought the opinions of the elders present. These elders, being pragmatic individuals, dared not propose unreasonable demands, fearing the wrath of their lord. So they offered only trivial suggestions. In an effort to display his benevolence, Samuel acquiesced to their minor requests. However, the suggestion put forth by the tribal shaman, Sorrow, caused Samuel to frown. The Tiger-Tooth tribe had originally worshipped the so-called Great Mountain God, and now that they had become subjects of Samuel, Sorrow wished to know if the tribe should convert to the faith of the Seven. Samuel understood that matters of faith must be approached with caution, as they could easily incite unrest. The wild tribes inhabiting the Red Mountains held diverse beliefs. Some worshipped the Seven, others adhered to the old gods, while others followed a variety of chaotic deities, including the Great Mountain God of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Forcing them to adopt a singular faith could lead to turmoil not only in Tiger-Tooth Village, but also provoke the ire of other wild tribes. However, in Westeros, apart from the north, the faith of the Seven was the official religion. Should it come to light that Samuel's subjects worshipped an array of erratic deities, the church would likely send representatives to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Samuel declared, "My subjects possess the right to freedom of belief. Should they choose to convert, the seven will surely welcome them. If they prefer to maintain their original faith, they are free to do so." Weighing the pros and cons, Samuel ultimately resolved not to provoke the faith of the seven. After all, strengthening his own power was of utmost importance, and he certainly did not wish to drive the mountain-dwelling wild people into opposition against him over matters of faith. As for the inquiries from the faith, to be blunt, how many members do they even have? Following the forced dissolution of the militant order by Megarai, the faith of the seven had lost its capacity to intervene in the affairs of lords. If only monks were sent to demand answers. Samuel had ample means to manage that. He could simply delay matters, and when he had acquired sufficient strength, he would be in a position to negotiate with the faith of the seven, just as the northern nobles continued to stubbornly uphold their worship of the old gods. Would the faith dare to send agents to burn their weirwood trees? "You are indeed a compassionate lord," Sara remarked respectfully, just as Samuel assumed the discussion had concluded. Sara unexpectedly added, "My lord, may I recommend a youth to serve as your attendant?" Samuel furrowed his brow again, feeling somewhat displeased, as he perceived Sara to be overstepping by attempting to place someone in his service. Noticing the misunderstanding, Sara quickly clarified, "My lord, he is a descendant of the tribe's former chieftain. If you accept him as your attendant, it would be a great honor for all the people of the Tiger-Tooth tribe." "The child of the former chieftain?" Samuel inquired, turning to Chimon. "Do you have any brothers?" Before Chimon could respond, Saru explained, "No, I refer to the grandson of the former chieftain, K2. Understanding dawned on Samuel, and he regarded Saru with newfound intrigue, asking, "Is he the son of Kachaka or Kichimu?" "He is the son of Kachaka, my lord. Please allow him to come forth." Saru exited the wooden dwelling and returned with a boy of around 13 or 14, taking his hand and saying, "K2, you shall become the lord's attendant. You will hold his horse, wield his spear, clean his armor, and heed all his commands. Do you understand?" K2 shook his head vigorously, muttering, "But I do not wish to be his attendant. He killed my father." "He killed your father honorably on the battlefield. You should not harbor hatred against him for that. Instead, you ought to learn from his bravery. Moreover, if you remain here, you may meet an untimely fate." "Why? Do you know how your grandfather died? Wasn't he ill?" "No, he was suffocated by Chimon." K2's mouth fell open in shock at this revelation. He then exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell everyone?" Salu placed his index finger upon his lips, signaling for silence, and lamented, "Even if I speak the truth, how many would believe me? This would only plunge the Tiger-Tooth tribe into greater turmoil." Subsequently, Salu ceased further discourse and took K2's hand, leading him back to the wooden cabin. "My lord, this is K2." Observing K2 standing in a daze, Salu gently nudged him from behind. K2 furtively cast a glance at his uncle, Chimon, only to swiftly avert his gaze before kneeling before Samuel. "Esteemed lord, I humbly request to serve as your attendant." Samuel glanced at Chimon, who remained expressionless, fixated on the ground, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. "Very well. 27 prophecies, my lord. These are the signature delicacies of our Tiger-Tooth tribe: roasted lamb hearts, grilled pigeons, stewed snake meat, accompanied by sour oranges and wild grapes." As the array of food lay before him, Samuel nodded in satisfaction, raising his goblet and proclaiming, "Thanks be to the gods for this bounty." The others promptly raised their glasses in agreement. The drink was plum wine, pleasantly tangy and sweet, with a commendable flavor. Although the tribe's cuisine lacked visual appeal and was rather rudely prepared, the taste was surprisingly decent. Unfortunately, Samuel was yet to discover any food that could enhance his attributes. After swallowing the last morsel of pigeon meat, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and inquired, "Have you heard of the Raven tribe?" Chimon quickly set aside his utensils and replied, "My lord, the Raven tribe is indeed one of the nearby wild tribes. Where is their encampment? Is it far from here?" "That is difficult to ascertain," Chimon explained. "The Raven tribe does not possess a fixed encampment. They are a nomadic tribe, constantly wandering. They regard the raven as a messenger of the divine, hence their name." Samuel furrowed his brow. "Do you have any means to locate them?" "Certainly. As long as the Raven tribe remains in these woodlands, they will undoubtedly leave traces, albeit it will require some time to track their movements." "Very well. Dispatch someone to investigate post-haste. Inform me once you have news." "Understood." Chimon nodded, then hesitated before asking, "May I inquire as to why you seek them?" "My lord, have you heard of the ghost grass?" Chimon shook his head. At that moment, the shaman Sara spoke up, "My lord, I have heard of it." "Oh? Then do you know where one might find this grass?" "Regrettably, my lord, this grass is quite rare, and it is said to possess a spirit that eludes human sight. Only the people of the Raven tribe can locate it." Samuel nodded, slightly disheartened. He had only identified 2 types of food that could enhance his attributes: golden-tailed shrimp, which he could procure albeit at a steep price, and the elusive ghost grass, which seemed to require the assistance of the raven tribe. After their meal, Samuel did not linger but set off for Eagle Beak Isle. Chimon, along with the tribesmen, escorted Samuel and his companions to the village gate. Samuel, noticing K2 tailing him like a shadow, suddenly turned and beckoned the shaman Saru aside. Saru, would you care to accompany me to Eagle Beak Isle? No, my lord. I appreciate your kindness, but this is my home. I was born here, and I shall die here. Samuel regarded the calm-faced shaman with surprise. He had initially believed Saru's offering of K2 was merely a political maneuver, but it seemed that was not the case. If you remain here, you may meet an untimely end, Samuel urged once more. Saru, by offering K2 to me, you have effectively placed a chain around Chimon's neck. He will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Chimon is not a merciful man. One who has slain his own kin would not hesitate to eliminate a shaman. Saru smiled gently, responding with composure, my lord. No one can escape death, myself included. Samuel sighed, realizing that this old shaman had likely resigned himself to his fate, perhaps burdened by guilt over the death of the former chief and seeking atonement through self-sacrifice. Samuel felt a pang of regret at the thought of the old shaman perishing in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, how about this? While I have exempted the Tiger Tooth village from taxes for 3 months, we will still require a tax officer. Saru, would you be willing to take on this role? Saru paused, well aware that this position served as a safeguard for him, should Chimon dare to harm him. It would constitute a significant challenge to the Lord's authority. Yet, Saru did not immediately accept this offer, instead furrowing his brow. Noticing his hesitation, Samuel encouraged, for the sake of this village, you must survive. I am not comfortable leaving it solely in Chimon's hands. Only then did Saru nod. Very well, my lord. If that is the case, I shall serve you. That is more like it. Samuel laughed heartily. Do not speak of death so lightly. The world is vast and full of wonders. I still intend to lead you all to explore it. The outside world does not belong to us. Who says so? Samuel interjected. You two are descendants of the first men and the Undulls. Are you inherently inferior to the Riverlands folk? You lack neither wisdom nor courage. You merely require a leader capable of uniting all the wild tribes. Saru raised his gaze, perceiving the unmasked ambition in the eyes of the young knight. To unite all the wild tribes? At that moment, Saru recalled something. His aged and weary heart seemed to awaken with vigor, beating fervently. You are correct, Saru said, his eyes alight with intensity. The hundreds of thousands of wild men in the Crimson Mountains await a hero. They have waited for millennia. I once heard the whispers of the divine in the mountain winds, proclaiming that after the long summer, darkness shall descend, and a great king shall be born from the flames. He will be the light in the long night, the savior of mankind, the messenger of the divine will. What nonsense! Samuel was taken aback by the fervent glow in the old shaman's eyes. A mere jest had ignited the old mystic seal. Yet, in the next instant, he noted the striking similarities between Saru's revelation and the prophecy concerning Azor Ahai, as recounted by the Red Priestess Melisandre in the tale. Both spoke of the end of a long summer, darkness, fire, light, and the essence of a hero's journey. Was this mere coincidence? Or were the gods revealing the same prophecy to their faithful? In that moment, Samuel experienced a spark of inspiration. Why not utilize this prophecy? In this world, to wield considerable influence, one of the simplest methods is to possess noble lineage. Alas, Samuel lacked such heritage. The Tully family was hardly ancient or noble, and he had now adopted the surname Caesar. The people of Westeros had never heard of it. Thus, if Samuel sought to gain greater influence in this game of power, to garner more supporters, he must embark upon a different path, faith. The power of faith is immensely formidable. Though the militant orders have become relics of history, they once gathered a considerable following in the name of faith and nearly toppled the Targaryen dynasty. Reflecting on the ancient power players of Huaxia, who among them did not weave their own tales, be it slaying white serpents, dreams of the sun setting in their embrace, or the dazzling glow of the room. Walking among the stars and possessing 4 breasts, Samuel believed he too could conjure omens. It was merely a matter of smoke and salt. Or a burning red sword, he could fabricate stories to support such claims. When he was weak, such tales held little weight, and few would believe them. However, once he amassed sufficient strength, this prophecy would serve as a magnifier of his prestige, leading many to believe he was indeed a messenger of the gods, willingly submitting at his feet. Perhaps even that Red Priestess would mistakenly identify him as the prophesied prince. After all, she had erred before. With this thought, Samuel no longer shied away from the shaman's fervent gaze, grinning as he asked, Saru, would you like to hear a story from my childhood? Certainly, it is my privilege. The towering canopies of trees loomed overhead like immense umbrellas, casting shadows that obscured the sky. The sun's rays could only penetrate through the interstices of the leaves, creating a dappled pattern that danced with the swaying branches, disorienting those who traversed the forest. Fortunately, the inhabitants of this realm, wild men born and raised amidst such splendor, were well acquainted with the shifting play of light and shadow, adept at maintaining their keen senses and vigilance in this environment. Ucha trailed at the rear of the group, shouldering a bag of dried meat, occasionally glancing back to ensure no ravenous beasts were following. "Look, we are almost there." A shout from ahead startled him momentarily, prompting him to peer through the layers of foliage, where he could faintly discern the depths of a secluded valley. Memories of a few days past surged forth, sending a shiver down his spine. It had been the most terrifying night of his life: blood, screams, chaos, and a ground strewn with corpses. Such recollections often roused him from sleep in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his swift escape had spared him from death or captivity. He was also fortunate that the noble lord was a merciful man, choosing not to hold the Tiger-Tooth tribe accountable for their transgressions, but rather accepting them as his vassals. Ucha was uncertain about the distinctions between vassals and wild men, yet he felt little resistance to his change in status. At least he no longer had to engage in battle with the fearsome river bend people, and he could indulge in the delightful taste of soft white bread. Ucha vividly remembered the exquisite sensation of it melting in his mouth. His journey to Eagle Beak Island with the dried meat was also a means to exchange for more bread. However, that was merely a secondary objective. His primary task was to assist his sister in finding a suitable husband. Many young women from their village had already wedded Eagle Beak Island, as the aftermath of the previous battle had left a severe gender imbalance in Tiger-Tooth Village. If the village girls wished to avoid a life of solitude, they had no choice but to marry outside. Moreover, there existed a traditional admiration for strength among the wild men. The River Bend people had proven their might, and thus the women of Tiger-Tooth Village felt little reluctance towards marrying them. Furthermore, the Lord had promised rewards for the women who married into Eagle Beak Island. In recent days, numerous young women from Tiger-Tooth Village had journeyed to Eagle Beak Island to seek out husbands. Indeed, the women living in the mountains were typically quite proactive. Ucha's sister, Una, prided herself on her beauty and thus maintained a degree of modesty. Yet she could no longer afford to hesitate. Otherwise, all the eligible warriors would be chosen, leaving only the craftsmen. As they continued onward, the procession approached the valley's mouth, where the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Hundreds of wild men were busily chopping down trees, and the once dense woods had become significantly sparser, with a considerable area cleared near the valley's entrance. Ucha recognized that these lumberjacks were once his kin, captured and left at Eagle Beak Island to construct the Lord's castle. Initially, he had assumed they would suffer greatly, starved, sleep-deprived, and burdened with arduous labor, possibly even subjected to abuse. However, witnessing them now, he saw that they appeared vigorous and spirited, far from the image of captives. "Uncle," Ucha heard his sister's voice call out, and he turned to see their uncle swinging an axe before a stout oak. "Hey, Una, Ucha, what brings you both here?" Their uncle paused, seemingly recalling something, and chuckled. "You must be here to find Una a husband, right?" Una nodded with a newfound boldness, though a hint of concern lingered. "Uncle, will those River Bend men mistreat us wild men?" "Not at all. The Lord has decreed that River Bend people and wild men are equals. Any acts of bullying will be met with punishment." "That's a relief," Una replied, appearing to relax at last. "Uncle, are you well?" Ucha asked, a tinge of guilt in his voice. He felt his solitary escape had been a cowardly act, leaving his uncle to face captivity alone. "I am well. I have food, sleep, and wages," their uncle replied. "Wages?" Ucha exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. The Lord has said we are captives, not slaves. Our labor deserves compensation. Though, as we are atoning for past mistakes, the pay is not substantial, and it cannot be collected immediately. When can we receive it?" "Once the castle is completed, the Lord will settle our accounts. For now, we are earning work points." "Work points?" "Indeed. Each day, if we complete our assigned tasks, we earn 1 point. Additionally, the group with the least amount of work will receive an extra point, equivalent to a copper coin. Do not underestimate this. The Lord provides ample food." "That is indeed favorable." Hearing of his uncle's well-being, Ucha felt a wave of relief wash over him. "What a merciful Lord," Una added, her heart swelling with hope for a future at Eagle Beak Island. "Indeed, the only downside is that every 6 days, we must rest for one. The Lord deems it a day of respite." "Alas, we cannot earn work points on that day," their uncle lamented. "I hardly know what to do with myself." "You could visit Tiger-Tooth Village." "Oh right, Uncle, can you leave Eagle Beak Island?" "Yes, the Lord has placed no restrictions on our freedom." "But why would I go back? The woman has remarried, and my mother and son now reside in the welfare house on Eagle Beak Island. I have no home left in Tiger-Tooth Village. Your wife thought you had perished in battle, so she..." "Enough. Do not make excuses for her. I have severed ties with her. Once the castle is built and I collect my wages, finding a new wife will not be difficult. There are plenty of widows in the village." Ucha scratched the back of his head, choosing to remain silent. After walking a while longer, they noticed a small gathering ahead, where a dispute seemed to be unfolding. From the features of those involved, Ucha recognized them to be members of the Longbeard tribe, who had also participated in the Valley War under the leadership of the Chica brothers. The path through the valley was narrow, and as Ucha's group passed by, they could not help but overhear snippets of conversation. Tell the chieftain we are not returning. Why not? Since the River Bend people have not restricted your freedom, why not flee? Flee? Here, we have enough to eat, sleep well, and earn wages. I will not go back, but you must work here perpetually. Returning means hunting, and in comparison, felling trees is far less perilous. But, the tribe needs you. Perhaps the chieftain should submit to Lord Caesar, just like the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Indeed, we could all become vassals of Lord Caesar. Fools, have you forgotten the glory of the Longbeard tribe? What glory we have been decimated. Silence, you ungrateful wretches. You were bought off for a mere handful of coins, but it is not just a handful. The completion of the castle construction is still a long way off. And that entails a substantial amount of copper coins. If I were to leave now, all my previous contributions would be rendered meaningless. I have no intention of departing. Indeed, I shall remain. So shall I. Only a fool would flee. Listening to the heated debate among the members of the Longbeard tribe, my uncle offered his insights. Not only was there no one attempting to escape, but the number of captives in our camp had actually increased over these days. Increased? Ucha was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that some were voluntarily choosing to become captives? Indeed, as you have heard, the treatment for captives here is quite favorable. Why wouldn't one choose to come? My uncle glanced at his nephew and suddenly suggested, Ucha, why not stay and become a captive as well? After all, your sister will be marrying here. Your presence could provide some comfort. What? Ucha was left dumbfounded. Yet upon reflection, it did not seem like such a bad idea. However, how could one willingly become a captive? What of the glory of the warrior? In that moment, Ucha found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. As Ucha was still grappling with his thoughts, the valley path had already come to an end. Even after more than 10 days, the lingering scent of blood had yet to dissipate completely. Standing on the dark red earth, Ucha could not help but reminisce about that unforgettable night, causing him to bend slightly and soften his breath. The entrance to the valley had transformed entirely, now adorned with 2 tall iron oak fences and a tower erected atop a dirt mound. With such fortifications, Eagle Beak Island had become even more difficult to breach. After confirming their identities, the guard soldiers allowed Ucha and his companions to enter the valley. Once inside, his uncle and others went off to transport logs, leaving Ucha and his sister standing awkwardly in place, uncertain of what to do. Their attention was soon captured by the resounding sound of a rallying cry. Look over there, the River Bend soldiers are training. His sister Wuna exclaimed excitedly, immediately dashing off in that direction. Ucha had no choice but to follow, witnessing a troop of around 100 men running along the beach. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. Though they were merely running, the synchronized steps, loud shouts, and disciplined military postures exuded an air of unassailable authority. The thought that countless wild warriors had fallen victim to the ruthless slaughter at the hands of this relatively small group of Riverbend soldiers filled Ucha with a profound sense of dread. Yet, simultaneously, a peculiar thought began to blossom within him. How wonderful it would be if I could also become one of them. Around the outskirts of the beach, a gathering of wild young women had formed, some already having found husbands, proudly displaying them to others amidst envious remarks. Those still searching were eagerly probing for opportunities. Wuna approached, eager to gather information. Soon, she had her sights set on a young man at the front of the ranks, who, despite his short stature, was issuing commands. From her companions, she learned that this young man, named Gavin, though unremarkable in appearance, was the steward of the Lord. Naturally, such a figure had discerning tastes, and many wild young women had returned empty-handed in their attempts to win his favor. Confident in her beauty, Wuna decided to take on the challenge. As soon as the training concluded, she dashed forward directly towards Gavin. Ucha scratched his head, hesitant to disturb his sister, and could only silently wish her good luck. He wandered to a small market in the northwest corner of the valley, exchanging the dried meat he had brought for oats, bread, and a modest quantity of sweet biscuits. Afterward, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. He considered returning to Tiger-Tooth village but was reluctant to part with his sister. Yet, the prospect of joining the prisoner camp left him dissatisfied. As he aimlessly strolled, he suddenly heard a voice proclaiming, "It is said that this long summer is coming to an end, and soon the cold winter and endless long nights will arrive. The demons that have slumbered for millennia will awaken in the darkness, bringing destruction to this world. What should we do?" Ucha exclaimed, "Fear not, for the gods have long arranged for a hero to save us. He will be born in the land of smoke and salt, wielding a burning sword, leading the people to defeat evil and usher in an everlasting long summer." Unable to contain himself, Wu Cha interjected, "You are mistaken." The man shot Wu Cha a glare but patiently asked, "What is wrong? I heard from the shaman Sara that the hero is born amidst ice and fire." Ice and fire? Tell me, how can one be born in ice and fire? Of course, through heavy snow and great flames. A fervent light flickered in Wu Cha's eyes. The shaman also said that our Lord Caesar, was born on a winter's day when heavy snow fell, and there was a fire in the castle. Thus, he is the hero foretold to be born amidst ice and fire. Upon hearing this, the man's expression softened, and he replied, "Perhaps what your shaman refers to as ice and fire is akin to mice smoke and salt. Similar?" Wu Cha asked, intrigued. "Indeed. Think about it carefully. Great flames will inevitably produce smoke. And snow is, in essence, the salt of the heavens." Wu Cha scratched the back of his head habitually. "So, do you also believe that Lord Caesar is the hero of the prophecy?" Of course. The atmosphere relaxed immediately. Wu Cha eagerly leaned in, engaging the man in a discussion about the prophecy. The surrounding wild folk listened with varied expressions. Some looked on in awe, while others scoffed quietly. Nevertheless, no one dared to directly refute them, for they were all subjects of Lord Caesar now. Moreover, the recent great victory had deeply impressed Lord Caesar's reputation in the hearts of these wild folk. Even if they did not wholly believe that Lord Caesar was the prophesied hero, a seed had been planted in their hearts, perhaps in the not-so-distant future. As Lord Caesar's legend continued to unfold, this seed would flourish into a deeply rooted belief. Wu Cha found himself growing increasingly convinced of the shaman's prophecy, until his sister approached, prompting him to reluctantly conclude the conversation. "How did it go?" "Quite well," Wu Na replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "He accepted the tiger skin gloves I made. That is wonderful. It seems I'll soon be attending your wedding." Wu Na beamed at her brother's congratulations, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, have you made a decision? Do you want to stay on Eagle Beak Island?" Wu Cha hesitated. "I need to think about it. I guess you wouldn't be willing to join the prisoner camp, but what about Lord Caesar's guard?" Wu Na suggested. "What? Is Lord Caesar's guard recruiting?" "Yes. Gavin just told me that the guard is looking to recruit 100 new soldiers. The recruitment notice will be posted tomorrow, so you must remember to sign up." "Great." Wu Cha nodded repeatedly, but soon a wave of worry crossed his face. "But if only 100 are being recruited, I might not be selected." Wu Cha was certain that when the recruitment notice was posted, wild warriors would compete fiercely to enlist. "I believe in you." Wu Na's eyes sparkled. "If it comes to it, I can ask Gavin for help." Yes. At that moment, Wu Cha wished nothing more than for his sister to marry Gavin immediately. After a moment of scratching his head, he whispered, "Sister, why not go find Lord Gavin tonight?" Wu Na shot her brother a glare but then tilted her head in contemplation, seemingly weighing the feasibility of the idea. Meanwhile, Gavin was unaware that he had already caught the attention of a wild young woman. He approached Samuel, his brow furrowed with concern. "My lord, you need to do something about those wild folk. I counted this morning and found nearly 200 more in the prisoner camp." "This is excessive." Samuel chuckled lightly. "Isn't it good to have more people? This will speed up the development of our territory. But the consumption is significant. Our food reserves can only last for another half-month at most." "Is it that soon?" Samuel's expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I understand. I will take care of it." Gavin felt a slight sense of relief. In his view, while Lord Caesar spent money freely, the speed at which he acquired wealth was astonishing. However, he couldn't fathom how Lord Caesar managed to amass such riches. In comparison, the laborers of High City are merely a collection of idlers. Samuel chuckled and replied, "Do you know why?" "Why?" Victor inquired eagerly. Samuel did not respond directly but countered. "In High City, what would happen if someone slacked off at work? How would Lord Martin react?" "He would undoubtedly whip them," Victor answered. Samuel shrugged and said, "Punishment is certainly one approach, but I believe that rewards can better inspire the enthusiasm of the subjects." Upon hearing this, Victor immediately recalled the peculiar labor point system that Samuel had instituted. At the time, he had secretly mocked the young lord for being overly benevolent, thinking it absurd to pay a group of captives. However, it now seemed that this measure might hold deeper significance. Yet, it was indeed quite extravagant. Wait. Victor suddenly realized that Samuel had not actually paid the wild captives. He merely provided them with food. As for the money, that would only be dispensed after the castle was completed. It was merely a visible yet unattainable bait that motivated thousands of wild men to work willingly for him. What a clever strategy! Reflecting on his own lord's contract with Samuel, Victor seemed to grasp something, yet he hesitated to fully believe it. Just as Victor's thoughts wandered, Samuel remarked, "Oh, by the way, we should prioritize the construction of the dock." Victor paused, then nodded, saying, "Understood, my lord." Samuel added, however, "The construction plan you proposed earlier is overly complicated. Let's first build a simple pier to allow ships to dock and unload goods. Our primary focus should remain on the castle's construction." "Yes, my lord." Victor had a premonition that this might be the extent of what this pioneering lord could accomplish. He wondered how his own lord would react upon seeing a mere bear appear a year later. After a casual chat and an update on the progress of the territory's development, Samuel bid farewell to Victor and headed toward the innermost part of the valley. Nestled near the cliffs on either side were several brand-new wooden cabins. Surrounding these cabins were over a dozen fully armed soldiers, who bowed their heads in respect upon seeing Samuel. This location was the most tightly guarded area in the valley, storing various supplies for the pioneering team, as well as Samuel's lordly abode. What was somewhat peculiar was the presence of a blacksmith shop among them. Perhaps the lord placed great importance on weaponry and equipment. Samuel then entered the blacksmith shop, where the blacksmiths paused their work to greet him. He waved his hand for them to continue, then proceeded to the innermost room, which belonged to the blacksmith Buso. 2 guards stood at the entrance, indicating Samuel's emphasis on security in this location. As the finest blacksmith in High City, Buso had garnered Samuel's unmistakable favor since joining the pioneering team, frequently engaging in intense discussions with him. Many assumed that the lord desired Buso to craft a suit of armor for him. However, in reality, Buso had not touched iron in days, instead working solely with various copper pipes. "My lord, the item you requested is complete," Buso said respectfully, gesturing toward a peculiar contraption before him. Although he had created this under the lord's guidance, Buso had no idea what it was meant for. The odd device consisted of 3 copper vessels of varying sizes and shapes. The first and second vessels were connected by a swan neck-shaped copper pipe, and the pipe leading from the second vessel coiled into a serpentine shape upon entering the third vessel. Samuel gazed at the contraption with eagerness, tinged with a hint of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about something. After carefully inspecting the device and confirming its correctness, he turned to Buso and exclaimed, "Excellent. This is precisely what I desired." "It is my honor to serve you," Buso replied. Samuel then inquired, "Buso, I recall you have a son, correct?" "Yes, my lord. Although he is my apprentice, his heart does not lie in this field. Alas, I am at a loss with him. I heard he prefers wielding swords and spears. Indeed, he dreams of becoming a knight, lost in his fantasies. How about this? My guard is recruiting. You may have him apply, and if he performs well, I might take him on as my squire. Who knows? One day I could even knight him myself." Buso was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before responding, "My lord, your kindness is truly overwhelming. However, we are subjects of High City, and we shall depart in a year. Who can predict what will happen in a year?" Samuel chuckled. "During this time, you all serve me. Forging is a service, and fighting for me is too." Buso fell into a dilemma. Samuel, sensing his conflict, smiled and said, "Take your time to ponder, for not every lord is willing to accept the son of a blacksmith as a squire. You may leave, and should you decide, feel free to seek me out." "Yes, my lord." After Buso departed, Samuel could not resist reaching out to touch the peculiar copper device before him. Feeling the familiar yet foreign texture, and a glimmer of moisture appeared in his eyes. This was, in fact, a Sharentai-style distiller. In his previous life, he was born into a family of wine merchants, and since his grandfather's time, they had specialized in producing grape brandy at the foot of Tianmu Mountain. Thus, from his earliest memories, he had witnessed the amber liquid gushing from this ancient and wondrous apparatus. Now, even across the divide of time and space, standing before this empty copper vessel, he felt as if he could still smell the unique aroma of wine post-distillation. It was a scent intertwined with the memories of his childhood and would become a source of wealth in this unfamiliar world. Indeed, Samuel dared to venture into the barren Red Mountain Range and rejected Lady Olena's proposed path of piracy because his true confidence lay here. Nobles in this world did not abstain from drinking, and the wine industry was quite developed, yet it lacked advanced distillation techniques, resulting in generally lower alcohol content. This was his opportunity. Although the Red Mountain Range's land was barren and unsuitable for growing grain, it was perfect for cultivating mountain grapes, which required minimal soil conditions, were drought-resistant, and thrived in abundant sunlight. In fact, Samuel had previously seen wild mountain grapes harvested by wild men in Tiger Tooth Village. While these grapes were not particularly sweet and leaned towards sourness, their lower sugar content and higher acidity made them ideal for brandy production. As he caressed the smooth, cold surface of the distiller, Samuel envisioned a radiant path shimmering with golden light. In a room with tightly closed doors and windows, the rich aroma of wine permeated the air, accompanied by the bubbling sounds of boiling liquid. It's coming out, Gavin exclaimed, watching the amber liquid flow from the copper vessel with excitement. Samuel remained remarkably composed, having witnessed such scenes countless times in his past life. Nonetheless, his gaze was fixed intently on the outlet of the copper vessel. As the liquid continued to flow, Gavin could no longer contain himself and asked, "My lord, may I taste it?" "Certainly." With permission granted, Gavin quickly fetched a small cup, poured some of the distilled liquid, and without waiting for it to cool, He gently blew on it before eagerly sipping it down. In the next moment, the young steward tightly closed his eyes, his features contorted, and his body trembled slightly before he could no longer suppress a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. My lord, what a potent drink. Seeing this, Samuel also took a small cup of the liquid, brought it to his nose for a sniff, and then tasted it. The intense flavor exploded in his mouth like a roaring flame, stimulating every taste bud. The freshly distilled wine, however, was rather harsh, lacking in fragrance. Yet, Samuel burst into hearty laughter, for this was precisely the flavor he had been yearning for. After undergoing blending and aging, this distilled spirit would absorb the rich aroma of oak, harmonizing with the substances produced by the oxidation of its own tannins, ultimately giving rise to the unique and exquisite fragrance of brandy. He was confident that this taste would surely captivate the nobility of Westeros, making brandy an essential staple at their banquets and a prized possession in their cellars. With the experiment deemed a success, Samuel finally felt at ease and turned to Gavin, inquiring, "Has Buso's son joined the guard?" "Indeed, my lord. I personally oversaw the matter." "Excellent." Gavin stole a glance at Samuel, hesitating before adding, "My lord, I have also managed to include another individual in the guard." "Who?" Samuel's expression remained inscrutable. "A wildling named Ucha." Gavin's anxiety grew. "From Tigertooth Village?" "Yes. Pray, explain your reasoning behind this decision." In truth, Samuel was not angry. Gavin had begun as his attendant and had now become the steward of the territory. It was only natural that he wielded a degree of privilege. Moreover, he had voluntarily confessed to Samuel. "She has a sister named Una, who has been very kind to me, even gifting me a pair of tiger skin gloves." Samuel instantly understood, chuckling. "Ah, you have taken a liking to this young lady?" Upon realizing that Samuel was not upset, Gavin let out a silent sigh of relief and nodded. "This is indeed a positive development. Choose a date, and I shall personally officiate your wedding." "Thank you, my lord." "Once you are married, let Una take charge of operating this distiller." "Yes, my lord." Gavin quickly grasped the implication, assuring Samuel that he would instruct her to maintain confidentiality. There was little choice for Samuel, as he was currently lacking trustworthy individuals among his ranks. Hence he turned his attention to Gavin's yet-to-be-married bride. "Well then, the raw material for brewing is mountain grapes. You may have the subjects gather wild ones from the mountains, but we must also commence planning for bulk cultivation. I presume you are unfamiliar with this?" Gavin shook his head. "Then consult the wildlings. They should have someone knowledgeable." After a moment's consideration, Samuel shook his head, deciding it was best for him to teach them personally. "You needn't trouble yourself, my lord." Samuel waved his hand dismissively and continued. "Gather the wild women who have recently married into our territory. I will personally instruct them on how to cultivate mountain grapes, as well as the subsequent processes of harvesting, juicing, and fermentation. For the distillation, your Una will handle that. When the scale expands, we shall find her some assistance. As for storage, I will first enlist the carpenters to craft a batch of oak barrels, and then you can arrange for laborers to fill them with wine." Having conveyed these instructions, Samuel reflected for a moment before advising, "Moreover, each process must be handled by different individuals, and it is preferable to assign those with familial ties to the same process." "Yes, my lord." Although Gavin did not fully comprehend Samuel's rationale, he nodded in agreement. This was intended to minimize the likelihood of anyone discerning the entire brewing process. Samuel offered a brief explanation. Of course, he was not overly concerned that anyone could swiftly replicate the brandy. Though the process appeared straightforward, it was rife with intricate details gleaned from years of practice. Even the slightest misstep could lead to significant changes in flavor. Inexperienced individuals would inevitably traverse countless misguided paths, wasting ample time in imitation. Furthermore, he possessed the knowledge of crafting the distiller, ensuring that Buso, the blacksmith, would never be allowed to leave Eagle's Nest. Gavin sensed Samuel's emphasis on this brewing technique and cautioned, "My lord, the blacksmith who constructs this distiller is a subject of the Vale. Should he return to the Mullenhall family a year hence?" "Fear not, he shall not return," Samuel replied with a smile. "Not just him, but all who come to Eagle's Nest will become my subjects. However, Lord Martin of the Vale may not agree. He will, for I will present him with an offer he cannot refuse." Gavin scratched his head, seeming to grasp the situation, yet hesitant to inquire further. Samuel, opting not to elaborate, shifted the topic. "In 3 days, I shall journey to Green Pavilion Island. During my absence, you will oversee the daily affairs here at Eagle's Nest." "Very well, my lord," Gavin replied, somewhat apprehensively. Although Gavin had now become Samuel's steward, he was still accustomed to following his lord's every command. The sudden need to make his own decisions left him feeling flustered. "Do not fret," Samuel reassured him with a smile. "Proceed as usual. If you encounter any uncertainties, simply wait for my return." "Yes, my lord." After a moment of contemplation, Gavin expressed his concern. "My lord, if the wildlings attack again while you are absent, I worry." Thus, you must swiftly disseminate news of my impending departure. Taken aback by Samwell's seemingly unrelated response, Gavin paused before realizing, my lord. Are you feigning your departure to lure those restless wildlings to assault Eagle's nest once more? Indeed, if they are wise, they will refrain from coming. However, should they dare to return, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate this threat once and for all. Gavin visibly exhaled in relief, replying with a smile, very well. I shall hasten to spread the word. Samwell added, however, I truly must visit Green Pavilion Island. The food and supplies in the territory are running low. And with the growing population, we must establish a stable supply line. Gavin nodded in understanding. My lord, you intend to transport supplies from Green Pavilion Island via sea? Indeed. My territory lies within the Red Mountains. Traversing by land would incur excessive costs, making the sea route the most suitable option. In truth, Samwell's journey aimed not only to secure maritime transport, but also to engage in meaningful discussions with Count Paxton, the Lord of Green Pavilion Island. The previous arrangement orchestrated by Lady Olenna regarding the pirate route certainly involved Count Paxton's participation, as it required the dispatch of vessels and sailors from Green Pavilion Island. However, Samwell now found himself in less need of such resources and instead sought to explore potential investments. Moreover, Green Pavilion Island, renowned as Westeros's most celebrated wine-producing region, was perfectly poised for the inaugural unveiling of his brandy. The sky above was shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of sunlight, as if a storm was imminent. In the dense forest, not a whisper of wind stirred, and the oppressive heat was nearly suffocating. Is it true that the territory's lord intends to depart? Is this news reliable? Within the not-so-spacious wooden cabin, dozens of wildlings gathered, their expressions grave. The mingling scents of sweat and spices fermented in the humid, stifling atmosphere, creating an odd aroma. Indeed, it is reliable, declared the wildling seated at the head of the group, his voice low and steady. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and robust, with powerful limbs and fierce glimmers in his eyes. Most striking are his deep blue skin, a characteristic of the Blueskin tribe. As the second largest wild tribe in this mountainous region, just after the Tiger-Tooth tribe, the Blueskin tribe had previously sent warriors to participate in the Battle of Eagle Beak Island, suffering significant losses. However, unlike the Tiger-Tooth tribe, the Blueskin tribe is unwilling to submit. What do you say? Do you dare to seize this opportunity for another fight? Urged Linnea, the chief of the Blueskin tribe. He had summoned the leaders of 13 nearby tribes to avenge their past humiliation. More importantly, he needed to rescue those captured by the Riverbend people. Without these young warriors, the Blueskin tribe would surely decline. Yet, Linnea's call did not elicit the expected fervent response. Clearly, the previous defeat had left a profound psychological scar on these tribal leaders. And even in the face of such a favorable opportunity, they lacked the courage to engage in battle again. Speak up. Linnea could not help but raise his voice. Have you all been so frightened by the Riverbend people? Finally, someone spoke up. We are not afraid of the Riverbend people. It's just that Eagle Beak Island is too difficult to attack. Going again would only waste more of our warriors' lives. But have you considered this? If we miss this opportunity, once the Riverbend people establish their fortress, we will forever lose our control over these mountains. At that point, we will either submit or be killed and driven away. I know that Eagle Beak Island is easy to defend but hard to attack, yet we have no choice. To protect these mountains, for the glory of the wild warriors, we must take action, even if it costs us dearly. The more Linnea spoke, the more impassioned he became, ultimately standing up to tear open his shirt, revealing a chest adorned with scars. The members of the Blueskin tribe possessed a frenzied spirit. While they may not have been the strongest on the battlefield, they were undoubtedly the most fearsome. Their eerie blue skin, stained with blood, resembled demons risen from the depths of hell. Now, as Linnea's fierce, almost frenzied gaze swept across the room, no one dared to speak, fearful that the chief of the Blueskin tribe might lose control and unleash a massacre. Just then, a melodious female voice broke the tense silence. The Raven tribe will not partake in this matter. The speaker was a woman seated in the corner, her face veiled, obscuring her features, but her beautiful purple eyes captivated the attention of all the men. Her fair skin, slender figure, and elegant demeanor set her apart from the wild tribespeople, resembling a noble woman emerging from a castle. At that moment, she appeared like a proud white swan among a flock of common chickens, who cast greedy glances her way. Raven tribe? When did it become the case that a woman speaks for the Raven tribe? Where's Chief Rune? Facing Linnea's scrutinizing gaze, Nala smiled lightly and replied, My husband returned to the embrace of the gods 3 months ago, so now the warriors of the Raven tribe heed my commands. Your husband has died. Have all the other men of the Raven tribe perished as well, submitting to a woman's authority? Upon hearing such disrespectful words, 2 wild warriors beside Nala stood angrily, ready to draw their swords to defend their chief's honor. But Nala waved her hand to stop them, her tone still calm. Linnea, The Raven tribe will not participate in your actions, nor will we submit to the Riverbend people. We only serve the old gods and heed their every oracle. Having said this, she turned to leave the wooden cabin. Stop. Linnea would not allow her to depart. Otherwise, the alliance would crumble before it even formed. Observing the blue-skinned warriors blocking the door, Nala furrowed her brow and questioned, Linnea, we have shared your bread and salt. Do you intend to violate the rights of a guest? Are you not afraid of the god's wrath? Linnea scoffed, Woman, do not feign innocence. I have heard that a warrior from the Tiger-Tooth tribe was tracking your whereabouts, saying that a noble from Riverbend wished to see you. If I let you go, who knows if you will turn around and inform the Riverbend people? Nala sighed and explained, Indeed, that noble from Riverbend sought us, but I have already declined his invitation. If you are still not at ease, I can swear to the old gods that I will reveal none of your plans. I do not trust a woman's oath. Linnea replied coldly. Therefore, you shall remain as my guest for a few more days. Once the war concludes, I will naturally grant you your freedom. Resigned, Nala returned to her seat in the cabin. Linnea took a deep breath, ready to rally the other tribal leaders once more, when suddenly, a figure entered from outside. Apologies for my tardiness. I hope it is not too late. At the sound of the voice, everyone turned in astonishment, for the newcomer was none other than Chimon, the chief of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Linnea immediately rushed to the door, warmly clasping Chimon's arm, laughing heartily, My dear nephew, you have indeed come. I knew you could not genuinely submit to the Riverbend people. The old chief of the Tiger-Tooth tribe was married to Linnea's sister, but as she had passed away early, the familial bond had grown somewhat distant. Nevertheless, this blood relation remained intact. Yes, uncle. Initially, I submitted to the Riverbend people out of necessity, but I have never forgotten the hatred of my father and brothers. Now is the best time for our revenge. Indeed, Linnea grasped Chimon's hand, standing in the center of the gathering, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the leaders. What are you all afraid of? With the warriors of the Tiger-Tooth tribe as our allies, Eagle Beak Island is no longer impregnable. Do you not have the courage to avenge our humiliation? Upon seeing Chimon, the expressions of the tribal leaders began to shift, and hearing Linnea's words, they ceased their hesitations. Enthusiastically responding, we of the Longbeard tribe can send 200 warriors, determined to capture Eagle Beak Island and redeem our honor. We can send 150 warriors. We can send 70 warriors. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the assembly grew fervent. The tribal leaders seemed transformed, each revealing their last reserves. Preparing to engage in battle against the Riverbend people, Linnea and Chimon stood together at the center, basking in the praise and cheers of the crowd, exuding an air of triumph, as if victory were already within their grasp. 33 Loyalty Father in Heaven, Holy Mother, warriors, smiths, maiden, old crone, stranger. I am yours, and you are mine, from this day forth, until death do us part. On the sands of the summer sea, Gavin and Una stood face to face, solemnly declaring their vows. Samuel raised a crystal high, allowing the refracted rainbow light to illuminate the faces of the newlyweds, proclaiming, In the presence of the 7 gods and all humankind, I solemnly declare that Gavin and Una are now united as husband and wife. From this day forward, they shall be one body, one spirit, one soul, for eternity. Any who interfere with their union shall be met with a merciless curse. Una's face was aglow with a blissful blush as she gently rose on her toes, drawing closer to her beloved, reciting the vow she had just memorized. Through this kiss, I offer my love. May you become my husband and my support. Through this kiss, I offer my love. May you become my wife and my companion. Gavin's body trembled slightly, yet he leaned forward, allowing their lips to meet. Applause and cheers erupted, startling a flock of seagulls resting upon the sea, which only intensified the festive atmosphere. With the ceremony complete, it was time for the banquet. As the castle was still under construction, the celebration was held outdoors, and due to limited resources, the fare was quite similar to their usual meals, with only a modest cup of wine added for each guest. The wine, however, was exceedingly potent, causing many to cough uncontrollably. Yet, more than a few drank it, and their eyes sparkled with curiosity, inquiring about its origin. Upon learning that the wine was personally crafted by the Lord, they displayed expressions of astonishment. Chimon hastily finished his meal and downed his drink, then fell into deep contemplation as he observed Samuel's figure. Moments later, seeing Samuel approach the Lord's cottage, he rose to follow. Halt! At the cottage entrance, Chimon beheld his nephew K2 blocking his way, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I wish to see Lord Caesar. What is your obstruction? K2, maintaining a serious expression, replied stiffly, You cannot just enter. You must announce your presence. You truly are a commendable attendant, Chimon remarked, unfazed. Then please assist me in making the announcement. Wait here. K2 coldly retorted before turning to enter the cottage. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, stating, Lord Caesar permits you to enter. Chimon smiled faintly and stepped towards the Lord's cottage. But as he passed by K2, he abruptly halted. What are you doing? K2 tensed, feeling unnerved. despite the fact that this man was his uncle. He perceived a serpentine glint in Chimon's gaze that sent chills down his spine. Are you afraid of me? Chimon fixed his gaze upon Keido's eyes. I am not afraid of you, Keido declared defiantly. Chimon grinned and lowered his voice. What did Sara tell you? Keido's pupils constricted slightly, instinctively avoiding Chimon's gaze. Yet, in the next moment, seemingly recognizing his own weakness, he forced himself to meet Chimon's eyes, gritting his teeth. He told me you killed grandfather. Upon uttering those words, Keido immediately regretted his impulsiveness, realizing he should not have revealed such a secret. However, unwilling to display vulnerability before Chimon, the young wildling straightened his posture with determination. Chimon, however, exhibited no signs of panic or anger, as if he had merely heard Keido comment on the pleasant weather. This demeanor both surprised and infuriated Keido further. After a prolonged silence, Chimon finally spoke softly. Indeed, I killed grandfather. Before Keido could unleash his wrath upon his uncle for his shamelessness, Chimon continued, and not only him, but also your father Kika and your second uncle Chimu. They too met their end by my hand. Keido was momentarily stunned, and in the next instant, a surge of blood rushed to his head, nearly overwhelming his senses. Clang! He drew his sword, but halted midway. Trembling, he bit his lip until it bled, desperately suppressing his impulse. Chimon observed his nephew quietly before suddenly chuckling. Why not draw your weapon? Afraid to slay me? I am not so foolish, Keido retorted, enunciating each word carefully. I cannot defeat you at present. Should I draw my sword against you, you would have a legitimate excuse to kill me. Indeed. It seems you are not entirely foolish, Chimon noted, regarding his nephew, who stood only half his height, yet still lacking in wisdom. With that, he approached Keido, casually adjusting his clothing. Observers from a distance might have mistaken this for a display of deep familial affection. Do you know why I say you are still not clever enough? Keido had calmed by now, sheathing his sword, his lips pursed tightly as he glared at his uncle. Yet he chose not to respond. Chimon paid no heed to his silence, finishing his adjustments before continuing, because a truly wise person conceals their hatred, especially when they lack the strength. With that, Chimon turned and made his way towards the Lord's cottage. Lord Caesar, what business do you have with me? I have critical intelligence to report. Speak. The chieftain of the Blue Skin tribe, Linnea, has allied with the leaders of 13 nearby tribes. They plan to launch a surprise attack on your territory once you depart from Eagle Beak Island. Oh, Samuel straightened his posture. How did you come by this information? Because Linnea is my uncle, and he has secretly contacted me, seeking my assistance to incite the Tiger Tooth tribe against you. Samuel scrutinized the young wildling before him, suddenly inquiring, why did you not support your uncle but instead come to inform me? Without hesitation, Chimon replied, because I am eternally loyal to you. Samuel stroked his chin, carefully assessing the young wildling before him. To be frank, he had deliberately spread news of his impending departure, primarily to lure Chimon out, hoping to eliminate this potential threat. Yet, the young man's reaction greatly exceeded his expectations. Of course, Samuel harbored no belief that Chimon was genuinely loyal to him. A lack of betrayal did not equate to loyalty. It was merely a matter of insufficient cost or improper timing. Nonetheless, this realization made it more challenging for him to act against Chimon. Though born of humble origins, Chimon undoubtedly possessed a sharp intellect. Samuel decided to grant him another opportunity, curious to see what this unmoored wildling truly desired. Since he was set on the Iron Throne, Samuel understood that he could not afford to be morally fastidious. His subordinates needed to be knights who valued honor as their life, yet they also had to learn to wield individuals like Chimon, who could be likened to a rabid dog. Naturally, Samuel was aware of the inherent danger posed by a rabid dog, necessitating a firm grip on the chain around its neck. Only in this manner could it be compelled to attack others rather than turn on its master. With this thought in mind, Samuel resumed his smile and said, Excellent, Chimon, I commend your loyalty. Now, you shall be the one to eliminate these conspirators on my behalf. Chimon thumped his chest with a resounding thud, declaring, I am at your service. The night was silent, with only a gentle breeze passing through. In stark contrast, the camp of the Blue Skin tribe was ablaze with light. With nearly 3,000 warriors gathered from 13 neighboring tribes, the place had become overcrowded. Within the wooden structure at the center of the camp, raucous laughter echoed as the tribal leaders indulged in their revelry. Nala was the sole chieftain not partaking in the celebration. Instead, she sensed an unusual scent in the air, as if foretelling impending calamity. She firmly believed the gods were issuing her a warning. Mother, I dislike this place, spoke a tall girl, veiled yet possessing the same striking purple eyes as her mother. Nala turned to pull her daughter into the tent, instructing, go scout around the camp. Natalie furrowed her brow, replying, but mother, it is so dark now. I cannot see anything. Nara insisted, let us go and take a look. I have an ominous feeling. Reluctantly, Natalie lay back on a woolen blanket, holding her breath in anticipation. In the next moment, her eyes rolled back, and her once amethyst gaze vanished, replaced by a chilling, pure white. Outside the camp, a crow took flight, cawing loudly before vanishing into the dark forest. Nara sat motionless beside her daughter, grasping her hand, her expression tinged with anxiety. Before Natalie could relay any news, chaos erupted within the camp. Nara's heart raced, yet she hesitated to leave her daughter's side. Raising her voice, she called out, "What is happening? It seems the village is on fire, Chief." "On fire?" "Yes, but it appears the flames are not severe. It should be just an accident. You need not worry too much." However, Nara felt no relief. Her instincts only grew stronger. Just as she contemplated sending some tribesmen to investigate the fire, her daughter, Natalie, suddenly cried out and sat up abruptly, her eyes returning to their normal violet hue, yet her demeanor was frantic. Mother, something is amiss. I see many people approaching the camp, all armed." Nara, startled by the validation of her foreboding, soothed her daughter and asked in a hushed tone, "Do not panic, Natalie. From which direction are they coming? They are surrounding us from all sides. What should we do, mother? Are the riverbend people attacking us?" "Most likely," Nara replied, striving to maintain her composure. "But there must be one direction with the fewest numbers, correct?" Taking a deep breath, Natalie recollected. "I sense that the northern side has the least." "Very well, I understand." With that, Nara rose to leave. Startled, Natalie quickly followed, clutching her mother's arm tightly. Nara, with no alternative, led her daughter out of the tent. At that moment, the turmoil within the camp escalated rather than subsided. Flames erupted from multiple locations as the wild men scrambled to extinguish the fires, further plunging the camp into chaos. "The Tiger-Tooth tribe has betrayed us. The Blue-Skin tribe has betrayed us. They conspired with the riverbend to annihilate all wild men." Betrayed by the Longbeard tribe, a cacophony of conflicting voices filled the camp, leaving the wild men warriors disoriented, unable to discern friend from foe. Trust disintegrated, along with the fragile alliance. The warriors, who had been drinking and chatting, preparing for battle the next day, suddenly harbored doubts about those beside them. Had the leaders of the tribes been able to stabilize the situation promptly, they could have quelled the ensuing discord. Yet strangely, amidst the chaos, no tribal leader had emerged. The chief's wooden cabin at the center of the camp remained eerily tranquil during this critical juncture. Many wild men knocked on the door, yet received no response. Nara observed the unfolding scene, her heart sinking. She realized there was no room for hesitation and quickly called upon several tribesmen, instructing, "Gather all the tribesmen immediately and tell them to head north. If they encounter the enemy, do not linger. We must swiftly distance ourselves from this place. Remember, this is not our war." "Understood." As soon as she finished issuing orders, a deep, resonant horn sounded from outside the camp. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The cries for blood followed suit. In the darkness, it seemed countless figures surged from all directions, encircling the Blue-Skin tribe's camp. This became the final straw that broke the camel's back, and the camp erupted in chaos. The wild men warriors scattered like headless chickens. Even those who wished to confront the enemy struggled to organize any semblance of resistance. Seeing this, Nara gripped her daughter's hand tightly and shouted, "All members of the Crow tribe, do not disperse. Follow me, charge north. Let us go." Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin, Linnea, the chief of the Blue-Skin tribe, screamed hoarsely, "Chimon, why have you betrayed us?" His arms and legs were bound with thick ropes, and strange blue blood oozed from his struggles. "Chimon, what benefits have the riverbend people promised you?" The chief of the Longbeard tribe demanded angrily. "Chimon, have you forgotten your identity? You are a wild man. You will always be a wild man. The riverbend people can never trust you. Yes, we are your true brothers. Release us, and together we will drive the riverbend out of the Crimson Mountains. Indeed, release us, and we shall not hold you accountable for your actions tonight." In the face of the tribal leader's accusations, threats, and attempts at persuasion, Chimon remained unmoved, standing at the window, expressionless as he gazed outside. The flickering flames cast a sinister glow on his handsome face, rendering it somewhat grotesque. In a moment of reflection, Chimon recalled the words Samuel had imparted to him before this operation. "I offered those tribal leaders the chance to surrender, yet they chose to resist. Such individuals will not receive a second opportunity from me. I would accept the surrender of all other wild men, but not them. Therefore, when I step into the Blue-Skin tribe's camp, I do not wish to see any tribal leaders alive. Do you understand what must be done?" Chimon remembered his shock and anger at the time, yet ultimately, he bowed his head and replied, "I understand." Time passed, and the tumult outside gradually subsided. The cries of agony and slaughter diminished, replaced by the voices of surrender and plea for mercy. The tribal leaders trapped within the cabin fell into despair, collapsing to the floor, no longer attempting to persuade the traitor. As the battle neared its conclusion, Chimon knew it was time for him to fulfill his mission. Although he had believed himself to be as unyielding as stone, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes at that moment. Yet this hesitation did not linger long. Turning around, Chimon donned a cold expression, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied and bloodthirsty light. "What are you doing, Chimon?" Some tribal leaders seemed to sense the impending doom and shouted weakly. With a swift motion, Chimon's sword pierced a tribal leader's chest without resistance, blood gushing forth and splattering across Chimon. Chimon, you dare to kill us? He answered their questions with action, swiftly dispatching another tribal leader. The cabin erupted in chaos as the remaining leaders cursed and struggled desperately. However, Chimon remained undeterred, advancing toward the next tribal leader. Wait, Chimon, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to submit with another stroke. Chimon's sword struck down, as if slaughtering a wild boar. You madman! You traitor! We have already surrendered. Why do you still kill us? The warriors of the Longbeard tribe will avenge me. The sin of blood permeated the enclosed wooden cabin, mingling with the stench of fear and excrement, creating an overwhelmingly suffocating aroma reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Chimon, the butcher, was now clad in a thick layer of blood, resembling a crimson armor that struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld him. As one tribal leader after another fell, the cabin gradually fell silent. Only the last chieftain of the Blueskin tribe remains, Linnea, the uncle of Chimon. At this moment, Linnea falls silent, his face devoid of anger or fear. He gazes at his nephew before him and speaks in a detached tone. Tell me, why? After a prolonged silence, Chimon finally responds, his voice hoarse like a rusted blade. For the future of the savages. The future of the savages? Linnea, who had felt utterly despondent, suddenly erupts with rage. You are personally strangling the future of the savages. Chimon slowly shakes his head. No, you are the true impediment to the savages' progress. Linnea, taken aback by such absurdity, momentarily stands speechless. Chimon continues, unhurriedly, we savages are also descendants of the ancients and the Unduls, not fundamentally different from the River Bay people. Yet, after thousands of years, the River Bay folk have erected hundreds of castles, sustained millions of people, and formed countless formidable armies. But what of us savages? We dwell with beasts, consorting with ignorance, fracturing into hundreds of tribes, battling over trivial territories and prey. After all this time, what have we truly gained? Do we not still cower within the Crimson Mountains, only daring to raid occasionally, and when we encounter the River Bay's regular troops, do we not flee in terror? Tell me, uncle. Even if we drive the River Bay people from the Crimson Mountains this time, what then? We will return to our former state, mired in barbarism, ignorance, and backwardness. Linnea scoffs. Do you think becoming a hound for the River Bay will transform the future of the savages? Chimon, undeterred by his uncle's insult, replies flatly, at the very least, this is the best opportunity to shatter the barriers between tribes and unite all the savages of the Crimson Mountains. Even so, the future king of the savages will be that noble from the River Bay, and you will merely be a mad dog at his command. If the savages can break free from the mire of barbarism and ignorance, then what does it matter if I am a mad dog? Linnea fell silent. In the twilight of his life, he seemed to finally comprehend his nephew. Of course, understanding does not equate to forgiveness. Linnea could not absolve Chimon for his actions. Yet he recognized that he could no longer halt his nephew's course. He was uncertain whether Chimon's actions would lead the savages to a glorious future or deeper despair. However, Linnea suddenly felt it might indeed be time for the savages to have a different leader. Do not become a mad dog. Linnea suppressed his hatred and anger, speaking earnestly. It is the River Bay people who have compelled you to kill us, is it not? You take our lives, and in return, you will earn the hatred of 13 tribes. As you kill more in the future, the blood on your hands will accumulate, making you an enemy of the world. Therefore, Chimon, control your thirst for slaughter. Otherwise, before the savages see their bright future, you yourself will have already descended into the abyss. Chimon smirked awkwardly, his expression strange. I am already in the abyss, uncle. It is not too late, Linnea urged. The Crimson Mountains are vast, you can still stop now. The future of the savages requires you. Chimon shook his head. It is too late. I am a parasite and have no future left. Linnea froze momentarily, then recalled the death of his brother-in-law, his expression shifting dramatically. You killed your own father. And brothers, Chimon stepped forward, his blood-red sword piercing Linnea's chest. Now there is one more uncle. Linnea let out a furious scream, blood gushing from his mouth, yet his eyes held little hatred, only profound sorrow. Why would you commit such godforsaken acts? Chimon gazed impassively at his gasping uncle and replied coolly, I once prayed sincerely to the gods, yet never received a response. Thus, I chose to offer my soul to the devil. Linnea seemed to struggle to utter more, but his shattered heart could no longer sustain his body. He coughed out one last stream of blue blood before his head tilted, and he fell silent. Chimon stared at his uncle's lifeless body for a moment, lost in thought. It was not until the sounds of battle outside ceased that he turned and walked to the door, unlocking the barred wooden entrance. A cool night breeze met him, yet it did not stir the dried blood crusted in his hair. Chimon, where is Lord Linnea? What of our chieftain? The battle has ended. We have surrendered. You can release them now, can't you? Faced with the questions of the captured savages, Chimon remained silent. Only when they caught sight of the blood covering him did their expressions change, erupting into curses, and some even attempting to charge at Shimon in fury. The soldiers hastily intervened, even resorting to killing a few of the most unruly, quelling the rebellion in its infancy. At that moment, Samuel entered the camp, flanked by soldiers. The captured savages gradually quieted, turning their gazes toward the River Bay noble who would determine their fate. Samuel first cast a distant glance at Shimon, then broke into a warm smile. Amidst the hopeful and fearful eyes of the captives, he proclaimed loudly, "For those willing to submit, I shall grant you mercy." The captives paused, then erupted into cheers. "Thank you, merciful Lord. We are willing to submit. We are eager to serve." Shimon watched as Samuel basked in the adulation of the crowd, his expression complex, illuminated by the orange glow of the flames. The young noble from River Bay appeared to radiate a sacred brilliance. Meanwhile, Shimon stood alone in a cold corner, exuding an aura of disdain. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, then suddenly pressed his right hand against his chest, proclaiming loudly, "Loyalty, dedicated to the greatest Caesar. The greatest Caesar. 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 Caesar." The cheers crescendoed, sweeping through the forest like a tempest. In the woods, the low-hanging crescent moon cast its last rays, desperately resisting the encroaching darkness. Yet, this was ultimately futile. The entire world was soon to plunge into the darkest hour before dawn. "My lady, I have counted. We are short over 30 brothers. Is it so many?" Nala frowned tightly, struggling to accept the figure. "But when we charged out, we did not encounter fierce fighting. How could we lose so many? Many tribesmen likely fell behind and are trapped in the Blueskin tribe's camp." Nala nodded, then resolutely rose. "I will return now to bring them out. My lady, you must not go back." "Yes, mother, you'll likely never return if you go." Natalie clung tightly to her mother's arm, seemingly terrified that she might truly leave and never come back. "No, I must return," Nala insisted. "I led them into danger. It is my responsibility to bring them out." "My lady, we will go back with you." "No, you must stay here. If I do not return in a timely manner, you must take Natalie and leave." "I will not go," Natalie exclaimed, nearly in tears. Nala gently patted her daughter's small hand, smiling to comfort her. "Do not worry. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. As far as I understand, that noble from the River Bay is not a man of bloodlust. Moreover, our Yoya tribe has not participated in the conspiracy of Linya. He should not pose any difficulties for us. Then you should bring more people, just in case." "No need. If he truly intends to harm me, even if I were to bring everyone from the Yoya tribe, it would be futile." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The Yoya tribe is merely a small clan, comprising less than 500 members, and most of them are the elderly, weak, women, and children. "We are certainly no match for the formidable River Bay people." "Well, you need not worry. I have not received any warnings from the deities, which indicates that this journey will not be dangerous." After reassuring her people, Nala determined her direction and ventured alone into the darkness. "So, my subjects will increase by over 9,000? "Indeed, my lord." Gavin, with faint dark rings under his eyes, said. "This is a preliminary count of the population from 13 tribes. The final numbers may vary slightly, but not significantly." Sam stroked his chin, his brow furrowed with concern. While an increase in the population of the territory is certainly a good thing, such a rapid surge is worrisome. With these additional 9,000, combined with the 2,000 from the Tiger-Tooth tribe, the total exceeds 10,000. This has occurred within less than a month. For a territory that has just begun its expansion, this is not merely a population boom. It is an explosion. The territory's food supplies are already dwindling, and a sudden spike in population is akin to throwing fuel on the fire. Previously, with just over 2,000, Sam could have gone to Chinting Island to entice some investments to tide over this period. But now, with over 10,000 mouths to feed, how could he possibly deceive anyone? Does he truly take Earl Pakester for a fool? Moreover, the brandy business is still in its infancy and cannot immediately yield substantial income for the territory. With this thought, Sam sighed, deciding to temporarily allow the newly joined subjects to fend for themselves. "We cannot support so many people at present, so all the 2,000 captives subdued last night will be released. They should continue hunting and gathering as they did before." "Understood, my lord." Gavin nodded in agreement, feeling a tinge of regret. While he comprehended the lord's predicament, he also realized that if they released these captives now, it would be difficult to gather them again in the future. It is a pity that the territory lacks sufficient food to sustain so many. Otherwise, sending them to construct the castle would have been advantageous. Additionally, the winery is also in urgent need of manpower. However, these captives cannot be moved, as they are the primary hunters for the 13 tribes. If they are sent to build the castle, the remaining wild folk in their tribes will face a food crisis. Thus, unless Eagle Beak Owl can sustain all 9,000 wild folk, these captives must be returned. With this in mind, Gavin inquired, "My lord, Should the welfare institution also refrain from accepting the elderly and children from these 13 tribes? After some contemplation, Samware resolutely replied, yes. Otherwise, the spirits of these tribes will surely dissipate. Indeed, Samware sighed, realizing he must hasten to Cheating Island. Otherwise, his subjects would truly be left to fend for themselves. Furthermore, the newly joined 13 tribes will all be designated as villages. Please draft a list of candidates for village heads, ensuring that all are familiar wild folk. The familiar wild folk referred to by Sam are those who have intermarried with the River Bay people or their relatives. For instance, Gavin's newlywed wife, Una, and his brother-in-law, Ucha. Samware's determination to eliminate the tribal leaders is to facilitate the placement of individuals he trusts, thereby allowing for better control of these wild folk villages. He certainly does not wish for the wild folk to revolt again upon his departure. Understood. Gavin quickly noted this down and then asked, what about taxes? Should we also follow the Tiger Tooth Village's example and exempt them for 3 months? Samware hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, yes. Although the territory's finances are strained, he intends to be fair and just. After all, winning the hearts of the people is paramount at this moment. Moreover, the wild folk are destitute. Even if taxes were collected, how much could be raised? Hunting and gathering are exceedingly inefficient means of production. The wild folk struggle to sustain themselves, and the thought of imposing taxes makes Samware feel remorseful. Of course, after 3 months, taxes will need to be collected. Even if the collected taxes are returned as welfare, they must still be levied. This is the obligation of the subjects. If taxes continue to be exempted, it won't be long before no one remembers they have a lord. Furthermore, since Samware has already established a welfare institution to support the elderly and orphans, significantly alleviating their burdens, collecting some taxes should not adversely affect their livelihoods. Subsequently, the two discussed various details regarding the resettlement of the wild folk. After concluding their discussion, Samware was about to take a nap when his attendant, K2, rushed in to report, my lord, a woman claiming to be the chieftain of the Yoya tribe wishes to see you. The Yoya tribe? Please have her come in. Yes. Upon learning that most of the Yoya tribe's members had fled amidst the chaos the previous night, Samware had felt quite disappointed. This tribe possesses the soul grass, which can enhance his mental attributes. Previously, when the people of the Tiger Tooth tribe attempted to invite the Yoya tribe on his behalf, they were rebuffed. He had been pondering how to establish contact with them, but now the Yoya tribe has taken the initiative to seek him out. Samware understood that they must be here for the sake of their captured kin. Lost in thought, he saw a tall woman enter the wooden house. A dark veil obscured most of her face, revealing only her striking violet eyes, while her long, deep brown hair cascaded over her shoulders. Clad in simple, coarse deer hide, she nonetheless emanated an air of mystery and nobility. She approached Samware with graceful strides, bowed deeply, and said, esteemed Lord Caesar, I am Nala, the chieftain of the Yoya tribe, here to extend the most sincere greetings from all my people. Samware gazed at the woman before him, feeling an increasingly peculiar sensation. She did not resemble a wild folk at all. The elegance and pride radiating from her very being could not be feigned or imitated. It could only be cultivated through a life of comfort, service, and fine upbringing. Such a woman could only be found within the walls of a noble castle, not amidst the barbarism and ignorance of the Crimson Mountains. Madam Nala, may I inquire, are you a native wild folk? Nala smiled slightly, as if unperturbed by the inquiry. I fear not. Fear not. Indeed, my lord. Many have posed similar questions to me, yet I cannot provide them with a definitive answer, for I do not recall. Samware's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Have you perhaps experienced amnesia? Yes, my lord. The previous chieftain of the Yoya tribe, my husband, rescued me over a decade ago from the summer sea. However, I cannot recall how I fell into the sea, nor do I remember any of my past. Nala tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone tinged with melancholy. Perhaps I was once a noble maiden in some castle. But that is of little importance now. I am simply the chieftain of the Yoya tribe. Thus, my lord, I have come on behalf of my people. We have not participated in the conspiracy of Linya, nor do we harbor any animosity towards you. So I kindly request that you release those innocent tribesmen to return to the mountains. Samware did not hastily respond to Nala's request, but instead gazed into her violet eyes, lost in contemplation. Regarding Nala's true identity, he had formed a conjecture. The families on the continent of Westeros with violet eyes are scarce, the most renowned being the former royal house of Targaryen. However, the Targaryens possess silver hair and violet eyes, while the woman before him has deep brown hair. Furthermore, the remaining Targaryens are in exile across the narrow sea on the continent of Essos, making their presence in the summer sea improbable. There is one woman who remarkably aligns with Nala's situation, Ashera Dane, sister of the legendary sword Dawn, beloved in dreams by Eddard Stark, and the goddess of the fearless Kingsguard Ser Barristan Selmy. Firstly, the territory of House Dane, Starfall, is located on the eastern bank of the mouth of the Torrentine River, not far from here. Additionally, Over a decade ago, following the conclusion of the War of the Usurper, Eddard Stark brought the ancestral sword Dawn to Starfall, returning it and informing Ashera of her brother Arthur Dayne's demise at the Tower of Joy. It is said that Ashera, unable to bear the grief of her brother's death, threw herself into the sea from the top of the White Sword Tower. However, her body was never found. It now seems that Ashera, who leaped into the sea, may not have perished but was instead rescued from the waters by the former chieftain of the Crow's-Eye tribe, thus losing her memory. With this thought, Samwell's gaze towards Nala shifted instantly. Starfall, as the most significant city in Western Dorne, lies adjacent to the Summer Sea, across from Samwell's own territory. Should he wish to extend his influence into Dorne, Starfall serves as an ideal foothold, and the woman before him, Nala, is the key that could unlock its gates. My lady Nala, I know you did not partake in Lannister's conspiracy, hence I shall not trouble the warriors of the Crow's-Eye tribe. You may take them with you whenever you wish. I appreciate your mercy and fairness. Nala quietly exhaled in relief and promptly expressed her gratitude. Just as she was preparing to take her leave, Samwell continued, I am here on behalf of Duke Mace to expand this territory, and I am willing to offer protection to all wildlings. Would the Crow's-Eye tribe be inclined to become my subjects? I apologize, Nala declined. The Crow's-Eye tribe serves only the old gods and cannot pledge allegiance to a knight who worships the Seven. If this forest has become your domain, we shall take our leave. The Crow's-Eye tribe does not occupy land. This response did not particularly surprise Samwell. After all, no one would willingly submit to another without cause. Were it any other tribe, he would have either subdued them or expelled them outright. But the Crow's-Eye tribe, with Nala's true identity and the Spectre Grass, rendered violence a challenging option. Then allow me to be accommodating. Samwell smiled gently. In that case, I shall not insist. However, there is no need for you to leave. As long as you do not attack my subjects and do not enter their settlements uninvited, I can permit you to remain in this forest. Additionally, you may engage in free trade with my subjects. Nala was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated this young lord to be so generous. You are indeed a benevolent lord. I express my gratitude on behalf of all my people. I am delighted to earn the friendship of the Crow's-Eye tribe. Samwell replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, Lady Nala, I have heard there is a type of spectre grass in the Red Mountains. Have you encountered it? Nala paused for a moment before nodding. Certainly. It is a rather rare wild herb endowed with mysterious spirituality, found only by those favored by the old gods. Samwell's heart leapt with joy as he inquired. Could you assist me in gathering the spectre grass? I can offer payment, 1 silver stag for each plant. Of course. If you prefer to exchange it for an equivalent value in food or other goods, that is also acceptable. Nala pondered for a moment and replied, as long as you agree to one more condition, the Crow's-Eye tribe will collect the spectre grass for you. What condition? You and your subjects must not harm any of the weirwood trees in the Red Mountains. Samwell paused at this, surprised. There are still weirwood trees in the Red Mountains? Weirwoods are sacred to the followers of the old gods. However, he recalled that besides the north, the weirwoods in the south had been destroyed by the Undulls. Yet, the Red Mountains are vast. It is possible some remain. Agreed. I accept your condition. In truth, if you were to inquire, you would find that I do not force my subjects to entirely convert to the worship of the Seven. They may voluntarily retain their original faith. I also respect your beliefs and shall not harm the weirwood trees. You possess a heart of tolerance. Both the old and new gods shall watch over you. Nala beamed with a smile. This negotiation had gone far more smoothly than she had anticipated. The young noble from the Riverlands proved to be far more amiable than she had expected. With this assurance, she no longer had to worry about the remaining weirwood trees facing destruction. At that moment, she sincerely hoped for the expansion of Samwell's territory, so that even more weirwoods could be protected. Furthermore, to exchange spectre grass for a silver stag would greatly enhance her people's livelihoods. What a generous lord indeed. Having established the agreement for the supply of spectre grass, Samwell was in high spirits and warmly invited Nala to stay for lunch, eager to deepen their rapport. Nala did not decline. After all, securing a powerful ally for the Crow's-Eye tribe was not something she would turn down. When the servant K2 presented the food at the table, Nala removed her veil, revealing her exquisite visage. Though she had lost her youth, her charm still lingered. No wonder she had captivated the finest youths of the 7 kingdoms at Harrenhal. Noticing Samwell's gaze upon her, Nala offered a gentle smile and explained, I typically wear a veil to avoid unnecessary troubles. I understand, Samwell nodded with a smile. In these Red Mountains, which follow the law of the jungle, an overly beautiful woman would inevitably attract many complications. However, Nala's decision to remove her veil now signified her trust in Samwell. Pointing to the platter before her, Samwell said with a grin, this is the special lunch combination for the chieftain of the Blueskin tribe. To give it a try. All right. Although it was a chieftain's meal, it was hardly lavish, consisting merely of roasted meat, wild vegetables, mushrooms, goat's milk, and a plate of wild herbs that Samwell did not recognize. Samuel first took a piece of the wild herb and put it in his mouth. As a man determined to taste all the delicacies of Westeros, he naturally opted for the unknown. The flavor was somewhat bitter and irritated his throat. Just as he was about to blacklist this herb, he suddenly paused. His attributes panel had stirred to life. Strength increased by 0.01. Samuel was overjoyed and promptly stuffed 2 more wild herbs into his mouth, causing Nala beside him to wonder why this lord had such a fondness for consuming grass. Surely, he wasn't planning to eat the specter grass he intended to buy from her. Seeing his strength attribute increase once more, Samuel hurriedly turned to K2 and asked, "What is this herb?" "My lord, this is silverleaf grass." "Is there more? Bring me some more." "Yes." At that moment, Nala interjected, "My lord Kais, you should be cautious not to eat too much of this silverleaf grass." "Oh? Why is that?" "Because I suspect it is poisonous." "Poisonous?" Samuel was slightly taken aback, but quickly questioned, "Then why does the chieftain of the Blueskin tribe eat it daily? Its toxicity should be minimal. Consuming it in moderation should pose no issues. However, excessive intake may lead to complications. Should you take the time to investigate, you would discover that this silverleaf herb is a sacred relic of the Blueskin tribe, reserved solely for the chieftains, who may occasionally bestow it upon valiant tribesmen. Yet, those chieftains who frequently consume this herb seldom live beyond the age of 40, often exhibiting peculiar mental states, and may even descend into madness. Why then, do they continue to indulge in this herb? Because it is believed to cure various ailments and transform their skin to a blue hue, which they interpret as a divine blessing. Samuel furrowed his brow. Blue skin, erratic behavior, yet the ability to heal certain maladies. This brought to mind a particular substance. In the next moment, he abruptly rose and strode towards the exit. "I apologize, Lady Nala, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Please enjoy your lunch." Upon reaching the door, he encountered K2, who was bringing in a meal. Samuel swiftly seized the silverleaf herb from K2's hands, stuffing it into his mouth as he inquired, "Where does this silverleaf herb grow?" K2 hesitated briefly before replying, "Deep within the camp, there lies a small cave. Fetch 10 soldiers from Riverbend to meet me at the cave, and bring shovels." "Yes, my lord." Upon arriving at the cave indicated by K2, Samuel indeed found the silverleaf herb. In the dimly lit cavern, its leaves shimmered with a silvery glow. Recalling Lady Nala's earlier account, he immediately surmised that the chieftains of the Blueskin tribe were likely suffering from chronic silver poisoning. Silver possesses antibacterial properties, thus capable of treating infections. However, excessive consumption leads to heavy metal poisoning, causing one's skin and even blood to turn blue. The question remained, how could these silverleaf herbs contain metallic silver? Samuel speculated that beneath the silverleaf herb lay a silver mine, which would account for the accumulation of silver within the plants, resulting in the chronic silver poisoning among the tribe members. But if that were the case, was it the silverleaf herb itself that enhanced their strength, or the silver it contained? Reflecting on another substance that augmented strength, golden-tailed shrimp, Samuel suddenly formed a bold hypothesis. At that moment, K2 returned with the soldiers. "In this place, first uproot the silverleaf herbs, then dig deeper." "Yes," the soldiers responded, promptly entering the cave to commence excavation. Samuel stood outside, consuming the silverleaf herbs the soldiers unearthed, patiently awaiting their progress. The commotion attracted the attention of the wildlings, especially those from the former Blueskin tribe. This cave, where the herbs they revered as divine gifts grew, was often regarded as sacred ground. Now, however, the Riverbend folk were unceremoniously disturbing their hallowed site, leaving them both anxious and bewildered. Naturally, none dared to voice their dissent, for the contents of this cave had long been the exclusive domain of the Blueskin tribe's chieftains, and now that Samuel had conquered them, the cave was rightfully his. As time passed, Samuel numbly consumed the silverleaf herbs, transitioning from the initial bitterness to a complete inability to discern any flavor. Similar to the golden-tailed shrimp, the effects of the silverleaf herb diminished with excessive consumption. Nevertheless, after devouring over 100 specimens, Samuel's strength attribute ascended rapidly, ultimately reaching 213. By this point, his body had developed a high tolerance for the silverleaf herb, requiring 5 herbs to yield a mere 0.01 increase in strength. Samuel let out a satisfied burp. His mouth filled with the bitter taste of the herbs. He could no longer consume more, and the supply of silverleaf herbs was dwindling. He needed to reserve some for seeds. Otherwise, the Blueskin tribe would surely cause an uproar upon discovering their sacred relic had been eradicated. At that moment, Nala had finished her lunch and approached, accompanied by the captured tribesmen, to bid farewell. "Very well, Lady Nala, I wish you a safe journey. Additionally, I hope you find the ghost herbs soon." Observing Samuel's silver-green stained teeth from the herb juice, Nala hesitated to offer counsel, ultimately refraining from speaking, and simply exchanged polite farewells. Not long after the members of the Crow tribe departed, a soldier rushed out to inform Samuel, "My lord, we have unearthed some or below." Samuel promptly entered the cave and indeed discovered several metallic gray crystalline ores glimmering in a large pit. Is this silver ore? Samuel questioned, uncertain, as the color seemed incorrect. However, considering that it might not be pure silver, its appearance and hue could be explained. Turning to the soldiers, Samuel commanded, "Go to Eagle's Beak and summon Vito and Busso. Furthermore, seal off this cave. No one is permitted to approach without my command." "Yes, indeed, my lord." "This is certainly silver or, more accurately termed argentiferous lead or," Vito and Busso concluded after lengthy examination of the crystalline ore in the pit. Samuel's face lit up with joy as he eagerly asked, "Do you know how to refine this argentiferous lead, or?" Vito stroked his beard, shaking his head with a troubled expression. "I'm afraid not, my lord. There are no silver mines in Highstone, and we lack the knowledge to refine it. Where then can I find someone capable of refining silver, or?" "The scholars in the academy should be able to assist." "Scholars?" Samuel mused, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Had he not traversed into this world, the original owner of this body would have ultimately become a scholar. It seemed a journey to Old Town was now inevitable. "Very well, I understand. You may leave for now." "Yes, my lord." Regarding the newly discovered silver mine, Samuel did not instruct the two men to keep it a secret. The processes of mining, refining, and casting silver involved too many individuals, rendering secrecy nearly impossible. Furthermore, in Westeros, mining silver without authorization is a grave offense. If Samuel were willing to assume such risks, why not have simply acquiesced to Lady Olenna's request to become a pirate? After all, the consequences would be the same if caught. Of course, the silver mine was discovered on his territory, making it impervious to theft. However, to begin extraction, royal consent would be imperative. Typically, once mined, a small quantity is allocated for the creation of silver jewelry and utensils, while the majority is utilized for minting silver stag coins. The right to mint coins is firmly vested in the royal family. Consequently, to mint silver coins from this mine, Samuel must obtain the king's authorization, who would also dispatch individuals to oversee the minting process and collect a portion as a licensing fee. The majority of the mine's profits would still belong to Samuel. Why is House Lannister the wealthiest family in the Seven Kingdoms? It is primarily due to the gold mines beneath Casterly Rock. The value of this silver mine does not compare to that of a gold mine, and the extent of its reserves remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it has brought Samuel immense delight. After all, everyone previously assumed the Red Mountains were desolate and barren, and Samuel initially intended to generate income through brandy production. Now, with the discovery of this silver mine, the pace of development in his territory is bound to escalate significantly. Just moments ago, he was frowning over the sudden increase in his population. Now, he feels entirely untroubled. With this silver mine, he would have even more leverage when seeking investments. Moreover, the significance of this silver mine to Samuel transcends mere wealth. According to his previous conjecture, the true substance that effectively enhances one's strength attribute is likely the silver found within the silverleaf grass. So why not simply consume silver directly? Samuel revealed his teeth in hesitation. However, having consumed a considerable amount of silverleaf grass, his intake of silver should be substantial enough, and his body showed no signs of discomfort. Rather, he could distinctly feel an increase in strength, as if he were brimming with energy. It seemed he could indeed digest silver. With this thought, Samuel picked up a small piece of ore, seemingly intending to put it in his mouth. But after a moment's hesitation, he set it back down. The impurities in this silver ore were too many, and consuming it directly might lead to complications. Thus, he took out a silver coin from his pocket and tossed it into his mouth. The hard silver coin scraped against his throat painfully. Yet, in the next moment, he paid it no mind, for his strength attribute indeed increased by 0.01. Silver was truly at work. This indicated that the silver content in 5 silverleaf grass plants was roughly equivalent to that of a single silver coin. What about the golden-tailed shrimp? Samuel had previously inquired that the golden-tailed shrimp was a specialty of Brightwater City, caught exclusively in a lake connected to the Honeywine River. Hence, Samuel suspected that beneath this lake, there might be a gold mine. The shrimp thriving in the lake had likely accumulated gold elements from long-term consumption of the gold-laden silt at the lake's bottom, transforming them into golden-tailed shrimp. Of course, even if he suspected a gold mine lay beneath the lake, Samuel could not exploit it, as it was the territory of the Florin family. Even though Samuel's mother hailed from the Florin family, the treasures there were of no concern to him. However, he could try consuming gold directly to see if it would also enhance his strength attribute. With this thought, Samuel took out a gold coin and popped it into his mouth. Moments later, his strength attribute indeed increased, this time by 0.02. Goodness, he had truly become a pay-to-win player. Wait a moment. Samuel suddenly realized that if gold and silver worked, what about other ores? He then pulled out a copper coin and tossed it into his mouth. After waiting for a while, he felt no reaction. It seemed copper was ineffective. As for other metals, Samuel decided to experiment with them later, fearing his body might not withstand it. Nevertheless, he doubted there would be much hope. After all, with a golden finger, how could one be indiscriminate in their consumption? Upon discovering that gold and silver were the true substances for enhancing strength attributes, Samuel found himself in a delightful dilemma. These two materials were not particularly rare, just expensive. But the high cost was not the fault of gold and silver. It was his own misfortune. He needed to earn money swiftly. Contemplating the substantial enhancement in strength attributes from directly consuming gold and silver, Samuel felt a surge of excitement. Based on the increase of 0.02 strength per gold coin, disregarding the diminishing returns, if he had 100 gold coins, he could boost his strength by a full 2 points. Of course, that was an oversimplification. From previous experience, the same substance would lead to tolerance. The more one consumed, the less effective the enhancement would be. Fortunately, while gold and silver were precious, their overall quantity was still considerable. As long as he continued to consume them, there would come a day when he could stack his strength attributes to a terrifying level. At that point, he could challenge even a dragon in an arm wrestling match. For now, he would start with the silver mine before him. Naturally, he could not consume it directly. He needed to refine it first. Initially, Samuel planned only to visit Qingting Island. But it seemed he also needed to stop by Old Town to see if he could persuade a scholar from the academic city to accompany him back. Over the next 2 days, Samuel personally visited the 13 newly subjugated tribal camps, reassuring the populace while appointing village leaders, clerks, tax officials, and law enforcement officers, and addressing several urgent matters. Once these tasks were completed, he departed the territory with Todd Flo and Chimon, accompanied by 20 guards. The reason for bringing Chimon was straightforward. Samuel did not trust this wild dog and felt more secure keeping him close. As for Todd Flo, while he was not entirely trusted, Samuel was at least confident that he would not cause trouble. The only reason for bringing him along was that he was the illegitimate son of Qingting Island. The group traveled west along the northern shore of the Summer Sea, quickly exiting the Crimson Mountains and arriving at the territory of the Kuei family in Yingwu City. Originally, Samuel intended to head straight to Qingting Island without visiting Yingwu City, but the rapid population growth in his territory had resulted in a severe food shortage. By the time he reached Qingting Island to purchase grain, it might be too late. Therefore, he decided to linger in Yingwu City for a while to procure some food to transport back urgently. Since he chose to enter the city out of courtesy, Samuel dispatched a soldier in advance to deliver a letter of visit to the Kuei family. Viscount Brandon of the Kuei family was a tall middle-aged man, elegantly dressed, with slightly graying black hair meticulously styled. He sat solemnly in the main seat of the parlor. "Sir Caesar, you are not quite as I had imagined," Samuel remarked, taking a small sip of wine with a smile. "Your lordship, how do you envision me?" Viscount Brandon replied, a smile breaking his stern demeanor. "I heard you are quite portly," he said. Samuel chuckled wryly and shrugged. The rigors of pioneering are the best remedy for weight loss. Having traversed for over half a year, Samuel's weight loss had indeed been remarkable. His previously corpulent figure had vanished entirely, replaced by a tall and robust physique, exuding an air of vigor. Beneath his long, arched brows were deep-set eyes, calm as the sea before a storm. Viscount Brandon, having encountered countless individuals, found it surprising that he could not decipher this young knight, scarcely 20. Especially since this young knight was renowned as a waste in the noble circles of the Riverbend region. Many had speculated on how long it would take for him to return, tail between his legs, from the Crimson Mountains, becoming a wandering knight. Yet, as Viscount Brandon observed the young Samuel before him, he perceived him as a steel sword concealed within its sheath, profound and restrained, yet harboring a hidden brilliance. This steadiness, sharpness, and confidence were qualities Viscount Brandon had only seen in a select few seasoned generals. Among them was Count Blando Tarley. Viscount Brandon had participated in the Usurper Wars, and he could never forget the sight of Count Blando, invincible and resplendent, even overshadowing the haughty Robert Baratheon. Now, he saw in Samuel the shadow of the father. How could a father like Blando Tarley bear to cast out such a son? Viscount Brandon lifted his wine glass, taking a small sip to regain his composure, and asked, "How goes the pioneering? The wild men in the Crimson Mountains must be difficult to handle?" "Indeed, those wild men are quite a headache." Samuel feigned a look of distress. "I've captured far too many, and I am troubled about how to accommodate them." Coughing, Viscount Brandon nearly choked on Samuel's words, which were drenched in irony. Once he regained his breath, he inquired, "How many captives have you taken?" "Over 10,000, I believe." "How many?" Viscount Brandon believed he had misheard. The number should exceed 12,000. "Last month, I engaged in 2 battles against the wildlings, and thanks to the favor of the 7 gods, I emerged victorious in both. Consequently, the 14 tribes surrounding Eagle Beak Island have submitted to my rule, and all my kin have become my subjects." Viscount Brandon furrowed his brow, suspecting that the other party was boasting, leading him to reassess his opinion of him. Nevertheless, he inquired further, how many soldiers did you bring for this expedition? The Tyrell family dispatched 100 elite soldiers, and I personally recruited over 100 new recruits. Oh, and there is also Sir Todd Florent, who has played a significant role in this endeavor. Todd, standing behind Samuel, slightly bowed and saluted Viscount Brandon. Initially, upon hearing that Samuel had brought such a small contingent, half of whom were new recruits, Brandon became even more convinced that the other was embellishing the truth. Yet, upon meeting Todd Florent, his certainty wavered. He had heard of Todd Florent, knowing him to be a bastion of loyalty to the Tyrell family and a bastard of Green Pavilion Island. Such a person would hardly conspire to deceive alongside Samuel. However, the reported achievements were still difficult for Viscount Brandon to believe. He had thought he had adequately estimated this pioneering knight's worth, only to discover that the reality surpassed his expectations. Could it be that a new Renly Tarley was about to emerge in the Bay of Rivers? Samuel seemed to perceive the skepticism in Viscount Brandon's eyes and discreetly signaled to Chimon behind him. Chimon understood the cue and promptly lifted the wooden box beneath his feet, presenting it on the long table before Viscount Brandon. What is this? This is a small gift I present to you. Viscount Brandon opened the wooden box, and his gaze sharpened upon the sight within. There, prominently displayed, was a human head. Samuel explained. This is the head of the chief of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Sunhouse City lies just south of the Crimson Mountains, and Viscount Brandon certainly recognized this as the most formidable tribe in the nearby mountainous region. Observing the string of tusks beside the severed head, Brandon found himself believing Samuel's earlier claims with renewed conviction. It seems your expedition has indeed dealt a severe blow to the wildlings of this region. This gift pleases me greatly. Viscount Brandon smiled. For the elimination of these wildlings, his territory would be spared from their raids. Seeing that the other had not grasped his true intention, Samuel added with a smile, My lord, have you forgotten? This chief of the Tiger-Tooth tribe was responsible for the death of a Hightower many years ago. Oh? Viscount Brandon paused, as if recalling the incident, and his smile grew even warmer. I remember now. Indeed. I led 200 family soldiers alongside Count Leighton to the Crimson Mountains in an attempt to capture this wildling, stained with Hightower blood. Alas, these rascals scurried about like mice, evading capture. I never imagined you would slay him. Samuel smiled faintly and said, I must hurry to Green Pavilion Island. So I would appreciate your assistance in delivering this head to Old Town, to be passed on to the Hightower family. Although Samuel himself would soon be visiting Old Town, he opted to have Viscount Brandon undertake the delivery. As a vassal to the Hightower family of Old Town, and having participated in the matter years ago, his involvement would be akin to a gesture of goodwill, garnering favor from both the Hightower and the Tyrell families. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Viscount Brandon's gaze towards Samuel grew increasingly amiable. What a considerate young man. Brave, skilled in battle, and so mindful of others. Viscount Brandon could hardly comprehend why the nobility of the Bay of Rivers deemed Samuel a useless fellow. Are you all blind? The more he regarded Samuel, the more he found him agreeable, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind concerning his unmarried daughter. Sir Caesar, you must be weary from your long journey. Why not take a moment to rest? I have arranged a banquet, and we shall dine together shortly. Samuel, observing the beaming Viscount Brandon, silently acknowledged that his gift had indeed been well received, and the subsequent investment should be almost assured. Thus, he rose with pleasure and replied, It is an honor. Upon finishing his bath, Samuel heard footsteps approaching outside. Surmising that it was a servant sent by Viscount Brandon to escort him to the banquet, he promptly dressed. The anticipated knock soon followed. Sir Caesar, the Viscount has sent me to bring you to the banquet. Samuel opened the door, fastening the last few buttons of his attire, and smiled at the maid outside. Please lead the way. Following the maid through the dimly lit corridor, they arrived at an oak door adorned with silver trim. Sir, the banquet does not commence for a while yet. You may rest in the reception room. Very well. Samuel pushed open the wooden door and entered the room. Yet the next moment, he found himself taken aback. For what greeted his eyes were pink curtains, a snowy white cashmere carpet, a luxurious ivory bed, and an exquisite vanity. This was no reception room. It was evidently the bedroom of some young lady or wife. Samuel's heart raced, and he immediately turned to leave, only to discover that the door had been locked from the outside. Just then, a melodious voice rang out within the room. Oh, Sir Caesar. How rude of you to wander into my bedroom. Samuel then noticed a young woman emerging from the inner chamber, regarding him with a bemused expression. Alice Tyrell. The daughter of Viscount Brandon was clad in a rather daring gown, yet her ample figure distorted the fabric, rendering it anything but elegant, instead appearing comical. Her round face was heavily made up, yet the freckles and blemishes remained stubbornly visible. Samuel quickly lowered his gaze, choosing not to look further. For to scrutinize an unattractive individual is an act of cruelty. I beg your pardon, Miss Alice. A maid informed me that this was the reception room. She must have been mistaken. I shall take my leave now. Do not be in such a hurry. Sir Caesar, I have heard my father speak of you as a valiant knight who has subdued thousands of wildlings. Please, regale me with your tales. As Alice approached him eagerly, Samuel realized that this was a carefully laid trap. Curse you, Brandon Tyrell. Your daughter may be struggling to find suitors, but that does not justify such coercion. In a moment of panic, Samuel summoned all his strength and yanked the wooden door with all his might. Crack. Thanks to the significant increase in his strength attribute. Now reaching 273, he managed to break the latch. With the door forcibly opened, Samuel dashed out of the room, narrowly evading the youthful pounce of Alice. Just as he exhaled in relief, he found himself face to face with a bewildered Viscount Brandon around the corner. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Samuel was the first to react, hastily addressing the Viscount. My lord, I accidentally broke the door. I sincerely apologize. The Viscount, who had intended to catch Samuel in a compromising situation, looked at the impeccably dressed knight with a sense of resignation. He could not help but cast a disapproving glance at his daughter Alice, as if to say, how could you let him escape so easily? Alice huffed in indignation and turned back into the room. Ahem, no matter. Do not concern yourself with the door, Sir Caesar. The banquet is about to begin. Let us proceed. Very well. The two walked side by side, tacitly pretending that nothing had occurred, soon resuming their light-hearted banter. Sir Caesar, what brings you to Green Pavilion Island on this occasion? My Lord Viscount, you must be aware that the Crimson Mountains are exceedingly barren. If my territory is to flourish, it is imperative that we procure food and other necessities from external sources. My journey to Qingding Island is motivated by the hope of establishing a supply contract with the Redwin family. Viscount Brandon cast a sidelong glance at Samuel, seemingly mocking his naivety. Young man, I must remind you that if you intend to rely on external shipments of food supplies for your territory, it will undoubtedly require a substantial sum of money. Samuel replied casually, I am aware of that. Fortunately, we recently discovered a silver mine in the territory, which is why. Silver mine. The mocking expression on Viscount Brandon's face instantly transformed into envy. You are truly a fortunate fellow. It is indeed a blessing from the seven. Samuel piously drew a 7-pointed star over his chest and fell silent. Before long, Viscount Brandon could not help but say, in fact, there is no need for you to go to Qingding Island. Our city of Yangwu can supply food and goods as well, and it is much closer. This would save you a significant amount in transportation costs. Samuel chuckled inwardly but feigned hesitation. However, my territory has over 10,000 people, and it is likely to continue growing. Can you supply for such a large number? Not a problem. Viscount Brandon waved his hand confidently. There is an abundance of fertile land surrounding Yangwu City. If you do not believe me, you can see for yourself. Wheat, vegetables, and fruit trees are plentiful. I could supply not just 10,000, but even 30,000. So your limit is 30,000, Samuel mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In that case, what about the price? Absolutely fair. Viscount Brandon, now resembling a keen merchant, replied eagerly. I can have a price list prepared for you, if you're unsatisfied. You can negotiate directly with me. Very well, as long as you can truly guarantee a fair price, I shall procure food supplies from Yangwu City. Haha. You have made a wise decision. However, there is one condition I must mention in advance. Samuel interrupted the exuberant Viscount Brandon. What condition? You are surely aware that mining the silver requires the king's authorization. Although I have already sent someone to King's Landing for approval, it will take time. And organizing the extraction, refining, and casting will also require time. Samuel shrugged. I may not be able to pay for these supplies immediately. If you are willing to accept a delay, then we can discuss this further. A delay? Viscount Brandon frowned. For how long? Half a year. Half a year. Viscount Brandon nearly jumped out of his seat. That is impossible. But in the next moment, a glimmer of cunning crossed his eyes, and he added, however, if you are willing to marry my daughter, then that would not be an issue. Samuel's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself that even if she were offered to him along with 6 months' worth of supplies, he would refuse. I can understand your concerns, Samuel said, displaying an air of indifference to whether the Viscount agreed or not. That is why I did not discuss this with you earlier. I intended to head straight to Qingding Island. The Redwin family possesses substantial wealth, and a 6-month delay in payment would be no obstacle for them. This remark made Viscount Brandon grit his teeth. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally spoke again. I can grant you a maximum of 3 months. By then, your silver mine should be yielding results. 3 months. Samuel pretended to ponder deeply before sighing. Very well, 3 months it is. However, I hope the first shipment of food supplies can be delivered to Eagle's Beak within 3 days. Not a problem. Viscount Brandon immediately agreed. After the banquet, we shall draft a list of supplies. Excellent. Samuel finally smiled and extended his right hand. To a fruitful cooperation. To a fruitful cooperation. Viscount Brandon shook Samuel's hand vigorously, seemingly just realizing, you are an exceptional negotiator. You are too, Samuel replied with a hearty smile. Viscount Brandon leaned in closer, unwilling to give up, and said, if you are willing to marry my daughter, I shall gift you 3 months' worth of supplies. I'm afraid not, my lord. Samuel replied with a serious expression. I have sworn an oath that I shall not marry until I have established my own territory. With a sigh, Viscount Brandon conceded defeat. After spending 3 days in Yingwu City and witnessing the ships laden with food and supplies depart for Eagle's Beak, Samuel finally felt a sense of relief and bid farewell to Viscount Brandon. Thus, under the enthusiastic send-off of Viscount Brandon and the mournful gaze of Miss Alice, Samuel and his entourage set sail for Qingting Island. The journey was smooth and uneventful, and merely 6 days later, the ship successfully crossed the Redwind Strait. Arriving at Qingting Island, this island is renowned for its wine production, particularly the golden wine of Qingting Island, which is highly sought after by the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms and is priced exorbitantly, often referred to as liquid gold. However, what truly solidified the Redwind family's status as one of the most influential noble families in the Bay was not the wine, but rather the fleet of Qingting Island. This fleet is ranked among the 3 great fleets of Westeros alongside the Royal Fleet and the Iron Fleet, representing a significant naval power capable of influencing the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms. As the afternoon sun shone brightly, Samuel strolled down the gangplank. The dock was bustling with activity, with laborers shouting loudly as they loaded large sacks of goods onto merchant vessels. Witnessing this familiar scene, Samuel's guards displayed expressions of nostalgia. Just 6 months prior, they were like these workers, toiling daily to transport heavy loads, barely managing to fill their stomachs. Now, however, their fortunes had dramatically changed. Reflecting on this, the guards gazed at their lord with renewed fervor. The arrival of Samuel and his entourage did not create any significant stir. Although Todd Florent had sent a letter in advance to indicate their intention to visit, it was evident that, given Samuel's current reputation, a grand welcome from the Redwind family was out of the question. In fact, not a single family member was present to greet them. Only a servant had been dispatched. This seemed rather excessive. Even after Samuel entered the castle and spent an extended period sipping tea in the reception hall, he still had not been able to meet with Count Paxton. At this point, even Todd Florent's expression had turned notably grim, yet Samuel remained unperturbed. He had anticipated the Redwind family's cold reception. After all, according to Lady Olenna's original plan, although Eagle's Beak was nominally his territory, the true controller was the Redwind family. Now that Samuel had refused to be manipulated, Count Paxton was naturally disinclined to extend him any cordiality. However, he did not feel anxious. After reaching a supply agreement with Viscount Brandon of Yingwu City, the food crisis in his territory had been temporarily alleviated, diminishing his immediate need for the support of the Redwind family. As for the brandy, he was not solely reliant on the Redwind family for its distribution. While the Redwind family would indeed be the ideal partner, given their established sales channels that could swiftly deliver brandy to the tables of Westeros's nobility, and the association with the Qingting Island winery would enhance its prestige, if they were unwilling to cooperate, he was open to seeking alternative partners. With this mindset, Samuel felt indifferent to the situation, curious to see what tricks Count Paxton might have up his sleeve. As they waited for the sun to set, Samuel and his companions grew increasingly hungry, their stomachs beginning to grumble. Finally, someone entered the parlor. Oh dear, it's quite dark in here. Someone, quickly bring some candles. I apologize for the delay, Sam, came the response. The newcomers were the twin sons of the Earl of Paxton, Horace Redwyn and Hobart Redwyn. The two bore an uncanny resemblance, with square faces, orange hair, and a plethora of freckles. However, they were still easily distinguishable. Horace was slightly taller, his gaze more aggressive, as if he were perpetually ready for a brawl, while Hobart spoke with a slurred tongue, his words muddled as though he were unable to swallow properly. Don't worry. We've just been resting after our journey, Samuel said with a cheerful smile. Horace scrutinized Samuel for a moment before exclaiming, Sam, you've changed quite a bit since we last met. Hobart nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've lost so much weight. Have you been going hungry lately? Horace immediately chimed in. It's true. In a wretched place like the Crimson Mountains, it's hard to find a decent meal. Ha. The brothers erupted into laughter. Samuel, smiling quietly, regarded them as if they were two fools. Memories belonging to the original owner surged forth, revealing that he had a past connection with these two brothers. When the Earl of Lando had not yet completely abandoned his eldest son, he had brought Samuel to Green Pavilion Island, hoping to arrange a marriage between him and the Earl of Paxton's daughter, Daisy Redwyn. Unfortunately, Samuel had not made a favorable impression, ending up in tears under the mockery of Horace and Hobart, losing all semblance of dignity. Indeed, it is easy to go hungry, Samuel remarked, unfazed by the brothers' jibes. That is precisely why I have come to Green Pavilion Island, in hopes of securing assistance from the Redwyn family in providing food and supplies for Eagle's Beak. Although I have already signed a supply contract with Sunhouse City, I wouldn't mind having an additional supplier. If the Brandon family were to gain control over Eagle's Beak's food supply, what if one day Lord Brandon turned against us? Or worse, What if he resurrected old grievances and insisted that I marry Miss Alice? Well, Horace chuckled politely. Let's wait for my father to return before discussing this further. Is the Earl not on the island? Samuel inquired. He is indeed here, but he has gone to inspect the territory, Horace replied. When will he return? That is hard to say. It could be tomorrow or perhaps next week. After all, Green Pavilion Island is vast, and I have no idea where my father currently is. Upon hearing this, Samuel maintained his smile, though inwardly he was cursing. In that case, I shall not impose further. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now. You are leaving tomorrow? Upon hearing Samuel's intention to depart, Horace appeared taken aback. Yes. Samuel replied with a slight smile. I still need to visit Old Town. You will return to Green Pavilion Island on your journey back, won't you? Hobart could not help but ask. It will depend on the circumstances, Samuel replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Perhaps he would dock again. Hoping to see the Earl at that time. Horace's expression fluctuated, and after a moment, he managed a forced smile. In that case, I will have someone arrange rooms for you. You should rest early. Thank you for your kindness, Samuel said, rising to leave without any hesitation. Horace and Hobart exchanged glances, barely concealing their astonishment. Yet soon, the brothers shared a knowing look and quickened their pace, flanking Samuel as they escorted him out. The parlor door was not wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, yet the Redwin brothers did not yield. Rather, they seized the opportunity to squeeze closer together. With a loud thud, Samuel stepped out confidently, while the brothers stumbled, nearly losing their balance. My sincerest apologies. Are you two all right? Samuel exclaimed, feigning surprise as he turned back. Horace, suppressing the stinging pain in his shoulder and the shock rising within him, replied, It's nothing. We simply tripped. Oh, I see, Samuel said, his realization dawning. I thought perhaps you two had not eaten enough. With that, he paid no heed to the brothers' flushed faces and strode away. The night was deepening. The castle study was brightly illuminated by candlelight. The Earl of Paxton, who should have been surveying his territory, sat attentively as Todd Fox recounted the early endeavors of Eagle's Beak. Upon hearing Todd mention that Samuel had managed to hold back 2,000 wild men with merely 100 new recruits, Horace could not help but interject. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. How could 100 new recruits fend off 2,000 wild men? Todd, are you spinning tales? Before Todd could defend himself, the Earl shot his eldest son a glare and commanded, Silence. Horace fell immediately quiet. The Earl of Paxton was a slight figure, and in the large chair, he appeared even more diminutive, yet no one in the room dared to disregard this Lord of Green Pavilion Island. Not only them, but even Duke Mace. The governor of River Bay had to carefully court this man, having even married off his own sister, Mina Tilly, in the process. Todd, please continue, the Earl urged. Yes, my lord, Todd replied promptly, continuing without interruption. The tales of subduing the Tooth-Fong tribe, ambushing the 13-tribe coalition, distilling brandy, and discovering silver mines unfolded. Horace and Hobart's expressions grew increasingly grim, as if they were listening to some ghostly tale. Such absurdity was beyond belief. The brothers, unwilling to accept that the chubby boy they had once taunted to tears had transformed into a valiant knight capable of carving out territories in the Crimson Mountains, were in denial. This is all a lie, a fabrication, Horace thought as he rubbed his sore shoulder, his mind screaming. When Todd finally concluded his narrative, Horace immediately turned to his father, a torrent of words seemingly stuck in his throat, yet upon seeing the Earl's lowered head and silence, he forced himself to remain quiet. Others, too, refrained from speaking. The study fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the burning candles. After a long pause, the Earl of Paxton finally lifted his head, his expression inscrutable. He asked Todd, Is Samuel here to purchase food and supplies? My lord, Sir Caesar has already established a supply contract with the Kuei family in Sunhouse City, so he might not be in a hurry to procure food from Green Pavilion Island. However, regarding brandy, he likely wishes to collaborate with us. Brandy? The Earl of Paxton scoffed lightly. Did you bring any? I would like to taste it and see if it truly lives up to your praise. Indeed, I have, Todd replied, producing a small oak cask and pouring a glass for the Earl. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, instantly invigorating the previously languid Earl, who straightened in his seat. He squinted at the amber liquid in his glass for a moment before raising it to his nose to inhale deeply. Excellent wine, the Earl declared before even taking a sip, leaving the gathered Redwin family in astonishment. Yet, the enticing scent indeed captivated their senses, and they each discreetly swallowed. Under their expectant and skeptical gazes, the Earl of Paxton finally downed the drink in one go. Gulp. Everyone held their breath. The Earl of Paxton closed his eyes, tilting his head back, seemingly savoring the taste. After a considerable time, he finally reopened his eyes and turned to his eldest son, Horace, saying, Bring Samuel to see me first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, father, Horace promptly replied. Then, he gazed longingly at the jar in Todd's hand, clearly eager to sample its contents. However, before he could voice his desire, Count Pixter commanded Todd, "Take all the remaining wine to the winery for the vintners to taste and determine how it was made." "Yes, my lord," Todd answered, sealing the jar once more under the watchful eyes of those around him. Count Pixter cast a glance at him, urging, "Go now." "Yes." Todd reluctantly turned to leave the study. Once outside, the illegitimate son managed a bitter smile, fully aware that he was merely an outsider. Count Pixter would never truly allow him into the heart of the Redwind family. In the dim candlelight, the castle corridors flickered with shadows. Everything around him was so familiar, yet so foreign. Taking a deep breath, Todd composed himself and set off toward the winery. The following morning, Samuel, after rising, washing up, and having breakfast, could not be bothered to greet the Redwind family members. He and his men headed straight for the docks. They encountered a merchant ship heading to Old Town, and Samuel paid a small sum to board. As the massive anchor was pulled from the water, the ship slowly sailed out of the harbor. Standing at the bow, Todd was struck with astonishment. Why hadn't Horace come to fetch Samuel? Had Count Pixter changed his mind again? Alas, it was evident that he was but a bystander, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Noticing Todd's despondent demeanor, Samuel inquired, "What's wrong? Are you going to miss home?" "This is not my home," Todd sighed. Looking down at the shimmering water surface, the gentle sea breeze was warm, yet it could not dispel Todd's melancholy. But the next moment, he heard Chimon beside him say, "My lord, are those two on the docks the Redwind brothers?" Samuel focused for a moment and replied, "Indeed, it seems they are. Are they here to see us off?" Todd quickly looked up and, sure enough, saw the twin brothers from House Redwind wildly waving their arms at him from the dock, calling out loudly, though the distance rendered their words inaudible, "Farewell, farewell, no need to see us off." Samuel waved back at the brothers, turning to Todd and commenting, "I didn't expect these two to be so enthusiastic." Todd opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. A thought crossed his mind. Had Horace forgotten to bring Samuel to see Count Pixter? Surely not. Todd shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. How could the heir of House Redwind be so foolish? Wait. My father wants to see you. My father wants to see you. On the docks, the two brothers frantically waved their arms, shouting toward the sea. The surrounding laborers regarded them with bemusement, even as their voices grew hoarse. The merchant ship showed no signs of turning back. "Damn it, brother. Foolish brother. You overslept." In despair, Hob pulled at his brother's sleeve, shouting in his ear, "What do we do now? Father is still waiting for Samuel. What to do? What to do?" Horace stared blankly at the receding ship. Having succumbed to the allure of brandy the previous night, upon returning to his room, he indulged in drink, only to find himself unable to rise in the morning. The thought of his father's impending wrath sent a shiver down the spine of the firstborn of House Redwind. Old Town basked under the gentle sunlight, its sea surface smooth and mirror-like, resembling a lush green woolen carpet extending to the horizon. Whispering Bay was renowned for its tranquility, with even 10-foot waves being a rarity. Even the most tempestuous sea winds would become gentle here, soft as the whispers of lovers. As the merchant ship sailed into the bay, Samuel could see the iconic structure of Old Town, the tower of the citadel, rising in the distance. This towering stone edifice is one of the most magnificent and masterfully crafted buildings in Westeros. Standing over 800 feet tall, its summit, perpetually ablaze, pierced the clouds, discernible even from hundreds of leagues away. For centuries, this bright lighthouse at the mouth of the Honeywine River has guided countless captains on their journeys. As the merchant ship drew nearer to the harbor, the grand silhouette of the tower became increasingly clear to all on board. Every eye widened in awe, gazing up at this miraculous structure, instinctively holding their breath. Chimon, lacking in experience, trembled with reverence, nearly kneeling in worship as if before a deity. Even Samuel, who had seen tall buildings in his previous life, could hardly conceal his astonishment. He found it difficult to fathom how such a lighthouse could be constructed in a world reminiscent of a medieval era, unless through magic. The thought crossed Samuel's mind. Such architecture, he surmised, could only have been built by means of sorcery. As the busiest port in Westeros, the waters here appeared particularly congested, with Samuel's ship having to wait in line to dock. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the ancient city exuded a sense of peace and elegance, akin to an elder who had weathered a millennium of storms, gazing upon the vicissitudes of the world with calm detachment. Besides the tower, Old Town boasted two other notable edifices, the Citadel and the Starry September. The Citadel served as the training ground for scholars and was the place Samuel had long aspired to visit. Countless learned men had departed from here to advise lords across Westeros. As for the Starry September, for thousands of years, it had been the center of the faith of the Seven, the residence of the High Septon, until it was supplanted by the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing over a century ago. Nevertheless, in the hearts of many followers of the Seven, it remained the place closest to the heavens. Of course, when discussing Old Town, one must not overlook its lord, the family residing within the tower, the Hightower family. As one of the oldest families in Westeros, the Hightower lineage can be traced back to the first men, having once ruled the Honeywine River region as the kings of the High Tower in the distant Dawn Age. However, such an ancient and influential family has not exhibited the strength befitting its stature. In fact, many perceive the Hightower family as not merely weak but rather feeble. As the kings of the first men, they chose to submit and intermarry when the Undols invaded, when the Gardner family expanded from the Mander River. They again opted for subservience and marriage. When the conqueror Aegon Targaryen rode in on his dragon, the Hightowers still chose to submit. Well, this time they did not intermarry. For the Targaryens adhered to the tradition of sibling marriage, generally preventing the flow of true dragon blood. This series of actions has undoubtedly hindered the Hightower family from establishing sufficient prestige, rendering them unable to inspire the requisite awe among others. Nevertheless, Samwell had never underestimated this family. In truth, anyone who belittled the Hightower family would pay a heavy price, often in ways they could scarcely perceive. Those scholars who ventured from the Citadel to serve as advisors to various lords, despite claiming to have no surname, no allegiance, and no political bias, who would dare assert that the Hightower family had no influence over them? What motives lie behind those scholars who feign piety in their pursuit of the arcane? What clandestine discussions transpire within the shadowy confines of the secluded citadel? What secrets lie concealed behind the ancient, imposing doors? In Samuel's perspective, the Hightower family possesses an astute understanding of the principle of overcoming strength with subtlety and of the weak triumphing over the strong. They never confront formidable foes directly, but rather seek to alter the world in hushed silence. Countless ancient and powerful families have succumbed to the relentless tide of time, yet the Hightower family endures, which surely cannot be mere coincidence. Having disembarked from the merchant vessel, Samuel and his companions boarded a ferry, bound for the Hightower family's towering castle situated on Conquest Island, necessitating a change of ships. Conquest Island, an alluvial isle at the mouth of the Mander River, is steeped in legend, said to have once been home to a great dragon until the first Hightower vanquished it and erected the soaring tower. As Samuel stood before this architectural marvel, he could not help but feel a profound sense of his own insignificance. This was no mere handiwork of mortals. "Welcome to the great tower, Sir Caesar," greeted a handsome, commanding middle-aged man with a radiant smile at the castle's entrance. This man was none other than Sir Baelor Hightower, the eldest son of the Lord of Oldtown, Lord Leighton. However, it was the enchanting figure beside Sir Baelor that captivated Samuel's attention. Miss Marjorie Tyrell, the daughter of the Duke, donned a green pleated gown, accentuating her perfect form with golden embroidery at the waist. Her soft, chestnut curls cascaded from a headband, and her gentle, watery eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Samuel. "Sir Caesar, I scarcely recognized you." Samuel was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating to encounter this highborn rose beneath the great tower. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Bowing respectfully, "Good day, Sir Baelor, Miss Marjorie. The path of exploration is fraught with challenges, hence I have lost a bit of weight." "Not just a bit. You've transformed entirely," Marjorie remarked with a playful smile as she appraised Samuel. "I have heard that you have tamed over 10,000 wildlings, truly astonishing. You have also aided the Hightower family in ridding us of a vile fugitive. My poor cousin can finally rest in peace," Sir Baelor added with a grin, evidently aware that Samuel had received the wildling's head from Lord Brandon. "It is my honor to assist the Hightower family," Samuel replied with a smile, turning his gaze back to Marjorie. "And it is my duty to expand the Tyrell family's territories." Marjorie's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and adorable dimples adorned her cheeks as she said, "I am proud of you, my knight. This month's funding will be exceptionally generous." Upon hearing this, Samuel's smile blossomed even wider. "Thank you for your generosity. Your contribution shall surely be rewarded." He then inquired curiously, "Miss Marjorie, if I may be so bold, what brings you here?" "I am accompanying my mother on a visit, and I did not expect to run into you." "What a delightful coincidence." Samuel suddenly recalled that Marjorie's mother, the Duchess of Highgarden, was indeed the daughter of Lord Leighton, the Lord of Oldtown. "Now, let us not linger outside any longer. Come inside," Baelor invited with a warm smile. Nodding, Samuel accepted bread and salt from a nearby servant, savoring it before stepping through the castle's grand entrance. Upon entering the great tower, Samuel could not suppress his curiosity, casting his gaze around the interior. The walls, constructed of dark, massive stones, exuded a sense of weightiness, with countless epics etched into their surfaces. Perhaps within each minute crack lay a forgotten tale waiting to be rediscovered. Observing Samuel's wonder, Baelor chuckled. "Every first-time visitor is odd. But after residing here for decades, one only feels oppression and tedium. Alas, had I not been the younger brother without an elder, I might have long since roamed far and wide." Samuel caressed the smooth, dark wall, inquiring, "Was this truly built over 10,000 years ago?" Baelor erupted in laughter, responding, "Not nearly that early. While the Hightower family indeed settled here during the dawn of the age over 10,000 years ago, Our castle was merely a wooden tower 50 feet high back then. It was only after constructing several towers that the present Great Tower emerged as the fifth. Was the builder the famed castle builder Brandon Stark? Samuel recalled reading about it in the original texts. Indeed, Baylor nodded, his expression shifting to one of longing. It is said he also constructed the wall, a far grander edifice. I yearn to see it. And the Whispering Keep, a clear voice chimed from behind. Turning, Samuel beheld a striking youth descending the staircase. Indeed, striking. For the first time, Samuel found the term fitting to describe a man. With flowing chestnut curls, captivating golden eyes, and a stunning visage, he could easily ensnare the hearts of any woman, and even some men. Aware of the attention directed his way, the handsome youth smiled before continuing. Lord Loras has told me that the Whispering Keep is also a masterpiece of the castle builder Brandon, impervious to any storm. Loras, come here. Marjorie beckoned to the youth on the staircase. This is the pioneering knight I mentioned to you, Samuel Caesar. Loras descended, nodding in greeting to Samuel. I am Loras Tyrell, the third son of the Duke of Highgarden. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Caesar. The honor is mine, Sir Loras. Samuel returned the gesture, suddenly realizing that this was the renowned Knight of Flowers, as his reputation suggested. However, he wondered how Loras had found his way to Old Town. Samuel remembered that Loras was supposed to be serving as a squire to the Duke of the Whispering Keep, Garland Baratheon. Perhaps sensing Samuel's confusion, Loras clarified. Lord Renly is also here, speaking with the Count and my mother upstairs. Lord Renly is here? Samuel was momentarily startled, his mind racing with greater curiosity. What business could Renly have here? The Hightower family and the Baratheon family were not related. He soon realized that Marjorie and her mother's visit to the Great Tower likely had motives beyond mere familial ties. The coincidences were piling up, making it increasingly difficult to dismiss them as mere chance. As Samuel pondered, Loras remarked, You are entirely different from what I imagined, Sir Caesar. I have heard that you have carved out a territory in the Red Mountains and subdued over 10,000 wildlings. Indeed, thanks to the blessings of the Seven, Samuel affirmed. The Seven only bless the brave and devout knights, Loras replied with a smile. I had previously heard some unfavorable rumors about you, but now it seems they were nothing but malicious and unfounded slanders. It is no wonder Lord Renly always says, Do not believe your ears, trust your eyes. I appreciate your compliments, Samuel said, reciprocating the praise. I have long heard of your prowess as a knight, especially with the lance. My skills were honed under the tutelage of Lord Renly. He is an even more exceptional knight and a wise lord. By the way, I have yet to encounter a wildling, Sir Caesar. Could you tell me about them? How do they fight? What weapons do they wield? Certainly, their weapons are quite rudimentary. As Samuel recounted, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. Loras is truly an earnest boy, albeit a bit too straightforward, completely unable to conceal his thoughts, always speaking of Lord Renly. No wonder the rumors of their close friendship have spread throughout the noble circles. The group chatted amiably as they ascended the stairs. After an unknown number of floors, Sir Baylor halted, pointing to a room ahead. He addressed Samuel. Sir Caesar, this is the room arranged for you, and your attendance chamber is adjacent. Please take a moment to rest. The banquet will commence at 6 o'clock, and a servant will come to inform you. Very well, Sir Baylor. Thank you for your hospitality. Sir Loras, Miss Marjorie, I shall see you shortly. Until later. Once inside the room, Samuel took a bath before retiring to bed. It was only when the maid knocked that he leisurely rose to change his attire. Upon exiting, he did not hasten to the banquet hall, but waited for Todd, Flower, and Chimon to finish their preparations before proceeding together. The lesson learned from the last visit to Sunspear had left Samuel with a psychological shadow. Although he knew that Earl Leighton was unlikely to be as eager as Lord Brendan to marry off his daughter, he no longer dared to walk alone with another's maid. After all, one must be cautious while away from home. The trio followed the maid to the banquet hall. The floor was laid with purple wood, reflecting silhouettes, a material dense and lustrous, prized for furniture making, yet here it merely served as flooring. 7 white jade-carved columns supported the hall's dome, while over a dozen formidable armored warriors stood sentinel around the perimeter, brandishing long spears. Graceful and beautiful maids glided forth, bearing platters of exquisite delicacies to the long dining table. The banquet was in buffet style, yet few guests lingered by the bountiful table, merely sampling the offerings to avoid any semblance of impropriety. Guests divided into 2 groups. The strikingly adorned noble women occupied the left side of the hall, occasionally erupting into melodic laughter, whilst the right side gathered well-dressed gentlemen, engaged in small clusters of conversation. The candlelit hall, adorned with opulent decorations, courteous attendants, and enchanting maidens, along with an array of delectable dishes, painted a vivid scene of a grand noble soiree. Though Todd was a bastard, he hailed from the esteemed red wine lineage and had served in the court for many years. Thus, he felt somewhat at ease amidst such splendor, though he subconsciously adjusted his collar. In contrast, the unsophisticated Shimon had never encountered such grandeur, rendering his movements awkward and stiff. Samuel, oblivious to the states of his two companions, wore an impeccable smile and, guided by the young maid's bow, stepped into the banquet hall. Upon entering, Samuel's gaze immediately fell upon Miss Marjorie Tyrell. The high garden rose donned a pink halter satin gown tonight, its open back and fitted design accentuating her graceful figure. Her clear, deep brown eyes sparkled like exquisite gems, and her translucent red lips held an elegantly charming smile. Her noble demeanor, combined with her breathtaking beauty, ensured that this daughter of a duke would be the undeniable center of attention wherever she roamed. However, Samuel would not recklessly approach her. This was the towering castle. He must first express his greetings and gratitude to the host. Earl Layton was also easy to locate. The gentleman on the right side of the hall subtly encircled a central figure, Sir Baylor Hightower, who had welcomed Samuel earlier that afternoon, the flamboyantly dressed Knight of Flowers. Loras Tyrell, and a tall, handsome young man adorned with the crowned stag emblem on his chest. This must be the king's younger brother, Duke Garland Baratheon. Engaged in amiable conversation with Duke Garland was an elderly man with white hair. He was undoubtedly the host of the towering castle, Earl Layton. Noticing Samuel's approach, Sir Baylor leaned in to whisper to his father. Subsequently, Earl Layton's attention shifted to Samuel. Without waiting for Samuel to speak, the old Earl cheerfully exclaimed, "Sir Caesar, I have received your gift, and I am quite fond of it." "It is my honor, my lord," Samuel replied, bowing respectfully. At this juncture, Duke Garland inquired curiously, "Forgive my intrusion, but is Caesar a family from the Reach? I have never heard of it." Loras explained, "My lord, this is Samuel, the eldest son of the Tyrell family as pioneering knight, Lord Baylor Tarley. He has recently established a new domain in the Red Mountains, and Caesar is his new family name." Duke Garland's gaze flickered with intrigue. He found it peculiar that the heir of House Tarley would forsake Hornhill for the barren Red Mountains. Certainly, out of politeness, he would not voice such thoughts. Instead, responding with a smile, "Ah, a knight emerging from a hunter family. No wonder you could carve out a domain in such harsh terrain, truly. Heroes are born of youth. My lord, you flatter me. My castle is not yet completed, so I dare not claim to have established a domain," Samuel replied modestly. "I believe you shall surely erect a magnificent castle," Duke Garland encouraged, before recognizing that Samuel had business with Earl Layton and graciously added, "I shall fetch some food. You two continue your conversation. I shall accompany you," Loras chimed in cheerfully. Left alone with the Earl and his son, Samuel wasted no time in getting to the point. Stating directly, "My lord, I have come to Old Town seeking your assistance with 3 matters." "Pray, proceed," Earl Layton replied, maintaining his affable demeanor. "The first issue pertains to the discovery of a silver mine within my domain. I have dispatched a request for authorization to the crown. However, I require a scholar well-versed in mining, refining, and metallurgy. Might you assist me in finding one? The Academy's regulations dictate that each lord is assigned a scholar as an advisor. However, until your castle is completed and acknowledged by the governor of the Reach as the rightful lord, I fear the Academy will not dispatch a scholar to you. This is precisely why I sought your assistance, to inquire if the Academy might make an exception and send a scholar early. If not, I would at least appreciate guidance on the techniques for mining the silver. The Academy's regulations are immutable. I have no influence over that." At this, Samuel inwardly rolled his eyes at the Hightower family, the founders and protectors of the Academy, unable to manage even such a trivial matter. Before Samuel could respond further, Earl Layton added, "However, I can arrange for Maroya to teach you the techniques for mining and refining silver." "Maroya Hightower? That madwoman?" Samuel retracted his earlier thoughts about Earl Layton, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Might I inquire who Miss Maroya is? I would like to thank her personally." "She is not here," Baylor replied with a wry smile. "My sister has never been fond of attending noble gatherings. I shall take you to meet her tomorrow morning." The reputation of the eccentric scholar proved to be well-deserved. "Thank you for your trouble," Samuel replied gratefully. Continuing with his previous topic, the second matter concerns the supply of food and resources. As you are undoubtedly aware, the barren land of the Red Mountains cannot yield crops. Thus I need to procure food and other necessities from external sources. I am uncertain whether the Hyder family would be willing to become my suppliers. Although I already have the Kui family as a supplier, Samuel would undoubtedly be reluctant to entrust the lifeblood of his territory to a single family. Engaging multiple suppliers to mitigate risk is the prudent course of action. Furthermore, the Kui family can only supply a maximum of 30,000. A figure that Samuel certainly does not consider the upper limit of his territory's population. Therefore, seeking additional supply channels is an inevitability that must be pursued. This is not an issue. Earl Layton's response should be quite straightforward. After all, the Hyder family thrives on profitable ventures, and you may discuss the details directly with Baylor. Baylor, standing nearby, slightly inclined his body and smiled. "Indeed, Sir Caesar, I currently manage the family's commercial affairs. Very well. Samuel nodded at Baylor and continued. As for the third matter, I wish to discuss a new wine produced in my territory and the possibility of collaborating on its distribution. New wine? Earl Layton instinctively twitched his nose. May I have a taste? A true connoisseur of fine wines. Samuel chuckled inwardly at the sight of Layton's flushed nose as he retrieved an oak cask from Todd's hands, saying, This is a new wine crafted from mountain grapes in the Crimson Mountains. Its flavor is quite pleasant. Please, give it a try. With that, Samuel signaled a servant to bring a glass, filled it with brandy, and handed it to Earl Layton. Just as Samuel intended to caution him about the potency of the drink, Layton raised the glass and downed it in one gulp. Excellent wine. The old Earl exhaled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his nose reddened even further. Observing this, Baylor's eye sparkled. Could I have a glass as well? Of course, Samuel replied, pleased. At that moment, Bran and Loras, the inseparable duo, returned from the buffet and also sought a drink from Samuel. The nobles of Westeros, due to health and social necessities, could be described as habitual drinkers. Thus, the inaugural public appearance of the brandy exceeded Samuel's expectations. The sweet essence of the grapes harmonized impeccably with the aroma of oak, creating a rich and smooth flavor. Sir Caesar, you truly are a genius in winemaking. Earl Layton exclaimed, swaying slightly. Does this wine have a name? Brandy. Samuel replied with a smile, then expressed a tinge of regret. Unfortunately, it has not been aged long enough for the oak aroma to fully permeate the wine. Otherwise, it would be even better. My lord, do you think the Hyder family could assist in its distribution? Absolutely. No one anticipated that the true star of the banquet would not be the lovely Lady Marjorie or the esteemed Duke Loras, but rather the new wine, brandy. Almost every guest who sampled the brandy sang its praises, yet, regrettably, due to its limited production, the quantity Samuel had brought was soon depleted before everyone could have their fill. This insatiable longing resonated with the principles of scarcity marketing, intensifying the guest's desire for the brandy. Consequently, a circle of nobles gathered around Samuel, directly discussing the procurement of the brandy. Despite the enthusiasm surrounding him, Samuel maintained his composure, claiming he had already formed a sales agreement with the Hyder family, instructing those interested in purchasing brandy to approach Sir Baylor directly. Although direct sales would yield greater profit, Samuel was acutely aware of his lack of resources and time to establish a trading caravan and expand distribution channels. More importantly, the allure of the brandy's profit would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes, necessitating the division of some profits to secure formidable partners. The Hyder family currently embodied that role. As he observed Earl Layton and Sir Baylor engulfed by the crowd, Samuel stood to the side, a broad smile adorning his face. However, he soon felt a pang of hunger. He had forgotten to eat. Samuel handed his empty glass to a servant and requested a silver plate. Making his way to the front table of the hall, gazing at the lavish spread of delicacies, his eyes quickly scanned the table. To his delight, there were golden shrimp. Though the effectiveness of golden shrimp had diminished significantly with the enhancement of his power attributes, every little bit counts. Especially since this was a buffet with the Hyder family footing the bill, he simply could not let this opportunity slip by. Thus, Samuel positioned himself beside the platter of golden shrimp, taking and consuming them without a care for the various odd glances cast his way. Reputation is a fickle thing. Once regarded as the useless eldest son of House Tarly, he had now emerged as the promising Sir Caesar of the Crimson Mountains. Should he ever ascend the Iron Throne, he would become Caesar the Great. In such a case, all his past humiliations, awkwardness, and hardships would dissolve in the brilliance of a more illustrious legend. Toddflower, witnessing his lord's behavior, could not help but quietly retreat to a corner of the hall, while the rustic Chimon mimicked him, also holding a plate and stationed by the table, eating and taking more. This young wildling, having never tasted such exquisite delicacies, was not about to let this chance pass by. Just as this peculiar master and servant duo indulged in their feast, the soft strains of a harp began to play, heralding the commencement of the ball. Samuel remained motionless. In his previous life, he had no aptitude for dancing, although the original owner had received dance education in childhood. His excessive weight and timidity had rendered him long out of practice. As for Chimon, he was even less likely to dance. The lad, curious about his lord's fixation on the golden shrimp, approached in hopes of tasting one, only to be deterred by Samuel's possessive glare. At this moment, many men and women in the hall had found their partners and were gracefully making their way to the dance floor. The most illustrious of all, Duke Loras, naturally approached the most captivating Lady Marjorie, seemingly intending to invite the Rose of Highgarden for a dance. However, unexpectedly, a young lady clad in a purple evening gown stepped forth, blocking Duke Loras's path. With no other choice, he took the young lady's hand and stepped onto the dance floor. Samuel, curious about which young lady dared to vie for the spotlight against the Rose of Highgarden, soon recognized the slightly embarrassed expression on Baylor's face. It appeared to be his daughter, which explained everything. The eldest granddaughter of Earl Leighton undoubtedly had the confidence to compete with Marjorie for attention, especially within the towering halls. However, with Duke Loras intercepted, it became increasingly difficult to find someone of suitable status to invite Marjorie to dance the first waltz. Loras could have stepped in to assist his sister, but he had already found a partner. Thus, the most radiant young lady in the hall now stood alone, on the verge of missing her chance at the first dance. Observing the eager young nobleman who hesitated to approach Marjorie for fear of rejection, Samwell disdainfully scoffed, "A bunch of cowards." Having uttered this, he set down his plate and strode boldly toward Marjorie. As a knight of House Tarley, Samwell felt compelled to relieve the beautiful Lady Marjorie of her awkwardness, even if he was not particularly skilled at dancing. Yes, such was his spirit of self-sacrifice. "Dear Lady Marjorie, may I have the honor of inviting you to the first dance?" Marjorie glanced at Samwell, who bowed before her, and inwardly sighed with relief. At last, someone had come to her aid. Had she been left unattended, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. "Of course, my knight." Marguerite smiled sweetly, placing her delicate, ivory-like hand in Samuel's large one, allowing him to lead her into the center of the dance floor. Once they had settled into position, Samuel suddenly whispered into the young girl's ear, "I must confide a secret. I am not particularly skilled at dancing." "Ah?" Marguerite paused, then sighed with a hint of resignation. "It's all right. I'll teach you." With that, she began to instruct Samuel on how to step, how to attune to the rhythm of the music, and most importantly, how to avoid stepping on his own feet. Initially, their movements were indeed clumsy, but as Samuel gradually recalled the memories of the original owner during childhood, their dance became much smoother. Although it could not yet be deemed elegant, at the very least, he no longer trampled on Miss Marguerite's feet. The exquisite red high heels had already borne several dark imprints. "How am I doing? Am I learning quickly?" Samuel twirled Marguerite in the dance hall, surprisingly feeling a sense of pride. "Not too shabby." Marguerite puffed her cheeks, huffily replying, "If only you could apply the same enthusiasm you showed when dealing with the golden shrimp to learning to dance, you'd surely progress faster." Samuel chuckled heartily, not bothering to argue, and instead led her into a somewhat advanced lockstep spin, prompting a soft gasp from Marguerite. Once she regained her breath, she shot him a glare, but it lacked any real menace. Their coordination grew increasingly harmonious, allowing Marguerite to finally showcase her charm. With her agile and ethereal dance steps, graceful figure, and stunning beauty, she became the focal point of the hall once more, even with a clumsy partner weighing her down. This only intensified the frustration of the noble youths, who had hesitated to invite her to dance. After another spin, Marguerite suddenly spoke, "Samuel, the Tillier family can also assist you in selling brandy." Samuel's lips curled slightly, but he replied, "What?" "I'm sorry, Miss Marguerite. I didn't quite catch that." With a hint of exasperation, Marguerite repeated herself. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Marguerite, but I have already signed a contract with the Hightower family, and it is an exclusive sales agreement, so..." Samuel's expression turned troubled. Though there was no such contract, and he could never sign an exclusive sales agreement to prevent monopolization or mitigate risk, negotiation often required leverage. If he lacked it, he would have to fabricate something. Upon hearing this, Marguerite's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Samuel continued, "Of course, for the Tillier family, I could negotiate with Count Leighton to re-sign the contract, but what? But I fear Count Leighton may not agree to amend the contract." "Yes, that is indeed a possibility." Marguerite also believed the Hightower family would be reluctant to share profits easily, so she suggested, "How about I ask my mother to speak with Count Leighton?" "That would be ill-advised," Samuel quickly interjected. "If word gets out, others will say the Tillier family is encroaching on my vassal's profits." "Very well," Marguerite conceded, abandoning her previous thought. "How confident are you that you can persuade Count Leighton to re-sign the contract?" "Well," Samuel feigned a pained expression, "it depends on how much I am willing to concede to the Hightower family. Alas, I estimate Count Leighton will demand a higher share." At this, Marguerite felt a touch embarrassed and replied, "Thank you, Samuel. I will discuss this with my father and ensure he offers you a higher share to compensate for your losses." "You are truly a kind young lady." Samuel suppressed his laughter, for in truth, compared to profit sharing, he desired compensation in other realms. "In other realms?" "Indeed. As you know, the majority of my subjects are wild folk, and among them, the River Bay inhabitants are scarce. This demographic imbalance harbors significant potential hazards that could erupt at any moment. As a River Bay noble, I naturally have greater trust in my own kind. Thus, I hope the Duke will permit me to send individuals to gather the displaced folk at High Court, allowing them to become my subjects." Marguerite hesitated. She understood the importance of population within a territory. Any astute lord would not allow their subjects to disperse, even if they were landless refugees. Samuel's previous clandestine recruitment of dockworkers for development had already bordered on rule-breaking, but since the number was not substantial, the Tillier family had chosen not to pursue the matter further. Now, however, he was attempting to lure away the displaced. Marguerite was uncertain how many displaced folk resided in High Court, but surely, it could not be a trivial number. How could she allow Samuel to simply take them away? Noticing her hesitation, Samuel pressed on. Miss Marguerite, those landless folk cannot contribute taxes to the Tillier family. Retaining them only mars the urban environment. The more numerous they become, the more the beauty of High Court is tarnished. Therefore, allow me to remedy this blemish for the Tillier family. I will discuss this with my father. Marguerite still did not give a definitive answer, but sensing she might dishearten Samuel, she quickly added, rest assured, even if my father disagrees with your gathering of displaced folk, he will compensate you in other ways. But I only desire people. Samuel's current population of several hundred River Bay inhabitants paled in comparison to the thousands of wild folk. As he gradually expanded deeper into the Crimson Mountains, he would inevitably capture more wild folk, yet replenishing the River Bay population remained a challenge. While Samuel did not harbor disdain for the wild folk, the demographic imbalance was an undeniable reality that could easily lead to ethnic strife in the future. The optimal solution was to increase the number of River Bay inhabitants within the territory. They need not surpass the wild folk, but should at least comprise a significant proportion, so that the wild folk would think twice before acting recklessly. Moreover, with a sufficient number of River Bay inhabitants, Samuel could promote intermarriage between the two races and foster ethnic integration, rather than, as was currently the case, having too few River Bay men to even attract the wild folk women. With this in mind, Samuel spoke again. Miss Marguerite, I know you are unlike ordinary noble women. You possess a kind heart. During my time in High Court, I heard beggars speak of your generosity, bakers mention your purchase of their hot pies, and farmers recount your friendly conversations with them. Despite your noble lineage, you never act aloof. Thus, I believe you understand the arduous lives of those landless folk. I assure you that once these displaced individuals become my subjects, as long as they are willing to work diligently, they shall want for nothing. May the seven gods bear witness to my words. Upon hearing this, Marguerite could no longer resist gazing into Samuel's eyes. He met her gaze with the most sincere and confident expression. After a long moment, the beautiful girl finally nodded earnestly, very well. I will do my utmost to persuade my father to accept your conditions. This is the promise I sought. Samuel felt a surge of joy. Had he not feared for his life, he might have embraced the enchanting girl before him. With Marguerite's affirmation, the matter was practically settled. Duke Mace had never been particularly decisive and would not allow the heart of his cherished daughter to be troubled over a mere handful of lowly displaced folk. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Marguerite. Your kindness will surely be rewarded. Sir Caesar, Marguerite's tone suddenly turned serious. I hope you will remember today as promise. Perhaps one day I shall venture to your dominion, and if I find that their living conditions remain unchanged, then you may proclaim to all that Samuel Caesar is a man who has forsaken his oath. Samuel solemnly declared. Very well, Marjorie replied, her sweet smile returning. I trust you will not disappoint me, my knight. Samuel gazed into the girl's clear eyes, only to be suddenly overcome with guilt. Was it truly right to meticulously scheme against a young girl, even to exploit her kindness? Yet, he quickly reassured himself of his ability to ensure a better life for those displaced. With the bounty of brandy and silver mines, Eagle's Mouth would undoubtedly flourish as a prosperous territory. Thus, he convinced himself that this was not deceit. However, the manipulation and scheming could not be easily absolved. Yet, to achieve greatness, how could one avoid employing a few cunning tactics? As for Miss Marjorie, he would find a way to make amends with her later. Samuel suddenly recalled that the fate of the Highgarden Rose was far from favorable. The Tyrell family was intent on making her a queen to regain their power. And under their machinations, she had wed 3 kings, all of whom met untimely ends. Therefore, Samuel felt a sense of obligation to rescue Miss Marjorie from the flames of misfortune, and the best way to prevent her suffering was to marry her. It was not for her beauty or lineage, nor for the wealth of the reach, but rather out of a genuine unwillingness to witness the kind-hearted and lovely Marjorie repeatedly encounter ill-fated circumstances. Of course, Samuel was acutely aware that with his current strength and status, marrying Marjorie was utterly impossible. Fortunately, time was on his side. Marjorie had wed for the first time during the War of the 5 Kings, and there remained nearly 2.5 years until now. 2.5 years. From a lord with no castle to one deserving of a duchess was undoubtedly a fanciful notion. Yet, Samuel felt he could rise to the challenge. If he could not even achieve this, how could he dare to aspire to the Iron Throne? With this thought, he felt justified as he continued to twirl Marjorie in the dance hall. As the sound of the bagpipes faded into a long, low note, the dance came to an end. Samuel halted, taking Marjorie's hand to escort her to the periphery. Thank you, Sir Caesar. It is my honor, Miss Marjorie. Just as Samuel released her delicate hand, he noticed Duke Loras approaching. He first nodded in acknowledgement to Samuel, before politely inviting Marjorie for the next dance. Naturally, Marjorie would not decline. As Samuel prepared to return to his gold-tailed shrimp, he overheard Duke Loras say to Marjorie, "Miss Marjorie, your beauty outshines the stars of this evening. I happen to have a painter with me. Might he create a portrait of you?" At this, Samuel abruptly paused. If any other man had uttered such words to Marjorie, it could be interpreted as a subtle declaration of affection. However, Duke Loras, this fellow likely wished to paint a portrait of Marjorie's brother, Loras. Watching the two as they entered the dance floor, Samuel was suddenly reminded of a seemingly insignificant detail from the original narrative. In the near future, Duke Loras would present a portrait to Lord Eddard Stark of the North, and the subject would be none other than Marjorie Tyrell. At this moment, Samuel grasped the reason for Duke Loras's sudden visit to the Great September, and why Marjorie had conveniently accompanied her mother to visit her grandfather. He sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy. The melodious strains of the harp resounded once more. In the grand hall, couples swirled gracefully, reveling in their elegant movements. Samuel resumed his meal, savoring the gold-tail shrimp while observing the enchanting duo of Duke Loras and Marjorie spinning in the dance, a mysterious smile gracing his face. He recalled the original tale, wherein Duke Loras, holding Marjorie's portrait, inquired of Lord Eddard Stark whether the girl in the painting resembled his sister, Lyanna Stark. This very Lyanna had once been the betrothed of King Robert I and was the catalyst for the infamous War of the Usurper. In those days, Lyanna had been pledged to Robert, only to be abducted by the prince of the former dynasty, Rhaegar Targaryen. When Robert, then the Duke of Storm's End, learned of this, he took up arms in rebellion, which directly ignited the war. Although Robert ultimately slew Rhaegar and toppled the Targaryen dynasty, avenging his lost love, Lyanna perished amidst the conflict, leaving an indelible wound upon his heart. Duke Loras's inquiry about whether Marjorie resembled Lyanna was clearly a scheme to present her to King Robert as a replacement for Queen Cersei Lannister. However, as the subsequent events unfolded, this plot would not come to fruition. It is worth considering. Although Robert, once seated upon the Iron Throne, became increasingly negligent, indulging in drink, debauchery, and hunting, and his relationship with Queen Cersei was indeed strained, he was not devoid of intellect. He would not easily cast aside a queen simply for a girl who bore a resemblance to his former beloved. It is essential to remember that Queen Cersei had formidable backing. Her family, the Lannisters, was the wealthiest in Westeros, and her father, Tywin, was one of the most powerful figures in the Seven Kingdoms. Unless one possessed irrefutable evidence of Cersei's true vulnerabilities, namely, the 3 children she bore, all of whom were products of an incestuous affair with her twin brother, Jaime Lannister, her position as queen was not easily shaken. Regrettably, while this secret might have reached some ears in King's Landing, or at least raised suspicions, no one could produce the necessary proof. Such matters are exceedingly difficult to substantiate unless one were to catch them in the act. The 3 children all bore the golden hair of House Lannister, rather than the dark hair of House Baratheon, which could hardly be considered conclusive evidence. After all, it is entirely natural for offspring to inherit their mother's hair color. In the eyes of most, the fact that the king's 3 children were all golden-haired was rather logical. Since ancient times, the Lannisters had inherited their golden locks, a trait that had persisted for over 6 millennia, while the Baratheons had only a history of a mere 300 years. Thus, the lion's golden hue overshadowed the stag's dark mane. Consequently, King Robert had never doubted the legitimacy of his 3 children. Duke Loras clearly lacked evidence. Hence, he sought to undermine the queen through these indirect means. The undeniable proof of Queen Cersei's damning secret would later be uncovered by King Robert's hand, Jon Arryn. From a comprehensive tome detailing the genealogies and histories of the major noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Alas, this revelation would turn Jon Arryn into a pawn in the schemes of a certain conspirator, thus formally commencing the Game of Thrones. Of course, all of this lay in the future. At present, Samwell surveyed the dashing Duke Loras on the dance floor, pondering the motivations behind his schemes. Given Loras's subsequent actions during the War of the Five Kings, it seemed likely that he had long coveted the Iron Throne. However, as the younger brother of the king, his claim to the throne was subordinate to the 3 children of Cersei, as well as to his elder brother, Stannis Baratheon. Loras's meticulous endeavor to dethrone his brother should logically entail an aim to eliminate the inheritance rights of those 3 children. Thus, the only heir to the throne remaining in front of him was his second brother, Stannis. It was evident to Duke Renly that the elder brother's disdain for Stannis was almost palpable. During the War of the Usurper, the stronghold of House Baratheon, Storm's End, was valiantly defended by Stannis. Yet after the war, Robert appointed the young and whiny Renly as the Duke of Storm's End, while relegating the valiant Stannis to Dragonstone. Although the title of Duke of Dragonstone has traditionally implied a connection to the Iron Throne, that was merely a Targaryen custom, irrelevant to the current Baratheon dynasty. Dragonstone was not the ancestral seat of House Baratheon, it was Storm's End. Renly, reveling in the adoration of Storm's End, must have long since recognized his brother's favoritism. Thus, in Renly's eyes, if he were to dispose of Queen Cersei, and strip her 3 children of their claim to the throne. The first heir to the Iron Throne would undoubtedly be himself. Samwell set down his knife and fork, suddenly pondering the role the Tyrell family played in this intrigue. A playful smile crossed his face. In his previous life, while watching the television series, he noticed that many characters deemed protagonists often met sudden and untimely demises, as if the author intentionally showcased the brutality of power struggles and the capriciousness of fate. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that these deaths, while seemingly random, were often predictable, even preordained. This game of power was, in essence, a contest among a select few conspirators who remained hidden in the shadows, their actions and thoughts almost imperceptible to the audience. The so-called protagonists were merely puppets manipulated by these true players, tugged by threads of honor, hatred, love, and power, embroiled in battles, skirmishes, and deaths, performing dramatic scenes that were both captivating and poignant. Yet even in death, they might never comprehend the true reasons for their demise. The young, noble, and charismatic Duke Renly epitomized such a protagonist. At that moment, the one pulling the strings behind him was likely one of the game's foremost players, Lady Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. Upon reflection, how did Duke Renly learn that Lady Margaery resembled King Robert's former lover? Samwell surmised that the most plausible explanation was that Ser Loras, the Knight of Flowers, inadvertently mentioned it to Duke Renly during a moment of frivolity. Subsequently, the ever-ambitious Renly hastily made his way to Highgarden. No, not Highgarden, but the Arbor. The cunning Lady Olenna would never allow Renly to go to Highgarden, as that would openly indicate the Tyrell family's involvement, under the guise of a family visit. She arranged for Margaery to encounter Renly at the Arbor, making their meeting less conspicuous. Should the plot to depose the queen succeed, the Tyrells could easily feign innocence and let Renly bear the wrath of House Lannister of the Westerlands. And if it failed, well, the Tyrells had risked little. Just a casual mention from Loras and a portrait of Margaery had set Duke Renly, the Na'vi pawn, on a quest for the Tyrell family's queenly position. Bearing all the risks, this intricate and smoke-free political maneuvering, Samwell increasingly believed, was undoubtedly the work of Lady Olenna Tyrell. Furthermore, he was certain that if Margaery were to ascend as queen, Lady Olenna would promptly abandon Renly. Whether to serve as a scapegoat to quell the Lannisters' anger or to clear the path for future heirs of Tyrell blood, the tragic fate of Duke Renly was thus foreordained. It was pitiable that this young duke from Storm's End failed to see this reality, foolishly working for others without recompense. It seemed the blacksmith in King's Landing had indeed been accurate in his assessment of the Baratheon brothers. The eldest, Robert, was true steel, capable of withstanding the fires of adversity. The second, Stannis, was wrought iron, too rigid and thus prone to break, while the youngest, Renly, was mere polished brass, seemingly beautiful yet of little value. As the final notes of the evening's performance faded, the men and women in the dance hall gradually ceased their movements and made their way outside. Duke Renly, however, took Lady Margaery to a nearby chamber. Witnessing his betrothed being taken away, Samwell felt no alarm. If it were anyone else, he might have worried about their activities beyond mere painting. But Duke Renly was not just a gilded brass. He was also a man of the same persuasion. When he said he was going to paint, he truly meant it. Samwell chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to retrieve a golden shrimp, only to be taken aback to find the platter empty. How infuriating. It had been devoured. Should he ask Lord Leighton for more? But would that be too excessive? The perceptive Sir Caesar found himself in a quandary. No grand feast lasts indefinitely. As night deepened, Ser Baelor escorted the last guest out, then dragged his weary body to Lord Leighton's chamber. Father. Lord Leighton stood by the window, gazing absent-mindedly at the sea reflecting the stars and flames. At that moment, the elderly patriarch of Old Town had shed the warmth and friendliness he displayed to outsiders, revealing a visage burdened with heavy thoughts. Baelor was not surprised. He had known since childhood that his father wore a mask of joviality only in the presence of guests. Gradually, he had learned this skill too, though he lacked its essence. Compared to his father's natural grace, he appeared somewhat forced. The nickname Jovial Baelor seemed a mockery of him. Is there something on your mind? Lord Leighton asked casually as he returned to the table. Baelor stepped forward to pour his father a glass of wine, then filled one for himself, saying, "Ginny just found me." Before he could finish, the old lord let out a soft grunt. She wishes to marry Renly? Baelor nodded, not surprised that his father could guess this. After all, his daughter had boldly claimed the first dance, which was rightfully Margaery's, and her affection for Duke Renly had been apparent to all. Absolutely not. Lord Leighton rejected without hesitation. Father, are you worried that Duke Renly would refuse to take Ginny's hand? The Hightower family is a prominent noble house in Westeros. You could gauge the Duke's sentiments. Lord Leighton shook his head. Regardless of Renly's disposition, I will not consent. Baelor hesitated, pondering. Father, are you concerned about the rumors surrounding Duke Renly and his squire? No. Whether Renly prefers men or women, I will not allow Ginny to marry him. Baylor was perplexed. Why not? Lord Leighton took a sip of wine and countered. What do you think Renly came to Old Town for? Was it truly just to admire the arbor? Baylor stroked his wine glass, lost in thought. Lord Leighton added, and your sister, why has she suddenly decided to return to see me at this time? Baylor frowned. Are you suggesting that my sister's presence coinciding with Duke Renly at the arbor is not mere coincidence? Lord Leighton poured himself another glass of wine, stating, I never believe in coincidences. After a moment of contemplation, Baylor suddenly recalled, during the banquet, Duke Renly abruptly requested to paint a portrait of Lady Marjorie. Could that have been his intention? Was he preparing to propose to the Targaryen family? Why would they come to me for a proposal? They should go directly to the High Hall. At this, Baylor was momentarily taken aback. The Earl of Leighton gazed at his slow-witted son, disappointment evident on his face. Yet he patiently remarked, regardless of their schemes, we must not involve ourselves, nor entangle too deeply with this man, Lannister. Tell Jenny that I shall assist her in finding a worthy husband, but Lannister is not suitable. Baylor, however, felt somewhat reluctant and took a sip of wine, urging, Father, are you not being overly suspicious? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. I believe Duke Lannister is among the most distinguished of the younger generation in the Seven Kingdoms. If Jenny could marry him, it would be advantageous for our family. What is our family motto? The Earl of Leighton suddenly interjected. Huh? Baylor was completely unprepared for such a question from his father. The Earl, maintaining his patience, asked again, what is the motto of House Hightower? Baylor regained his composure and replied without hesitation, we light the way. Indeed, we light the way, the Earl said, shifting his tone. But I did not ask you to lead the way. Huh? Baylor struggled to follow his father's line of reasoning. The Earl sighed again, explaining, we light the way so that others may lead. We simply follow behind. The road ahead is fraught with peril, though leading may appear glorious. It can also lead to a dreadful demise. However, being a lantern bearer behind is far safer. The man Lannister, when I first laid eyes upon him, I saw boundless ambition in his gaze. He is a man who yearns to be at the forefront. We must keep our distance to avoid being splattered with blood in the future. Baylor remained silent for a moment, seemingly coming to the realization that his family's motto could be interpreted in such a manner. Yet, when he reflected on the illustrious deeds of House Hightower throughout history, he reluctantly conceded that perhaps this was indeed the true meaning of their motto. The Earl, observing this, offered no consolation, but continued to drink, patiently awaiting his son to absorb the political wisdom of House Hightower, the very secret that has allowed this ancient family to endure. After a long pause, Baylor finally returned to the conversation, his expression notably complex. He took a large gulp of wine and asked, was your refusal to allow me to marry Princess Elia of Dorne based on similar considerations? Indeed, the Earl nodded. Looking back at Elia's fate now, do you not feel grateful for your father's decision? Baylor argued defiantly, but if Elia had married me, she would not have met such a tragic end in King's Landing. The Earl shook his head, his tone steeped in weariness. You still do not understand. Some matters have long been inscribed by the gods on the slate of destiny. They are fated and inescapable. The only thing we mortals can do is to discern, from the whispers that flit by our ears, who those pitiful souls inscribed on the slate of fate are, and then steer clear of them. Of course, mortal wisdom is ultimately limited. We cannot guarantee that we will always guess correctly, hence we must simply distance ourselves from anyone who may become a leader. We can illuminate their path, but we must remember to conceal ourselves in the shadows. Baylor sighed, seemingly coming to terms with many past events. Was it the same reason you refused when Duke Tywin sought your consent for his second son? Indeed, the Earl affirmed. And what about my sister, Allery? You still married her to Duke Mace, did you not? The Earl's face revealed unmasked derision at this. Do you believe the puffed fish bears any semblance of a leader? Baylor coughed awkwardly, but still retorted. But Duke Tywin's second son, Tyrion, is merely a dwarf. Surely Duke Mace is superior to him? The Earl chuckled lightly. And what of being a dwarf? The founder of the Citadel, Paramount Hightower, was also a physically deformed cripple. Changing the world does not necessarily require a robust physique. An astute mind suffices. As for that dwarf from Casterly Rock, he is the only one among Tywin's 3 children who truly embodies the spirit of the lion. Son, remember that some individuals are far greater than they appear. Baylor, unwilling to continue the debate with his father, set down his cup and bid good night, preparing to depart. Just as he stood, he heard his father add, and regarding Samwell Tarly, we may engage in normal trade with him, but we must not grow too close. Baylor paused, incredulous, and asked, you do not think Samwell Tarly could possibly become a leader, do you? The Earl countered, if I were to give you 200 soldiers in 6 months, could you establish a foothold in the Red Mountains and subdue tens of thousands of wildlings? Baylor was rendered speechless for a moment, sighing heavily as he turned to leave. However, upon reaching the door, he turned back, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. But father, if we remain hidden in the shadows, are you not concerned that we will be forgotten? The Earl snorted softly. Do you remember your Uncle Jarrow? He was a Hightower who did not wish to be forgotten, and thus he went to King's Landing. You are well aware of what followed. The commander of the King's Guard, the most steadfast shield before the king. One of the finest knights in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. White Bull Jero. Such great renown. I never imagined that a knight of such stature could emerge from the bloodline of Hightower. But what was the result? Did he not perish at the Tower of Joy? Leaning back in his chair, the Earl allowed his countenance to be shrouded in shadows, his voice becoming weary and profound. To be forgotten is far better than to be destroyed. The citadel, renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms, is situated along the banks of the Honeywine, comprising an expansive complex. It may lack the towering grandeur of the Great Towers or the sacred magnificence of the Starry September, yet it is the place steeped in the richest cultural essence, not only of Old Town, but of the entire continent of Westeros. The entrance to the citadel faces the direction of Whispering Bay, flanked by two towering green sphinx statues. One male and one female, both with lion bodies, eagle wings, and serpent tails, their eyes tightly shut as if pondering some age-old riddle. Samwell Tarly, under the guidance of Baelor Hightower, stepped through the gates of the citadel. Upon entering, he encountered a lively marketplace bustling with vendors selling books and maps. A crowd had gathered nearby, waiting for an assistant scholar to help them draft documents. Continuing forward, Samwell spotted a small island adorned with a massive fishwood tree. Its dense foliage nearly engulfing the entire isle, where countless crows perched, creating an image reminiscent of a religious painting. Crossing an ancient wooden bridge, they came upon a tower covered in moss and vines. Baelor paused here, saying, Sir Tarly, my sister Moroya is up there. In the room to the left on the 4th floor. I have some matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you further. Very well. After watching Baelor depart, Samwell ascended the stairs alone. Upon reaching the door to the room Baelor had indicated, he gently rapped on the door. After a brief wait, a deep female voice called from within, Enter. Samwell pushed the door open. A peculiar scent enveloped the room, reminiscent of aged raw meat mixed with disinfectant. The light was dim, the lone window shrouded by a curtain. It took him a moment to adjust before he could discern the furnishings inside. Then he was taken aback. Anyone entering a room filled with various animal specimens for the first time would undoubtedly react in a similar manner. Lizards, gigantic serpents, grizzly bears, cheetahs, along with an array of peculiar creatures, some of which even Samuel could not name, all meticulously preserved and displayed on the shelves. Samuel finally understood why Byre had sought an excuse to slip away, clearly not wishing to enter this chamber. Ahem, esteemed Miss Moroya, I am. I know who you are, Moroya interjected, her voice brisk as if she were pressed for time. This morning, a servant informed me of your visit. While speaking rapidly, her hands remained deftly engaged, skillfully using a sharp knife to dissect the abdomen of a palm-sized spider. Dark green fluid coated her hands, an unsettling sight. Samuel steadied himself and forced a smile. If that is the case, might Miss Moroya show me the silver mine? Right there, Moroya interrupted again, lifting her slender chin to point at a small table in the front. The book you need is there. Everything you seek is within. Feel free to look for yourself. And if you have any questions, you may ask me. Samuel approached and picked up the book, flipping through its pages. After confirming its contents, he said, Thank you. Miss Moroya, I shall take my leave now. If any doubts arise, I will. Good. Moroya interrupted once more, seemingly impatient to see him go. Is it so difficult to let me finish a single sentence? Samuel thought to himself, turning on his heel and hastily departing. This place was no longer tenable. It threatened to erode his sanity. Stepping outside, he once again felt the warmth of the sun and let out a quiet sigh of relief. The madwoman Moroya truly lived up to her reputation. As he walked away, he perused the book she had given him. It indeed contained knowledge pertaining to the extraction and refining of silver, though it was laden with intricate terminology and esoteric symbols. Samuel had not pursued this field in his previous life, and the chemistry he learned in high school had long been forgotten, making the reading particularly arduous. Just as he felt a headache coming on, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Raising his gaze, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of the academy, seemingly observing something of interest. Driven by curiosity, Samuel approached. Revoking your bachelor title. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the academy. Upon hearing this, Samuel realized that the academy was expelling a scholar. He squeezed his way forward and finally caught sight of the unfortunate soul being ejected. It was a tall, thin elder, slightly hunched, with prominent blue eyes surrounded by wrinkles, his lips perpetually curved in a faint smile, even as he faced the misfortune of expulsion. Cobain, do you have anything to say? At the mention of this name, Samuel was taken aback. He certainly remembered a character by that name from the series, who had also been expelled from the academy and later became a confidant of Queen Cersei. Cobain lifted his head slightly at the question from the steward, his gaze appearing somewhat bewildered, as if he did not know what to say. Another man, wearing a Dr. S ring, offered some consolation. Cobain, you are no longer bound by the vows of a scholar, nor are you a servant of Westeros. You may reclaim your original surname. Surname? Cobain finally spoke, his smile taking on a sarcastic edge. I have been at the academy for over 40 years. Who would remember my surname? Even I have forgotten it. But you still possess vast knowledge, sufficient to ensure a life of comfort. However, do refrain from conducting any unethical experiments, for the laws of the kingdom will not spare you. With that, the steward and the doctor turned to return to the academy, leaving Cobain behind in a daze. The onlookers, seeing that there was no longer any spectacle to behold, began to disperse. Only Samuel approached Cobain, saying, "Bachelor Cobain, I am no longer a bachelor. In my heart, the title of bachelor is not merely a designation, but a term of respect for those who are knowledgeable." Cobain's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Samuel with a serious gaze. "Young sir, I appreciate your kindness. Is there something I might assist you with?" Samuel's smile brightened further. "I have discovered a silver mine in my territory and require a scholar to guide the extraction and refinement. Would you be willing to aid me in this endeavor? Do not the scholars in your lands possess knowledge in metallurgy? My castle is not yet completed, so the academy has not dispatched any scholars to my location." Cobain frowned slightly. "If I may be so bold, where is your territory located?" Samuel replied with a subtle smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Samuel Caesar, a knight of exploration granted the title by Duke Mace. I have established a domain on Eagle's Beak in the Red Mountains, with over 10,000 subjects under my care." The Red Mountains? Cobain's frown deepened, though his expression softened slightly upon hearing of the 10,000 subjects. Yet he still hesitated. Samuel recalled that in the original story, this scientific fanatic had been expelled for conducting vivisection, and thus said, "Bachelor Cobain, should you choose to become my advisor, I will fully fund your research, provided it remains within the bounds of the kingdom's laws." Fully funding? Cobain seemed intrigued, and upon recalling the silver mine mentioned earlier, he finally nodded. "Very well. Esteemed Sir Caesar, I shall gladly accept the role of your personal advisor." As he walked alongside Cobain along the cobblestone path by the Mead River, Samuel felt elated. After all, he had just acquired a top-tier advisor, albeit one with a somewhat lax moral compass, which had led to his expulsion from the academy. However, without this transgression, it was unlikely that Samuel would have had the opportunity to benefit from him. "Here, Bachelor Cobain. This is the book on silver extraction and refining provided by Bachelor Maroya. You may wish to examine it." Yet, when Samuel offered the book, Cobain did not accept it, instead proclaiming with a hint of pride, "My lord, I once wore 3 rings of white steel on my chain. I am already well versed in the extraction and refinement of silver." Samuel understood that the chain Cobain referred to was known as the scholar's chain, crafted from segments of metal, each representing the scholar's mastery in a particular field as recognized by the academy. The more rings of the same metal one possessed, the deeper their expertise in that domain. White steel, in particular, represented metallurgy. In high spirits, Samuel tucked away the book that had given him such a headache and cheerfully asked, "What type of metal comprised the majority of the rings on your former chain?" "Silver. Silver represents medicine." However, Cobain soon sighed and added, "In truth, I should have received more Valyrian steel rings, but no one at the academy can now attest to my accomplishments in the arcane. Is it because of the disappearance of magic?" "Magic has never vanished." Cobain shook his head, his face brightening with a smug smile. "My lord, do you know? On the eve of taking the oath to become a bachelor, all must keep vigil in a sealed room. There is no light, only a glass candle. Therefore, unless you can ignite the glass candle, you must endure the long night in darkness. For over a century, no one has ever managed to light that glass candle. Except for me." Samuel raised an eyebrow. "You have lit the glass candle?" "Indeed, though it is merely a fleeting brilliance." A sardonic smile resurfaced at the corner of Cobain's mouth. Yet, that group of gray-clad sheep would never concede this point, insisting that I was merely hallucinating. Upon hearing Cobain refer to the other scholars as gray-clad sheep, Samuel could not help but chuckle. However, he held no doubts regarding this individual's self-aggrandizement. After all, he was the one capable of creating bio-knights, and undoubtedly well-versed in magic. It was simply that he was currently experiencing a low tide of magical energy, rendering spells indistinguishable from mere tricks. It was not until the arrival of the Red Comet that the tides of magic surged, transforming the world into a bizarre spectacle. Dragons could be hatched, wights appeared, and even the dead could be resurrected. In the midst of their idle conversation, the two inadvertently found themselves standing beneath the towering spire. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side, startling Samuel. Just as he assumed a defensive stance, he heard the person exclaim, "Sam, I finally found you." As Samuel turned to see who it was, he recognized the eldest son of the Redwin family from Greenhaven, Horace Redwin. "Horace, why the urgency in seeking me? What is the matter?" Horace, panting as he approached Samuel, had a freckled square face dotted with beads of sweat, and his orange hair was completely drenched, making him appear quite disheveled. "I," Horace began but quickly fell silent, taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, as if to salvage his dignity. "Ah, it is this way, Sir Caesar. Last time you visited Greenhaven, you missed my father, So as an apology, he specifically sent me to fetch you. Thank you for the kindness of the Redwin family, Samuel replied with a slight smile. But I do not intend to return to Greenhaven. Horace was momentarily taken aback. I truly apologize for your wasted trip, Horace. However, weren't you supposed to discuss the sales of the new wine with my father? And the matter of supplies? Oh, that is no longer necessary. The Hightower family has already agreed to assist me in selling the new wine, and the Tyrell family will also participate. What? Horace seemed struck by lightning, his expression blank. Seeing Samuel preparing to leave, he quickly reached out to grasp him, his tone unconsciously tinged with a hint of desperation. Sir Caesar, the Redwin family sincerely wishes to collaborate with you. When it comes to selling wine, no family in Westeros can compare to ours. Trust me. Only the merchants from Greenhaven know how to sell your wine at the highest price. They know how to establish your wine's reputation in the shortest time possible. Moreover, we have merchant ships headed to Essos, capable of selling your wine across the narrow sea. At this, Samuel paused, saying, very well, since Count Paxter is so hospitable. I shall make another trip to Greenhaven. Splendid. Horace beamed with joy, then eagerly inquired, when shall we depart? This afternoon? My ship is ready to set sail at any moment. Tomorrow, I have a few matters to attend to. All right. We shall depart tomorrow morning. With confirmation, Horace finally relaxed. However, his enthusiasm towards Samuel remained undiminished, as he incessantly boasted about the vast merchant fleet of Greenhaven and how their wine sales dominated Westeros. Upon returning to the towering spire, Samuel first sought out Baelor Hightower to inform him that he had met with Maroya and obtained the methods for mining and refining silver. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning that he had recruited a scholar recently expelled from the Citadel to avoid complications. The two then finalized the specifics regarding the consignment of brandy and the supply of materials. In these matters, Samuel distinctly sensed the goodwill of the Hightower family. Initially, he had quoted a supply price of 10 silver stags per gallon for the brandy, leaving ample room for negotiation. Yet, to his surprise, Baelor accepted the price outright. Furthermore, the prices offered for food and other living supplies were exceedingly favorable. This left Samuel, who usually prided himself as a shrewd merchant, feeling somewhat bashful. Baelor seemed to perceive Samuel's thoughts and remarked with a smile, Sir Caesar, do not forget the Hightower's ancestral saying. For a knight such as you, who bravely ventures into new territories, we are willing to offer some modest assistance to illuminate your path. In high spirits, Samuel sincerely expressed, the Hightower truly is a magnificent family. I am grateful for your generosity, and should you require anything from me in the future, do not hesitate to command. After signing the contract with the Hightower family, Samuel hurried to find the Tyrell family. Due to the absence of Duke Mace, Samuel merely discussed preliminary details regarding the consignment of brandy with the Duchess and Miss Marjorie, drafting a contract to be signed by Duke Mace upon his return to Highgarden. As for the matter of gathering the refugees, Samuel chose not to mention it, trusting that Marjorie would persuade Duke Mace to agree afterward. Having completed these tasks, Samuel considered his mission to Old Town a resounding success. Although somewhat rushed, he was eager to return and check on the progress of the construction of his castle. Thus, on the following morning, after bidding farewell to Count Leighton, Samuel boarded the merchant ship of the Redwin family and departed from Old Town. On a sunny afternoon, Samuel once again arrived at Greenhaven. Though it had only been a few days since his last visit, the treatment he received had undergone a dramatic transformation. During his previous visit, the Redwin family had merely sent a servant to greet him at the dock, making him wait in the reception room for an entire afternoon. And he had not even been granted an audience with Count Paxter. It had been exceedingly cold. However, this time, not only was Horace Redwin there to escort him, but a designated area of the dock had been cleared, and numerous members of the Redwin family had come to welcome him, led by Miss Desmara Redwin, Count Paxter's daughter. Such treatment rendered Samuel as if he were a great lord. Yet, in the face of such hospitality, a sense of caution arose within him. It seemed the Redwin family sought more than just a simple consignment contract for brandy. At the dock, Desmara stepped forward, smiling sweetly, Sir Caesar, it is a pleasure to see you. You are far more handsome now than in your youth. The daughter of the Count was tall and voluptuous, her skin fair and taut. While her features may not have been breathtaking, they were certainly charming, with the only blemish being a few freckles on her cheeks, which did not detract from her beauty. Rather, they added a touch of playfulness. Samuel quickened his pace to reach Desmara, and just as he intended to bow, he was taken aback when she extended her smooth, porcelain-like right hand towards him. He hesitated for a moment, but then bent down to take her delicate hand, placing a gentle kiss on her fingers. Miss Desmara, you are even more beautiful than before. Desmara withdrew her hand and turned, making an inviting gesture. Please, young sir. My father has been waiting for you in the castle for quite some time. Very well. Samuel climbed into the luxurious carriage of the Redwin family, which then set off towards the interior of the island. Shortly thereafter, the carriage arrived outside the castle. As Samuel disembarked, a young maid approached, carrying a silver tray. After he consumed the bread and salt presented, an elderly steward, dressed formally, respectfully announced, "Sir Caesar, the Lord is awaiting you in the reception room." With that, he began to lead the way ahead. Upon entering the reception hall, Samuel encountered a gaunt middle-aged man leaning against the window, elegantly holding a silver goblet. His sparse hair and coarse skin made him appear somewhat aged, adorned in a white linen shirt emblazoned with the purple grape insignia of House Redwine. Exuding an air of authority without the need for anger, Samuel recognized him as Lord Paxter Redwine, the master of the arbor. After many years, the Earl bore an uncanny resemblance to the memories Samuel held of him. "Lord Paxter, it is an honor to see you," Samuel greeted, bowing respectfully. "Sir Caesar." Paxter replied with a slight smile and a nod, gesturing towards the wine jug on the table. "There is no need for formality." "Very well," Samuel responded, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. He poured himself a glass of wine and moved to the window, standing alongside Paxter. Throughout this exchange, Paxter observed him closely. Watching Samuel, who appeared at ease within his presence, Paxter remarked, "Sometimes I truly wonder if you are still the same Samuel Tarley I once knew." Samuel's expression momentarily stiffened before he replied with a smile, "Now, I am Samuel Caesar, my lord." Paxter smirked slightly, choosing not to linger on that topic, instead turning his gaze toward the view outside. From this vantage point, they could see a garden filled with blooming flowers, where Miss Desmara, who had just gone to the dock to greet Samuel, was leisurely enjoying tea with several companions. Among them was a young man with golden hair, presumably not a member of House Redwine. However, due to the distance, Samuel could not discern his features. Paxter took a delicate sip of his wine and remarked, "Do you remember when your father brought you to Arbor, hoping to make you my squire and arrange a betrothal with my daughter? How long ago was that? 7 years? Or perhaps 6? "It seems like it was 6 years ago," Samuel replied, uncertain yet offering a guess. He internally speculated on Paxter's motives for bringing up this memory. To the original Samuel, this had been one of his most embarrassing moments as a child. He did not perceive Paxter's mention of it as an attempt to humiliate him. The Lord of Arbor was far too dignified for such trivialities. "Indeed, it has been quite some time," Paxter mused, then gestured towards the group outside, asking, "Do you know the man having tea with Desmara?" "No, I do not," Samuel answered honestly. "That is Darren Lannister, son of Ser Stannis Lannister." "Oh, a member of House Lannister," Samuel thought, which explained the ostentatious golden hair. Earlier at the dock, he had noticed the roaring lion banner and had assumed it belonged to an ordinary merchant ship from Casterly Rock, unaware that a Lannister was aboard. However, he could not recall who Ser Stannis was. He suspected the character had merely been a minor one in the original tale. Yet he had some recollection of Darren Lannister, remembering him as a formidable figure who had commanded the armies of the Westerlands during the siege of Storm's End. Moreover, after the death of Lord Tywin, this man had been appointed by Queen Cersei to become the protector of the Westerlands. While many of Cersei's decisions were perplexing, this appointment at least indicated Darren's prominence within House Lannister. But what could he possibly be doing on Arbor? Paxter's next words unraveled the mystery for Samuel. "Ser Stannis has come to seek my daughter Desmara's hand for his son Darren." At last, Samuel grasped the underlying implication of Paxter's earlier remarks. However, feigning ignorance, he cheerfully responded, "Then I must congratulate you. I have heard that Ser Darren is a remarkable knight." Paxter cast him a flat glance, saying, "No need, for I intend to decline their proposal." "How unfortunate." Samuel feigned deep regret. "Do you know why I wish to reject House Lannister?" "You must have your reasons," Samuel replied, fully aware that Paxter's refusal was not an indication of a desire to marry his daughter to him, despite the subtle hints being dropped. Samuel had already surmised Paxter's reasoning. On one hand, while Darren was indeed impressive, he was merely a cadet branch of House Lannister, and Paxter likely held little regard for him. More importantly, Lady Olenna was secretly maneuvering through the oafish Lord Mace to elevate Marjorie to the throne. Should this plan succeed, even with Lord Mace absorbing the brunt of Lannister's wrath, the relationship between House Tyrell and the Westerlands would inevitably sour. House Redwine, closely allied with the Tyrells, would certainly find itself embroiled in the fallout. Hence, Paxter would never consent to marrying his daughter into a house that would certainly become antagonistic toward the Reach. Having realized this, Samuel understood that he would not foolishly presume Paxter's refusal stemmed from any inclination toward him. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Paxter was guiding him to consider such notions. Did he truly entertain thoughts of marrying his daughter to him? Or was he merely using this as bait to dangle before him? Paxter, seeing Samuel remain unresponsive, finally stated plainly, "Enough, Sam. Are you interested in marrying my daughter?" "I truly do not desire such a thing," Samuel thought inwardly. Although Desmara was indeed beautiful and of noble lineage, marrying her would be an unattainable aspiration for someone like him. However, he did not believe Paxter would act out of pure benevolence. Every favor came with an implicit price tag, and one must carefully consider whether it would bankrupt them or require a lifetime to repay. Despite this, Samuel maintained a facade of astonishment, proclaiming, "No one could resist Miss Desmara's allure, but I fear I may not be worthy of your daughter. At present, you certainly are not. My daughter cannot be wed to someone from the barren lands of Eagle's Nest. However, what if I could aid you in reclaiming your original surname? The Tarley Castle would indeed be a fitting match for my daughter." At last, Samuel comprehended Paxter's intentions. It was indeed a clever scheme. "But my lord, I have already taken the surname Caesar. My claim to Hornhill is no longer relevant." "How could it not be? As long as Tarley blood flows through your veins, you shall always possess a claim to Hornhill. You need not worry about the disposition of Lando Tarley. If you marry my daughter, I shall resolve all other concerns for you." Even knowing this was likely a trap, Samuel felt his heart race. The temptation was undeniably potent. It seemed that with a mere nod, beauty, wealth, and territory would be within his grasp. Yet, Samuel understood that this was a poisoned apple. Should he consent, the brandy-making techniques, the untapped silver mines, and the strategically crucial yet desolate lands of Eagle's Nest would likely become the possession of House Redwine. Even he himself would merely be a pawn in their pursuit of the Hornhill inheritance. Nonetheless, regarding this last point, Samuel did not believe House Redwine would have much chance of success. Do not be deceived by the eloquent words of Earl Pixter, who claims that as long as you pursue my daughter, all your problems will be resolved. Nonsense. Samuel wishes to restore the Tarley name, but that hinges on whether Lord Lando will acquiesce. Although it seems that with the support of House Redwine, Samuel might more easily persuade his father to accept him as the heir to the domain, the reality is quite the opposite. Lando Tarley is not easily fooled. In the original tale, he arranged a marriage for his younger son, Dickon, with the eldest daughter of House Mouton from the town of Whitehill. At that time, the Mouton family was in a state of decline due to their misalignment during the War of the Five Kings. Lando's intention in marrying his son to the daughter of Count William Mouton was clear. He sought to seize control of Whitehill. Such a formidable lord would only aspire to absorb others. He could never allow anyone to extend their reach into his territory. Thus, if Samuel were to marry Diesmara, Lando would be even less inclined to accept him as his successor. Otherwise, the future control of Hornhill would remain uncertain, whether in the hands of House Tarley or the more powerful House Redwine. "I am sorry, my lord, but I have sworn before my father never to return to Hornhill," Samuel said, using his oath as a shield. The expression on Earl Pixter's face remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent to Samuel's declaration. "That is of no concern," the Lord of Sweetport Island replied lightly. "Your children with Diesmara could still return to Hornhill." Samuel's lips twitched. He understood all too well that this statement, though delivered casually, was steeped in menace. Under what circumstances could his children with Diesmara inherit Hornhill? Only if his brother Dickon's line were to be extinguished. He couldn't help but lament, "Do these great nobles of Westeros all possess hearts as dark as night? May I consider this?" Samuel inquired, glancing at the courtyard where Diesmara was laughing and conversing with Devon. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Navigating between these cunning and ruthless nobles, he realized he must not play the innocent lamb. Some minor tactics that do not cross the line must be employed, or he would inevitably be consumed by them. "Very well, but I hope you can provide me with a prompt response," Earl Pixter declared, draining his cup. "Otherwise, I fear I may have to agree with House Lannister." "I trust you implicitly," Samuel replied, feigning anxiety as he observed Devon, the Earl's rival, outside the window. "I assure you, I will respond swiftly." With that, Earl Pixter concluded their meeting and departed hastily. The steward waiting outside guided Samuel to the room that had been prepared for him. After a brief tidying up, Samuel stepped out and headed towards the courtyard he had previously seen. Since Earl Pixter seemed intent on marrying his daughter to him, Samuel felt he ought to fulfill the obligations of a potential suitor. If one were to act, one must commit fully to the performance. Samuel, as he entered the courtyard, he spotted Diesmara waving her arms enthusiastically. "Have you finished speaking with my father?" "Indeed, Miss Diesmara," Samuel replied politely. "I hope my arrival has not disturbed anyone." "Not at all. Please, come and sit." Devon Lannister's countenance darkened slightly upon seeing Samuel. The instincts of a male animal alerted him to a sense of rivalry, especially upon hearing Diesmara's affectionate address. His wariness towards Samuel swiftly morphed into hostility. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and inquired, "Miss Diesmara, who is this?" "Sir Devon, allow me to introduce you to Samuel Tarley, the eldest son of Lord Lando Tarley and a Knight of the Realm, recently dubbed the Knight of the Reach." "Samuel, this is Sir Devon of House Lannister." Samuel noted the disparity in how Diesmara referred to him versus Devon, which struck him as rather duplicitous. Was she concerned that he might not provoke the lion? However, it was perhaps for the best. Without this green-eyed lady fanning the flames, he might not have the confidence to incite the young lion's wrath alone. "Knight of the Reach," Devon chuckled, though he struggled to conceal the animosity in his eyes. And where might this territory of yours lie, Sir Caesar? On Eagle's Nest, in the desolate heart of the Red Mountains. Certainly not comparable to the grandeur and wealth of Casterly Rock, Samuel humbly replied as he took a seat at a small table. Eagle's Nest isn't without its merits, Diasmera said, pouring him a cup of herbal tea. I hear there's even a silver mine discovered there. Is that not so, Samuel? Devon, watching Diasmera nearly leaning into Samuel's space, could barely contain his fury. A silver mine, you say? Quite commendable. Yet, it pales in comparison to the gold mines of Casterly Rock. Indeed, it cannot compare, Samuel laughed, finishing his tea. I have heard that those of House Lannister must have gold in their very excrement. With a resounding bang, Devon slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, his hair standing on end like an enraged lion. Samuel Tarly, do you dare to face me in the melee? You are to duel Samuel Tarly tomorrow? Stidaf stared at his son in disbelief. Yes, father, Devon replied, still seething. That scoundrel has insulted our family, and I must teach him a lesson. I suspect your motives lie in winning Miss Diasmera's favor, Stidaf pointed out. Devon admitted candidly, indeed. Stidaf sighed and shook his head. I was just about to discuss this. We have been on Sweetport Island for many days now, yet Earl Pixter remains unyielding in his refusal to give a direct answer. I have come to realize he does not wish to marry his daughter to you. Why not? Devon exclaimed, eyes wide, his voice rising. Am I not worthy of his daughter? Or does he have someone of higher standing? He paused abruptly, then erupted, It is that knight from the Riverlands. Is it not? He intends to marry her off to that damned knight. Stidaf nodded resignedly. That is my suspicion. Why? Devon fumed, pacing the room, as if he wished to draw his sword and strike someone down. What makes him better than me? I refuse to accept this. Tomorrow, I shall defeat him in the arena and prove to Earl Pixter and Miss Diasmera who the true knight is. And if you win, what then? Stidaf retorted harshly. Do you think Miss Diasmera will simply crown you as her champion? Devon froze momentarily, though his rage remained unabated. He stood there, breathing heavily. Stidaf sighed again, attempting to console him. The matter is not solely about you. Earl Pixter must have had plans all along. I have conducted inquiries into Samuel Tarly and discovered that his history is indeed peculiar. As the eldest son of House Tarly, he forsook his claim to pursue a territory in that godforsaken place of the Red Mountains. Yet, he appears to have succeeded, reportedly establishing a domain and subjugating thousands of wildlings. It seems House Tyrell has made some arrangements for him, which explains why Earl Pixter would wish to marry his daughter to him. Devon scowled, muttering, So we simply surrender? Indeed. Tomorrow, we shall bid farewell to Earl Paxton. And you should also cancel your duel with Samuel Wells. There is no need to exert yourself in vain. No, regardless of the circumstances, I insist on facing him. Observing the stubborn Devon, Stive furrowed his brow tightly. He never anticipated that his typically calm and clever son would lose his composure for a woman. Is this genuine affection? Or are the youth simply easily swept away by the so-called love? Just as Stive prepared to offer further counsel, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Samuel Wells Caesar, here to pay a visit to Sir Stive. Upon hearing the voice, Devon spun around, his eyes wide with fury, fists clenched tightly. Stive quickly rose, chiding his son. Sit down. Control your temper. He then proceeded to open the door. Good evening, Sir Caesar. What brings you here at this hour? Samuel smiled slightly. I wish to discuss a matter with you, if it is convenient. Stive scrutinized the young knight before him, then stepped aside. Please, come in. As Samuel entered the room, he immediately caught sight of Devon, whose eyes were as wide as saucers. He smiled gently, taking a seat opposite Devon. Good evening, Sir Devon. Devon remained silent, glaring at Samuel as if wishing to pierce him with his gaze. Sir Caesar, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Stive closed the door and positioned himself in front of his son, blocking his line of sight, fearful that he might lose control of his emotions and lash out. The truth is, I am aware of the purpose behind your visit to Cheating Island. However, to be frank, Earl Paxton has decided to marry Miss Diasmera to me. At these words, Devon nearly leapt from his seat, only to be restrained by his father. Stive cast a displeased glance at Samuel, coldly retorting, So, you come here to flaunt your power over us? Samuel shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to spare you the effort. Thus, I suggest you cancel tomorrow's duel. What? Are you afraid? Devon could no longer contain himself and shouted. Not afraid. Merely finding it pointless. Regardless of the outcome, Miss Diasmera will marry me. Then I shall make you regret it. Samuel sighed, somewhat exasperated. Why bother? Sir Devon, is it truly wise to offend me in pursuit of pride, and more importantly, to incur the wrath of Earl Paxton? How about this? I will offer you 10 golden dragons to cancel tomorrow's duel. Upon hearing this, both Stive and Devon burst into laughter. After their mirth subsided, Devon derisively remarked, 10 golden dragons? Do you consider us beggars? Stive added, It is typically our Lannister family that uses golden dragons to buy others. It is the first time I've seen someone attempt to bribe us. Samuel shrugged. Everything has its price, Sir Stive. So what is your price? Stive shook his head. Some things cannot be measured in golden dragons, such as honor. Sir Caesar, if I were to offer you 100 golden dragons to deliberately lose tomorrow's duel, would you accept? Before Samuel could respond, Defon interjected. Father, you need not offer. I can defeat him on my own merit. But Stive raised a hand to silence his son, for he had discerned a flicker of temptation in Samuel's eyes. It is not out of the question. The next moment, Samuel spoke. Regardless of winning or losing, I will still marry Miss Desmira. What difference does it make to you? Defon mocked. You dishonorable scoundrel. You do not deserve to be called a knight. Samuel, resigned, shrugged. You do not understand. My territory urgently requires funds. And sometimes compromises must be made. So, Sir Stive, are you certain you wish to offer 100 golden dragons? Stive, as if struck by a revelation, immediately declared, I shall offer you 1,000 golden dragons. Father. Defon thought his father had gone mad, but before he could voice further protest, Stive continued, 1,000 golden dragons, for you to voluntarily relinquish your claim to Miss Desmira. Impossible. Samuel shook his head. Do you think Amirsum could persuade me to abandon Miss Desmira? 3,000 golden dragons. Stive raised his bid, stating, did you not just say that everything has a price? How about this sum for you to forego the union? Impossible. Samuel shook his head again. My commitment to Miss Desmira is unwavering. Although rebuffed once more, Stive detected a glimmer of hesitation in Samuel's clear eyes. Thus, a confident smile graced his face as he raised the stakes, 5,000 golden dragons. The Lannister family is undoubtedly the most adept at utilizing wealth to achieve their ends in Westeros. This is unacceptable. Please do not insult my feelings for Miss Desmira. 7,000 golden dragons. The uncertainty was evident on Samuel's face. 10,000 golden dragons. Stive inched closer to Samuel, the price now sufficient to hire a troop for expansion. 30,000 golden dragons. After a fierce internal struggle, Samuel finally spoke. Give me 30,000 golden dragons, and I shall immediately abandon my pursuit of Miss Desmira. Impossible. Stive shook his head instantly, yet a satisfied smile crept onto his face. Even if Miss Desmira were made of gold, she would not be worth 30,000 golden dragons. Then let us each take a step back. 20,000 golden dragons. 1,000 golden dragons. Then I shall concede further. 15,000? 1,000 golden dragons. Realizing Stive's resolute stance and the futility of extracting more profit, Samuel feigned reluctance before nodding. Deal. Defon stood there, bewildered, struggling to comprehend how the duel had transformed into a transaction. Moreover, it seemed he might still win Miss Desmira's hand. Though pained at the thought of parting with 10,000 golden dragons, a smile involuntarily crept across Defon's long face. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. The jousting grounds on Cheating Island were filled with spectators eager for the spectacle. Within the arena, Earl Paxton's eldest son, Horace Redwyn, questioned in a hushed tone, Samuel. My father has prepared a proxy knight for you. Why must you insist on entering the fray yourself? As Samuel struggled to don his armor with the aid of a squire, he replied, I fight for the honor of Miss Desmira. Naturally, I must participate personally. Nonsense. Having spent 1,000 golden dragons, I must ensure the performance is executed flawlessly. That is called dedication. Horace grimaced slightly, earnestly advising, the spirit of knighthood should not be applied in this instance. That Defon is a remarkable figure among the youthful Lannisters. I would not dare to confront him. Do not think that just because you have gained some strength over the years, you can challenge him. You shall suffer a humiliating defeat. How will I know unless I try? Samuel wore an air of confidence. Your embarrassment matters little, Horace said, eyeing Samuel's purple grape emblazoned armor with annoyance. However, I do not wish for the Redwyn family to share in your disgrace. Indeed, Samuel's exquisite plate armor was borrowed from the Redwyn family. His own chainmail was far too shabby for such an occasion, and the Redwyn family was too embarrassed to allow him to wear it. It will not happen. Samuel banged his armor, producing a resounding clang. Today, I shall win this victory for Miss Desmira, or I shall not be worthy of marrying her. Horace quickly covered his mouth, internally screaming that this man certainly did not deserve to marry his sister. Yet, who could defy their father's insistence on this union? The heir of Cheating Island, who had prematurely assumed the role of brother-in-law, yearned to knock out this troublesome brother-in-law with a single blow and let the prepared proxy knight teach that Darvon Lannister a lesson. However, Samwell was utterly unyielding. After donning his armor, he strode confidently towards his steed. Helpless, Horace could only sigh and return to the sidelines. Clang, with the sound of a gong, the two protagonists officially entered the arena on horseback, eliciting a fervent cheer from the crowd. After completing a circuit around the field, they took their positions. Attendants rushed in to present the jousting lances to the knights. Although the lances were made of wood, they were hefty, nearly 20 feet long including the shaft, making it quite a challenge to hold them steady while mounted. Fortunately, Samwell's strength had significantly increased. Otherwise, even this feat would have been impossible. leading to a most embarrassing spectacle. Clang. Another gong sounded. The two knights simultaneously lowered their visors and urged their horses forward, accelerating. As the distance between them diminished, their speed intensified. The crowd held its breath in anticipation of the impending clash. Boom. The wooden lance shattered with a resounding crack, and amidst the flying splinters, Samuel was unceremoniously thrown from his horse. Gasps echoed through the audience, followed by an even more fervent cheer. Darvan lifted his visor and waved to the crowd, basking in the glory of his victory. Although it had all been prearranged, Samuel's lance had hardly grazed him. Sam, are you all right? Miss Desmira dashed into the arena to Samuel's side, causing Darvan's smile to falter. Why? I am the victor. He internally raged, but in the next moment, he felt relieved that this fool would voluntarily withdraw. After all, Miss Desmira was still his. Thus, he regained his swagger. Meanwhile, Samuel felt a burning pain in his chest, and his backside felt as if it might split in two. However, the thought that this fall was worth 10,000 golden dragons eased much of his physical discomfort. In fact, he believed he could endure another 2 falls, provided someone was willing to pay for it. I'm fine, Miss Desmira. Samuel struggled to his feet, apologizing. I'm sorry to have disappointed you. It's all right. Strength has never been the sole measure of a knight, Desmira replied with a sweet smile, offering comfort. Horace approached with a dark expression. I told you to let the proxy knight compete. But Samuel suddenly spoke with righteous conviction. I can accept defeat, but I cannot accept cowardice. Horace was rendered speechless, while Desmira's eyes sparkled with admiration. Samuel suddenly thought that this countess's daughter was quite the actress. Anyone witnessing their exchange would surely believe they were childhood sweethearts. Yet how could he forget the disdain she had shown him 6 years ago when he had come to Cheating Island to propose to the Earl of Paxton? Had she truly fallen for him after years apart? Even a third-rate romance novel wouldn't dare to pen such a tale. Upon returning to the sidelines and shedding his armor, the scholar of Cheating Island came to examine Samuel. After confirming he was uninjured, Samuel went to meet Earl Paxton. I'm sorry, my lord, I have disappointed you. It is of no consequence. Every young man must endure failures to truly understand himself, the Earl replied nonchalantly. As long as you are willing, you may still marry my daughter. I'm sorry, my lord. I am no longer worthy of marrying Miss Desmira, Samuel said, his face ashen, as if he had lost all hope for the future. Earl Paxton frowned, but maintained his composure. Who my daughter marries has never been determined by a ridiculous jousting match. As for who is worthy of her hand, that is for me to decide. Yet Samuel shook his head resolutely. My lord, Sir Darvan and I agreed before the match that the loser would withdraw from the competition. Perhaps you find this agreement laughable, but to me, it is an unbreakable vow. With that, he bowed once more to the Earl and walked away, despondent. Stop, Earl Paxton called after him. Samuel halted, exasperated. My lord, is there anything else you require? Seeing Samuel's defeated demeanor, the Earl swallowed his harsh words, took a deep breath, and said, I want your brewing method. Name your price. Samuel slowly but firmly shook his head. I'm sorry. I will not sell my brewing method for any price. However, if Cheating Island wishes to sell the brandy, I would be delighted to supply you at a fair price. Earl Paxton scrutinized Samuel for a long moment before conceding. Very well. At the docks, Samuel and his companions prepared to board their ship. Naturally, not a single member of the Redwin family came to see them off. The once affectionate Miss Desmira had vanished, while the Lannister family as father and son, Steer and Doran, arrived. Sir Caesar, rest assured, Lannisters pay their debts. We will not tarnish our family's millennia-old reputation over a mere 10,000 golden dragons. A letter I just penned is already en route to Casterly Rock via Raven. Soon, a ship laden with gold will sail from Lannister Harbor to your domain. I certainly trust the Lannister family's honor, Samuel replied with a smile, but I must clarify that our previous agreement only stipulated my withdrawal from the competition. If, after my exit, Earl Paxton still refuses to allow Miss Desmira to marry Sir Darvan, that is no concern of mine. Don't you worry about that. Darvan gritted his teeth. If I cannot marry Miss Desmira, I shall swim back to Casterly Rock. May the gods bless you with safe passage through the Sunset Sea. Sir Caesar prayed earnestly for Darvan for a moment before turning and boarding the ship. Now, Eagle-Espeak Island had undergone a complete transformation. Since the first shipment of grain and supplies from Sunhouse City arrived over a month ago, the greatest crisis in the territory had been fully alleviated, with ample food supplies. Steward Gavin, following Samuel's instructions prior to his departure, promptly began recruiting wildlings to develop the territory. All meals and accommodations were provided, along with work credits. Such enticing offers drew more and more wildlings to Eagle-Espeak Island. And the captivity camp, now renamed the labor camp, surged from an initial 1,000 to nearly 4,000 inhabitants. The development of the territory accelerated dramatically. The defensive structures at the valley entrance were finally completed, with 3 layers of wooden palisades and 4 interlinked watchtowers forming a small fortress. Neat wooden houses began to appear in the valley, and the Lord's castle, too, had its foundation laid, thanks to the diligent efforts of the wildling laborers. Additionally, Gavin had gathered over 300 wildling women to participate in brandy production. The processes of harvesting, cleaning, fermenting, distilling, and storing wild grapes rapidly fell into place due to the ample labor force. On the open land near the valley mouth, a significant tract had been cultivated by the wild men, who began planting mountain grapes, thereby laying the groundwork for future large-scale winemaking. Although dusk had nearly arrived, Eagle's Beak Island remained a scene of bustling activity. On a hillock close to the beach, a handsome middle-aged man observed everything within his domain with keen interest. He possessed dark hair, streaked with hints of gray, and his gray-green eyes seemed capable of penetrating the hearts of men. A meticulously groomed goatee accentuated his refined demeanor. A deep gray silk cloak was fastened with a brooch shaped like a mockingbird. Those well-versed in heraldry would recognize this as the personal emblem of Peter Baelish, the kingdom's treasurer. "My lord, are you truly going to wait here for Sir Samuel Tarley to return?" inquired a young man clad in armor, approaching Peter from behind. "Indeed," Peter replied, "but he is merely a knight of the realm who has yet to build a castle. Your journey from King's Landing is already a considerable concession. Why must you wait for him? Concerning the minting of silver coins, I can handle that myself. Do you not think Samuel Tarley worth a few days of your time? Is that not so? Baelon, do not underestimate anyone, especially the young. Our Baelish family's territory is merely a rocky little peninsula, and we have no silver mines." Peter's voice was deep, slightly hoarse, possessing a unique charm that compelled trust. "He cannot possibly compare to you." Baelon scratched his head and replied, "Although from what I understand, Sir Tarley is indeed skilled in battle, he clearly lacks the ability to govern a territory. Despite the current bustling activity, significant problems will soon arise." "Oh, what problems?" "Firstly, he is far too lenient with those wild men. Not only does he accept them as subjects, providing them with sustenance, but he also distributes what he calls labor credits. I have calculated that by the time this castle is completed, if he can last until then, he will face a tremendous debt that will surely lead to his ruin. I haven't even accounted for the over 200 craftsmen he supposedly hired from the Vale at tenfold the price. Honestly, I even doubt that silver mine can save him. Besides, with over 10,000 wild men in the territory and merely a few hundred Riverlanders, you surely recognize the danger in such an imbalance. Unrest is inevitable. Furthermore, he has taken to planting mountain grapes as if preparing for winemaking. Does he truly believe that wine made from such sour grapes will fetch a good price?" Peter listened quietly before smiling slightly. "You know, people are rather like sheep, preferring to gather in flocks, grazing on the same grass, and walking the same paths, all sporting similar white wool. However, there are occasionally some sheep that differ. They are black, often isolated by their different colored wool. They are scorned and ostracized by the white sheep. Yet it is often these black sheep that lead the flock to new pastures." Baelon seemed unconvinced, "My lord, do you consider Samuel Tarley to be such a black sheep? What are the mistakes he has made?" Peter shook his head slowly. Adhering to convention may prevent errors, but those who stray from the path are destined to encounter mistakes and failures. Baelon was momentarily taken aback. Peter continued, "Moreover, how do you know that his methods for governing the territory are incorrect? In the eyes of the white sheep, whatever the black sheep does is wrong, until it leads the flock to discover a new fertile field." Baelon nodded thoughtfully, though uncertainty lingered in his brow. He sensed that Lord Baelish's reference to black sheep bore deeper implications, yet he hesitated to inquire further. Besides, praising someone as a black sheep seemed oddly uncomfortable. At that moment, a raucous cheer erupted from the dock. Looking towards the sound, Baelon saw a ship slowly approaching the territory. "Our black sheep has returned," Peter remarked. Gazing at the vessel under the setting sun, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. He then turned and descended the hill towards the dock, with Baelon hastily following suit. Upon reaching the dock, Samuel Tarley could hardly contain his excitement as he leapt onto the gangplank before the ship had fully anchored. After 2 months away, having wandered along the western coast of the Riverlands, he had finally returned to his domain. Gazing at the now somewhat unfamiliar landscape, Samuel was astonished. "Has it truly changed so much? My lord, you have finally returned." "Haha, Gavin, thank you for your efforts." Samuel approached his steward with an enthusiastic embrace, causing the already emotional Gavin to shed tears. Next, Samuel waved to the gathered subjects, expressing his gratitude for their warm welcome. "Welcome back, my lord." The crowd cheered in unison. At that moment, Gavin recalled something and swiftly leaned close to Samuel, whispering, "My lord, Treasurer Peter Baelish has been waiting for you for 5 days." "Peter Baelish?" Samuel exclaimed, taken aback. He was well aware of this illustrious name. A key player in the Game of Thrones, an ambitious man, and a master of intrigue who believed chaos to be a ladder. That he had come to his territory was unexpected. Though overseeing the minting of currency was indeed the treasurer's duty, it hardly warranted Peter's personal visit from King's Landing for merely a silver mine. Unless, Samuel instinctively grew wary. Perhaps Peter's visit to Eagle's Beak Island was not solely for the silver mine. At that moment, Peter, escorted by guards, emerged from the crowd and approached Samuel, donning a flawless smile. "At last, I meet you, Sir Samuel Tarley." Samuel composed himself, returning with an innocuous smile. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Baelish." As night fell, bonfires lit up the sandy beach, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air, mingling with laughter and merriment. To celebrate the return of their lord, Eagle's Beak Island hosted a grand bonfire feast. In the open air, formalities were set aside. Everyone indulged in meat and drink while listening to the guards who had accompanied their lord recount tales of their journey. Samuel walked alongside Peter Baelish along the beach, engaging in conversation. "This place resembles my territory. Both are by the sea and strewn with rocks," Peter remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. "However, the Shivering Sea is not as gentle as the Summer Sea." "I have yet to see the Shivering Sea. I long to witness it," Samuel said. "You may regret it after seeing it." Peter laughed heartily. In the depths of the Shivering Sea, it is said that countless ice giants reside, dancing day and night, stirring up fierce winds and waves capable of swallowing any ship. "I recall reading about ice dragons in a book," Samuel replied. "Perhaps there are both," Peter shrugged, abruptly shifting the topic. "Samuel, do you know why I have personally come to Eagle's Beak Island?" A tension gripped Samuel's heart, recognizing that the true intrigue was about to unfold. Peter Baelish, the greatest schemer of the realm, surely did not travel to this remote location merely to inspect a silver mine. He must have ulterior motives. Yet, Samuel did not feel overly anxious. After all, he was acutely aware of the true nature and principles of this seemingly charming kingdom's treasurer. This individual is wholly intent on creating chaos in the realm of Westeros, believing that such turmoil would afford a low-born noble like himself the opportunity to ascend the social ladder. As a masterful player in the game of power, Peter excels at concealing his true intentions, often engaging in actions that may seem to offer him no immediate benefit, thereby deflecting suspicion from himself. He can comfortably lurk in the shadows, manipulating the central figures of the stage through deceit and cunning. "To be honest, my Lord Baelish, I am quite surprised that you would come in person," Samuel stated earnestly. Peter halted, turning to look at Samuel. "I actually wish to meet you, Sir Caesar." "Meet me?" "Indeed. I see in you the reflection of my younger self. Although your lineage surpasses mine, you two are not favored by your father, and all that is Horn Hill is irrelevant to you. Thus, like me in my youth, you possess nearly nothing and are scorned by everyone. Yet, like me, you refuse to submit to fate. I obtained the position of tax collector in Goldhound from Duke John, and within 3 years, I increased the town's revenue tenfold. And you have secured a charter from Duke Mace to carve out territory deep within the Red Mountains, earning the loyalty of thousands of wildlings. So, despite the fact that you have yet to construct your castle, I believe there will come a day when you astonish all of Westeros." It must be said that Peter's words were highly provocative, and coupled with his rhythmic intonation, they could ignite passion in anyone who heard them. Moreover, as a person of considerable stature, no young man could withstand such flattery. Unfortunately for Peter, his songbird met Samuel, and no matter how mellifluous his words, to Samuel's ears, they were but whispers of the devil. What consequences might arise from heeding Peter Baelish's counsel? One need only look at the fate of Eddard Stark, the Lord of the North, to comprehend. "You truly overestimate me, my Lord Baelish." Samuel feigned humility, though he was evidently agitated. "I have never misjudged a person," Peter replied with a chuckle. "Moreover, I have always been willing to extend my assistance to the kingdom's young talents to expedite their growth." "You are indeed a generous elder." Samuel offered a compliment, while his curiosity piqued regarding the nature of Peter's purported assistance. Peter stepped closer, placing a hand on Samuel's shoulder and lowering his voice. "I understand the challenges of expanding in such a barren land as the Red Mountains, and with so many subjects to support, you surely require funds." At this juncture, Samuel felt a spark of doubt. Could the Iron Throne possibly provide financial support to the Lords of Expansion? Was such a boon conceivable? However, Peter's subsequent words clarified his puzzlement, leaving him taken aback. "This silver mine, while dispensable to the kingdom, is of utmost importance to you. That is why I have come personally, and will leave a trusted individual on Eagle's Nest to oversee the minting of silver stacks." With these words, Samuel could no longer misconstrue Peter's insinuation. This man was suggesting he could fabricate accounts. By concealing a portion of the silver stacks, the taxes owed to the crown would significantly diminish. Observing Samuel's astonishment, Peter knew he had made his point, and with a smile, he continued, "I realize this may not be the most honorable course of action, but trust me, this will not harm the kingdom's interests. Rather, it will enhance them. Our king is not one to practice frugality. So it is preferable to keep this money from being squandered by him and instead use it for the expansion of the kingdom." What a grandiloquent rationale it was. Samuel inclined his head, as if ensnared in a fierce internal struggle. Yet, in truth, he was contemplating Peter Baelish's true intentions. The man could not genuinely care for the welfare of the realm. He would relish in its disorder. Peter likely perceived the true reason Lady Olenna had dispatched him to Eagle's Nest to expand, thus deciding to stoke the flames further. The better Eagle's Nest fared, the greater the chances of the Riverlands taking action against Dorne. Should conflict arise, it would provide a schemer like Peter an opportunity to profit from the chaos. This must be his true aim. Although Samwell had discerned Peter's ulterior motive, he found himself devoid of any justification to refuse. Retaining a portion of the silver stacks, was that not advantageous for him? Though Peter's intentions were malicious, the benefits were undeniably tangible. As for whether this would expedite the onset of war between the Riverlands and Dorne, he felt no need for concern. After all, he was aware that it would not be long before the situation in King's Landing deteriorated, and King Robert would meet his demise. At that point, Westeros would be embroiled in a struggle for power, and who would then care about a fledgling lordship in the remote corners of the Red Mountains? Of course, to be prudent, Samwell understood he could not hoard the concealed wealth for himself. Otherwise, what if Peter used this matter as leverage against him in the future? Thus, after a struggle of considerable difficulty, Samwell spoke. My Lord Baelish, you make a compelling argument. Furthermore, I am willing to offer you a portion of the silver stags. As a man of your stature, devoted to the realm, surely has need of funds. Peter regarded Samwell with a keen eye, a satisfied smile gracing his features, as if his purpose all along had been to secure this benefit. That is agreeable. Outside the docks of Starfall, several merchant ships were moored, unloading their cargo. Among them, one vessel bore a pale purple flag emblazoned with the emblem of crossed swords and a falling star, the sigil of House Dane, Lords of Starfall. Captain, there's a gentleman looking for you down below. Captain Gilmore, reeking of ale, emerged from the cabin, irritably shouting, which gentleman? I don't know. He didn't say. Didn't he say? Can't you see for yourself, you daft fool? But he bears no family sigil. How am I to recognize him? Gilmore furrowed his brow, muttering curses under his breath, yet he staggered down the gangplank. There, he encountered the gentleman in question, a slender middle-aged man, handsome and graceful, with a small patch of beard on his chin. Though the man bore no family crest, Gilmore, with his keen eye, would wager his entire fortune that he was a noble. Gilmore approached, his face plastered with a smile. Good sir, what can I do for you? Peter Baelish tossed a silver stag casually, and before Gilmore could express his gratitude, he inquired, is this ship heading to Starfall? Yes, my lord. Are you bound for Starfall as well? No, I am heading to Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest? Gilmore scratched his bald head, perplexed. I'm afraid I've not heard of that place. It's just south of the mouth of the Torrentine River, across a bay from Starfall. You will pass it on your way to Starfall, though you will need to slightly alter your course. If possible, I would like to board your ship. The cost is not an issue. It seems I have a faint recollection. Gilmore appeared to recall something. But, my lord, I remember that it was a desolate mountainous region, devoid of anything. Are you certain you wish to venture there? Your information appears outdated. Peter revealed his characteristic smile, indicating that a territory now exists there. A territory? Indeed, the Duke of Mace has bestowed knighthood upon pioneering knights, and Sir Samwell Caesar has established a domain there. Upon hearing that it was a territory founded by the Riverlanders, Gilmore's expression subtly shifted. Dorne and the Riverlands have been arch-enemies for a millennium. Although Gilmore often docked at the Riverlander sports for trade, the ingrained animosity towards them as a Dornishman could never be erased. That place is nothing but stones. Has the Riverlander gone mad to settle there? Who claimed there was nothing? There lies a silver mine. A silver mine? A glint of gold ignited in Gilmore's eyes. Indeed, it is said that the territory has now taken shape, with a populace exceeding 10,000. Over 10,000. Gilmore's demeanor gradually became serious. That indeed is substantial. When did this begin, and why have I heard nothing of it? It seems it started merely over 4 months ago. Just 4 months, and already over 10,000? Though Gilmore was not well versed in pioneering, he understood the astonishing nature of such rapid growth. Yes, a young and talented knight is leading the endeavor. I was just about to pay him a visit. Might I offer you passage on my ship? Gilmore composed himself and hastily nodded, saying, Of course, my lord. I too wish to see it for myself. Excellent. When does your ship set sail? It departs promptly at noon, my lord. Very well. I shall make a quick trip into town and return shortly. Certainly, my lord. As Gilmore gazed at Peter's distant figure, he suddenly smacked his forehead, muttering to himself. I forgot to ask that lord's name. Ah, I shall inquire upon his return. I wonder which family he belongs to. Time passed until noon. Gilmore leaned over the ship's railing, staring in the direction of Sunhouse, yet the nobleman from the morning had not reappeared. He assumed the gentleman was simply delayed and resolved to wait a while longer. Unbeknownst to Gilmore, the nobleman he awaited had already boarded a merchant vessel bound for Bravos and had set sail. As the sun descended in the west, Gilmore's patience finally waned. He smashed the bottle in his hand against the deck and shouted, No longer shall we wait. Let us depart. After setting sail, Gilmore maneuvered the helm while contemplating. Would it not be prudent to visit that eagle's mouth all along the way? Amidst the crimson peaks, a grand and imposing castle rose abruptly. A pale purple banner fluttered atop its battlements, emblazoned with a crossed sword and a falling star. If one were to discuss the oldest families in Westeros, there might be some contention, but when it comes to the oldest family in Dorne, it could only be the Dane family of Starfall. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago during the Dawn Age, the first Dane pursued a fallen star, arriving at this very location, and established his castle at the estuary of the Torrentine River. His descendants ruled the western mountainous regions of Dorne in the name of the king of the Torrentine until they united with the Martell family of Dorne, conquering the entire territory. Samwell Caesar? Sir Uric Shade, the acting lord of Starfall, furrowed his brow. From which territory does the Caesar family hail? I have never heard of them. Gilmore cautiously stood in the hall, responding, My lord. I have inquired and discovered that this Sir Caesar is actually the eldest son of the Tarley family from Hornhill, who was later knighted by Duke Mace and ventured to Eagle's Mouth for pioneering. Hornhill, Tarley family. Uric's brow knitted tighter. If he is the eldest son of House Tarley, why has he forsaken his claim to succession to undertake pioneering? This. Seeing Gilmore stutter, Uric understood that he was also unaware. Very well, you may leave. Yes, my lord. Once Gilmore departed, Uric reclined in his chair, lost in thought. While the Dane family's territory encompasses the mountainous regions along the Torrentine River, more accurately, their influence lies solely on the eastern side of the river. As for the western side, the wildling tribes there largely do not consider themselves subjects of House Dane. Moreover, the Eagle's Mouth Isle, situated further south at the river's mouth, is entirely outside their domain. Yet, the Riverlanders have constructed a castle amidst the Crimson Mountains and near the estuary of the Torrentine, which caused Uric to feel a sense of urgency. After all, that location is not far from Starfall. Samwell was also the name of a great king of the Torrentine in Dane history, nicknamed Starfire, who once conquered vast territories in the southern Riverlands, including Old Town. Now, a Samwell has emerged from the Riverlands. What might he endeavor to do? After pondering for a while, Uric summoned a servant and instructed, dispatch a few trusted ship captains to Eagle's Mouth Isle to gather intelligence on the situation there and report back to me. Yes, my lord. As Todd Flower entered the lord's quarters, he bowed to Samwell, saying, My lord Caesar, did you summon me? Yes. Samwell looked up from a pile of documents and said, I need you to travel to Highgarden and gather as many of the displaced as possible to bring back to Eagle's Mouth Isle. Displaced? Todd furrowed his brow, reminding him, My lord, even the displaced are subjects of House Tyrell. You cannot. Before he could finish, Todd saw Samwell throw a sheepskin scroll at him. He hastily caught it and opened it to discover that Duke Mace had indeed permitted Samwell to gather the displaced from Highgarden and bring them back to Eagle's Mouth Isle. Todd was taken aback for a moment, clearly astonished that Samwell could persuade Duke Mace to endorse such an order. This is simply. Todd struggled to find an appropriate descriptor. However, he recognized Duke Mace's signature, and he trusted that unless Samwell wished to sever ties with the Riverlands, he would not dare forge such a document. Thus, he decisively remained silent. You shall take 50 individuals to Highgarden. Inform those displaced that I will provide for their sustenance and shelter, as long as they are willing to work. You understand the system of labor credits, and you can explain it to them later. Additionally, every displaced person who successfully arrives at Eagle's Mouth Isle will receive a reward of 10 copper coins immediately. Remember, I want all who are willing to come, regardless of age or gender, and the more, the better. Yes, my lord. Todd genuinely wished to ask if he could truly afford to support such a multitude should they arrive in droves, but the words died on his lips, for he now realized he could no longer comprehend this young pioneering knight before him. In every endeavor, be it warfare, commerce, or governance, Samwell exhibited an unconventional approach. Yet he consistently succeeded. This new territory was flourishing at an astonishing rate. Todd felt he was unworthy to counsel such a lord. In his eyes, Samwell may not have been the wisest lord, but he was undoubtedly the most extraordinary. As Todd exited the lord's quarters, contemplating which individuals to take to Highgarden, he suddenly heard a commotion emanating from the direction of the dock. Another merchant vessel has arrived? Todd instinctively frowned. Although the continuous supply ships to Eagle's Beak Island have long been a well-known fact, the recent influx of merchant vessels has been somewhat excessive. However, considering the geographical advantages of Eagle's Beak Island, it indeed possesses the potential to develop into a prime port. Todd, without further contemplation, turned and walked away. Shortly after his departure, Samwell emerged from the lord's cottage. He gazed at the bustling wharf, his eyes narrowing gradually. Unlike the oblivious Todd, Samwell had become acutely aware of the peculiar surge in merchant ships. The sheer number was excessive. Even with the news of a new territory at Eagle's Beak Island circulating, it should not have attracted such a sudden influx of vessels. Moreover, he noticed that most of these merchant ships hailed from Dorne. This realization led Samuel to conclude that his territory had likely caught the attention of the Dornish lords. Although he had anticipated this day, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. No, this was not right. Samuel suddenly realized that the influx of these Dornish merchant ships seemed to have increased shortly after the departure of Peter Baelish, the infamous Littlefinger. Given the man's penchant for chaos, it was highly plausible that he had conveyed information to the Dornish. With this thought in mind, Samuel strode purposefully toward the wharf. Along the way, people greeted him with bows. Samuel acknowledged them with nods and quickly encountered a merchant ship captain named Dorn. "Esteemed Lord, thank you for permitting us to dock here. No need for formality. This is a free port, welcoming any friendly visitor," Samuel replied. Noticing the flag atop the mast, he inquired, "Do you hail from Starfall?" "Yes, my lord. Have there been any notable visitors in Starfall in the past month?" "Notable visitors?" Dorn replied, perplexed. "Which kind do you mean?" "Those from King's Landing." "King's Landing?" Dorn pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "My lord, I have not heard of any lords from King's Landing visiting Starfall recently." Samuel nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, given Littlefinger's cautious nature, it was indeed unlikely for him to personally visit Starfall, as it would leave clear traces of his manipulations. "From where did you learn that a dock had been established at Eagle's Beak Island?" "The news has spread across the docks in Starfall, and Highgarden and Brightmoor must be aware as well. Everyone is discussing the possibility of resupplying here in the future. However, your dock is still somewhat rudimentary. The jetty is not long enough, there are not enough berths, and there are no warehouses. Food and fresh water are also apologies, my lord. I did not mean to offend, it's quite all right," Samuel said with a smile, waving his hand. "Your suggestions are valuable. However, my territory has only recently begun construction and requires time to improve. By the way, who currently governs Starfall?" He remembered that the bloodline of the Dane family had dwindled significantly, particularly the main branch, with many deceased, and the remaining heir was merely an underage child. "It is Lord Uric Shade." Uric Shade being a common surname among Dornish bastards, it was likely that this Uric was a bastard of House Dane, temporarily managing Starfall. However, Samuel could not recall this name from his memory and classified him as an insignificant player. He then inquired, "I believe the Count of Starfall is Edric Dane, correct? Where is he now?" "Lord Edric has gone to Blackport, where he is said to be serving as the squire to Lord Beric Targaryen." Upon hearing Beric Targaryen's name, Samuel recalled much. This individual was none other than the infamous Lightning Lord, a man burdened with the mission of a true god. Perhaps more aptly described as a wretched creature. He could not die until his mission was fulfilled. He remembered that this Lightning Lord had married Edric Dane's aunt, thereby taking the young and helpless Count of Starfall to Blackport for guidance. After pondering for a moment, Samuel suddenly smiled and said, "Please take a letter back to Starfall, informing Sir Uric that I plan to pay a visit." Dorn was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. "Of course, my lord." "Mother, how much has this place changed?" Natalie exclaimed, linking arms with her mother, Nara, her vibrant purple eyes taking in the surroundings. Indeed, it had changed immensely. The pair walked along the smooth stone paths of Eagle's Beak Island, observing the industrious inhabitants bustling by, the neat wooden houses, the towers, and the castle that was rapidly rising, creating an illusion of a thriving city. It was hard to believe that just a few months prior, this had been a desolate valley devoid of life. Natalie wished to see the castle, which had been laid with a foundation and built up to a height of 3 feet, but her mother guided her instead to the orphanage. The courtyard was modest, enclosed by a simple fence containing a dozen wooden houses. In the square, several hundred children gathered, ranging from 11 to 12 years old, down to mere infants. They wore tattered animal skins and sang joyfully. "Father above, steadfast and strong, judges falsehoods, upholds the right, determines the span of life and health, kindly cherishes the little ones. Mother brings forth life's blessings, guardianship for every woman, her smile and strife, tenderly nurturing the little ones. Warriors stand firm before foes." Nara recognized this as the Song of the Seven. She was not surprised, as the Lord was a Knight of the Seven and would undoubtedly spread their faith throughout the territory, which was understandable. Moreover, he had not employed coercive measures to compel all subjects to convert, which was quite merciful. Surrounding the children were several elderly individuals. Some sang along. Others squinted in the sunlight, while a few engaged in simple crafts. Yet, smiles adorned their faces, indicating their contentment with life here. After the Song of the Seven concluded, the children skillfully transitioned to another tune. Nara had not heard this song before, but after a while, she realized it praised the young lord, with lyrics that were rather bold, expressing gratitude for the food and shelter provided by the Lord, and a promise of eternal gratitude. "Mother, that Lord truly has no shame. He even has a song written in his honor," Natalie whispered to her mother. Nara chuckled lightly but defended him. "However, he is not entirely boastful. These elders and children are well cared for." Natalie pouted slightly, choosing not to argue further. After observing for a while, the mother and daughter departed the orphanage and made their way to the Lord's cottage. Lord Caesar. Ah, Lady Nara, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Samuel warmly welcomed them, rising to his feet. He glanced at the girl beside Nara, noting her striking resemblance to her mother, and deduced, "This must be your daughter?" "Yes, this is my daughter, Natalie." Natalie curtsied to Samuel and then retreated behind her mother, her curious purple eyes studying the young lord of the Riverlands. Samuel smiled gently at the girl before turning to Nara. "Lady Nara, have you found the phantom grass I requested?" Nala nodded, passing over a leather pouch. "We have found a total of 54 stalks." Samuel quickly accepted it, opening it to confirm that it contained the spirit grass he had previously consumed, which enhanced mental attributes. Satisfied, he nodded and handed over the corresponding amount of silver deer to Nala. She accepted the silver deer with gratitude and then inquired, "My Lord Caesar, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Speak," he replied. "I would like the elders and children of the Crow tribe to remain in your welfare institution." "What price must we pay for this?" Samuel smiled. "The welfare institution is meant for my subjects, so as long as you become my subjects, that will suffice." Nala pondered for a moment and shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, my lord. It is not that we are unwilling to submit. But the Crow tribe has always served the old gods, so however, we can offer wealth, or spirit grass, leather, jerky." Samuel interrupted. "Submitting to me does not prevent you from continuing to serve the old gods. You should know that I have never forced my subjects to convert to the 7 gods. You may even continue your previous way of life, provided you pay taxes to me regularly." Nala's gaze remained conflicted. Observing her struggle, Samuel added, "If you truly do not wish to submit, there is another way." "What way?" He pointed to the little girl hiding behind her mother. "Allow your daughter to remain on Eagle Beak Isle. Only then can I safely accept the elders and children of the Crow tribe into the welfare institution. Rest assured, I will treat her as my own sister." Upon hearing this, Natalie's eyes widened, and she clutched her mother's sleeve tightly, resembling a frightened fawn. Nala hesitated before responding, "My lord, I need to consider this before giving you an answer." "Very well," Samuel nodded. "I will depart for Starfall City in 3 days. Just provide me with your answer before then." When he mentioned Starfall City, Samuel keenly observed Nala's eyes, detecting a subtly concealed fluctuation. It appeared that Nala might indeed be Asheradane, and her claim of amnesia was likely a ruse. However, a question arose, if Ashera had not forgotten. Why did she not return to Starfall City? Was the forest more comfortable than the castle? "All right, I will give you a response as soon as possible," Nala said, maintaining an air of nonchalance as she turned to leave with her daughter. Once outside, Natalie clung to her mother's arm, exclaiming, "Mother, I don't want to stay here. I want to be with you." "Foolish child, how could you always follow me?" Nala's eyes shimmered with melancholy as she pointed toward the castle under construction ahead. "Did you not always wish to reside in a magnificent castle? You cannot accompany me. Then I want to live in the castle with you." "Natalie, listen to me." Nala's expression grew serious. "We have received care from the Crow tribe for more than a decade. It is time to repay them. Moreover, staying on Eagle Beak Isle is better than wandering through the forest with me. I refuse. I want to follow you everywhere." Natalie's voice was tinged with tears. Nala reached out to wipe away her daughter's tears, but they only seemed to increase. Yet, her tone remained firm. "Natalie, you are not like me. You do not belong to this forest. You should soar in a broader world. I once heard the whispers of the divine beneath the heart tree. It seems there are other plans for you." Natalie threw herself into her mother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Nala gently stroked her daughter's hair and looked northeast. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the vast bay, catching sight of the castle flying a purple banner. A complex array of emotions filled Nala's heart, rendering her momentarily speechless. Silently, she wished, "I cannot return, but I hope you can." The sacrifice, the turbulent river surged forth from the depths of the Crimson Mountains, flowing southward for countless miles before merging into the summer sea. The once violent waters calmed as they met the ocean. On the sapphire surface of the sea, a ship sailed upstream. Natalie stood at the bow, gazing toward the distant castle, her violet eyes reflecting both curiosity and trepidation. At that moment, she wore no veil, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face. Her leather garments had been replaced with a flowing blue dress, and her long, graceful legs shimmered like jade beneath the sunlight. K2 stood behind Samuel, seemingly fulfilling his role as a servant, ready to obey his master's commands, yet his eyes often wandered toward the girl's legs. The naive young savage had never encountered such a breathtaking girl and found himself entranced. Perhaps sensing K2's gaze, Natalie turned and shot him a glare, huffing. "What are you looking at, little brat?" K2 hastily turned away, his face flushed. After a moment, he muttered defiantly, "I'm 14, not a little brat." Unfortunately, Natalie paid him no further attention. Supporting her chin with her hands, she asked dreamily, "My lord, do you think the Dane family will hold a ball in your honor?" Samuel glanced at the girl beside him and smiled. "What? You wish to attend the ball? Just curious. Even if there is a ball, it's for noble ladies. K2 interjected, seemingly attempting to dispel any fanciful notions Natalie might harbor about her status. Natalie shot K2 another glare, but soon deflated. Indeed, she was just a wild girl. How could she possibly qualify to attend a noble ball? Samuel, preoccupied with his own thoughts about the approaching Starfall City, had no time to console the self-pitying girl. His visit to the Dane family was also a strategic response to the provocations of Peter Baelish. He understood that such provocations were an inescapable conspiracy. With the strengthening of Eaglebeak Isle, it would undoubtedly arouse the suspicion and vigilance of the Dornish lords, especially that of the Lord of Starfall City. It was even likely to spark a war. However, Samuel did not seek to completely eliminate the Dornish wariness. He merely wished to buy himself some time. During his last visit to the old town of Qingting Island in Yinggu City, he had cleverly acquired substantial funds and provisions. The construction of his territory had now entered a rapid phase, and within 4 to 5 months, his castle would be nearly completed. At that point, he would officially become a Lord of River Bay, and Eaglebeak Isle would fall within the domain of River Bay. If the Dornish decided to attack during that time, it would be tantamount to declaring war on River Bay. Duke Mace would certainly not overlook that. Hence, during his visit to Starfall City, whether through persuasion, deception, or misdirection, he had to ensure that the acting lord would not entertain any designs on Eaglebeak Isle in the near future. Samuel felt that achieving this goal would not be particularly difficult, given that the acting lord of Starfall City was merely a Shad and not a Dane. He likely lacked the stature and motivation to incite an external conflict. As long as he could weather these 4 to 5 months, the Dornish would likely lower their flags and refrain from any assaults. After all, while the Dornish excelled in defensive tactics, they would find it challenging to confront the River Bay people outside the protective embrace of the Crimson Mountains and the familiar desert climate. River Bay boasted unparalleled resources and military strength among the 7 kingdoms. Once this perilous period was surmounted, Samuel could focus on constructing his territory, engaging in trade, and gradually conquering the wild men within the Crimson Mountains. As for whether to cooperate with Lady Olenna's plan to invade Dorne via the turbulent river in the future, that can be deliberated over time. Samuel believed that, even if an assault on Dorne were to occur, it would be prudent to select an opportune moment. For instance, waiting until King Robert has passed, or perhaps even later, until the North's Duke Eddard Stark has met his demise, leaving King's Landing in disarray, ensuring that other factions would be unable to divert their attention to his endeavors. Moreover, this would allow him to draw the focus of House Tully towards Dorne, which might prevent them from hastily aligning themselves as they did in the original narrative during the early stages of the War of the Five Kings. Thus, the betrothed he had chosen would not need to wed that scoundrel Renly. Indeed, it was perfect. Samuel silently praised his own cleverness. However, he was acutely aware that developments would unlikely unfold entirely according to his wishes. Even the most cunning schemer in the realm dared not claim that all would follow his script, and he certainly did not presume such. Furthermore, he harbored a lingering suspicion that Peter Baelish's schemes extended beyond this point. Given his ambition to incite conflict between the Riverlands and Dorne, it seemed improbable that he would cease at this juncture. Unlike Samuel, Peter was not one to foresee forthcoming turmoil. In Peter's view, if he could not swiftly instigate a clash between Starfall and the Eyrie, then once Samuel's castle was completed, the Dornish would inevitably withdraw, and the opportunity for conflict might vanish indefinitely. Therefore, Samuel surmised that this treacherous little finger likely had further plans up his sleeve. Yet, he could not ascertain what those might be. Lord Caesar, the captain called as he emerged from the helm, interrupting Samuel's reverie. We must prepare to dock. The ship navigated beneath the colossal statue of the Titan, entered Bravos, traversed the bustling Long Canal, and finally anchored at the grid dock. Peter Baelish disembarked and, without lingering in the vibrant marketplace, made his way directly to the Isle of Faces. This master of coin for the Iron Throne appeared remarkably familiar with the free cities across the narrow sea, navigating effortlessly to a windowless temple. The entrance was marked by a pair of grand, intricately carved wooden doors, one crafted from fishwood, pale as bone, and the other from ebony, dark as the abyss. Between them, a crescent moon was delicately sculpted. This was the temple dedicated to the many-faced god, known as the god of death. Knock, knock. Peter lightly tapped on the wooden door twice, then stepped back. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a robe of black and white, his gaze vacant and expression indifferent, as if nothing could pique his interest. Peter paid no heed to the man's features, for he understood that the faceless men within the temple bore countless visages. One could never discern which face represented their true identity. The faceless men served the many-faced god, the deity of death. As the most adept assassins, they regarded death as a merciful release for the right price. They would take the life of any mortal as an offering to the many-faced god. Every mortal must die. Peter inclined his head, and stated, "Every mortal must serve." The faceless man replied, stepping out from within, "What brings you here?" Peter presented a large sack of gold coins. "I wish to offer 2 lives to the many-faced god." The faceless man accepted the sack, stating flatly, "The god requires their names." Peter's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Edric Dane, Allery Dane." However, the faceless man shook his head. "Not enough. Not enough." Peter's demeanor shifted, pointing at the sack in the man's hand. "Would you care to count again? This amount could easily hire a mercenary company to accomplish this task. Had I not desired discretion, I would not have sought you out. No. Sacrifices to the divine must come at the cost of what you hold most dear. A copper coin from a pauper outweighs a golden dragon from a wealthy man. For you, this sum is sufficient only for one name." Peter felt a surge of anger. "This is nearly my entire fortune. Is that not enough devotion?" The faceless man continued to shake his head. "But money is not your most cherished possession." Peter paused, suddenly realizing that the man had likely recognized his identity. Yet, before he could respond, the faceless man added, "Then let life be the currency." "What do you mean?" "Only life can barter for death," the faceless man stated earnestly. "If you save someone, another life can be taken in exchange. Who do you wish to save? Where are they?" "Jacqueline Hagar, from the Black Cells of the Red Keep." The Black Cells within the Red Keep served as the royal prison, housing numerous serious offenders. However, the name mentioned by the faceless man did not ring a bell for Peter. It seemed he was not a significant figure. Peter felt a sense of relief and nodded. "Agreed. But I require those 2 to vanish swiftly. You had best act quickly." "Very well. Within a month, the god will claim those 2 names." Visiting Starfall. In a marketplace to the east of the dock, Samuel completed his stroll and entered a wooden cabin. Inside, Natalie stood still by the window. Opposite her, a young artist, splattered with various dyes, was painting on a canvas. "Are you finished?" Almost. Please wait a moment longer." Samuel approached the young artist and examined his work closely. It's decent enough. While lacking in spirit, it bore some resemblance. For an artist picked at random from the market, this was satisfactory. One could not demand too much. Once the artist completed the finishing touches, Samuel tossed a silver stag into the air. "Is it ready? Let me see." Natalie stretched her stiff waist and hurried over to view the painting. Unlike Samuel, who was rather discerning, she seemed captivated by her first encounter with an oil painting, particularly one of her own likeness, her eyes glued to it. Yet, before she could absorb it fully, Samuel reached out and took the painting. "Hey, I haven't finished looking. If you wish to see yourself, look in a mirror. I have use for this painting. What do you need my portrait for?" Natalie's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Adults' matters are not for children to question," Samuel replied dismissively as he stepped outside. Natalie huffed and promptly followed him. Upon exiting, Samuel summoned 2 guards and turned back to Natalie. "They will accompany you as you explore the market. I have some matters to attend to. But I will return shortly." "Where are you going?" Natalie exclaimed, suddenly distressed. "I want to go with you." Samuel gestured toward the imposing castle in the distance. "I am visiting House Dane. You shall wait here." "Why won't you take me?" Natalie looked visibly hurt. "I'll take you next time." Samuel stepped forward, waving his hand without looking back, assuring her there would be a next time. "Sir Uric, thank you for your hospitality," Samuel said as he consumed bread and salt. Bowing respectfully, "Welcome to Starfall, Sir Caesar," Uric Shapike greeted with a smile that did not reach his eyes, seemingly uninterested in concealing his disdain for Samuel. Samuel paid no mind to the man's demeanor. After all, the Rivellins and Dorn had been adversaries for a millennium, and it was already courteous of the acting Lord of Starfall to maintain a semblance of civility. The 2 entered the castle and took their seats in the reception hall. A serving girl brought forth coffee and pastries before quietly departing. "Sir Caesar, do you have business in Starfall City this time?" Samuel inquired, taking a sip of coffee with a jovial smile. "Actually, I have no pressing matters. I merely wish to pay a visit to my neighbor. As you might be aware, I have been expanding my territory on Eagle's Beak." Uric, rather impolitely, interrupted, "Then you best hasten the construction of your castle. Until then, Eagle's Beak cannot truly be considered your domain." "Indeed, soon enough," Samuel replied, seemingly unfazed by Uric's provocation. "In approximately 2 years, my castle will be completed." 2 years. Uric mentally noted this timeline. It was a reasonable pace, not particularly slow. Samuel immediately began to lament, if it weren't for those savages who were perpetually slacking off, it would surely progress even faster. Moreover, the land on Eagle's Beak is so barren that I cannot grow crops. I must import everything, which is exceedingly costly." Uninterested in Samuel's grievances, Uric interjected, "I have heard that a silver mine has been discovered on Eagle's Beak?" "Yes, but relying solely on that silver mine to sustain so many people is quite a challenge," Samuel said with a furrowed brow. "Consequently, I am compelled to start brewing and selling wine. Sir Uric, would you care to purchase a batch of my wine to sample?" Curious, Uric recalled what the captains who had been gathering information had mentioned, and asked, "What kind of wine do you produce?" It is a wine made from wild mountain grapes, which I have named brandy. I happen to bring some with me on this visit. Do give it a taste." As he spoke, Samuel signaled to his attendant, K2, to retrieve the brandy and pour a glass for Yurik. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, immediately capturing Yurik's attention. He raised the glass and drank it in one gulp. With a preference for bolder flavors, he typically added spices to his drinks. But the distilled spirit of the brandy captivated him. "It is indeed fine wine." Yurik could not help but praise. Seizing the opportunity, Samuel proposed, "If you believe this wine has potential in Dorne, perhaps we could collaborate. I would supply the product, and you would handle the sales." Yurik's eyes darted thoughtfully as he cautiously inquired, "What is your supply price?" 10 silver stags per gallon. This is the standard price I offer to the Tyrell, Hightower, and Red Wine families. You have already enlisted the help of these 3 families for sales? Yurik asked. Yes. However, in Dorne, you would be my first partner. And perhaps my last. Yurik contemplated as he caressed the wine glass. He noted that Samuel consistently mentioned collaborating with him, rather than with House Dane. This implied that all profits from the brandy sales would directly benefit him. Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate for the acting lord of Starfall City to partner with a man from the Riverlands, particularly one constructing a territory near the tumultuous river's mouth, Yurik found himself intrigued. As a bastard, no matter how long he served as acting lord or how well he performed, Starfall City would never truly belong to him. However, the profits from brandy sales would undeniably fill his own coffers. Moreover, Yurik was aware that with the imminent coming of age of the true lord of Starfall City, Count Edric Dane, his time as acting lord was limited. Given these circumstances, why not seize an opportunity before his power waned? As for the threat of Eagle's Beak, the castle's completion was still 2 years away. That would be a concern for Count Edric. With this in mind, Yurik shifted from his previous and different demeanor, and his smile became genuine. "Very well, Sir Caesar, I am willing to collaborate with you." Samuel felt a wave of relief wash over him. Knowing the crisis regarding his territory had been temporarily alleviated, he cheerfully signed a consignment contract with Yurik, discussing the details of the wine supply. Then, he shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, Sir Yurik, I happened to see a portrait in the market at the docks today." The subject had chestnut hair and violet eyes, resembling a certain young lady from House Dane. "I wonder if you might recognize her?" As he spoke, Samuel gestured for Kadu to display the portrait of Natalie. Yurik glanced at the painting and chuckled. "This portrait appears to be quite old. It likely depicts Lady Ashera Dane in her youth. Has that Lady Ashera married yet?" Yurik cast a sidelong glance at Samuel, seemingly discerning his intentions, and shook his head. "I am afraid, Sir Caesar, that Lady Ashera tragically perished in the sea over a decade ago." Samuel's expression fell to one of disappointment. Yurik added with a grin, "Sir Caesar, the last maiden of the main branch of House Dane has already married and moved to Blackport. If you are interested, I could introduce you to a few ladies from the cadet branches." "Ah, that is unnecessary," Samuel chuckled awkwardly, redirecting the conversation to other topics, his doubts about the identity of the mysterious female chieftain of the Crow tribe dissipating. As the moon hung low over the smooth, mirror-like surface of the sea, the gently rocking ship cradled every soul aboard into slumber. Samuel suddenly felt a calling from the heavens above. In the pitch-black night sky, something seemed to draw his spirit. He began to run upward, initially at a leisurely pace, then increasingly faster, ascending higher. The cool sea breeze whistled past his ears as if whispering secrets. Yet no matter how fervently he ran, he could not bridge the gap to the sky. Suddenly, Samuel halted and looked down, beholding the ocean reflecting the entire starry sky, along with a tiny ship that resembled an ant. "I am flying." Samuel finally realized this truth. He plummeted downward, skimming rapidly over the water's surface. A steep ridge suddenly came into view, its crimson rocks resembling bloodied claws, quickening his heartbeat and overwhelming him with exhilaration. He plunged headlong into the forest. A myriad of vibrant scents rushed at him, the squirrels hiding in tree hollows, serpents concealed in the underbrush, and the vigilant tiger rising in its den, all igniting a primal instinct within him to hunt. Fortunately, Samuel managed to suppress this impulse and pressed onward. The forest and hills stretched endlessly into the distance, reaching the limits of his sight and scent. The unprecedented experience enveloped him, drawing him deeper into its allure. Suddenly, the wind grew restless, and the trees began to thin. A colossal fish-beam tree abruptly appeared before him, its lush canopy casting shadows that instilled a sense of unease. In the next moment, the massive, ancient face carved into the fish-beam tree opened its eyes. Boom! Samuel felt as though struck by lightning, jolting awake from his bed. Gasping for breath, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. This dream felt so vivid. Samuel calmed his racing heart, noting that sleep had eluded him. Rising to drink some water, he opened the cabin door and stepped onto the deck. The night was deep, the only sound being the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. As he meandered on the deck, contemplating his recent dream, He turned a corner only to find another person ahead, Natalie. The young lady leaned against the ship's railing, gazing up at the crescent moon, the soft starlight illuminating her face and outlining her exquisite features. "Are you unable to sleep as well?" Samuel approached her and inquired. Natalie turned to see it was Samuel, then abruptly turned away, huffing in response, ignoring him. "Oh, still upset about yesterday's events?" Natalie let out a small huff once more, still unwilling to acknowledge the insufferable man beside her. "Do you know why I did not take you to the Dane family's castle?" This time, Natalie ceased her huffing, seemingly curious about the answer. However, the proud young lady was reluctant to inquire herself. "It is because you are simply too beautiful," Samuel replied with a grin. He understood the art of charming a woman. Indeed, Natalie paused for a moment, then swiftly turned her head to glance at Samuel, only to immediately look away again, exclaiming, "That's a lie. As knight, I never tell untruths," Samuel declared, his heart steady and face unflinching. A blush crept onto Natalie's cheeks as she shyly turned back to him, asking softly, "Why can't I enter the castle just because I'm beautiful? Why did you and your mother always wear veils?" "To shield ourselves from the covetous gazes of men." As Natalie spoke, she seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Pouting, "Then I can simply wear a veil and follow you." "That would be exceedingly rude." Samuel shook his head. "And what right do you have to don a veil before the lords of the Dane family? Do you truly consider yourself a princess?" Natalie lowered her head in dejection. Yet she recognized the truth in his words and ceased to argue. Still, a sweet sensation unexpectedly blossomed within her. "He fears I might be taken by the Dane family. Could it be?" "No, it cannot be. He is a nobleman, and I am but a wildling. We are simply not meant to be." "Perhaps not. I have heard tales of a lord from high-hidden city who fell in love with a wild woman." The young girl was suddenly inundated with a whirlwind of joy, shyness, and anxiety. Samuel remained oblivious to the fact that his casual words had unwittingly ignited a dramatic love story within the mind of the girl beside him. "By the way, have you ever visited the Raven tribe's territory?" Samuel suddenly pointed toward the shore and inquired. "Huh?" Natalie, still lost in her own fabricated tale, did not immediately respond. "Aren't you constantly seeking the footsteps of the old gods? Do you recall that forest? Is there not a giant fishbeam tree there? Is it not inscribed with human faces? Were those not carved by your people?" After gazing in the direction Samuel indicated for a moment, Natalie hesitantly shook her head. "I do not remember visiting there, nor do I know if there is a fishbeam tree. However, we are not the only ones in the Crimson Mountains who worship the old gods. It is likely that the faces were carved by other wildlings." Samuel felt a twinge of disappointment. "Why do you ask this question all of a sudden?" Natalie inquired curiously. Samuel exhaled deeply, saying, "I just had a dream where I could fly, and I happened to fly there, where I saw a fishbeam tree." Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Natalie's face. Samuel noticed and asked, "What is it?" "I had a similar dream when I was young." "And then?" Natalie suddenly fell silent. However, Samuel seemed to grasp something. He recalled that in the original tale, Bran Stark had a similar dream, wherein he transformed into a dire wolf. A skin changer. The ability to enter the body of an animal. Was this not the very essence of a skin changer-esque gift? Samuel's realization dawned upon him. Could it be that his consciousness had briefly inhabited a bird? But why had he suddenly acquired such a power? He remembered that only the descendants of the first men possessed such abilities, and they must also be believers in the old gods. Samuel suddenly recalled that he had consumed a considerable amount of ghost grass recently, and his mental attribute had risen to 175. Could this be the cause? It seemed that his previous speculations were indeed correct. The mental attribute was connected to the mystical realm. While he could not yet adeptly manipulate his consciousness to inhabit animals, with the continued growth of his mental attribute, he should eventually become a true skin changer. Additionally, Samuel had noted Natalie's earlier hesitation, leading him to suspect that this young girl beside him might also be a skin changer. With this thought, he turned to face her just in time to catch her gaze, which held a fleeting hint of panic. I am tired. I shall return to sleep. Good night." Before she could finish her sentence, Natalie fled as though in haste. Meeting Eagle Beakile, the Lord's cottage. "Please, take your seats." Samuel was the first to sit at the round table and beckoned everyone to gather around. However, the others hesitated, as they were still unaccustomed to sharing a table with their lord. Only Chimon boldly took the first seat to Samuel's left. With a leader established, the rest followed suit and seated themselves. For this meeting, Samuel had summoned the village heads from 14 of his villages, along with his steward, Gavin, the head craftsman, Vito, the blacksmith chief, Buso, and scholar Coben, totaling 18 individuals. These were the primary administrators of his territory. Originally, Todd Flora would have been included, but he was away at Highgarden gathering the displaced and was thus absent. Once settled, Natalie, adorned in a floral dress, gracefully served flower tea to everyone. After pouring the tea, though there was no place for her at the table, Natalie did not leave, but instead stood behind Samuel, embodying the role of a diligent maid. Samuel made no attempt to dismiss her, He merely cleared his throat to redirect everyone's attention from the vibrant young woman back to the matter at hand. Although the castle was not yet completed and he was not officially a lord, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, to better manage the territory, I have decided to formally accept you all as my vassals. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly stood, some bowing, some loudly pledging their loyalty, while others were so overwhelmed with excitement that they could only stand there grinning foolishly. Although the Lord's vassals had yet to touch the threshold of nobility, this did not deter them from taking pride in their newfound title, as if it elevated them to the status of the elite. Samuel waved his hand, signaling for everyone to sit down. There is no need for such formality. Please, take your seats. In this meeting, I wish to discuss the obligations of vassals to their lord. Firstly, and most importantly, you are responsible for upholding my authority and supporting every decision I make. Secondly, you are tasked with advising me, assisting in managing the populace, and governing the territory. Such meetings will become customary, held once a month, during which you will report on your work, and I shall provide guidance. Lastly, when I call upon you for war, you must respond, either by joining my army or providing logistical support. Should I be captured, you must find a way to gather the ransom for my release. After Samuel concluded, everyone eagerly affirmed their agreement. Very well. Samuel pressed his hands down, quieting their enthusiastic affirmations, then turned to his steward, Gavin. Now, you shall present the current state of the territory. Yes, my lord. Gavin stood, bowed to Samuel, then resumed his seat, stating, currently, the territory has a population of over 12,300, including 184 soldiers and an additional 100 newly recruited soldiers. Furthermore, we possess 35 dairy cows, 27 riding horses, 54 pigs, over 40 sheep, and more than 100 chickens and ducks. With the recent grain supplies transported from Yongju City, the flour in the territory has reached 130,000 pounds, oats 70,000 pounds, and legumes 50,000 pounds. Additionally, we have stocked 5,000 pounds of jerky and over 3,000 pounds of salt. As Samuel listened, he silently calculated in his mind. Despite the seemingly ample supply, it was hardly sufficient for over 12,000 people. The soldiers, who require hearty meals with meat at every meal, and the laborers, who engage in demanding physical work and therefore have substantial appetites, would consume a staggering amount. To expedite the construction of the castle and foster goodwill among the populace, Samuel never compromised on provisions, resulting in an astonishing daily consumption rate. The current reserves would barely sustain them for over a month. This is the drawback of not being self-sufficient in food. It is no wonder that such a strategically significant location has remained undeveloped. It is indeed a bottomless pit. Fortunately, he had signed supply contracts with Yongju City, Qingting Island, and Old Town, alleviating immediate concerns about food shortages. However, these contracts only provide a 3-month grace period, and to ensure continued supplies thereafter, Samuel must produce substantial sums of money. This represents a significant financial burden. Thankfully, during his previous venture to Qingting Island, Samuel had secured a considerable amount of gold dragons from the Lannister family. Otherwise, he would be in a state of panic now. Yet, this windfall was a one-time occurrence and could not be relied upon to recur. For his territory to develop sustainably, he must depend on the income from brandy and the silver mine, these two lucrative sources. At this juncture, Gavin began to discuss the status of brandy production. He organized 300 wild women to forage wild mountain grapes in the nearby forests and opened 900 acres at the valley's entrance to cultivate these grapes, expecting to harvest the first batch in 6 months. Upon hearing this, Samuel interrupted, double the planting area of the mountain grapes to 1,800 acres. Furthermore, once this batch is planted, you must clear an additional plot of similar size for crop rotation and fallow purposes. Do not worry about marketability. Our wine will sell itself once produced. Even if there is a surplus, we can store it. Understood, my lord, Gavin promptly acknowledged, continuing, currently, due to limited raw materials, the production of brandy cannot be increased. We can only produce 12 gallons per day. Upon hearing this figure, Samuel furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. Relying solely on foraged wild grapes, it was indeed challenging to increase production. He would have to wait until the cultivated grapes matured in 6 months to expand production. The subsequent steps of brandy brewing and distillation were confidential, so Gavin did not elaborate further. Samuel then turned to Bachelor Cobain and said, Cobain, please elaborate on the situation concerning the silver mine. Yes, my lord, Cobain nodded, responding in a monotonous tone. The extraction and refining of silver have entered a steady rhythm, yielding approximately 140 ounces of silver daily. Should more hands join, the output could potentially increase. Samuel estimated this output to be roughly equivalent to 350 silver deer each day, though there would be losses during the minting process, resulting in a lower actual yield. Moreover, a portion of this would need to be shared with the crown. Fortunately, due to the dubious intentions of the finance minister, The taxes owed to the crown would not be excessive. Thus, this represented a rather considerable income. The silver mine's output alone could ensure that the over 10,000 inhabitants of the territory would be free from want. Indeed, mining is a lucrative endeavor, and this is merely from the silver mine. If it were a gold mine, it is no wonder the Lannister family is so wealthy, willing to part with such sums to eliminate rivals for marriage. Cursed wealthy lords. Jealousy distorted Samwell's expression, making him feel he had undervalued his previous demands. Upon hearing the silver output, smiles appeared on the faces of the attendees around the round table. This was another purpose of Samwell's meeting, to instill confidence in them, to assure them that this territory held promise. After discussing the silver mine, the chief craftsman, Vito, spoke about the castle's construction progress. With ample manpower and the implementation of a labor points system, the pace of construction had accelerated remarkably. The foundation had been laid, and the outer walls had reached a height of 3 feet. At this rate, the main structure of the castle would be completed in approximately 4 months. By then, Samwell would be able to petition Duke Maze to officially become a lord, Baron of Eaglebeak Isle, Samwell Caesar. The thought brought a proud smile to Samwell's face. Following Vito, it was the blacksmith Buso's turn. Due to the lack of iron mines in the territory, Samwell had not tasked his blacksmiths with forging steel weapons. It was more practical to purchase weapons outright than to expend time and effort on procuring iron ore. Therefore, he assigned the blacksmiths primarily to assist Bachelor Cobain in minting silver deer. Additionally, while Eaglebeak Isle lacked iron, there was no shortage of hides. So Samwell decided not to purchase leather armor from outside, but rather have the blacksmiths make it. However, he did not entirely refrain from commissioning them to forge any iron items. Samwell requested Buso to craft a warhammer tailored to his specifications. With his increasing strength attributes, Samwell felt that a standard steel sword could no longer fully harness his abilities. A warhammer would be the optimal choice. My lord, the warhammer I forged for you is complete. You may try it out shortly. Buso spoke, albeit with some trepidation. It was not that he lacked confidence in his craftsmanship. Rather, he had crafted the warhammer to the lord's specifications, making it exceedingly heavy. Despite his repeated advice to reconsider, he could not alter the lord's wishes, which caused him to worry that this impetuous young knight might embarrass himself upon attempting to wield it. Excellent. Samwell was quite pleased, commending Buso and stating that he would indeed test its heft after the meeting. Next, the 14 village heads took turns reporting on the situations in their respective villages. In truth, there was little to report. Most of the wild men had been attracted to Eaglebeak Isle, either as laborers, participating in winemaking, or mining, with only a few becoming soldiers under the Lord's command. The elderly, women, and children had all been admitted to the welfare institution, rendering the villages outside the valley nearly deserted. It was likely that soon, positions such as these village heads would become obsolete. The village heads themselves were acutely aware of this issue, and, seizing the opportunity to report their work, subtly probed their lord, clearly not wishing to relinquish their authority or their status as vassals. Samwell, fully aware of their concerns, took this opportunity to announce that all 14 village heads would be reassigned to Eaglebeak Isle, continuing in their administrative roles, while the former villages would no longer have village heads. Instead, a single circuit officer and a tax officer would oversee the unified governance of the 14 villages. After placating their concerns, Samwell encouraged open discussion, inviting suggestions and questions. A sudden silence enveloped the room as attendees were unaccustomed to such a democratic assembly, having been more familiar with the Lord issuing commands. After a prolonged pause, it was Gavin who broke the silence, inquiring, "My lord, now that these wild men are not farming or hunting but working for you, how will they pay taxes in the future?" Samwell smiled slightly, for he had anticipated this question. However, as they were still within the promised 3-month tax exemption period, he had refrained from addressing the matter. "It matters not. Are they not all allocated work points? Let them pay taxes with work points." The suggestion left Gavin momentarily speechless. Indeed, had I not promised that 1 work point could be exchanged for a copper coin? Therefore, work points equate to currency. Once the tax exemption period concludes, they shall pay their taxes using work points. Very well. Gavin soon comprehended and nodded in agreement. The young steward evidently failed to grasp the true ingenuity of the system devised by his lord. Samwell, of course, chose not to elaborate further. With Gavin's lead, the others gradually shed their initial hesitance, contributing ideas or posing inquiries. The meeting persisted for a full 2 hours before adjourning. Following the assembly, Samwell accompanied Buso to the blacksmith's workshop, eager to test his new weapon. "My lord, here it is." Buso unveiled the weapon concealed beneath a dark cloth, hesitating momentarily before cautioning, "Be careful, it weighs a staggering 70 pounds. Indeed, 70 pounds. Buso had never forged such a heavy weapon in his lifetime. He found it hard to fathom that anyone could wield such a war hammer in battle. Samwell paid little heed to Buso's demeanor, fully aware that his request bordered on the irrational. No one would opt for such a heavy weapon. Yet, he was different. During this time, through relentless investments, both gold and silver, his strength attribute had astonishingly surged to 402. Upon surpassing the value of 4, Samuel discovered that further enhancement would present considerable challenges. Now, to elevate his strength attribute by a mere 0.01, he would require 30 gold dragons or 200 silver stacks. This led him to suspect that even if he consumed all the gold dragons procured from the Lannisters, it may not suffice to elevate his strength attribute beyond 5. Should this be the case, the cost-effectiveness of continued investments would indeed plummet. At this juncture, allocating gold towards territorial development and military enhancement would be the wiser course. Moreover, he realized that utilizing silver stags to boost his strength attribute was, in fact, more economical, although one gold coin equated to the value of 6 or 7 silver stags. The prevailing exchange rate on the continent of Westeros stood at 1:210, coupled with the fact that silver was already being produced in his territory. It was prudent to focus on silver investments for the time being. In the future, when the utility of silver diminishes to a certain extent, reverting to gold investments would prove to be more advantageous. Nonetheless, possessing a strength attribute of 402 was already formidable. Samuel could not precisely gauge his current strength, but wielding ordinary swords felt akin to handling a mere twig. Thus, he sought to replace his weapon. The two-handed warhammer before him appeared quite extravagant. Its hammerhead nearly the size of a watermelon, adorned with spiraling spikes that glimmered with a cold sheen. Stepping forward, Samuel effortlessly lifted it with one hand, testing its weight. He nodded in satisfaction, then grasped the handle with both hands and swung it down towards the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the earth trembled. The onlookers in the blacksmith's workshop stared in astonishment, as if witnessing a monster. It took Buso a considerable moment to regain his composure, his gaze shifting from skepticism to admiration. "My lord, you truly possess divine strength. Please bestow upon it a name." Samuel, grinning as he rested the hammer upon his shoulder, declared, "Let it be called Thunder." In Dorne, located at the southernmost tip of Westeros, it is perhaps the only region among the 7 kingdoms that feels weary of this prolonged summer. The relentless heat exacerbates Dorne's aridity and barrenness. Where freshwater is as precious as gold, the wells capable of yielding water are heavily guarded by the lords. Sunspear, situated at the easternmost edge of Dorne, is a rare city that remains untroubled by drought, nourished by the moist sea breezes and the verdant waters of the Green Blood River. It serves as the residence of House Martell, the ruling family of Dorne. Demon Sand traversed through the heavily guarded triple gates, maneuvering past the winding walls to reach the old palace, which resembles a sailing ship. "I have matters to discuss with Her Highness the Princess. Please escort me." The guard, clearly familiar with the bastard from God's grief, nodded at Demon and turned to lead the way, though Dorne had already submitted to the Iron Throne. Unlike the dukes of the other 6 kingdoms, the Martells continued to refer to themselves as princes and princesses, adhering to the traditions of the Rhoynar. The Princess Demon referred to was none other than Arianne Martell, the eldest daughter of the current Prince of Dorne. As the guard pushed open the dark brown door, Demon was greeted by a rich fragrance of myrrh, knowing it to be the scent favored by Princess Arianne. Stepping into the spacious palace, Demon immediately spotted the graceful figure seated upon a maroon carpet. "Your Highness." Demon suppressed his inner desires and restlessness as he approached to pay his respects. Arianne was engrossed in a yellowed ancient tome, a glass of red wine and a game of Sivas set beside her. Upon hearing his voice, she set the book down, stretching languidly on the carpet like a noble and elegant cat. She possessed olive skin, large black eyes, and cascading dark curls, draped in a light purple silk garment that concealed yet could not entirely hide her exquisite form. Her features were not classically beautiful, yet they possessed a peculiar charm that ensnared any man's gaze. "Demon, what brings you here?" Arianne's voice was languorous and melodic, as if it could penetrate the ears of her audience and stir their hearts. "I have received significant news and rushed here to inform you." Demon gazed at the princess with an infatuated expression. "What news?" Arianne inquired casually, propping her chin with one hand. Edric Dane and Alarie Dane tragically perished during a hunting expedition, attacked by wild boars. Edric Dane, Alarie. Arianne initially failed to grasp the gravity of the names, but soon the implications of their identities dawned upon her. These were the last 2 heirs of House Dane, the principal branch of Starfall. Clang. Arianne abruptly rose from the carpet, accidentally knocking over a nearby wine goblet. The crimson liquid soaked into the expensive carpet, yet she paid it no mind. Fixating intently on Demon's eyes, demanding, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Demon affirmed vehemently, nodding. "It was my cousin who relayed the news from Old Town. He would not just about such matters. Furthermore, he mentioned in his letter that, despite the absence of evidence, he suspects this was no mere hunting accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated assassination." Of course, it was an assassination. Arianne's eyes widened. "Otherwise, What a coincidence it would be for House Dane's principal branch to suddenly face extinction. She could not help but pace back and forth across the carpet, the bells tied to her ankles chiming melodiously, further agitating Demon's heart. He lowered his voice, unable to restrain himself. Your Highness, I suspect this may have been orchestrated by Uruk Sand. Uruk Sand? You mean the acting Lord of Starfall? Indeed. Does he possess the audacity and capability? Ariane appeared unconvinced, adding, even if Edric and Allery are deceased, it would not grant a bastard like him the right to inherit Starfall. The collateral branches of House Dane have not been entirely extinguished, but what if Uruk could achieve a monumental feat that would lead everyone to believe he is worthy of the Dane name? Demon countered. After all, he is the bastard son of Lord Davos. Once legitimized, Starfall would rightfully belong to him. A monumental feat? Alien curled her lips in apparent disdain, pondering whether he could truly conquer the High Hall. Before she could finish her thought, a recent rumor struck her mind, prompting her to turn abruptly. Do you think he would dare to assault Eagle's Nest? Indeed, Demon replied with unwavering certainty. I would stake my name on the blazing sun, the long spear, and the 7 gods that Uruk will undoubtedly muster the forces from Starfall to launch an attack on Eagle's Nest. Alien observed the flickering fire in the eyes of this illegitimate son of God's Grey City, secretly nodding in agreement. As a fellow shard, Demon surely empathized with Uruk's plight. Should the main lineage of House Elien become extinct, this bastard would undoubtedly risk everything for the chance to inherit God's Grey City. While the glory of conquering Eagle's Nest might seem trivial, it was certainly a venture worth Uruk's gamble. Furthermore, she had heard whispers of a silver mine discovered on Eagle's Nest, indicating it was indeed a land of fortune, if he succeeded in capturing it. Perhaps her father might even petition the king for a decree legitimizing Uruk's status as a noble. I do not believe Uruk would dare to send assassins after Edric and Illyria. If such a deed were to leak, it would spell his doom. However, on that other point, you are correct. Uruk will surely attack Eagle's Nest. Exactly, Your Highness. Demon eagerly inquired, should we participate in this battle? His eagerness to bring this news was not solely to behold the princess he yearned for, but also because he understood that Princess Alien was not one to shy away from glory. She would not miss the opportunity for war, and he, too, had long wished to shed the stigma of being a bastard. Of course, Alien affirmed with a nod. Let us seek the prince's counsel and request he dispatch a contingent of troops to accompany us to Starfall. Yet, she slowly shook her head, saying, No. Let us not inform my father just yet. We shall proceed to Starfall on our own. A mere Eagle's Nest is hardly a challenge. The forces from Starfall are more than sufficient to seize it. Demon hesitated but eventually acquiesced, as you wish, Your Highness. As Alien exited the Grand Hall, she did not divulge to Demon that she had not seen her father in quite some time. The ruler of Dorne preferred to linger in the flowery garden, where only her brother, Prince Oberyn, could easily visit him. Indeed, even his own daughter, Princess Alien, found it difficult to gain an audience with him. The Martell family adhered to the traditions of the Royner, granting equal inheritance rights to both male and female offspring. Thus, as the eldest daughter of the prince, Alien was destined to be Dorne's future ruler. However, she had once stealthily discovered a letter her father wrote to her brother Quentin, in which he pledged that Quentin would become the ruler of Dorne. This revelation led Alien to believe her father intended to strip her of her inheritance. She had wept, despaired, and harbored resentment. Yet, as the Martell family motto states, unbowed, unbent, unbroken, she ultimately chose resilience. She believed she could alter her father's mind. All she required was a chance to prove herself, to demonstrate that she possessed the capability to govern Dorne, much like the legendary warrior Queen Nymeria of yore. In the dimly lit and cavernous mausoleum, the only sound echoing was the prayers of the monks. Members of House Dane and their vassals gathered to mourn their young lord and his aunt. As the monks concluded their incantations, 8 knights stepped forward to place the coffins of Edric and Illyria into the niches of the stone wall, allowing them to rest alongside the ancestors of House Dane. Thus, the funeral was declared complete. The monks departed first, followed by the Count of Dorne, Beric Targaryen, who, having personally returned the remains of his wife and nephew, could no longer bear the gaze of the gathered mourners and left the mausoleum, filled with shame. Other guests who had come to pay their respects also began to disperse. Only the members of House Dane and a few shards remained, their expressions solemn, yet seemingly anticipating something. The Count of Starfall had died without heirs, and what was worse, the main lineage of House Dane had perished entirely. This posed a serious question. Who would inherit the title of Count of Starfall? Although the main branch of House Dane had become extinct, the cadet branches remained abundant, so there was no shortage of potential heirs. However, the succession order among the cadet branches was a tangled mess, and no matter how knowledgeable a heraldry scholar might be, they would struggle to untangle the complexities of the inheritance. Moreover, many shards were keenly observing, particularly Uruk Shard, the late Edric's uncle, who had served as acting Lord of Starfall for over a decade, enjoying great prestige. What he lacked was simply a surname. At this moment, An undercurrent of intrigue was brewing within the dark mausoleum. Finally, an elder of the family, trembling with age, stepped forward to address the assembly, since we are all gathered. Let us discuss who should inherit the title of Count of Starfall. I oppose. A resounding voice suddenly interrupted. The crowd turned in astonishment. Recognizing the speaker as Uric Shard, the most esteemed bastard of Starfall. Unperturbed by the gazes of the crowd, Uric approached the front. His calm and serious demeanor sweeping across the assembly. Taking in every expression before he spoke with conviction, I believe the urgent matter at hand is not to deliberate on who shall inherit the title. Someone interjected, Sir Uric. What do you deem the pressing issue? Of course, it is to avenge Count Edric and Lady Illyria. Uric declared emphatically. His powerful voice echoed throughout the mausoleum. Revenge? But their demise was an unfortunate accident during a hunt. If you are referring to the wild boar, it has likely been butchered by Count Barrick by now. Haha. The speaker's self-satisfied jest fell flat, met with the collective ire of the assembly. Uric smirked derisively. Do you truly believe it was merely an accident? Is it not? Certainly not. Uric insisted resolutely. This was a cowardly assassination targeting children and women. At this pronouncement, the crowd's expressions varied, and murmurs erupted. Moments later, someone queried, Sir Uric, do you know the identity of the perpetrator? I certainly do. And who is it? Uric took a deep breath. Articulating each word with precision, Lord Samwell Caesar of Eagle's Nest. This revelation intensified the murmurs. What evidence do you possess? Uric gestured to a nearby attendant, who promptly exited the mausoleum and soon returned, dragging a bloodied, unsteady man behind him. Who is he? Someone inquired. Uric kicked the collapsed man at his feet. Boy, introduce yourself. Why yes. The man stammered, trembling as he struggled to respond. I am Gil, a servant of Lord Caesar. What did Samwell Caesar send you to Starfall for? Sent on behalf of me. Gil wished to express that he was merely delivering wine. Yet upon recollecting the torturous experiences he had endured and the intimidating threats from that terrifying man, he trembled as he declared, My Lord Caesar has dispatched me to surveil the movements of the Dane family. This revelation ignited a fervent uproar among the assembly. However, a voice of reason emerged, calmly questioning, even if that were the case, it does not substantiate that Samuel Caesar is indeed the mastermind behind the assassination of Count Edric and Miss Illyria. Uric promptly identified the voice as belonging to Sir Giro Dane, known as the Dark Star, hailing from the High Hidden City. The Dane family of High Hidden City was a branch of the Dane family of Starfall City, and it was the most formidable among its collateral branches. Although the rights of succession among collateral lines were a chaotic entanglement, ultimately, strength would prevail. Thus, the eldest son of High Hidden City was indeed the most likely candidate to inherit the title of Count of Starfall City, assuming Uric Shard would not change his surname. At that moment, the Dark Star Giro evidently sensed Uric's ambition, prompting him to intervene. Uric seemed prepared for such inquiries, and replied nonchalantly, You should also be aware that just last month, Sir Caesar visited Starfall City. Moreover, he presented me with a portrait. With this, Uric turned to the butler, Slyria, who nodded in affirmation of the occurrence. Indeed, I was present and can confirm that Sir Caesar did indeed produce a portrait and inquired about the identity of the subject. However, that portrait depicted Miss Ashera. How does this relate? I initially thought it was Miss Ashera, but in retrospect, it is likely that he was indeed inquiring about Miss Illyria. The butler Slyria frowned slightly, but then nodded in agreement. It is possible. The two young ladies do bear some resemblance. Then it is settled, Uric declared decisively. Samuel Caesar was confirming Miss Illyria's appearance to dispatch an assassin. What sort of evidence is that? Giro scoffed. But it is sufficient to establish this individual as a prime suspect, Uric retorted coldly. Furthermore, his territorial expansions at Eagle Beak will pose a tangible threat to Starfall City. He will inevitably become an adversary of the Dane family. Sir Giro, why do you persist in absolving him? I merely wish to avoid unjustly tarnishing a knight's reputation. Giro attempted to defend himself. Yet it became evident to him that his arguments were weak. For no matter how one viewed it, Samuel Caesar was indeed an enemy of the Dane family, and it now appeared he bore considerable suspicion. In light of the brutal attacks on two prominent members of the Dane family, his defense of such an individual was likely to incite public outrage. I would never wrongfully accuse an innocent knight. However, to ensure that Count Edric and Miss Illyria may rest in peace, we must capture Samuel Caesar and bring him to justice. With this proclamation, Uric suddenly drew his sword and shouted, Who wishes to join me? As soon as the words left his lips, individuals stepped forth with fervor. I will. So will I. Witnessing the knights rise in solidarity, Uric could scarcely conceal his excitement and exhilaration. He knew that his moment of opportunity had finally arrived. Mother. At the valley's entrance of Eagle Beak Isle, Natalie darted into her mother's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Why did you take so long to arrive? Nala gently stroked her daughter's long hair and smiled. I have only been away for a month. Has it truly been so long? Indeed it has. Natalie pouted for a moment before realizing the presence of others nearby, causing her to shyly step back from her mother's embrace. Have you been well during my absence? Quite well. Natalie took her mother's hand and walked into the valley. I even accompanied Lord Caesar to Starfall City. You visited Starfall City? Nala's expression shifted slightly. Yes. Natalie, oblivious to her mother's unease, continued to express her mild discontent. However, Lord Caesar did not take me to the Dane family's castle. He merely allowed me to wander the marketplace. Nala exhaled in relief, yet a flicker of unidentifiable disappointment crossed her eyes. The two chatted and laughed as they ventured deeper into the valley, where Nala observed numerous changes. It seems there are quite a number of River Bay people here. Oh, those are the refugees gathered by Lord Caesar. They arrived just last week, numbering as many as 3,000. Nala nodded and continued onward. First, she visited the welfare institution to check on the elderly and children of the Crow tribe, and then she met with Samuel, exchanging the latest collection of dozens of ghost herbs. Madam Nala, Samuel accepted the ghost herbs and then probed cautiously. How did the members of your Crow tribe come to find the ghost herbs? Lord Caesar, we have a few tribesmen who are favored by the old gods, which allows them to possess a more acute perception than the average person. Hearing her vague explanation, Samuel inquired further. Is Natalie also one of those favored by the old gods? Nala hesitated momentarily before ultimately nodding. Yes. Samuel thus gleaned a general understanding of what the so-called favor of the old gods entailed. Noticing Nala's reluctance to elaborate, he decided against pressing further. Reflecting on the silverleaf and golden shrimp, he contemplated what truly held efficacy within the ghost herbs. The blessing of the old gods. Suddenly, Samuel mused whether he might dare to experiment with the fish liangmu. Of course, such a thought was perilous, should it be discovered. It would likely provoke a frenzy among the followers of the old gods. Thus, if he were to proceed, it must be undertaken with utmost secrecy. Temporarily suppressing this notion, Samuel returned to his humble abode after bidding farewell to Nala and consumed all the ghost herbs he had acquired. His spiritual attribute increased to 207. Upon surpassing the threshold of 2, Samuel distinctly sensed subtle alterations in the world before him. Yet, he could not articulate precisely what had changed. Lying on his bed, he relaxed his mind and endeavored to recapture the sensation of embodying a bird in his dreams from that night. However, the more he sought it, the more elusive it became. The chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind continually distracted him. Samuel decided to attempt sleep, yet it was still morning, making it nearly impossible to do so. In his agitation, he suddenly recalled the fish liangmu he had seen in his dream, particularly the weathered visage carved into its trunk. It was so vividly lifelike, as if it were right before him. He concentrated his thoughts upon that face, gradually finding solace. A faint whisper seemed to resonate in his ear, as if attempting to convey something, yet he could not discern the words. In a daze, Samuel's consciousness transformed into a winding river, flowing along an unknown course toward the horizon. Upon reopening his eyes, Samuel was astonished to discover himself soaring amidst the azure sky. White clouds and gentle breezes surrounded him, and the vast blue sea rushed beneath him. Unlike the vague sensations of his previous experience, this time he distinctly perceived everything around him as reality. Moreover, he finally realized that he had embodied none other than an eagle, with sharp talons and a stout beak. Its entire form was a rich brown-black, save for its tail feathers, which were adorned with white. Its wings extended an impressive 30 feet, and its keen eyesight could discern prey from miles away. What a remarkable instrument for reconnaissance. Samuel felt an overwhelming joy. Furthermore, he discovered that this time he could command the falcon to act according to his will. Samuel seemed to have stumbled upon an exhilarating game. Guiding a falcon as it soared up and down, skimming the surface of the sea, diving between cliffs, and even catching an unfortunate mountain mouse. In the midst of his playful antics, he realized, almost unconsciously, that he had flown to the other side of the bay, where the outline of Starfall City came into view. Driven by curiosity, he decided to fly closer, eager to behold the city from above. As he approached, the towering spires loomed like unsheathed swords, standing majestically among the cliffs. Gazing at this magnificent scene, Samuel felt a surge of inspiration. Dreaming of the day he might construct such an imposing fortress. However, his expression quickly shifted as he noticed an unsettling atmosphere in Starfall City. The streets were nearly deserted, and those who were present hurried past, their faces etched with anxiety and foreboding. What was amiss? Samuel immediately directed the falcon toward the Dane family's castle, only to discover it had transformed into a vast military encampment. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind, soldiers marched in formation, and knights clad in gleaming armor prepared for war. Clearly, the Dane family was gearing up for battle. But against whom? A chilling realization washed over Samuel. Who else could it be but himself? He maneuvered the falcon in circles above Starfall City, keenly observing the Dane family's activities while pondering the sudden impetus for their aggression. It made no sense. He had previously established a brandy supply agreement with the acting lord of the city, essentially providing them with resources. Could it be that they had only feigned acceptance of his terms, secretly plotting an assault on Eagle's Beak? Was this lord a war maniac? Or had he become so desperate for notoriety? Samuel could not fathom why Yurik was so resolute in his intent to confront him. Nor could he comprehend why the vassals and soldiers of Starfall City would follow a bastard into such madness. Were they truly that wary of the River Bay people establishing a foothold on Eagle's Beak? With a heavy sigh, Samuel acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Overthinking would yield no benefits. His only course of action was to hasten back to Eagle's Beak and prepare for war. Starfall City was not far, under favorable winds. A boat could reach it in half a day. Estimating the military preparations of the Dane family, he surmised that within 3 days at the earliest, or a week at the latest, warships would likely attempt to force their way onto the shores of Eagle's Beak. With this thought, Samuel withdrew from his reverie and abruptly sat up in bed. Preparation for war. Eagle's Beak, the Lord's chamber. Samuel convened another meeting of his vassals. This time, however, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Without following the usual protocol for progress reports, he cut straight to the point. I must inform you of grim news. The Dane family of Starfall City is mobilizing their military forces, seemingly preparing for war. As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Yet, one dim-witted individual foolishly inquired, "My lord, where are the Danes preparing to strike?" Samuel was reluctant to address such a foolish question. Fortunately, the man soon realized the absurdity of his query upon witnessing the incredulous looks from his companions. "The Dane family intends to attack us?" It seemed so. Samuel's countenance darkened. "Our territory is situated so close to Starfall City that the Dane family's animosity towards us is unavoidable. This battle is inevitable. Thus, we must prepare for war." Upon hearing this, the expressions of his vassals varied. Some were fearful, others anxious, some serious, and a few even excited. How could anyone be excited? It was merely the madman, Chimon. That reassured him. Samuel lightly tapped his fingers on the table, drawing everyone's attention, and offered words of comfort. "There is no need to panic. I have already sent word back to the High Court, and I believe Duke Mace will soon dispatch reinforcements." At this, the faces of the gathered men visibly brightened. Only Toddflower frowned. He was not one of the wildlings or lower-class Gavin, and he understood that, under these circumstances, Duke Mace might not indeed send aid. After all, the castle was still incomplete, and legally speaking, Eagle's Beak was not yet considered part of River Bay, but rather a disputed territory. Given this context, Duke Mace might be reluctant to commit troops. As for Lady Olenna, had Samuel accepted the old lady's arrangements from the beginning, she would undoubtedly have persuaded the Duke to send forces. But now, the situation was uncertain. Moreover, even if the Duke did deploy troops, Eagle's Beak must withstand until they arrived. Of course, regardless of his internal thoughts. Todd would not be foolish enough to voice such concerns publicly, lest he undermine the Lord's attempt to reassure his men. At this moment, Samuel began to delegate tasks for preparation. He first instructed Gavin to organize the evacuation of personnel, relocating the elderly and women and children from the orphanage to nearby villages for temporary shelter, leaving only soldiers and able-bodied men on Eagle's Beak to assist in the defense. Then, he ordered Vito to mobilize craftsmen and laborers to urgently construct defensive fortifications. He planned to establish 2 lines of defense. The outer line would consist of ditches and fences, encompassing a significant portion of Eagle's Beak, including all vital structures in the valley entrance. While the second line would comprise the still unfinished castle. Although incomplete, the walls already stood nearly 5 feet high, providing a reasonable level of defense. In truth, Samuel sincerely hoped that the second line would not need to be utilized, as doing so would signify the destruction of his hard-earned progress over the past 6 months at the hands of the enemy. And it would also mean that the only land route into and out of Eagle's Beak would fall into enemy hands. Should that occur, even if Duke Mace truly sent reinforcements, they would likely find themselves easily blocked outside the valley. Thus, he would not abandon the first line of defense unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, Samuel ordered Toddflower to urgently summon 300 soldiers. Half would be selected from the wildlings, while the other half would be chosen from the River Bay refugees. This would bring Eagle's Beak's military strength close to 600, although the truly reliable force consisted of the original 200 soldiers. Additionally, there were about 100 who had undergone 2 to 3 months of training and were somewhat capable. But the 300 newly summoned soldiers could not be relied upon too heavily. As for weapons and provisions, Eagle's Beak was temporarily well-stocked. For Samuel had previously exchanged the gold dragons obtained from the Lannisters for weaponry and supplies in preparation for emergencies. He was now immensely grateful that he had not squandered those gold dragons on enhancing his own attributes. No matter how strong he became, he could not single-handedly face 100 foes. Moreover, he had a significant weakness. His agility attribute was too low. Even now, Samwell had yet to discover any food or minerals that could enhance his agility. Thus, while his strength far exceeded that of an average person, his vulnerability remained glaring. Furthermore, no matter how powerful he became, he was not invulnerable. A blade could wound him just as easily as anyone else. Therefore, he needed to explore alternative methods. Once he had delineated the tasks for preparation, Samwell instructed everyone to disperse and begin their preparations. However, he retained Bachelor Cobain. Cobain, can you concoct wildfire? Samwell had been awestruck by the terrifying power of this remarkable alchemical substance when he had watched the television series. It was an incredibly flammable liquid that, once ignited, could not be extinguished until everything it touched had burned to ashes, even capable of burning upon water. In the subsequent infamous Battle of Blackwater, the cunning Tyrion Lannister had employed wildfire to annihilate Stannis' naval fleet. Cobain wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth and nodded, saying, "My lord, the tricks of those alchemists are certainly no match for me. However, if you intend to employ them in the impending war, there may be some issues." Samwell, initially pleased by the first half of the statement, furrowed his brow at the latter part. "What issues?" he inquired. "Firstly, the creation of wildfire requires a substantial amount of expensive materials, most of which are not available here and must be transported from elsewhere. This may not be feasible in time. Yes, and even if the materials were available, the production of wildfire is a lengthy process. If war breaks out soon, it will be impossible to complete in time." Samwell felt a twinge of disappointment. "All right, I understand." Before he could conclude the conversation, Cobain continued, "My lord, if you require a flammable liquid, I could prepare something for you." "Oh." Samwell's spirits lifted immediately. "Is it similar in effect to wildfire?" Cobain shook his head. "It cannot compare to wildfire, of course. It will not burn in water, and its potency is considerably lesser. However, it ignites easily and is not easily extinguished. More importantly, the primary material you already possess." "What material?" "Brandy." "Brandy?" Samwell knew that alcohol with a proof of 40 to 50 could indeed catch fire, but it could also be easily extinguished, making it unlikely to meet his requirements. Moreover, the distiller he had on hand could not produce a higher concentration of alcohol. Seemingly sensing Samwell's skepticism, Cobain explained, "Of course, it is not merely brandy. I will add a little something to it. This will significantly enhance its flammability and make it less likely to be extinguished." At this, Samwell's eyes brightened. "Prepare a sample for me to see." "At your service." "Lady Nala, do you seek my counsel?" Samwell asked, sipping the wine offered by his attendant after finishing his address to the new recruits. Nala tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and softly inquired, "Lord Caesar, I have heard that the Dane family from Starfall intends to attack Eagle's Beak?" "Indeed." Samwell nodded. "The Crow tribe is not my vassal, so if you choose to depart, I will not hinder you." With that, he turned to continue on his way. Time was of the essence, and he had little inclination to concern himself with the Crow tribe, as their numbers were not substantial enough to be of significant aid. To his surprise, Nala kept pace beside him, saying, "My lord, you misunderstand. You have shown great care for the Crow tribe. We shall not forget this kindness. Should Eagle's Beak face peril, we will not stand idly by." Samwell looked at the woman beside him, a hint of surprise in his expression, and his tone grew solemn. "I am grateful for the support of the Crow tribe in times of crisis. I will remember this." "It is our duty," she replied. "However, the elderly, women, and children of the tribe will retreat to the villages beyond the valley with the orphanage, while I and 185 warriors will remain to assist you in defending your territory." "Very well," Samwell nodded, but noticed Nala appeared hesitant to speak further. He patiently waited for a moment, yet Nala ultimately said nothing more, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. Samwell remained still, watching Nala's retreating figure, suspecting she had hesitated to voice something important. However, since she did not express it, he had no intention of pressing her, for he understood that even if Nala were to reveal her true identity now, it would not alter the course of the impending war. The illegitimate son of Starfall would not relinquish his ambitions for a woman who had been dead for over a decade. The soldiers of House Dane would not lay down their arms for an uncertain figure like Ashera Dane. This does not imply that Ashara's identity lacks significance. Just as Robert Baratheon ascended to the Iron Throne not merely due to his trace of Targaryen blood, but because he triumphed in the War of Usurpation. The value of that bloodline cannot be denied. It significantly diminished the resolve of the nobles loyal to the Targaryen dynasty, allowing them to deceive themselves into believing that Robert was also a Targaryen, albeit in a diluted sense. Similarly, while Ashera Dane may hold little value now, should Samwell emerge victorious in this war, the situation would be different. The vassals of House Dane would not easily surrender to a noble from the Riverlands. Yet Ashera would be another matter entirely. They would gladly pledge their fealty to her, and whether or not she stood behind a figure named Caesar would largely go unnoticed. However, all of this hinges upon one critical condition. He must win the war. With his thoughts collected, Samwell continued onward, encountering his busy subjects preparing for battle, all of whom greeted him with respect. He returned their nods with a smile, attentively observing their morale, noting that there was little sign of panic on their faces. This was to be expected. These wildlings had little understanding of House Dane's influence and instead held great reverence and confidence in their lord. Perhaps they believed that the invincible Lord Caesar would once again lead them to triumph. Unbeknownst to them, however, their lord did not exhibit the calm demeanor he projected. For Samuel was acutely aware that the forces of House Dane were not the same as the wildlings he had previously bullied. Their weaponry, equipment, and soldier quality were incomparable. Moreover, the enemy held a significant numerical advantage. In such an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation, apart from hoping that Cobain's concoction would yield the desired effect, the current strength of Eagle's Beak would likely be insufficient to withstand a direct confrontation. Of course, he had to maintain an air of confidence outwardly. Otherwise, the spirits of his people would falter. Arriving at the modest abode of Scholar Cobain, Samuel pushed open the door and was greeted by a strong scent of alcohol. "How goes it?" He managed to keep his tone steady. "Better than I anticipated," Cobain replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, he tossed a typical Dorn armor onto the ground. The scorching desert heat and blinding sunlight prompted the Dornish to minimize the metal they wore to avoid burns. So this armor was, in fact, leather, with only a few critical areas reinforced with steel. Cobain then produced a bottle, pouring its contents onto the leather armor. After stepping back a few paces, he tossed a candle at it. Boom. The leather armor was immediately engulfed in blue flames. Samuel's eyes widened as he quickly removed his outer coat and moved closer, attempting to pat down the burning armor. The flames visibly diminished, but they did not extinguish completely. His coat soon caught fire as well, and he had no choice but to discard it. Once he ceased patting, the flames on the armor flared up once more. Satisfied, Samuel nodded and inquired, "What about water?" Without a word, Cobain lifted a basin of water prepared on the table and poured it over the leather armor. Sizzle! Sparks flew as the flames subsided briefly, but soon, they surged back to life. Samuel hastily piled sand over the armor, and indeed, the flames were extinguished. Scholar Cobain remarked, "As long as it is covered in sand or submerged in water, the fire will go out. This, indeed, does not compare to true wildfire." Yet, Samuel was genuinely pleased with the results. The alcoholic strength of brandy rarely exceeds 50 degrees. It can certainly be ignited, yet extinguishing it is not a formidable task. Employing it on the battlefield against foes, however, poses significant challenges. When Bachelor Cobain added a few intriguing components to this concoction, it may not rival true wildfire. But it certainly delighted Samuel. This creation is not impervious to countermeasures, yet an inexperienced adversary, encountering it for the first time, would be unaware of how to neutralize it. Indeed, those rustic folk who have only encountered low-grade spirits would scarcely associate alcohol with fire. This disparity in knowledge could very well secure a victory. Excellent. Bachelor Cobain, I require you to transform every drop of brandy in our territory into this substance with utmost urgency. All of it? Cobain's astonishment was unmistakable. He was acutely aware of the quantity of brandy currently in the territory, which was the first batch produced in the last 3 months, intended for delivery to Qingting Island, Old Town, and Gaoding. It was, without a doubt, worth a fortune. All of it. Samuel gritted his teeth. Despite the pain of parting with such valuable liquor, he could not afford to hold back in the face of formidable adversaries. For if he were to lose, he would have nothing left. How long will it take for you to complete this task? Cobain pondered for a moment. Approximately 3 to 4 days. Good. Inform me of any additional manpower you require. This mission is now our highest priority. Yes, my lord. Upon exiting the small chamber, Samuel exhaled deeply. With Cobain's crafted version of the diminished wildfire, he finally felt a surge of confidence regarding the impending battle. Of course, he was also aware that his tactical plans would require adjustments. Gavin. Samuel quickened his pace, calling out to the diligent young steward. As dawn broke, Uric Dane boarded the ship. Looking back, he observed various banners fluttering in the breeze, while soldiers hurriedly ascended the numerous longships lined along the dock. Even under such circumstances, the army maintained a semblance of order, avoiding chaotic congestion. Clad in deep brown leather armor, wielding dark curved blades and dull yellow shields, they exuded an aura of lethal intent. This was the elite force of the Dane family. Uric inhaled deeply, the scent of rust and iron filling his senses, invigorating his resolve. His only dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that High Hidden City had not sent any reinforcements. Moreover, under the influence of that detestable dark star, Jiro Dane, many vassal knights of the Dane family had also refused his summons. Yet, this was entirely expected. As the most powerful branch of the Dane family, those from High Hidden City were unlikely to align themselves with him. Perhaps they secretly hoped for his failure, anticipating that this would grant the Danes of High Hidden City an opportunity to seize Starfall City. But failure was not an option for him. Uric scoffed. Although this campaign had been hastily arranged, it was far from a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was the result of careful contemplation. He He had already gathered intelligence on Eagle Beak Isle, where the number of truly combat-capable soldiers barely exceeded 200, while his own forces boasted nearly 2,000 elite warriors. Furthermore, the opposing fortress remained under construction, rendering it particularly vulnerable. If he did not seize this opportunity to defeat them, allowing them to solidify their positions would surely lead to trouble for Starfall City. My lord, the soldiers have boarded the ships. Excellent. Yurik nodded, turning to face the direction of Eagle Beak Isle, and with a vigorous wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "Set sail." Yes. At his command, hundreds of white sails unfurled in succession, billowing in the sea breeze like crescent moons. The sharp prows of the ships cleaved through the waves, heading towards Eagle Beak Isle. The commotion startled countless seabirds, which circled and cried above the fleet. Unbeknownst to the crew, among the seabirds was a large falcon with pure white-tail feathers that swooped low over the fleet, its keen eyes seemingly reflecting human-like emotions. In the next moment, the falcon suddenly flapped its wings vigorously and soared upward like an arrow, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, the falcon had arrived at Eagle Beak Isle, circling above the Lord's cabin. This spectacle quickly captured the attention of several inhabitants. Just then, the wooden door of the cabin swung open, and Samuel emerged, causing the falcon to dive down and land upon his shoulder. My people, the enemy approaches. Are you prepared for battle? For the glory of Lord Caesar, we shall slay the foes. Lord Caesar is invincible. Amidst the cheers, Nala gazed intently at Samuel and the falcon perched upon his shoulder, her expression somewhat dazed. Mother. Natalie leaned close to her ear. Is Lord Caesar favored by the old gods? Nala continued to fixate upon Samuel. Yes. Natalie tilted her head in confusion. But, isn't he a knight of the seven gods? I do not know. Nala gently shook her head, her tone somewhat ethereal. Yet if the gods have arranged it thus, there must be a reason behind it. As noon approached, the sun blazed with intensity. Yurik stood at the bow of the ship, finally able to discern the outline of Eagle Beak Isle from afar. As the vessel advanced, the situation on shore became increasingly clear, yet his brow furrowed slightly. My lord, it seems the people of River Bay are aware of our approach, remarked a servant behind him, having also perceived the situation on Eagle Beak Isle. Yurik snorted softly, stating, "It appears there are still a number of River Bay spies in Starfall City who have evaded capture. But it matters not. Let them prepare in advance. What can it possibly change? In just a few days, do they truly believe they can fortify a castle?" This remark elicited hearty laughter from those behind him, clearly dismissing any notion of resistance from Eagle Beak Isle. After a bout of laughter, Yurik's expression grew solemn. As they drew closer to the shoreline, he commanded in a low voice, "Sound the horns. Prepare for landing." Yes. With the deep blare of the horns and the resounding battle cries, the longship surged onto the beach propelled by the winds and waves. Before the vessels had even come to a halt, the warriors of Dorne leaped forth, charging through the knee-deep water towards the shore. Yet, after a brief surge, they found themselves halted, for the anticipated enemy was nowhere to be seen. The shore lay deserted. Of course, it was not entirely devoid of presence. The inhabitants remained concealed behind the defenses formed by trenches and wooden barricades. What now? Should we continue the charge? The warriors of Dorne appeared somewhat bewildered, as their superiors' orders had merely instructed them to secure the landing, not to storm the enemy's lines. At this moment, Yurik also detected the unusual circumstances on the shore. Do these River Bay folk lack even this modicum of courage? He scoffed. It is well known that, when facing an enemy arriving by sea, standing in formation on the beach is the best defensive strategy. Those soldiers battered by the waves are weary, and the attackers, having disembarked without formation, are at their most vulnerable. Yet, it was astonishing that the River Bay folk would rather cower behind their fortifications than seize the opportunity to strike while their foes were unsteady upon the sand. Truly a pack of cowards. Yurik suddenly found himself rather disinterested, as if the ease of victory had stripped it of any excitement. His ship, being larger and deeper in the water, could not approach the beach as nimbly as the longships, thus it docked at the harbor. Indeed, the River Bay folk had not even destroyed the dock. This made Yurik feel less like a conqueror and more like a visitor. My lord, shall we continue the assault? A knight approached him as he disembarked, seeking clarification. Yurik smiled faintly and said, "Let us not rush. Allow the soldiers to disembark and rest, to consume some provisions and regain their strength." Understood. Thus, the commencement of this grand battle unfurled amidst an atmosphere that seemed rather peculiar. Both sides appeared to lack urgency. One faction concealed itself behind fortifications, while the other leisurely made its way ashore, indulging in rations. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed like a prearranged drill. Yet, it was evident that this was no mere exercise. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at Yurik's command, the Dornish finally launched their initial assault against the River Bay troops. Over 300 valiant vanguard warriors, armed with curved blades and clad in leather armor, charged forward, shouting resounding battle cries. thereby marking the beginning of a bloody chapter in this conflict. Kill. The foremost Dornish warrior slid into a deep and wide trench, just as a wooden barrel was hurled down upon him from behind the wooden palisade by the River Bay defenders. A wooden barrel? The Dornish warrior paused momentarily, then deftly sidestepped to avoid the barrel. However, the barrel was fragile and shattered upon impact, splattering its contents all over him. For a moment, he panicked, fearing it might be some lethal poison, but after a brief wait, he discerned no ill effects on his body. Instead, he was greeted by a robust aroma of liquor. Moreover, he noticed that he was not alone. His comrades were subjected to the same peculiar barrel assault. But what harm could this possibly inflict? The bizarre scene left the Dornish momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, they quickly regained their composure, evading the barrels that rained down upon them while pressing their attack against the rudimentary fortifications before them. The trench was only slightly deeper than the average man's height, with a gentle slope that was not difficult to ascend due to the hastily repaired nature of the terrain, which was littered with protruding rocks. As long as they avoided the barrels, being struck by them was of little consequence. Soon, some Dornish warriors managed to climb out of the trench. Yet at that moment, they encountered fierce resistance. Behind the wooden palisade stood a line of soldiers wielding long spears, comprising both River Bay defenders and darker-skinned tribesmen. At the sound of a unified command, they thrust their spears forward, creating an onslaught akin to a forest of steel. Quick-thinking Dornish warriors either rolled to evade or raised their shields to block, but there were also those who, misjudging the situation, attempted to fight back with their swords, resulting in several sustaining grievous wounds. The Dornish were not deterred by the dense spear formation. They were no mere tribesmen, but seasoned fighters, exhibiting far superior combat training. While dodging the spears, they seized opportunities during the enemy's retraction to scale the wooden palisade. After a few rounds of thrusts, the Dornish became increasingly adept at avoiding the River Bay's tactics, and several managed to breach the palisade, penetrating the spear formation. Of course, the scattered Dornish could not significantly disrupt the River Bay's formation. However, they refused to relent, continuously launching assaults. As more and more Dornish climbed over the palisade, signs of instability began to manifest within the River Bay ranks. Just then, the River Bay troops surprisingly chose to retreat, decisively abandoning their first line of defense. A Dornish knight, clad in a dark yellow cloak, crossed the palisade and felled a River Bay soldier, yet observing the orderly withdrawal of the River Bay troops, he ultimately refrained from pursuing. Behind him, an increasing number of Dornish warriors surged over the palisade, entirely seizing this defensive position. "My lord, shall we pursue?" the knight inquired, gazing at the two similar palisades ahead and the half-constructed castle within. He shook his head and replied, "Hold your position. Inform Lord Urek of the situation here." "Understood." At the rear, Urek listened to the frontline report, feeling somewhat perplexed. This was perhaps the most bizarre battle he had ever fought in his military career. From the outset, it had exuded an air of peculiarity. He was uncertain whether Sir Caesar, the commander opposite him, was simply incompetent or if the enemy harbored some sinister scheme. Urek favored the latter possibility, for it seemed unlikely that a man capable of establishing authority over thousands of tribesmen in such a treacherous locale as the Crimson Mountains could be a fool. "What of the barrels they hurled? Bring one to me for inspection," Urek commanded, opting for caution. "Yes, my lord." Shortly thereafter, a soldier returned, carrying an intact barrel that the River Bay defenders had abandoned behind their first line when they had not yet managed to throw. Urek examined it closely, discovering it to be an ordinary oak barrel, albeit with the iron hoops deliberately damaged, rendering it prone to disintegration upon impact. He cautiously removed the stopper, and a rich aroma of liquor wafted forth. "Brandy," Urek mused, recalling his intention to collaborate with Sir Caesar in the trade of this beverage. Yet, why would they discard such valuable liquor? It could hardly be lethal. Due to technological limitations, the nobility of Westeros possessed little understanding of high-proof spirits, let alone their potential for ignition at elevated concentrations. Thus, Urek could not connect the liquor to fire. Could it be poisoned? This was the only possibility that crossed Urek's mind. A chill ran down his spine, and he hastily set the barrel aside, instructing the soldiers, "Tell the men not to touch this liquor, to seal their mouths and noses, and to avoid ingesting it." "Understood." Subsequently, Urek ordered the vanguard to regroup at the first line of defense, replacing them with a second contingent of 300 warriors to assault the River Bay's second line. The skirmish at the second line mirrored that of the first, the inexplicable barrels, the hastily dug trenches, with the sole threats being the palisade and the spear formations behind it. However, due to the extensive length of the defense and the insufficient number of River Bay soldiers, the Dornish easily found gaps to breach. Yet again, as more Dornish warriors scaled the palisade, the River Bay forces, sensing the tide turning against them, opted to retreat. The Dornish did not recklessly pursue. Instead, they methodically secured the second line before continuing their assault on the third. The script remained unchanged. However, armed with prior experience, the Dornish incurred minimal casualties while taking the third line of defense. Before them now stood only the final line, the unfinished castle. Even the most cautious Dornish warriors could not suppress their elation. When did the River Bay become so cowardly? They hardly dare to engage us head-on. Indeed, their ranks are remarkably orderly, especially during their retreat. Laughter echoed across the battlefield as the Dornish warriors exchanged jovial banter, as if on a leisurely outing. Urek, however, maintained a furrowed brow. He approached the final line, scrutinizing the half-finished castle. Compared to the rudimentary wooden palisades of the previous 3 lines, the castle's walls appeared quite substantial, with smooth exteriors that offered scant footholds, making it difficult to climb without tools. Moreover, it boasted both inner and outer layers, rendering it nearly impossible to breach without heavy siege machinery. Yet, regrettably, the wall was still incomplete, rising only a few meters high, making a forcible assault feasible. Should the River Bay defenders retain their previous timorous demeanor, Urek contemplated that he might even enjoy a meal within this unfinished fortress. Thus, he resolved to test the waters. Sir Eris, take 300 men and seize this so-called castle for me. Yes, my lord. Kill. The battle cries resounded once more. Before the final bastion of Eagle's Beak, the Dornish launched another assault. However, this time, the challenge was far greater than in the previous 3 attempts. The smooth outer walls offered no footholds. Scaling them necessitated the use of siege equipment such as grappling hooks and bamboo ladders. Moreover, the resistance from the River Bay defenders was markedly fiercer than before, with countless sharp spears raining down like a torrential storm upon the besieging forces, painting the ground with splashes of crimson. On the ramparts, the warriors of River Bay wielded their swords, severing ladders and ropes while hurling stones and logs to thwart the Dornish ascent. Yet, at this moment, the defenders did not forget to send barrels filled with wine crashing down upon the Dornish ranks, as if this were an indispensable part of their strategy. The amber liquid quickly drenched the surface of the walls and the ground, mingling with the vibrant blood to create a horrifying and glaring hue. Uruk coldly observed the unfolding chaos, his heart unmoved. The intensity of this battle truly aligned with his expectations. The previous performance of the River Bay defenders had been too anomalous, leading him to harbor doubts. But now, witnessing the mounting casualties among his Dornish soldiers, he found a sense of relief. Such losses were trivial. What a siege demanded most was patience and a heart unyielding to the specter of death. Yet, the sole source of his lingering uncertainty was the seemingly incessant barrage of barrels descending from the battlements. He could not comprehend the rationale behind such actions from the enemy. Since the onset of hostilities, the enemy's peculiar maneuvers had not been limited to this one instance. Uruk even suspected that Sir Caesar was deliberately concocting new stratagems to sow distrust, preventing him from committing fully to the assault. If that was indeed the case, it could only be said that the adversary had miscalculated. Uruk's resolve to win this battle was unwavering. Not only did he seek victory, but he yearned for a resounding triumph. Only through such a conquest could he garner the favor of Prince de Long and convince all that he was worthy of inheriting Starfall. As the initial wave of assault began to wane, Uruk dispatched another contingent of fresh troops, denying the defenders any respite. The clamor of battle intensified once more, with the Dornish soldiers repeatedly managing to ascend the walls, only to be fiercely repelled by the defenders. The bodies surrounding the base of the walls accumulated, the earth beneath becoming soft and muddy, exuding a pungent odor of blood mingled with the rich fragrance of wine. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the radiant hues of twilight transformed Eagle's Beak into a scene reminiscent of an oil painting. With a stoic expression, Uruk listened to reports of casualties. Already resigned to the fact that this castle would likely not fall today, the soldiers under Sir Caesar's command were indeed formidable, but that was where their prowess ended. On several occasions, the Dornish had nearly breached the castle, and he believed that with a few more rounds of assault tomorrow, the defenders would inevitably crumble. As he gazed at the sun sinking toward the horizon, he issued a retreat order. Yet, at the moment the horn sounded, a towering figure suddenly appeared atop the battlements. Clutched in his grasp was not a torch, but a massive warhammer, its head ablaze with fierce flames. Uruk instantly recognized him as Lord Samuel Caesar of Eagle's Beak. In the next instant, a scene unfolded that would be forever etched in the memories of Uruk and all present Dornish soldiers. The River Bay knight swung his warhammer. Tracing a brilliant arc through the air before it, came crashing down upon a Dornish warrior who had ascended the walls. The resounding impact echoed across the battlefield as the Dornish soldier was obliterated, akin to a shattered watermelon. Blood, shattered bones, and dismembered limbs ignited instantaneously, bursting forth like fireworks, transforming this horrific tableau into a spectacle of vivid colors. The entire battlefield seemed to be frozen in time. All gazed, dumbfounded, at the figure standing resolutely atop the walls, wielding the flaming hammer. As sparks rained down upon the ground, igniting the surfaces of the walls and the Dornish soldiers' soaked leather armor, flames erupted in a magnificent display. Before the Dornish could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, an onslaught of burning torches descended from the battlements, instantly filling the battlefield with a multitude of blossoming flames. What was happening? Uruk, still reeling from the shock of witnessing the knight's hammer reduce a man to ash, found himself utterly bewildered by the swiftly spreading inferno. The knights beside him bore similar expressions of confusion, unsure how to respond to their commander's query. "Quick! Bring them back! Retreat! Order a withdrawal!" Uruk shouted, gripping the messenger by the collar and imploring him. "Yes, yes, my lord." Yet, by this time, it was too late to retreat. The speed at which the flames spread exceeded everyone's expectations. In the blink of an eye, the fortress's outer walls were engulfed, and the Dornish soldiers climbing them became mere fiery silhouettes, screaming as they fell. The ground below transformed into a sea of flames, and the earth soaked in the potent wine ignited with the slightest spark, mercilessly consuming the Dornish soldiers caught within. The agonizing cries of despair filled the air, and the once rich aroma of wine was replaced by the scent of charred flesh. "My lord, we must flee." Uruk stood transfixed, unable to comprehend the hellish scene before him. Even as his attendant screamed in his ear, he remained unresponsive. Ultimately, it took 2 of his personal guards to seize him and propel him forward in a desperate sprint. On the castle, Samuel stood, the blazing hammer in hand, impassively surveying the devastation. Behind him, countless soldiers, driven to madness, roared in exhilaration, celebrating amidst the chaos. All voices converged into one name: Caesar! 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 Natalie, unable to contain her excitement, waved her small fists, joining in the cheers. "Mother, mother! We have won! We have won! Lord Caesar is magnificent." Meanwhile, Nara gazed at Samuel's silhouette, as if turned to stone. The inferno outside and the blazing hammer in the knight's grip danced in harmony, the rising smoke coiling around him, while the surge of waves echoed and the dying sunlight cast a golden hue, crystallizing this moment into an everlasting image. The stars weep blood, the long night approaches. Nara began to recite the ancient prophecy passed down from Ashar. Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. He will awaken the dragons of stone, wielding the sword of fire, leading mankind to vanquish the demons of darkness, heralding an everlasting summer. "I will not flee. We have not yet lost. The Dane family shall never yield." Uruk bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered no one willing to answer his call. Approximately 200 Dornish soldiers had managed to escape the inferno, but now they either sat in stunned silence as if in a stupor, weeping in despair, or gazing toward the sea, seemingly ready to abandon this dreadful place. Not a single soul had the courage to meet Uruk's gaze, nor was anyone willing to follow their clearly unhinged commander into madness. "Alas, we have already met with defeat in this battle. Perhaps it is best to retreat." "Defeat?" Uruk thundered, seizing the speaker by the collar. "You are a knight of the 7 gods. How can you so easily utter the word failure? What of your honor, your faith, your steadfastness?" The Dornish knight, equally incensed, shoved Uruk away and retorted, "Uruk Shard, this battle was your choice, your command. Open your eyes and behold how many valiant warriors of House Dane have sacrificed their lives for your folly. What right have you to speak of honor? I will not allow their sacrifices to be in vain." Uruk bellowed as he drew his longsword, wildly swinging it through the air, as if he had succumbed to madness. "We have not lost. How could we lose? We are the descendants of the River King. We are knights who follow the paths of the stars. We are the bearers of the Dawnblade." "Hey!" A figure emerged from the waning flames, interrupting in a mocking tone. "You speak of the Dawnblade, yet night approaches. Do you still intend to showcase your swordsmanship to me?" Uruk spun around to face the newcomer, forcing out a name through clenched teeth. "Samwell Caesar. Uruk Shard. Samwell." Wielding a warhammer in one hand, beckoned Uruk with a finger. "Come, did you not claim to possess the courage to fight again? Come." No sooner had he spoken than Uruk charged recklessly forward, fueled by a tempest of fear, rage, and defiance. To battle. Samwell awaited Uruk's approach, calmly gripping the warhammer's handle. In an instant, he unleashed his power. The ground beneath his left foot erupted, sending countless fragments of stone and earth flying backward. Utilizing the recoil, Samwell pivoted sharply to the right, the flaming warhammer slicing through the air in a razor-sharp arc. In his frenzy, Uruk made the gravest of choices. He opted to confront the fiery hammer head-on. The sharp knight's sword struck the massive weapon. Yet Uruk felt as though he had struck a mountain. Bang! The steel longsword shattered into countless shards, blood spraying from Uruk's hands. Before he could utter a cry of anguish, the flaming hammer, imbued with unstoppable force, struck his chest. With a sickening sound, the horror that had unfolded on the city walls was replayed. Uruk's chest erupted, and he was sent sprawling like a rag doll, crashing to the ground. All transpired in a heartbeat, and as his mind raced, Uruk's final thought flickered. "I was too rash. I should have evaded the onslaught first. Alas, life offers no second chances. This bastard son of Starfall City finally paid the price for his ambition. After sending Yurik flying, Samuel continued to rotate from the inertia before coming to a halt. Ah, my agility is lacking, and the follow-through was too long, he mused inwardly. Had he not seen Yurik lose his sanity, he would not have dared to face him alone. Despite his exceptional strength, his weaknesses were glaringly evident. Clearly, he must remain wary of agile, assassin-like adversaries in the future. As Samuel reflected upon his shortcomings, a cacophony of bizarre howls erupted from the Dornish ranks. A panicked group of soldiers fled like the wind toward the longboats on the beach, determined to escape this nightmarish place. Yet not all Dornish fled. Nearly 100 remained, some paralyzed by fear, while others refused to abandon their comrades. The knights in gleaming armor at the forefront stood their ground for the sake of honor. When Samuel approached, a Dornish lad, appearing around 16 or 17, stepped forward and declared, "Sir Caesar, I am Hughes Dane, the squire of Lord Yurik Shard. I wish to represent all Dornish warriors here to surrender to you and request that we be allowed to redeem our lives with gold." Samuel regarded the youthful figure before him, contemplating several thoughts. This youth bore the surname Dane yet served as Shard, indicating a lowly status within House Dane. Likely a distant relative. However, such a background could prove advantageous for him. Samuel placed his warhammer on the ground and commanded Todd, "Go capture those fleeing Dornish." Once Todd departed to apprehend those attempting to escape by boat, Samuel turned back to Hughes and inquired, "I may accept your surrender, but I must first ask a question." "Please, go ahead. I harbor no grievances against House Dane. I even facilitated a lucrative venture for Yurik Shard. Yet, why did he choose to oppose me? And why did you follow this bastard to confront me?" Hughes sighed and replied, "My Lord Caesar, you may not be aware, but Count Edric, the Lord of Starfall City, passed away just half a month ago." Samuel paused, as if comprehending something significant. Hughes continued, "Furthermore, Miss Illyria has also died. Yurik told us their deaths were your conspiracy." Upon hearing this, Samuel was struck with clarity. He finally understood Yurik Shard's true motivation for opposing him and how a bastard could rally the forces of Starfall City against him. However, the next moment, he perceived the stench of conspiracy. Littlefinger. Samuel immediately identified the true suspect as the treasurer, Peter Baelish. It became evident that this was his real scheme. Samuel could not help but admire the cunning of this master manipulator of the Game of Thrones. He would settle the score with this individual in due time. "The deaths of Edric and Illyria have nothing to do with me," Samuel declared boldly. "I swear by the 7 gods." Hughes hesitated before asking, "My lord, Yurik said you once displayed a portrait of Miss Illyria during your last visit to Starfall City. You have been deceived." "That was not a portrait of Miss Illyria," Samuel clarified, seizing the opportunity to facilitate Ashar's return to Starfall City. "That was a portrait of Miss Ashara Dane." "Ashara Dane. But did she not?" Hughes began, but his words were cut short as Samuel produced a veiled woman from the crowd behind him. When Samuel found Lady Nala, he had prepared a speech, but before he could utter a word, Nala, no, Ashara, smiled and said, "My Lord Caesar, it seems you have long known my true identity. It appears you have not truly lost your memory." Samuel smiled slightly. "I do not wish to be at odds with Starfall City. You need not say more." Ashara curtsied. "Starfall City shall no longer oppose you." "Mother? Where are you going?" Watching her mother walk toward the Dornish, Natalie felt a surge of panic. The young girl was oblivious to the unfolding events but sensed an ominous premonition, as if her mother had suddenly become a stranger, seemingly on the verge of departing from her life forever. Samuel grasped her shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. Your mother is merely returning to where she belongs." "Where does she belong?" "What do you mean?" "Your mother hails from Starfall City. She is a lady of House Dane." Samuel tousled Natalie's soft hair. "And you are just like her." Natalie widened her violet eyes, utterly stunned by the news. Countless thoughts erupted and swirled in her mind, leaving her at a loss for words, frozen in place for a moment. Meanwhile, Ashara had approached the Dornish people, inquiring of an elder knight, Sir Muta. "Do you remember me?" "Lady Ashara, it truly is you." The old knight could hardly believe his eyes, yet he stammered, But weren't you already?" "Indeed, there was a time when I attempted to end my life by leaping into the summer sea, but the gods evidently had other plans for me, allowing me to escape a watery grave. Praise the 7. The old knight excitedly traced a 7-pointed star upon his chest. He immediately realized that Ashar's return meant the title of Count of Starfall would no longer be an unresolved dilemma, nor would it attract the covetous ambitions of others. For Ashara Dane was now the indisputable heir to the title of Count of Starfall. A gentle smile grazed Ashar's lips as she turned to acknowledge the remaining knights of House Dane, calling each by name and greeting them. Even some of the veteran soldiers of House Dane were recognized by her, dispelling any doubts regarding her identity. In this delicate moment, Ashar's presence was akin to a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkness that enveloped the Dornish people. Thus, led by several knights, the Dornish knelt before Ashara, raising their swords above their heads, proclaiming loudly, Honorable Lady Ashera Dane, we pledge our fealty to you from this day forth. However, Ashera gently shook her head, interrupting the oath of allegiance. The crowd grew anxious. Lady Ashera, why will you not accept our oath? Do you not know that House Dane's bloodline in Starfall has dwindled and desperately needs your return to inherit the title? No. When I leaped from the White Stone Sword Tower, Ashera Dane perished. The woman before you now is Nala, servant of the old gods, and chieftain of the Crow tribe. Thus, I cannot return to inherit Starfall. Without allowing the Dornish to urge her further, Ashera added, however, my daughter may accompany you back. You have a daughter? The Dornish felt a renewed glimmer of hope. Indeed, Ashera beckoned to her daughter. Natalie hurried over. Samwell observed this scene with a contemplative expression. Mother. Natalie embraced her mother's hand, standing somewhat timidly behind her. Yet Ashera pushed her daughter forward, addressing the Dornish. This is my daughter, Natalie Dane. May I ask who Miss Natalie's father is? Of course, he is my husband, the former chieftain of the Crow tribe, Rune. The Dornish knights furrowed their brows, while Ashera emphasized her husband to clarify that Natalie was a legitimate child of the Dane line. Rather than a lowly bastard of the Shad, it was undeniable that wild blood coursed through her veins. In some respects, she might not even compare favorably to certain illegitimate heirs. Faced with the silence of the crowd, Natalie appeared flustered, her petite frame trembling slightly. At this moment, Samwell stepped forward and addressed a young squire. Hughes, your former master has fallen in battle. The gods have granted you an opportunity to choose anew. Seize it wisely. Hughes suddenly realized his predicament and quickly knelt before Natalie, exclaiming, Honorable Miss Natalie Dane, I, Hughes Dane, hereby pledge my fealty to you from this day forth. My sword shall henceforth serve only you. Natalie was momentarily at a loss until Samwell nudged her, prompting her to awaken from her reverie. I accept your pledge of loyalty. Hughes rose and turned to his companions, declaring, What is the matter with you? Why do you hesitate to pledge fealty to the heir of Starfall? Have you forgotten your previous oaths? The Dornish exchanged glances, yet upon seeing the vigilant Samwell and the gathered soldiers of the Riverbend, they ultimately knelt one by one, pledging their loyalty to Natalie. Samwell himself was somewhat surprised that Ashera had declined the title of Starfall, instead pushing her daughter forward. Nevertheless, this was advantageous for him. Ashera, being mature and seasoned, would not become an adversary to Eagle's Nest, but he knew he would not gain much ground, as everything would need to be negotiated with her. Yet Natalie was different. Facing such a youthful girl, Samwell would find it easier to maneuver Starfall to his advantage. Moreover, Natalie's somewhat tarnished lineage necessitated her reliance on external forces like Samwell to suppress any dissenting factions within Starfall. Ultimately, this arrangement allowed Samwell to exert covert control over Starfall. He was uncertain whether Ashera had considered this or if she had, but chose to trust him nonetheless. Splendid. Samwell clapped his hands cheerfully. Miss Natalie, you are now the mistress of Starfall. Therefore, we must discuss the matter of war reparations. Natalie paused, then looked to her mother for guidance, but Ashera merely smiled and replied, Such matters will be for you to decide in the future. With no other recourse, Natalie turned to Hughes and the others. However, Samwell cleared his throat, causing the Dornish to immediately avert their gaze to the ground, as if the stones beneath them had become of utmost fascination. Natalie pouted slightly before conceding, Very well, Lord Caesar. Sir Caesar, what reparations do you propose? Samwell grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Rest assured, Natalie, I shall not take advantage of you. I will only request reasonable compensation. You see, those warriors under my command who were injured or even perished in the conflict deserve recompense, do they not? Yes. How much compensation? 10 copper coins for each lightly injured soldier, 5 silver bucks for each severely injured, and 3 gold dragons for each fallen warrior. Samwell swiftly rattled off a series of figures, and without allowing Natalie time to contemplate, he continued, Furthermore, the houses destroyed in the war must also be compensated, correct? And the brandy, you know how precious it is. Now it has all been lost in this conflict. My heart aches at the thought. However, I shan't raise the price. 20 silver bucks per gallon. Quite reasonable, would you not agree? Also my castle. As you can see, the outer walls have been scorched. The cost of repairs is uncertain, particularly as this has severely delayed construction. I believe Starfall should not only compensate, but also send craftsmen to assist in the repairs. Is that too much to ask? Moreover, the elderly and children at the orphanage have endured great hardships due to this war, migrating amidst uncertainty, suffering poor nutrition and sleep, living in fear. Requesting some compensation for emotional distress seems quite reasonable, does it not? Natalie found herself overwhelmed by these terms she barely understood, and she could not help but rub her temples in exasperation. All right, Sir Caesar, just provide me with a final figure when the time comes. However, I am uncertain if I can afford it. Is Starfall truly mine now? Without a doubt. You are now the primary heir to the title of House Dane. Samuel replied with a smile. As for whether you can afford it, fret not. I am a merciful Lord, willing to accept payment in installments. What do you mean by installments? It means that if you owe me money and cannot repay it all at once, you may pay it back gradually over time. I see. Thank you so much, Sir Caesar. You're welcome. This is what a gentleman ought to do. Ashera observed the unfolding events and began to doubt whether it was indeed a wise decision to thrust her daughter into the position of the Lord of Starfall City. As the morning light bathed the garden filled with golden roses, dew on the petals sparkled like pure crystals, adorning this elegant garden as if it were a fairyland. Several beautiful larks flitted among the treetops, soaring over the vibrant blooms, singing enchanting melodies. However, this idyllic morning was abruptly disrupted by a coarse voice. Damn Samuel. Can he just keep to himself and stop causing me trouble? Governor of the Riverbend, Protector of the South, and Duke of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell. With his bulging belly and robust arms, waved a letter in frustration, his chubby face contorted with anger. Having previously overlooked the fact that he had summoned hundreds of laborers from my docks without notice, and not having made a fuss when he requested the vagrants from Highgarden, thanks to my precious daughter, I found it intolerable that he had now involved Starfall City and even expected me to send troops in support. How dare he presume? Father, have some tea. Marjorie Tyrell presented a silver teacup to Duke Mace, effectively stifling his remaining complaints. Taking the cup, Mace could not muster any ire in the face of his daughter's radiant smile and was compelled to sit down beside her. After sipping his tea, he turned to Lady Olenna. Mother, you've seen the letter Haven to you? Do you think this Samuel is a troublemaker? With her hands tucked into her sleeves, Lady Olenna gazed intently at the larks outside the pavilion and replied coolly, Samuel is indeed a mischief maker. However, this time he bears no blame. No blame. The old lady nodded. A few days ago, I received news from Blackport that Edric Dane and Allery Dane met with a tragic fate during a hunting accident. Duke Mace was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Mother, what does this have to do with that scoundrel from Eagle's Nest? Marjorie interjected at the right moment. Those were the last two heirs of House Dane, correct? No wonder Starfall City is in an uproar. It dawned on Duke Mace. Could it be that Samuel is behind this? Olenna rolled her eyes, no longer wishing to engage with her foolish son. Marjorie poured her father another cup of tea and murmured, It seems someone is deliberately instigating matters. Lady Olenna smiled at her granddaughter, as if finally finding some consolation. Before turning to her son with a sharp tone, Lord Inflated Fish, your vassal has written seeking assistance. Do you not think it prudent to send troops? Duke Mace dismissed his mother's teasing, as it was not the first time. His irritation toward Samuel only deepened, and he retorted, his castle is still incomplete. By the lordly laws, Eagle's Nest is not yet a legitimate territory of Riverbend. What reason have I to wage war? Which vassal would dare to risk his life for such a disputed piece of land? Lady Olenna spoke a name, Randall Tarley. Randall? Duke Mace frowned. Although Samuel was his son, he had stripped him of his inheritance and cast him out. Do you truly believe he would muster troops for Eagle's Nest? I do not know, Lady Olenna replied with a slight smile, but I am quite curious to find out. Duke Mace was once again taken aback. Marjorie spoke up. Father, grandmother has never believed that Lord Randall truly abandoned Samuel. She wishes to use this opportunity to test the waters. Very well, Duke Mace nodded. I shall write to Randall about this matter. However, I will issue no commands. Whether he sends troops will be his decision. With that, Duke Mace hastily kissed his mother and daughter's foreheads before making his swift exit. Although he loved them dearly, he always felt somewhat uncomfortable in their presence. Especially with his mother, Lady Olenna, he felt like a fool before her. Marjorie escorted her father out of the garden and returned to the pavilion, pouring Lady Olenna a cup of floral tea. Grandmother, what if Lord Randall truly refuses to send troops? Lady Olenna took a sip of her tea and replied coolly. Then Samuel shall have to fend for himself. Setting down her cup, she reached out to adjust the sapphire necklace adorning her granddaughter's neck, smiling. What is this? Are you reluctant to forsake your first knight? Perhaps a little, Marjorie admitted. Samuel is indeed a capable knight of exploration. We have invested so much in him over this period. Sir Todd Florent, 100 elite soldiers, and over 1,000 golden dragons. Now, just as Eagle's Nest is on the brink of becoming a true territory of Riverbend, capable of producing brandy and silver, abandoning it seems an utter waste. Lady Olenna gently caressed her granddaughter's cheek, her words chillingly resolute. A rose in the garden afflicted by blight must be removed, regardless of its beauty or the time and effort expended in its care. If not eradicated, the blight will spread and ruin your entire garden. Marjorie protested, but we should at least attempt to remedy it first. This is no simple blight. Lady Olenna shook her head, sighing. You are aware that the two heirs of House Dane have perished. The timing of their deaths is suspiciously convenient. Someone clearly discerned our designs on Eagle's Nest and seeks to provoke war. While we initially aim to establish our territory at Eagle's Nest to counter Dorne, we cannot allow others to dictate the timing of our conflict. Otherwise, we will find ourselves perpetually on the back foot, even affecting the blooms we cultivate elsewhere. Eagle's Nest has become a festering sore exposed to the eyes of vultures. Let us seize this chance to have the Dornish assist us in excising it. Brandy can be produced elsewhere, and we certainly do not lack for silver. Marjorie could only acquiesce to her grandmother's reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Grandmother, do you suspect who is orchestrating this? There are several potential culprits. However, that person is quite cautious, and I cannot be certain." Lady Olenna pressed her granddaughter's furrowed brow as if to smooth it, smiling reassuringly. "You need not worry excessively. That bastard from Starfall City seeks recognition and honor. He would not dare to offend us lightly. Thus, even if Samwell were to lose, his life would not be in jeopardy. We could later pay to redeem him and placate him for use in other endeavors. Besides, it is time that boy faced some hardship. Otherwise, I fear he is becoming too lofty. You may not know, but Pike has even suggested he marry Daisy Mira, and that scoundrel had the audacity to refuse." Marjorie's eyes widened. "He turned down the eldest daughter of House Greenbrier? Who does he intend to marry then? Who knows?" Lady Olenna huffed lightly. "Grandmother, what if Lord Randall truly decides to send troops to support Eagle's Nest and aid Samwell in holding it? Then it would signify that Randall Tarley has not genuinely forsaken his son. His expulsion from home may harbor ulterior motives. Until we ascertain his true intentions, we must refrain from rashly intervening. Let the Tarley family handle the mess at Eagle's Nest, and we shall offer no further support to Samwell." Marjorie nodded, comprehending her grandmother's intent. However, she soon entertained a final possibility, that Samwell had defended Eagle's Mouth all by himself, without any assistance. Yet, this outcome was far too implausible. The Dane family's forces were not to be underestimated, and no matter how formidable Samwell might be, he could not possibly contend with them. Marjorie promptly dismissed this absurd notion from her mind, silently praying to the seven gods for their protection over her knight in this war. What happened? Uric has been defeated? Is it possible? How could he lose? Fire. They used fire. There was fire everywhere. Our brothers, all burned to death. And the Warhammer, the flaming Warhammer, the Lord of the Bay swung the burning Warhammer. It shattered men into countless sparks. It was horrifying. They were demons emerging from hell. So terrifying. In the great hall of the Dane family castle, several soldiers who had narrowly escaped from Eagle's Mouth recounted the chaotic details of their defeat. The steward, Aluff, listened with a grim expression, attempting to piece together the truth from the disjointed and exaggerated accounts of the fleeing soldiers. Yet, this truth was difficult for him to accept. A battle that had seemed utterly secure had ended in failure. The elite forces of the Dane family had succumbed to a knight who had not even constructed a castle. Although Uric had not mobilized the entire might of the Dane family, due to his insufficient prestige, Aluff had never imagined they would be defeated at such a place as Eagle's Mouth. By the seven, this world is utterly mad. The deserters continued to gesticulate wildly, narrating the terrifying events they had endured at Eagle's Mouth. But Aluff had lost interest in their tales. His thoughts were consumed with how to salvage the situation. The death of Uric Shad, a bastard, was inconsequential, but Starfall could not remain leaderless. A successor must be determined. Otherwise, the hearts of the people would scatter, leaving them vulnerable to the enemy's advances. Suddenly, Aluff sprang to his feet, instructing a nearby attendant. "Gather men immediately at the docks to prevent the River Bay people from attacking." Before he could finish, a servant hurried in, reporting, "My lord Aluff, the princess. Princess Ariane has arrived." "The princess?" Aluff paused, momentarily bewildered. "Which princess?" "Princess Ariane. How could she come to Starfall?" Aluff had no time to ponder this, hastening outside to greet her. Upon reaching the castle gates, he found the princess and her entourage had entered through the iron gates and were being attended to by her servants, refreshing themselves with water and washing their faces. Aluff quickly approached and bowed. "Your esteemed highness, welcome to Starfall." Ariane smiled as she returned a silk cloth to her maid after drying her face, saying, "I came in haste and did not inform you in advance. I hope you do not mind." "Of course not, your highness. The gates of Starfall are always open for you." "And where is Sir Uric?" Aluff's expression shifted slightly, becoming difficult to read. Damon Shad raised an eyebrow. "Could it be he has already gone to assault Eagle's Mouth?" "My lord Uric has indeed departed," Aluff admitted, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "When did he leave?" Damon pressed, unwilling to accept the situation. "He left yesterday morning." "Then he may not have captured Eagle's Mouth yet," Damon exclaimed. "Perhaps we still have time." Aluff cleared his throat twice and finally decided to speak the truth. "Your highness, Sir Damon, Lord Uric has suffered a defeat." Such swift news of victory. Damon began but abruptly realized the implication, turning sharply to Aluff. "What did you say? Uric has been defeated?" Ariane also turned to Aluff, her obsidian-like eyes unblinking. "Yes, your highness, I would never deceive you. Soldiers have returned from Eagle's Mouth. They are in the hall, and you may question them yourself. This scoundrel Uric is a disgrace to House Dane." Damon cursed vehemently. Ariane remained composed. She removed her scarf that had shielded her from the wind and sand, allowing her silken hair to flow freely, and stated calmly, "I wish to interrogate those deserters myself. Olaf, please lead the way. Your Highness, this way, please." They proceeded to the castle hall, where Ariane questioned the now somewhat delirious deserters once more. Ultimately, she was forced to accept the incredulous reality. Yurik had indeed suffered defeat. Can that River Bay knight wield fire magic? Damon speculated, believing it to be the sole explanation. Through their words, the bastard of the City of Divine Grace could hardly conceal his fear. Ariane, however, remained unflustered. She instructed Olaf to take the deserters away and then spoke. One cannot fully trust the words of deserters. They often exaggerate the enemy's strength to evade punishment or to appear less incompetent. Damon nodded but cautioned, "Your Highness, it seems Yurik has truly lost." "I am aware," Ariane said, plucking a pomegranate from a platter on the table, peeling it as she continued. "Olaf, how many soldiers did Yurik take to assault Eagle's Mouth?" "Approximately 2,000 men," Olaf replied respectfully. "And knights?" 12 knights accompanied him. Ariane popped a few pomegranate seeds into her mouth and inquired, "Surely, the vassal knights of House Dane number far more than this?" Olaf cautiously glanced at the princess and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Including the branch from High Hollow, House Dane boasts 35 knights. Less than half, It seems that Bastard's ability to rally support is quite limited. Yet, even if House Dane did not exert their full strength, losing to a frontier knight who has yet to build a castle is still hard to fathom." With a plan forming in her mind, Ariane instructed the steward, "Please send word to all knights of House Dane who have not yet departed for battle, informing them of my arrival in Starfall, and instructing them to come here at once." "Yes, Your Highness," Olaf hesitated before asking, "Shall we also inform them of Yurik's defeat?" "Let them know." "Understood." Once the steward departed, Damon could not contain his curiosity any longer. "Your Highness, why are you summoning the knights of House Dane? Do you intend to assault Eagle's Mouth again?" "Indeed. But, are you afraid?" Ariane interrupted, arching an eyebrow. Faced with the gaze of the beautiful Dornish princess, Damon immediately squared his shoulders and declared, "Of course not. There is nothing to fear. Indeed, there is nothing to fear." Samwell said with a grin as he helped Natalie leap from the ship. "With me here, no one dares to bully you in Starfall." "Yes," Natalie nodded, though her small hand clutched Samwell's sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. The Dornish people at the docks regarded the sudden arrival of the River Bay folk and wildlings with curiosity and caution. Fortunately, the presence of familiar faces like Hughes Dane alleviated tensions. Otherwise, even if no conflict arose at the docks, someone would likely rush to Starfall to report. Samwell waved to Hughes, instructing, "Take some men to Starfall and inform the Dane family that Miss Natalie has returned. Have them come to the docks to welcome her. Remember, if they refuse, seize control of the castle gate immediately and send someone back to inform me. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." Once Hughes departed, Samwell remained at the docks, awaiting the arrival of his soldiers. Though Natalie is currently the primary heir of the Dane family, Samwell is certainly not foolish enough to believe that he could conquer Starfall with just this young girl by his side. Strength is the ultimate foundation. And should the Dane family refuse to submit, he is prepared for another battle. After suffering a significant defeat previously, the Dane family is unlikely to muster much resistance. Moreover, they will scarcely have time to gather their troops again in such a short span. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Hughes finally returned, albeit with a rather peculiar expression. "My lord, Miss Natalie, Princess Ariane Martell is currently in Starfall." "Who?" Samwell was momentarily taken aback. "Princess Ariane Martell." Hughes cautiously glanced at Samwell and continued, "Her Highness requests your presence, along with Miss Natalie." Samwell had no intention of meeting any so-called princess. His mood was exceedingly foul. He had not anticipated the emergence of a Dornish princess here. Consequently, the once seemingly secure Starfall would likely not be so easily acquired. Ariane Martell would never permit the Dane family to be governed by a girl who clearly favored the Reach, even if she is indeed the first heir to Starfall. Furthermore, if one were to scrutinize Natalie's claim to the inheritance, it would reveal certain flaws. What to do? Should he launch an assault on Starfall? Samwell believed he had not yet lost his sanity. Even if the forces in Starfall were indeed diminished, with a Dornish princess present, the inhabitants would undoubtedly resist surrendering easily. With only a few hundred men at his command, the prospect of capturing the Dane family's stronghold before Dornish reinforcements arrived was nothing short of a fool's errand. Retreat? Samwell was loath to accept that outcome. Although he had achieved victory in the previous battle, his territory had been left in ruins, and the fruits of half a year's toil had gone up in smoke. He could not bear the thought of leaving Starfall without compensation. Moreover, if he retreated, would Starfall simply let it go? Particularly with the ambitious Ariane Martell still present. It was highly probable she would rally the Dane forces and even summon nearby lords to strike at Eagle's Nest. How would he defend himself then? Therefore, rather than allowing the flames of war to spread once more into his own domain, It would be wiser to hold fast at this port. Not only would it obstruct the Dornish advance, but it would also provide an opportunity to appeal for aid from the Crownlands. Previously, while defending Eagle's Nest, the Tyrells might have been reluctant to dispatch troops. However, now having secured a foothold in Western Dorne, with a port capable of facilitating a steady flow of reinforcements and holding Natalie Dane, the key to unlocking Western Dorne, he was confident the Tyrells would be compelled to act, having made the resolute decision to hold the fort until help arrived. Samwell ordered his soldiers to take control of the entire port, expelling the civilian population, and began constructing fortifications in preparation for battle. After surveying the port's terrain, Samwell realized that merely defending the port would not suffice. The port's low elevation and lack of strategic depth meant that if they only guarded the port, they would easily be overwhelmed by the Dornish. Thus, he decisively expanded the defensive line 2 to 3 miles outward. This stretch consisted of rugged rocky terrain with only one main road for ingress and egress, but beyond that, to the east lay a flat sandy expanse. Consequently, fortifying it was relatively straightforward. They simply needed to block the sole road leading to the port west of the ridge. Once his men had dug trenches along the main road, erected earthen barricades, dismantled the wooden structures at the port, and built several barricades on the ridge, Samwell instructed Hughes to respond to Princess Arianne. If she wished to meet him, then she should come herself. Hughes complied and soon returned, stating, "My lord, Her Highness says she has arrived and wishes to meet with you." Samwell raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the courage of this Dornish princess. Nevertheless, since she had indeed come, he was inclined to meet her. If an agreement could be reached, it would be preferable to avoid conflict altogether. Upon reaching the first line of defense, Samwell observed a group of Dornish people gathered in the distance. As he approached, 2 mounted figures emerged from the Dornish ranks, one of whom appeared to be a woman based on her attire and stature. Noting this, Samwell took his attendant, Karth, and proceeded to meet them. The two parties met approximately 10 paces apart. Princess Arianne curiously scrutinized the Reach Knight before her, finding him to be entirely different from the rumors she had previously heard. She had long suspected that the tales about Samwell Tarly being a cowardly, overweight man abandoned by his father were merely fabrications. How could such a person have carved out a domain in the Red Mountains, let alone have defeated the forces of the Dane family, led by Shade? The young man before her fit her expectations perfectly, tall and handsome, exuding an air of vigorous confidence, with gray eyes shimmering with self-assurance, and upon closer inspection, one might detect a hint of cunning. This was a man not easily trifled with, Arianne concluded. Samwell, too, was assessing the Dornish princess before him. She was indeed as beautiful as described in the tales, her lithe figure barely concealed beneath translucent silk, her olive skin radiating health and vitality, and her alluring smile akin to the fierce sun of Dorne. While she may not have been breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed an inexplicable allure that captivated men. Reach Knight, do you realize you are standing on Dornish soil? Arianne spoke, her languid tone reminiscent of a lover's playful teasing. She was adept at leveraging her charm to achieve her ends. Samwell felt a surge of caution within him and replied with a smile, "If memory serves, it was your Dornish kin who first attacked my lands." "Your lands?" Princess Arianne chuckled lightly. "I have heard you have yet to complete your castle." Samwell laughed in return. "Your Highness, there is no need for such legalistic games. Eagle's Nest is territory I have established, populated by my subjects and riches, and now it has been ravaged by Shade. Is it unreasonable for me to seek compensation from Starfall?" Arianne pointed a delicate finger behind Samwell. "If you are here to demand compensation, why have you occupied the port and constructed so many defenses? To guard against you, of course," Samwell replied bluntly, unwilling to engage in further verbal sparring. "I have already negotiated terms for war reparations with the Dane family, but your presence seems to rekindle the flames of conflict. How could I not be prepared? Negotiated terms for war reparations? With whom among the Dane family did you converse?" "With the first heir of the Dane family, Miss Natalie Dane, daughter of Ashera Dane." Upon hearing this, Princess Arianne erupted into laughter, her ample bosom undulating with mirth. "Sir Caesar, you must be mistaken. Miss Ashera of the Dane family took her own life over a decade ago." Samwell thought to himself, as expected, the Martells would not easily acknowledge Natalie. Yet, he persisted with one last effort. "She did indeed leap into the sea, but she did not perish, and she left behind a daughter. If you do not believe me, you may summon a few elders of the Dane family to verify her identity. How about this?" Princess Arianne suggested with a smile. "You allow Miss Natalie to accompany me back to Sunspear, where my father can confirm her identity. If it is true, she may naturally inherit Starfall and pledge her loyalty to my father. It seems our divergences are quite substantial." Samwell shrugged. There was no way he could entrust Natalie to the Martells. He understood that the woman before him would not yield easily. In the original tale, Arianne had once harbored ambitious dreams of crowning a queen on the Iron Throne, compelling her father to send someone to retrieve her to avoid any potential chaos. Prince Doran had to resort to coercive means to make her comply. How could a simple man from the Reach possibly sway such a woman with mere words? Thus, Samwell chose to forego any further pleasantries and declared, "Let us speak with steel then." "You are quite confident, Sir Caesar," Arian said, her gaze piercing into Samwell's eyes. "I hope you can maintain this confidence." "Thank you for your kind wishes," Samwell replied, bowing with gentlemanly grace. "And I hope you continue to embody your present beauty. Remember, weapons on the battlefield are blind, and beautiful things are as fragile as porcelain." Suddenly, the princess's smile vanished, her voice hardening like gravel in the mountains. "Then observe closely, and discern whether the figure before you is a porcelain vase that shatters upon touch, or a martel that will never bend, break, or yield." With that, Ariane turned and strode away. Demon Sand. Upon returning, Princess Ariane commanded, "Immediately send messages to Old Town, Brightwater Keep, Sunspear, Stonehelm, and the Kingsgrave, as well as to all the lords of Dorne's western regions. Inform them that the men from the Reach have set foot on our lands. I, Arian Martell, in the name of the Sunspear, demand their immediate support for Starfall." Meanwhile, upon reaching the docks, Samwell began to rally support. "You must write to Lady Olenna at once, informing her that I have defeated the Dane forces and taken Starfall, but have encountered." He cleared his throat. Todd could no longer contain himself at this point. Samwell shot a glare at him and retorted, "What are you doing? Is the dock not part of Starfall? And do not pretend you are unaware of the peril we are about to face. Although fraught with danger, it is also a splendid opportunity for glory." Todd Flowers. "If you wish to shed the stigma of being a bastard, you will do as I say." A flicker of struggle crossed Todd's eyes, but after a moment, the illegitimate son of House Florence sighed and nodded. "I will inform Lady Olenna as you instruct." "Excellent." Samwell clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Do not forget to include Natalie Dane's lineage in your message. Trust me, Lady Olenna will not let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by." As he watched Todd depart, Samwell sighed deeply. He recognized that a great conflict was now unavoidable. Given Princess Ariane's nature, she would not rest until they were driven from the sea. Even if he retreated to the Eyrie, the ambitious Dornish princess would likely pursue him with her forces. On the Reach's side, Lady Olenna would undoubtedly seize this chance to gain control over Western Dorne and would most likely send troops to assist. Thus, this was no longer merely a feud between the Eyrie and Starfall, but the impending war between the Reach and Dorne. The situation was spiraling uncontrollably. Suddenly, Samwell realized that this chaos was precisely what Peter Baelish had hoped to witness. Disorder is a ladder. Ever since he visited the Eyrie under the pretense of seeking silver mining interests, events had begun to spiral beyond Samwell's control. Under the guise of coveting the wealth from silver mining, he had insidiously exposed the Eyrie to the Dornish gaze and quietly assassinated the last scion of House Dane, igniting the conflict between Starfall and the Eyrie. Ariane's arrival, Samwell suspected, was also part of Peter's clandestine machinations. Such coincidences were implausible otherwise. Despite having long been wary of this notorious schemer, he had ultimately fallen into the trap that Peter had meticulously woven. Recalling that day at the Great Tower when he had secretly mocked Lord Renly as a puppet in Lady Olenna's hands, he found himself ensnared in a similar fate. The saddest realization was that he had no other choice. Unless he betrayed his own principles and interests, he could only follow the path that Peter had laid out. Setting the stage for this grand conflict. Was this the prowess of a top player in this game of power? A faint smile crept on his Samwell's lips. Recognizing this fact, he felt not despair but a burgeoning resolve. Peter Baelish was not a god. He could not foresee every outcome. This schemer had orchestrated a grand performance. Yet he could not control the unfolding narrative. He could dictate how the play began, but he could not determine how it would conclude. Nor could he anticipate that one of his puppets would discover the shadowy figure behind the curtain. Peter Baelish. Samwell gritted his teeth. "Just wait. One day, I shall repay your attentions in full." Horn Hill, situated at the northern foot of the Red Mountains, serves as the most significant bulwark of the Reach's southern frontier. Whether it be the wildlings from the Red Mountains or the more elite Dornishmen, any attempt to breach the richest heartland of the Reach must contend with this fortress of war. Today, this fearsome war machine at the border of the Reach began to churn once more. Various banners fluttered in the air, directing soldiers to line up for entry into the city. The armored knights, resplendent in their gleaming armor, appeared eager to fight for honor. "Father, why have you summoned the army? Are we going to war?" Young Dickon Tarley, barely 14 yet already of adult height and robust build, rushed up to the battlements. It was no wonder that Lord Randall Tarley was determined to support him as the heir to Hornhill. Indeed, Lord Randall Tarley replied succinctly. "Who are we fighting?" Dickon asked, excitement glowing on his face rather than fear. The Tarley family had always been steeped in martial tradition, except for one disinherited son. "Dorne. We are going against Dorne." "Splendid." Dickon's face flushed with enthusiasm. "I've long found those sand-covered fellows intolerable. Is it a war decree from the Lord Duke?" Which other families from the Reach are joining us? The Duke has not issued a command, Lord Randall noted, observing a vassal knight removing his helmet and bowing to him. And he gestured in acknowledgement. Only we from House Tarley are in this fight. What? Dickon was taken aback. Lord Randall then produced a letter from his breast pocket and handed it to his son. This is a letter from Duke Mace, dated 3 days ago. Read it for yourself. Dickon quickly scanned the contents and exclaimed, "It's about my brother. The Dornishmen are attacking his lands. How outrageous. Father, please let me join the fight." Absolutely not, Lord Randall replied without hesitation. Dickon's expression soured instantly. Although he knew his father's decisions were typically final, he could not help but ask, "Why can't I go?" "Because you have a more important task," Lord Randall explained, retrieving another unopened letter and handing it to Dickon. "You must take this letter to Brightwater Keep and deliver it to Lord Alistair." Dickon was reluctant. "Do I really need to go deliver a letter to my grandfather? Can't I use a raven instead? Or let mother go? She mentioned missing the lakes of home just days ago. It would be a perfect opportunity for her to return." Lord Randall squinted at his son coldly. "Can a raven represent House Tarley? Or can your mother?" Dickon finally realized that this letter might hold significant importance. Connecting it to the recent military maneuvers in Jiaoling, he suddenly understood. "Father, you do not intend for Lianshui City to dispatch troops to support my brother, do you?" Indeed, Count Landau's expression softened slightly. "The reasons and conditions for mobilizing troops are detailed in the letter. You are to deliver it personally to your grandfather and convey that the Tali family shall not forget the assistance of the Florin family." Dickon tucked the letter close to him and inquired again. "Father, the Duke's letter only mentioned that the people from Xingjue City are going to attack my brother's territory. Is it truly necessary to mobilize such a large force?" Count Landau sighed softly, once the drums of war sound. The timing of their cessation is no longer in the hands of certain individuals. Dickon scratched his head, trying to grasp the meaning. "Are you suggesting that the Dornish will mobilize a vast army to assault Eagle's Beak? If so, why does Duke Mace remain indifferent, leaving only us and Lianshui City to confront them? Have you not yet discerned? Your brother has already become a pawn." A sardonic smile graced Count Landau's lips, though it was unclear whom it was directed at. Dickon was momentarily taken aback. He wished to argue that it was his father who had abandoned his brother first, but such words were unthinkable to utter aloud. At times, Dickon felt utterly bewildered by the complexities of the adult world, too intricate and chaotic for his understanding. He suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and asked once more, "Father, if my grandfather agrees to send troops, may I accompany them to battle?" Count Landau shook his head resolutely. "No. After delivering the letter, you must make another visit to the High Court. The 50th birthday banquet of Duke Mace is approaching. You shall represent the Tali family there." "Oh." Dickon wore a reluctant expression but nodded in compliance. "Very well, go find your mother. If she wishes to travel to Lianshui City, take her along." "Understood, father." The sun blazed high in the sky, radiating heat. Long lines of troops were converging towards Xingjue City, resembling countless ants returning to their nests when viewed from above. A falcon circled above the towering castle for an extended period before finally taking flight westward, gliding over desolate sands and rugged mountains, swooping down towards the seaside dock. Inside a wooden cabin, Samuel opened his eyes, rubbing his slightly sore brow, and stepped outside. As he opened the door, he spotted Natalie, who was curiously and timidly staring at the falcon perched on the roof. "Hey!" Samuel exclaimed suddenly, startling Natalie, who jumped at the sound. She turned, her eyes wide, and retorted, "You scared me." With a grin, Samuel asked, "What are you sneaking around for?" Natalie's gaze flickered back to the falcon on the roof. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "So you have a bird too?" That sounded rather odd. "Indeed. Let me share a secret," Samuel said, stepping closer. "I have one as well." Samuel stifled a laugh. "Is that so? You have a bird?" "Yes," Natalie nodded, "but mine is not as big as yours." Pfft. Samuel could no longer contain his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Natalie asked, puzzled. "Do you want to see my bird?" Sure. Samuel chuckled even more. Natalie pouted, seemingly displeased, and turned away. "Humph, I won't show you." Samuel wiped the laughter from his face, playfully ruffling the little girl's hair before swiftly retreating to avoid her wrath. At the dock, several supply ships were arriving. "Ucha," Samuel called to a young wild man stepping off a vessel. "Come here." Ucha hurried over, bowing respectfully. "My Lord Caesar, what is your command? I haven't returned in days. How fares Eagle's Beak?" "All is well. My brother-in-law is leading everyone to rebuild the wooden cabins. He estimates that in about a month, the territory will return to its former state. And the castle? The repairs are being overseen by Lord Victor. As for the specifics, I am not entirely sure." Samuel nodded, not pressing him further, and asked, "Are food supplies sufficient?" "Yes, we stored quite a bit previously. And my brother-in-law has already sent someone to Yangwu City. A new batch of supplies should arrive soon. Have there been any letters or visitors recently?" "None, I'm afraid." "Very well. You may return to your duties." "Yes, my lord." Samuel watched Ducha depart, a sigh escaping his lips. The awaited reinforcements had yet to arrive, leaving him somewhat anxious. The Dornish forces were gathering in greater numbers across the way, and Samuel had already spotted banners from other families besides the Dane family, indicating that the forces Arianne could mobilize far exceeded his expectations. Although the enemy had yet to launch an offensive, Samuel suspected that day was imminent. Without reinforcements from Riverbend, holding the dock would be impossible. Moreover, Eagle's Beak would not withstand the onslaught either. Arianne Martell, that ambitious woman, would not easily withdraw. The previous fire attack strategy used against Urikshed could not be employed again, as their supply of brandy had been completely depleted. Furthermore, the inherent weaknesses of such tactics were glaringly obvious. The last success stemmed from the enemy's unpreparedness, a fortune unlikely to repeat itself, unless he could produce true wildfire. However, according to Maester Coben, creating real wildfire not only required an extensive amount of time, but also incurred significant costs. It was no wonder that only the royal family had the means to manufacture it in large quantities. Lord Caesar. A voice interrupted Samuel's contemplation. What is it? Samuel recognized the newcomer as Hal, a newly appointed servant of Todd. Hal jogged over, slightly breathless, and relayed. Lord Todd sent me to inform you that the vanguard of the Dornish forces has arrived and may attack at any moment. A chill ran down Samuel's spine as he quickly followed Hal towards the front lines. Upon reaching the ridge of the first defensive line, Samuel looked down through the wooden barricades. Sure enough, he saw a gathering of Dornish soldiers on the barren plains below, estimated to number around 600 or 700. This was likely just the vanguard. Samuel squinted into the distance, faintly perceiving additional troops approaching from the direction of Xingjue City. It appeared that the Dornish were indeed preparing for a significant offensive. In truth, he had already observed large numbers of troops gathering at Xingjue City through the Falcon's keen eyes, so he was not taken aback by the sight. From his bird's eye view, he discerned that the Dornish forces at Xingjue City might already be nearing 15,000 to 16,000. Given the millennia-long enmity between Dorne and Riverbend, it was no surprise that the typically insular Dornish would react fiercely to a Riverbend knight leading an army onto their territory. Even so, Samuel was somewhat astonished by the calling power of the Dornish princess. He was well aware of the plot, knowing that Prince Daeron had no intention of passing the position to Arianne and had other plans for her. However, the Dornish lords were entirely oblivious to this. In their eyes, Arianne remained the first heir to Prince Daeron and the future queen of Dorne. Yet nearly 20,000 troops, all for the sake of capturing a dock? That seemed excessive. Clearly, the ambitions of the Dornish princess extended far beyond a mere dock. This madwoman likely aimed to seize the opportunity to invade Riverbend. Samuel felt an increasing sense of dread as he observed the gathering Dornish forces, while his own troops totaled only 600, most of whom were green recruits. Fortunately, he had decisively occupied the advantageous terrain and constructed defensive fortifications. Otherwise, Samuel would have fled by boat long ago. Even with the advantage of terrain, the situation appeared exceedingly grim. His soldiers were not Spartans, incapable of matching 1 against 100. Thus, Samuel could only hope for the arrival of reinforcements from the River Bay. If the aid did not arrive in due time, no matter how reluctant he was, he would have no choice but to retreat. In that case, returning to River Bay would be an embarrassment, and he would likely have to submit to the Tyrells like a dog. Samuel believed that he would be better off seeking refuge with Daenerys across the narrow sea. The Dornish did not immediately launch an offensive. Instead, they patiently awaited the arrival of their reinforcements. As dusk approached, nearly 20,000 Dornish soldiers filled the desolate plain, stretching as far as the eye could see, sending shivers down one's spine. Princess Arianne seemed intent on displaying her entire force to the enemy, aiming to undermine the morale of the River Bay defenders. However, the effect was rather insignificant. Following a series of miraculous victories, the soldiers of Eagle's Nest had developed an almost blind trust and admiration for Samuel. To them, there was no foe their lord could not vanquish. Yet unbeknownst to them, the seemingly invincible Lord Caesar was also feeling anxious. To maintain the spirits of his troops, Samuel forced himself to project an air of confidence. He pointed towards the Dornish below, ready to taunt his farmers to boost morale, but was interrupted by the sound of a dull horn. In the fading light of the sunset, a small squad of 400 or 500 Dornish soldiers broke away from their formation, advancing towards the River Bay defenses. At the forefront were soldiers wielding massive oak shields, followed by spear wielders and scimitar teams, with archers bringing up the rear, clad uniformly in leather armor. They marched with precision and fervor, resembling a well-trained battalion. Consequently, the words of ridicule Samuel intended to unleash remained trapped in his throat. He took a deep breath, suppressing all distractions, and commanded in a calm and composed tone, "Sound the horn. Prepare for battle." The skirmish erupted unexpectedly, initiated by the Dornish, as they possessed archers capable of long-range attacks. Conversely, the River Bay defenders lacked archers. The Eagle's Nest army was too newly formed to have acquired such costly and time-consuming elite units. Fortunately, the River Bay position was situated on a ridge, diminishing the force of the Dornish arrows, further reduced by the barriers in place, making significant harm unlikely. Nevertheless, their volley served to suppress the River Bay defenders, who dared not expose themselves. As the Dornish advanced further, the River Bay forces began their counterattack, employing thrown spears. Although the range of spears was not as extensive as that of arrows, their lethality was considerably greater. The sight of hundreds of spears raining down upon the Dornish formation was indeed formidable, especially with the River Bay soldiers positioned above. The spears descended with ferocious momentum aided by gravity. Without shields for protection, a hit would likely result in death or grievous injury. And the leather armor of the Dornish provided scant defense against such an onslaught. This barrage of spears effectively quelled the Dornish arrows. Amidst the pounding of war drums, the Dornish continued their advance. However, they soon encountered a more daunting obstacle, a trench. The River Bay forces had excavated a deep and wide trench in front of their barriers, forcing the Dornish to descend into it before attempting to climb forward. In that moment, the River Bay's long spears would thrust from behind the barricade, inflicting wounds. Blood rapidly stained the earth, and the number of fallen Dornish grew. Previously, when attacking Eagle's Nest, the River Bay had employed similar defensive structures, but it had been less effective due to the expansive area needing protection and the insufficient number of soldiers, allowing the Dornish to find vulnerabilities. However, the current scenario was markedly different. The Dornish faced rugged terrain, with only a single path for their main forces, significantly narrowing the area the River Bay needed to defend, granting the defenders a natural advantage over the attackers. The battle persisted until darkness enveloped the land, concluding the first wave of the Dornish assault. After leaving hundreds of corpses in their wake, they were unable to breach the River Bay's initial defenses and retreated in disarray. The River Bay soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. However, Samuel did not share in their elation. The first wave had clearly been a probing attack, merely an attempt by the Dornish to ascertain the situation. The true test would commence the following day. Indeed, after a night of rest, the Dornish launched another attack. This time, they were evidently better prepared, bringing earth and stones to fill the trench and ladders to scale the barricades. Amidst the thunderous sound of drums, the Dornish surged forth like a swarm of ants towards the ridge. Compared to their previous tentative assault, today's Dornish exhibited a frenzied determination. They recklessly charged forward, using earth, stones, and even the bodies of their fallen comrades to fill the trench, then propped ladders against the wooden barricades. Yet even so, surmounting the barriers proved exceedingly challenging. Climbing the ladders necessitated relinquishing their shields, rendering the ascending Dornish vulnerable to the spear attacks of the River Bay soldiers. Even if a fortunate few managed to scale the barricades, jumping into the River Bay formation without support was tantamount to suicide. Regardless, the Dornish assault did not cease. Siege warfare inherently demanded sacrifices, and the Dornish commanders showed no mercy. The ridge's defensive line transformed into a veritable meat grinder under the relentless onslaught of the Dornish, consuming their flesh and blood, though the River Bay soldiers also began to suffer losses. Corpses amassed before the barricades, filling the trench and forming a mound of bodies. Consequently, the Dornish no longer needed the ladders to breach the barriers, allowing them to storm into the River Bay's formation. Fortunately, Samuel had already established a second line of defense further back on a different high ground. As the first line appeared on the verge of collapse, he seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the Dornish assault to order his soldiers to abandon the first line and retreat to the second. The moment the River Bay forces withdrew, the Dornish occupied the first line, roaring in wild triumph, toppling the barricades before regrouping to launch another assault on the second line. The bloody struggle continued. This relentless conflict persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point the Dornish finally withdrew to their camp. The River Bay soldiers were afforded a brief respite, yet the siege was far from over. At dawn on the third day, the Dornish returned with renewed vigor. Blood and death could not deter their advance, nor could they shake their resolve to reclaim their territory. Seeing the dire situation, Samuel had no choice but to wield his war hammer and join the fray. However, individual prowess held little sway in such a grand battle. No matter how fierce he fought, the enemies he could fell were limited, and his stamina was not infinite. After a bout of fighting, he required rest. Nonetheless, Samuel's presence did indeed slow the Dornish advance, and it was not until the fourth day that they managed to topple the second barricade. In that interval, the River Bay forces had constructed new barriers further back. After a brief respite, the Dornish launched yet another assault. By this point, both sides were consumed by bloodlust. On this brief stretch of mountain path, countless lives were sacrificed for every inch of ground. Yet, this was far from the end. The resilience and tenacity of Dorn far surpassed Samuel's expectations. As the defensive line retreated ever closer to the docks, his agitation grew. Fortunately, The seven gods ultimately looked favorably upon him. On the seventh day of this bloody battle, the long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. Upon seeing the familiar banner of the Fleetfoot hunters on the transport ships entering the dock, Samuel could not suppress the tumult of emotions within him, even though he harbored little affection for the original family's legacy. In critical moments, it is indeed one's kin who can be relied upon. Reinforcements from the Stormlands had arrived? When the lookout on the hill informed Demon Shad of this news, he was momentarily struck by a wave of dizziness. They had fought with abandon, incurring heavy losses to push this far, only to discover that the Stormlanders had come to their aid. He hurried to the command camp to relay this information to Princess Ariane. How many have come? Ariane inquired with remarkable composure. Perhaps 2,000 to 3,000, Demon replied. His voice tinged with anxiety. What's the matter? Are you intimidated? Ariane asked, casting a glance at the pale-faced demon. Of course not, he exclaimed loudly. Though he hesitated before continuing, Your Highness, I merely fear this may dampen the morale of our troops. And already some of the knights have begun to complain about the heavy casualties among their men. Princess Ariane rose and stepped out of the tent, gazing toward the distant Stormland positions, where cheers erupted in joyous celebration. In contrast, the Dornish soldiers appeared somewhat despondent. Demon followed closely behind, just in time to hear the princess's resolute voice. 300 years ago, the conqueror Gon Targaryen could not subdue Dorne, even with 3 great dragons at his command. Now, do you think a mere few thousand Stormlanders can make us retreat? No, I shall not yield. Dorne shall not yield. We will fight until the very last moment, until every invader has been driven from our land. She turned sharply, her dark eyes blazing with determination, even madness. Demon, gather the knights of each house to my tent. I wish to know who dares to complain. As the not-so-spacious tent filled with armored Dornish knights, the atmosphere grew increasingly crowded, with dusk approaching and the light dimming. Princess Ariane ordered candles to be lit. As the distinct scent of desert lizard oil filled the air, over 100 knights had gathered inside the tent. Ariane's gaze swept over them, recalling their surnames, allegiances, and preferences, an essential skill for a leader. To her left stood a man with a prominent hooked nose, his silver-black hair framing pale lavender eyes. Ariane recognized him as Jiro Dane from the Shadow City, a powerful branch of House Dane, which harbored ambitions for dominion over Starfall as the main line withered. Thus, the contingent from Shadow City was the largest, numbering 3,000, indicating their full commitment to the cause. However, Jiro Dane's reputation seemed less than favorable, and Ariane did not appreciate the way he looked at her. Yet, she would not distance herself from him. On the contrary, she believed he was indeed a suitable candidate to inherit Starfall, far more so than the obscure Natalie Dane. She met his fiery gaze with a charming smile, causing his breath to quicken and his posture to straighten. Sir Jiro, you share the Dane name. And now the Stormlanders stand on Dane territory. What do you propose we do? Drive them into the sea, Jiro proclaimed, slapping his chest with fervor. Excellent. Now, that is the true spirit of a Dane, Ariane responded, her tone laden with meaning. Her attention shifted to another young knight adorned with the emblem of a black vulture clutching a pink infant. This was the sigil of House Blamont. Ariane recognized this young knight as Penrose Blamont, her uncle's former squire, whom her uncle had knighted. Upon meeting her gaze, Penrose bowed respectfully. He was a knight she could trust. Sir Penrose, what is your view? The Blamont family will always follow the path of the sun's long spear, he replied, his cheeks flushing, seemingly unable to meet her eyes. Very well. The Blamont family is always as steadfast as a mountain. Ariane commended him before continuing her survey. Next to the Blamont contingent stood 5 knights adorned with the golden crown skull emblem, all of whom Ariane did not recognize. She could only discern from the sigil that they were knights from House Manhwaedit of the King's Grave, a family that had historically been at the forefront of the fight against the Stormlanders. However, it troubled Ariane that none of their direct family members had come to answer the call. House Manhwaedit has always been at the vanguard against the Stormlanders. If I recall correctly, the golden crown on your family's emblem was earned after slaying an ancient Stormland king, correct? Yes, Your Highness. One of the Manhwaedit knights stepped forward. Our enmity with the Stormlanders runs deep, and we shall never yield or compromise. Ariane nodded in satisfaction, her gaze shifting to her right, where a dozen knights bore the emblem of interlaced red and yellow flames. These knights hailed from House Euler of Hellgate. Count Harmon Euler's illegitimate daughter was Ariane's uncle's lover, having borne him 4 illegitimate daughters. These sand snakes were childhood companions of Ariane, and she regarded the Euler knights with warmth. Count Harmon had responded positively to Ariane's call, sending his brother Sir Ulrich Euler with 2,000 family troops for support. Before Ariane could speak, Sir Ulrich stepped forward, bowing, Your Highness, the Euler family's sword shall always fight for you. Our loyalty shall never be in doubt. Ariane smiled in response, continuing to greet every family that had come to aid her. The Coggle family from Sandstone, the Faller family from Heaven's Gate, and House Ironwood. until her gaze fell upon the last knight standing at the entrance of the tent, a blue-eyed, golden-haired knight. Ariane's pupils narrowed slightly. The emblem emblazoned on his chest depicted a black gate upon the sands. This was the sigil of House Ironwood. House Ironwood held numerous titles: Count of Ironwood, Blood Royal, Guardian of the Bone Road, Lord of the Green Hills, but they had once possessed an even more illustrious title, the Supreme King of Dorne. As one of the most powerful families in Dorne, House Ironwood had been the greatest obstacle in the path of the Martell's conquest of Dorne. Though they had now submitted to the Sun's long spear, an undercurrent of tension persisted between the two houses. Ariane's uncle had been suspected of poisoning a Ironwood count, and to quell the Ironwood family's fury, Prince Doran had sent his eldest son, Quentin Martell, to be raised by House Ironwood as a ward. This time, when calling for reinforcements, Ariane did not expect the House of Ironwood to send anyone, given the strained relationship between the two families. Moreover, Ironwood Castle is situated in central Dorne, quite distant from Starfall, providing ample justification for their absence. To her surprise, however, they did send troops, though only a single knight accompanied by over 30 cavalrymen. While they claimed to offer support, it felt more like an observation. Nevertheless, Ariane regarded this knight with equal courtesy. The Ironwoods had journeyed from afar to assist, and for that, she was grateful. The blue-eyed, golden-haired knight bowed and remarked, "Your Highness, you need not be so formal. It is our duty." Ariane suddenly inquired, "How is my brother?" "Prince Quentin is well. The Earl is even preparing to wed him to Lady Myrcella." "Is that so? I am thankful to House Ironwood for their care of my brother." Ariane suppressed the tumultuous thoughts within her and solemnly asked, "Are you still willing to follow the Martells?" "Of course. The House of Ironwood has always been the most loyal vassals of House Martell." "Excellent," Ariane replied, clapping her hands in delight. Just then, the tent flaps were lifted, and a camel was led inside. Ariane unsheathed her long sword and, amidst the bewildered gazes of those around, approached the camel. With a swift thrust, she plunged the sword into the creature's abdomen, leaving only the hilt visible. Blood gushed forth, drenching Ariane, yet she remained steadfast, waiting until the camel collapsed in agony before withdrawing her sword and stepping back to observe the assembly. Damon Sand was the first to react, drawing his sword and stabbing the fallen camel. The other knights, seeing this, quickly followed suit. Once every sword was stained with blood, Ariane displayed a satisfied smile. She raised her sword high, her voice firm as iron. "Before we eradicate the invading enemy completely, should anyone dare to disrupt our morale or speak of retreat, they shall meet the same fate as this camel, falling before our blades. May the seven witness our resolve." The knights echoed her sentiment, raising their bloodied swords and shouting, "The seven bear witness." As for the situation at the docks, Earl Bladed Tarley listened intently to Samwell's account, standing motionless beneath the setting sun. Over the past months, he had heard numerous rumors regarding the son he had forsaken, each time feeling a mix of surprise and pride. Yet, this time, his emotions transcended mere astonishment. Had it not been for the fleet's arrival at Eagle's Nest yesterday, where he witnessed the scorched earth and spoke with those who had survived the battle, he would have believed his son was deceiving him. Yet the truth was undeniable. His son had indeed triumphed over the elite forces of House Dane and had marched upon Dorne's lands. What a glory! This realization only reinforced Bladed's belief that his decision to cast out his eldest was remarkably wise. Without such a drastic measure, how could he have awakened the latent hunter's blood within him, compelling him to become a true Tarley? Of course, he no longer bore the Tarley name, but that mattered little. In Bladed's eyes, a man capable of expanding territories is far superior to a weak and ineffectual Tarley. Furthermore, the Caesar family was a cadet branch of the Tarleys, and though the blood connection may fade over time, it could never be entirely severed. "You have done well." Bladed finally spoke after a long silence, his tone laden with emotion. Samwell was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly realized that it was perhaps the first time he had received praise from his father. Searching through the memories of the original owner, he had never heard such words. Never. Perhaps influenced by the remnants of the original owner's emotions, Samwell felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself not to forget the cold-hearted nature of this father figure. Naturally, grievances must be clearly delineated. Samwell now understood that House Tyrell would likely not support him. Lady Olenna probably had other plans or did not wish to provoke conflict with Dorne at this time, likely preparing to abandon Eagle's Nest. Without the support of House Tarley, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, potentially reverting to a state of having nothing. Thus, he would ensure to repay the Earl's kindness in the future. Lost in thought, he heard Bladed speak again, "And that Bachelor Coburn, he is a capable man. I did not expect House Hightower to value you so highly. Remember to utilize him wisely." Bachelor Coburn is indeed capable, Samwell explained with a smile, but he was not sent by House Hightower. He happened to be expelled from the Citadel when I encountered him. "Is that so?" A sardonic smile crept across Bladed's face. "What a coincidence." Samwell was taken aback. He suddenly realized that the timing of Coburn's appearance was indeed too fortuitous. Although in the original narrative, he was expelled for conducting unethical experiments, how could it be that he was cast out just as Samuel needed a scholar? Especially when he was seeking advice from the madwoman Maroya about silver mining. It seemed as though someone was intent on ensuring their paths crossed. Leighton Hightower. Samuel was struck by a revelation, finally understanding that this was likely the design of the venerable Lord Hightower. He thought he had been cautious, yet he had fallen into the machinations of one powerful figure after another. Do not worry too much, Blatted consoled. The Hightower family may not harbor ill intentions towards you. I understand, Father, Samuel nodded. Setting aside the remnants of his pride as a transmigrator and choosing not to underestimate any influential figure in this world. Indeed, the man before him was a significant power, especially on the battlefield. Samuel recognized this as a rare opportunity to learn from a renowned general of the Reach. The military theories he had devised might work against savages, and sometimes a sudden spark of genius could triumph over formidable foes, yet he was acutely aware of his many deficiencies, particularly in commanding large-scale battles involving thousands, even tens of thousands. The man before him was among the finest military leaders in the Reach and indeed the entire continent of Westeros. What is our next move? Do you have any suggestions? Blatted inquired, scrutinizing the battlefield, seemingly eager to test the capabilities of his dramatically transformed son. Father, I have been contemplating strategies for days. Samuel replied earnestly, striving to clarify his thoughts and seek his father's guidance on whether his plan was viable. Princess Arianne has gathered nearly 20,000 troops to blockade us at this dock. While they may find it difficult to breach our defenses, we are equally unable to break free. The narrow mountain path ahead confines not only the Dornish, but has turned into a cage for us from the Reach. Thus, we must seek to establish a new battlefield. A spark of understanding ignited in Blatted's eyes as he pressed. How do we establish a new battlefield? Through my observations over the past few days, I have discovered that among the Dornish forces that came to support, the troops from Highgarden are the most formidable, numbering as many as 3,000 elite soldiers. Are you certain? Blatted seemed to grasp Samuel's intent immediately, pressing for further confirmation. Absolutely. Samuel nodded earnestly. Blatted's gaze bore into Samuel's eyes with intensity, as though he sought to ascertain the accuracy of the information through this exchange. Samuel, unflinching, met his father's gaze. This was knowledge gained through the keen eyes of his falcon, clear and undeniable. After a brief moment, Count Landor spoke again. You intend to ascend the turbulent river to launch an assault on High Hidden City, do you not? Indeed, Samuel replied, surprised by Count Landor's immediate insight into his true intentions. It was no surprise, given that the esteemed general of River Bay could discern his thoughts with such ease. Samuel was merely grateful that Count Landor was on his side. Otherwise, an opponent with such foresight would be exceedingly troublesome. This is indeed a splendid idea. Count Landor nodded approvingly. High Hidden City's military capacity is already stretched thin, so the city must be quite vulnerable at this moment. Samuel chuckled, saying, the Dane family of Starfall City is in decline. As a branch, High Hidden City cannot afford to remain idle. They will undoubtedly mobilize to claim glory for themselves, seeking to inherit Starfall City. Precisely. It appears you have made considerable progress these days, Count Landor said, his gaze towards his son growing even softer. You flatter me, father. Samuel modestly replied. Since you concur with this plan, shall we divide our forces to ambush High Hidden City tomorrow? However, Count Landor slowly shook his head. Not yet. We must wait a few more days. Samuel was immediately perplexed. Why? When we set out, I dispatched your brother to seek reinforcements from Brightwater City. If the Florent family is willing to send troops, they should arrive within these few days. Upon hearing this, Samuel's spirits lifted. His mother was the daughter of Count Alistair Florent, and with such a familial connection, it was indeed possible that Brightwater City would come to their aid. Once again, he marveled at the reliability of one's kin. This realization deepened his understanding of why the nobility in this world placed such great importance on marriage alliances. Such blood ties are indeed the finest means of forging alliances. Consider the Tyrell family of Highgarden. Their power does not hold an absolute advantage in River Bay. Yet through marriages with the Redwine and Hightower families, even the inflated Duke of Mace can securely occupy the governor's seat of River Bay and the guardianship of the Southern Territories. Very well. We shall wait a few more days then. Father, you must be weary from your travels. Perhaps you should rest early tonight. No. Count Landor shook his head again, pointing towards the mountain path ahead. Those are the defenses you lost, are they not? Yes. Since I am here, I must reclaim them. Otherwise, this place feels rather cramped. Samuel hesitated before asking, but there is no need to rush, is there? Moreover, your soldiers must be tired from the journey. A faint smile crept across Count Landor's lips. Not at all. We arrived at Eagle's Beak yesterday and rested there for a day and night. The soldiers have nearly recovered. Moreover, the Dornish will not anticipate our counteroffensive at this moment. Samuel finally began to comprehend. It was nearing dusk, and the Dornish typically prepared to withdraw to their camp at this time, making them particularly vulnerable. They would certainly not expect River Bay's reinforcements to launch an immediate counterattack without any respite. The most crucial ability on the battlefield, Count Landor imparted solemnly to his son, is the discernment and seizing of opportunities. At the Dornish camp, Princess Arianne had just calmed the spirits of her men and was serving the unfortunate camel meat to a group of knights. Laughter and light-hearted banter filled the tent, creating a relaxed atmosphere. The morale, which had dipped slightly upon hearing of the arrival of River Bay's reinforcements, had now been fully restored. After all, the Dornish still held the numerical advantage. Just as they enthusiastically discussed their strategies for the next day's assault, a messenger burst into the tent, breathless and flustered. Princess Arianne furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. What is it? Your Highness, trouble. The River Bay forces have suddenly launched a counterattack. What? Arianne sprang to her feet, sending the camel meat scattering across the ground. In Old Town, beneath the ever-burning flames of the towering lighthouse, a grand fleet descended the Honeywine River, flowing downstream into the harbor. The banners aboard the vessels displayed a resplendent red and gold fox, encircled by a ring of stone blue flowers. This was the emblem of the Florent family, lords of Brightwater City. As the fleet docked to replenish supplies and fresh water, they prepared to continue their journey to the summer sea. Lord Alaric, the supplies and fresh water have been replenished. However, what? Alaric Florent inquired absently, gazing ahead towards the Whispering Bay. As the eldest son of Count Florent, Alaric was tasked with leading the troops to support Eagle's Beak at his father's command. While he supported this decision, given that the young man was his nephew and Count Landor had offered such enticing terms, he was nonetheless apprehensive about the formidable Dornish forces. Furthermore, he had heard that Princess Arianne was already at the front lines, while the Tyrell family remained conspicuously silent. Alaric worried whether the combined forces of Hornhill and Brightwater City would be sufficient to win this war. Such concerns darkened his mood throughout the journey. His attendant, noticing his distress, quietly remarked, "However, there is a mercenary company that wishes to accompany us. They want to hitch a ride? No, refuse them. No, my lord. They have expressed their willingness to fight for us, and their price is merely 1 golden dragon." Alaric finally turned to face his attendant, frowning. Which mercenary company? The Oak Shield Mercenary Company. The Oak Shield? Alaric was taken aback. He had initially thought it would be a band of starving individuals seeking to scrape by. Yet it turned out to be a rather renowned mercenary group in the area. He knew that this company was quite formidable, boasting nearly 700 members. How could such a mercenary group possibly be hired for a mere golden dragon? Are you certain they only require 1 golden dragon? Yes. Do they understand what we are going to do? They should know. I probed them, and their leader directly stated that they wished to join us in fighting the Dornish. Where is he? Take me to him. Yes, my lord. As they walked, Alaric began to formulate a hypothesis. Mercenaries are a group that only recognizes coin. They would not willingly fight for the Florent family for just 1 golden dragon. The only possibility was that someone had already paid them. That someone was likely the lord of Old Town, the Hightower family. In fact, the Hightower family and the Florent family were also kin. Lord Leighton Hightower had married Alaric's sister, Lady Rhea Florent. Yes, an older man with a younger wife, and this was Leighton's 4th marriage. The Hightower family had always been keen on such unions. Yet, even as relatives, the Hightower family had no obligation to hire such a mercenary group for the Florent family, especially considering the considerable cost involved. Upon meeting the mercenary company, Alaric knew his conjecture had indeed been correct, for he recognized a familiar figure among them. Sister. Alaric quickened his pace, opening his arms to embrace his sister. Humph, brother. You arrive in Old Town without even giving me a heads up. Rhea complained crossly. I sincerely apologize, Lady Rhea. Alaric feigned formality, but after receiving a playful punch from his sister, he dropped the jest and sighed. It is not that I did not wish to see you, but rather that I am occupied with significant matters and cannot visit. What matters? Before Alaric could respond, another man approached. Sir Baylor. Sir Alaric. Belair Hightower smiled and said, I heard that the Florent family is heading to the battlefield, so I took the liberty of arranging some assistance for you. Hayter's family is so generous. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Belair waved his hand with a smile. In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. This gift is not solely for the Florent family but also for Sir Caesar. Alkin raised an eyebrow. I did not realize that the Hightower family had such a close relationship with Sir Caesar. Of course, Hightower replied. Sir Caesar is one of the best partners of the Hightower family. You should have heard of our newly launched white brandy, produced on Eagle's Beak Island. Unfortunately, the war has interrupted all of that. Therefore, in order to ensure a continuous supply of brandy, we at Hightower are willing to offer you some feasible assistance. In that case, I shall graciously accept this generous gift, Alkin responded. You are most welcome. Illuminating the path for all is the unwavering principle of the Hightar family. With that, he stepped back a few paces, allowing the siblings to reconnect. Due to the urgency of the war, Alkin did not linger for long. After exchanging a few brief words with his sister, he waved goodbye. Once the new companions joined, the fleet set sail once more, heading into the distance. Highland City. Mark Mullendal strode into the study and exclaimed, "Father, you called for me?" Viscount Martin sat behind the desk, clutching a piece of stationery, his brow furrowed. Upon seeing his son enter, he collected his thoughts and instructed, "Take 200 soldiers and make your way to Eagle's Beak Island." Eagle's Beak Island? Mark paused, then seemed to recall something. "I heard that Sir Caesar on Eagle's Beak Island has clashed with the Dornish. You don't intend for me to go assist him, do you?" "Indeed," Viscount Martin nodded, his expression somewhat grim. "We have lent that young man over 200 craftsmen. We cannot allow them to suffer losses at the hands of the Dornish. Furthermore, he owes us a substantial sum." "Oh," Mark scratched his head, feeling a touch anxious. "But father, is 200 soldiers not a bit insufficient?" Viscount Martin rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do you wish to take the entire Mullendal family's fortune to battle for that young man? I merely worry that with so few men, we might not prevail." "Do not fret," Viscount Martin reassured, raising the letter in his hand. "Vito has written. He says that the Tally family's reinforcements have already reached Eagle's Beak Island, led by Count Rando himself. With him on the field, this war should not pose significant problems." Mark, upon hearing this, sighed in relief. The name of Rando Tally carries considerable weight in River Bay. "Very well, father. I will gather the soldiers and depart promptly." Viscount Martin nodded, yet still feeling uneasy. He added, "If the situation turns dire, do not recklessly charge in. Remember to protect our craftsmen and retreat if necessary, understood?" "I understand, father." At the Qingting Island dock, a fleet of 10 warships gradually sailed into the Redwind Strait, heading southeast. Hobber stood at the bow of the flagship, unable to contain his voice as he whispered to his brother, "Horace, the Dornish do not possess a formidable navy. We need not bring so many warships. We should have brought more soldiers instead." However, Horace shook his head. This was determined by father. "He informed me that we are not there to serve Samwell. We are merely ensuring that the brewing technique does not fall into the hands of the Dornish. Therefore, if the battle turns unfavorable, we shall not land and engage in land combat with the Dornish. We will simply evacuate the brewers from Eagle's Beak Island onto the ships." "All right," Hobber nodded, feeling reassured. After a moment, he asked his brother, "Horace, do you think Samwell can win against the Dornish?" "He stands no chance." Horace scoffed. "A fellow who cannot even land a blow in a spear duel has no hope of winning this war." At Yingwu City, the scene was similar at the dock. Viscount Brandon Coué patted his brother, Sir Aemon, on the shoulder and said, "I am entrusting this to you. I understand. That young man still owes our family quite a bit of money. We cannot allow him to be slaughtered by the Dornish. It is good that you understand." Viscount Brandon hesitated, then sighed. "Additionally, you might probe that young man. Inform him that if he agrees to marry my daughter Alice, I will send additional manpower to assist him. I will do just that. If that young man remains ungrateful and suffers defeat, I shall bring him back to serve as my niece's husband." Viscount Brandon, however, glared, "That will not do. That young man is not worthy of Alice without Eagle's Beak Island. Does he truly believe my daughter cannot find a suitor?"